What's up, everybody? Happy Friday. Jesse Cofield here with you for The Sweat, a little show that we do Monday through Friday at 11 a.m. Eastern. And guys, it's not just any Friday, okay? It's the Friday after the first round of the NFL draft. So, of course, we got to react to the first round. Here to do that is host of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast and former NFL lineman, Ross Tucker himself. Ross, thank you for being here.
Of course, Jesse. How are you? This is the day to be here.
I'm good. And I mean, it was exciting last night, right? Like, we all thought the draft was going to start at number 3, and that is what happened. The 49ers taking Trey Lance out of North Dakota State. Do you like this pick, and what do you think this means for Jimmy G?
You know, I got to tell you, by the way, I love the draft. I mean, it really, I got to think about where it fits in on my hierarchy of sporting events. The unknown and the intrigue is amazing. I'm thrilled for Trey Lance. You know, this is a guy that played 1 year of FCS football. I played FCS football, Jesse, back when it was called 1AA. If you would have told me a guy would play 1 year of FCS football as a redshirt freshman and be the 3rd overall pick in the draft for the 49ers, I don't think I would have believed you. He is really gifted, really talented. And I thought it was interesting this morning on the Ross Tucker podcast, Greg Cosell pointed out the fact the NFL Films guru, a lot of time under center, a lot of time with a fullback, a lot of time doing play action passes with his back to the defense. I think when Kyle Shanahan looked at Trey Lance, he could see him functioning in that Niners offense.
Okay, so let's talk about this. The Broncos ended up taking quarterback Patrick Surtain. He was almost universally supposed to be headed to Dallas at 10 in mock drafts. So this is kind of where like all hell broke loose. So with Surtain and J.C. Horn gone at this point, Dallas decides to move back, and the Eagles move up to make sure they snag the receiver they wanted in Heisman winner Devonta Smith. Now, trading up also made sure the division rival Giants didn't get Smith. Do you like this move by the Eagles?
Yeah, I really do. And there's a couple of reasons. I'm actually in a hotel room here in Philadelphia. I'm working the draft for the Eagles, and I like it for a couple of reasons. Number one, if you remember, Jesse, they moved down from 6 to 12 and picked up the Dolphins' first-round pick in the 2022 draft. I think there's a chance the Eagles would have taken Devonta Smith at 6, especially with Kyle Pitts and Jamar Chase off the board. I think it's very possible that the Eagles would have taken him at 6. Instead, they pick up an additional first-round pick. Now, they had to give up the 3rd-round pick to go in front of the Giants, but the Giants taking Kadarius Toney at 20, I think, is a pretty good indicator. They would have taken Devonta Smith at 11. So the Eagles did what they needed to do to leap over their division rivals and get the guy they wanted.
Okay, well, the team making maybe the boldest move was the Chicago Bears, moving up to 11 to draft Ohio State quarterback Justin Fields. Was this a big win for Chicago?
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all of their fans are just so happy, and I'm happy for them. You know, I mean, everybody saw what Fields did the last couple of years and how talented he is. You know what I think is interesting about it is Matt Nagy, the head coach for the Bears, he was in Kansas City when they traded up for Patrick Mahomes. And some of the same pros and cons of Justin Fields is what people said about Mahomes. Nagy was there for Mahomes' rookie year where he didn't play much, but I think he saw in practice having an absolutely physically gifted guy, what that can mean. And I think Nagy wanted one of those guys, and he got one.
All right, well, everyone thought Dallas was going to land one of the 2-star corners at number 10, but with both of them gone, they moved down with a trade with Philly, go with Micah Parsons from Penn State. I mean, is that a good consolation prize for Dallas? Mike McCarthy has said they need to get faster on defense.
Absolutely, for a couple different reasons. Number one, I think Micah Parsons was the most dominant and best defensive player in this draft. He is unbelievable, running a sub 4.4 at 250 pounds. And if you think about the Cowboys, when they've been good on defense, their linebackers have been healthy and playing well. Sean Lee, Leighton Vander Esch, Jalen Smith. Here's the problem, Jesse. Sean Lee retired. Vander Esch has a serious neck issue. Jalen Smith has not played well the last couple of years. I think they need Parsons. They need that guy, and he's an unbelievable blitzer and pass rusher, which is how I think they'll use him early on.
Okay, well, Ross, this is a big one. Okay, New England hadn't drafted a quarterback in the first round since Drew Bledsoe in 1993. Many believe they wouldn't do it this year unless they moved up into the top 10 to grab one of those, top 5 rated quarterbacks in this draft. But with the way the draft board fell, Bill Belichick sat tight at 15 and he drafted Mac Jones out of Alabama. Were you surprised that Jones was still there at 15?
Yeah, I was a little bit because number one, I thought the Niners were going to take him at 3, so I was fooled on that. And I still thought if he fell, that a team like Denver at 9, maybe even Carolina at 8, would think long and hard about taking him, or even somebody might trade up in front of New England, like Chicago did for Fields, maybe Washington. Credit to the Patriots. I mean, they sat there and they got a guy that, basically fits the system that they ran for 20 years with some guy named Brady.
Some guy named Brady. Who? Brady who? All right. Well, before we let you go, before we even get to that, were there any big surprises for you on night 1 of the draft? I know that there was a lot of mystery surrounding this draft and a lot of craziness happened, but anything that's sort of sticking with you as a really big shocker?
Well, so 2 things, Jesse. One is it was not a surprise to me. If you listen to the Even Money podcast, I had J.C. Horn as the first defensive player off the board at plus 300 on the DraftKings Sportsbook app. So hopefully people listened to that show and took my advice. I know that surprised a lot of people that he was the first defensive player and went ahead of Patrick Surtain. I think Leatherwood at 17, Alex Leatherwood, the Alabama offensive tackle, to go at 17, although we shouldn't be surprised. This is the 3rd year in a row that the Raiders have taken a guy at least 10 spots higher than any mock draft in the galaxy had them going. It is uncanny. And by the way, Cleveland Farrell 2 years ago, Damon Arnett last year, not looking real good for the Raiders.
Okay, well, now before we let you go, what do you make of the report that Aaron Rodgers wants out of Green Bay? There's a lot of memes on the internet right now, and it's like, oh, the Packers are in jeopardy. And it's like Aaron Rodgers at his Jeopardy hosting gig. So, the Packers say that they aren't moving him, but draft day in the Packers always seems to be interesting.
Well, that was intentional, Jesse. They ruined his weekend a year ago. He wanted to ruin their weekend this year. And you know what? He is passive aggressive, man. Aaron Rodgers makes me laugh. He actually has a little bit more Brett Favre in him than I realized, because Brett Favre could be awfully passive aggressive and sort of manipulative. Look, Rodgers isn't happy, and I don't blame him. Last year, rather than trying to get the team better around him, you take Jordan Love in the first round, you trade up for Jordan Love in the first round. Disastrous. And then he has to watch and see Brady gets to pick his team. Brady gets to go to a team that's all in on winning the Super Bowl. The same team, by the way, that went up to Green Bay and beat them. I think he's frustrated because he knows Green Bay will never really be all in to try to win that year. It's just not their style.
All right. Thank you so much, Ross. Appreciate the time as always. You're always great on here. But guys, the Kentucky Derby is going to take place tomorrow from Churchill Downs. Our Emerson Latzia had a chance to catch up with NBC horse racing analyst Lafitte Pincay III. Check it out.
All right, the Kentucky Derby is back where it belongs, the first Saturday in May, and back with us to drop some knowledge is horse racing analyst for NBC Sports, Lafitte Pincay. What's good, man? How are you?
All good, Emerson. What's going on? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's great to have you here. Let's start with essential quality here. Trained by Brad Cox, the favorite entering Saturday, drew the number 14 post. So why is he deserving to be a favorite in your mind?
He's an undefeated reigning champion, the 2-year-old champion from last season. He's never going to wow you with his brilliance. You're not going to watch him race and left searching for superlatives like you would an American Pharaoh justify. What he does do is just figure out a way each and every time. His versatility, He's won close to the lead. He's won from off the pace. He's won at Churchill Downs. He's been in traffic and trouble and overcome that. The only question we had about essential quality going into his last start was what would happen when a horse race turns into a dogfight, when a horse's heart is tested. That happened in the Bluegrass with Highly Motivated, and he showed that he wasn't afraid to counterpunch. He dug in. He called on that class. He called on that heart. What defined him as a champion, that's what separates him thus far to this point, and why essential quality is a deserving favorite.
All right, well, how about trainer Todd Pletcher here? He's going to have 4 horses in the Derby, but perhaps his best known agenda drew the number 1 post, like on the rail. So how much of a concern is that for this horse?
It's Todd Pletcher has started 55 horses in the Derby, the most ever. I think he's had at least four times. He had 5 horses in another Derby. No question, no known agenda is the best of his quartet. He's a grade 1 Florida Derby winner. He's improving at just the right time. They put blinkers on his last couple of starts to get him just more focused, and it's really worked. The rail is a concern. No horse has won from the rail since 1986, and it took the greatest jockey who ever lived to pull it off, and Bill Shoemaker. No horse has won from the 1, 2, or 3 since 1998 in Real Quiet. The difference is the space that the starting gate occupies is less. They used to have 14 horses in one gate and 15 towards the outside in an auxiliary gate, and that took up more space. So the jockey on the 1 was literally, if he were to look straight, if the horse ran straight, they would have gone right into the fence. Really claustrophobic and uncomfortable. Now you just have one gate, takes up less space. So the 1 post really isn't that bad for known agenda. And he has arguably the best jockey in North America in the saddle in Irad Ortiz.
Well, which horses concern you after the results of the draw from Tuesday?
Emerson, it's a fair race. Aside from known agenda being hampered by the rail, I think it's a fair race. The only horse I was concerned about is Rock Your World, because he's only run once on dirt. So we don't know how he would respond to other horses being in front of him and kicking dirt back in his face. He's drawn way to the outside. The combination of his post and his tactical speed, where he'll be close early, he's not going to have to worry about any of that kickback. He was the only one I had concerns about in terms of a contender going in. He drew just fine.
All right. Well, out of all the horses getting like tons of buzz here, one of them is Hot Rod Charlie because of some of his recent performances. Trained by Doug O'Neill. We talked to him the other day. Great dude. Do you think he has what it takes? This horse has what it takes to pull out a victory here?
I do. And for some of the same reasons as essential quality, it's Hot Rod Charlie's versatility. We saw him go wire to wire in the Louisiana Derby. He was second to essential quality in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. But this is a horse you can root for and just get behind if you know nothing about horse racing.
Yeah.
He's a horse that, like, he is co-owned by 5 college buddies.
It's amazing, dude.
Football teammates and frat buddies.
Yes.
It's so cool. We're going to have a chance to see them on the walkover with, like, these Kentucky blue bloods that have been trying to win the Derby and winning the Derby for, like, decades. And here's these 5, like, frat boys, co-owners of the Derby horse. They call him Chuck. It's just an amazing story. We can't wait to tell it.
Just see them shotgunning beers like on the track, but
like egg stand right before post out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird flex, but okay, you know. But also, I love like the mission behind that horse too. I know they're raising money for like a fantastic cause, and we talked to Mr. O'Neill about that the other day. From one great trainer to another one. How about legendary trainer Bob Baffert here, man? Only one horse racing this year. That's Medina Spirit. Baffert chasing history, currently tied for the most Kentucky Derby wins with 6. Can Medina Spirit, Lafitte, help him make history?
I don't know. He's not Silver Charm. I don't think he's American Pharaoh. I know he's not American Pharaoh. He's not Justify. Baffert's superstar is sidelined. His name is Life is Good. On paper, he was easily the fastest, most talented 3-year-old of this generation. Sideline will miss the Triple Crown. Going to be just fine. He'll be back at some point. I guess sometimes when you're just reading the tea leaves and trying to read trainers, and Baffert's a pretty easy read, you can kind of tell when he feels like he has King Kong locked up in a cage ready to unleash. I'm not getting that sense from Bob with Medina Spirit. I think Hall of Fame jockey John Velasquez rides him aggressively. He might be in front passing the stands for the first time. Maybe, because he's one of these horses that are better at keeping other horses from passing him than he is actually passing horses. So maybe he makes his presence felt more early than late. Just not getting that overwhelming, beaming confidence from Bob Baffert like you do sometimes leading up to a Kentucky Derby.
Maybe he's just playing mind games with us.
That's possible too. That's possible too. I mean, listen, nobody liked Authentic last year. No,
Yeah.
I didn't think he could run a mile. I didn't think he'd get the distance and, sleep on Baffert, and look what happens.
You got any favorite long shot picks? You have any for us?
I think, to use in the exotics underneath, Midnight Bourbon has just trained too well, looked too good for trainer Steve Asmussen. Asmussen, I think he believes Superstock is going to run the race of his career. I don't know if that's good enough to win, but that's the sense I get from Asmussen regarding the Arkansas Derby winner. Bezos from well off the pace. Closers always have to worry about navigating traffic and that kind of thing. He's going to be about 25-30-1. And if you watch his race in the Louisiana Derby, the way he closed up the fence with a rookie Kentucky Derby jockey, Marcelino Pedrosa, I wouldn't leave him off your tickets either. Those are the three I'm gravitating towards in terms of potential upsets.
Hook us up with your pick to win. I need to hear it.
I'm vacillating between Rock Your World, the Santa Anita Derby winner, and Highly Motivated. It probably would be Essential Quality, but this guy, Mattress Mac, Jim McInvale, owner of Gallery Furniture out of Houston, is going to bet like $4 million on this horse, like over 2 days. That's why he's a 2-1 morning line favorite. Otherwise, he'd be like 3-1, 7-2. The morning line odds maker, his job is to make the morning line based on where the money's going to go, not who he thinks is going to win. So I like Essential Quality, but because of Mattress Mac, the price can be too damn short. So I have to make a decision at some point. I'll tell you, it will be either Rock Your World or Highly Motivated.
Mattress Mac, good friend of DraftKings. He's put down some ridiculous Super Bowl bets in the past too. And I'm just sitting here.
He puts his money where his mouth is and then some.
Yeah, for sure. Before you get out of here, let's finish up by diving into our free-to-play pool for the race. You can find this one on the DraftKings Sportsbook in the pool section. It's a $100,000 prize pool with $5K going to first place. And like I said, it's free to play. Even if sports betting is not allowed in your state. So rapid fire style here, Lafitte, quick and dirty. You ready?
Yep, fire.
All right. Will the winning time be over or under 2 minutes and 2.5 seconds?
Faster.
All right. Will the saddle cloth number of the winning horse be odd or even?
Oh, I can't. Whatever Rock Your World or Highly Motivated is. Let's go even.
Okay. Which horse will have the better finishing position? Known Agenda or Hot Rod Charlie?
Known Agenda.
How about better finish between Highly Motivated or Medina Spirit?
Highly Motivated.
And finally, give us your best guess on who finishes 1, 2, and 3.
Rock Your World, Highly Motivated, Super Stock.
Lafitte Pinkai, awesome catching up with you, dude. Thanks for making time for DraftKings.
Anytime. Best of luck with your wagers, man.
I'm here with DraftKings contributors Reed Fowler, Julian Edlow, and Jeff Ulrich. Gentlemen, it's time for a round one NFL draft recap. Now, Julian would like us to point out that he's the only one that had Trey Lance going to the 49ers at number 3. So I'm just pointing that out to everyone. I know that he also pointed that out on Twitter. Having said that, were any of you really surprised that this is how it played out? Like, Reed, were you surprised? No.
No, I think when you saw the draft board move, right? I was surprised back when I did my mock draft 45 years ago, Julian, and you waited to the last minute to do yours. So, of course, you're going to cherry pick that third pick. But when you saw the number move, right, as we got closer to draft time, then, yeah, you're not surprised. You're not surprised at all. What you're thinking about now is like, okay, you gave away pretty much everything in your future. You mortgaged your future for this kid. He better work out, right? Like, you gave a ton away for Trey Lance, a guy who's completely raw, has the biggest upside. I'm not surprised that Mac Jones fell all the way far that he did. But yeah, Trey Lance to this spot, I thought Justin Fields was the second best quarterback, but Lance is a better fit right now for Shanahan on that offense.
Jeff, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I mean, look, congrats to Julian for winning a coin flip. It was either going to be Trey Lance or Mac Jones. Great job. But look, the Trey Lance, it doesn't shock me that they finally just decided to go all in on Trey Lance. I love it personally. I think that the Trey Lance is the player who has the most potential to be like the next great superstar in this league from this draft in terms of quarterback play. The next perhaps Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, whatever. The guy's just got an incredible amount of skill from all things considered too. He sounds like a very intelligent dude who's obviously just learned this position so quickly. So you know what? If it ends up being the next Mitch Trubisky kind of pick for the San Francisco 49ers, who cares? Is it probably going to hurt Kyle Shanahan's career? Yes. But I like it when teams go all in on this. They obviously identified who they thought had the best upside, and they went with it. And you know what? Kudos to them for keeping this under wraps. They were clearly throwing smoke screens all kind of month and stuff like that. I think they had their eyes on Trey Lance from the start, and they went out and got him. Good for them.
Okay, well, Jules, let's go to you now. Who's your biggest winner of the first round?
I don't even get to react to.
No, I mean, you can. I thought you were going to say yourself, but continue.
To Reed and Jeff congratulating me on winning a coin flip that only I won and you other four bozos lost.
I said congrats.
3, 4, including yourself.
Thank you
If you're
for
including yourself.
congratulating me, Jeff. I don't think Reed did. What are we on to? What's the next question, Jesse?
I was asking you, who's your biggest winner of the first round?
Biggest winner. I actually think the Bears and Giants trade was a big win for both teams, which is rare considering the everything that we've given the Giants for some not so great moves over the years, everything that we've given the Bears for, like the Trey Lance move that we're talking about. Like Jeff said, he likes that they're all in no matter what on Trey Lance. That's what the Bears did for Mitch Trubisky and took him over to Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes, and that didn't work. And now they finally got they let it, Fields was never gonna slide to them at 20, but they let him slide far enough where they could make a reasonable deal to get him. And while it's an overpayment, giving a first to move up 9 spots, it's not if Justin Fields is really the guy. So I like what the Bears did a lot. They identified their guy. They got him at a fair price. And the Giants, on the other hand, who have made some poor moves in the past, very early in the draft, just take advantage of it. Tony maybe went a little bit higher than expected, but he's a good wide receiver. That's obviously the position they wanted. They were expecting Devontae Smith there. Eagles and Cowboys make a little move to jump up and get him. But they get a lot of future picks to move back and get the position that they were going to take anyway. So I really like the trade for both teams.
All right, Jeff, who's your biggest winner of the first round?
Yeah, it's the Bears. Look, I mean, sure, the Giants got some more draft capital, but I mean, again, we're talking about the difference between Justin Fields and Kadarius Toney. That's who the Bears would have had to take around pick 20. This was fine. This was a fine price. They played this perfectly. Like Julian said, they waited till the last second to move up. It only cost them 1 first. Look at what San Francisco had to pay to get a similar prospect at quarterback. We're not talking about some kind of raw talent here in Justin Fields. Justin Fields was possibly predicted by a lot of people to go second overall like 3 months ago. This is a very high-end quarterback. The Bears are now going to have a QB on a rookie deal, again, for the next 4 or 5 years. They're already in a bad place in salary cap. This is really going to help them. They've got pieces in place with Allen Robinson, the defense. They've got other young players like Darnell Mooney who's going to benefit from this. This was the perfect time for the Bears to do this. And guess what? They didn't pay that much. 1 first. If that's what it costs to get up and get a guy like Justin Fields, yes, I don't mind what the Giants did, but the big winners here are the Bears. Again, who cares if it doesn't work out? They went out and got their guy, and guess what? They actually paid a reasonable price for it.
All right, Reed, your biggest winner, who's it going to be?
Yeah, you guys forgetting about Andy Dalton, though, QB1 in Chicago, that he's Justin Fields. Yeah, of course, it's Justin Fields in Chicago. He had a good run. He had a good run. QB1, you got to change that tweet, though, or that post on IG. No, like I agree with the guys with the Bears, but how about the Chargers? Like they didn't have to move up at all to get arguably, right, in some circles, the best offensive lineman in Rashawn Slater. This guy's extremely versatile, and you need to protect Justin Herbert. They didn't have to do anything. I thought they might have had to move up, especially when we saw Penei Sewell kind of drift a little bit, but him going to Detroit, and then Slater not going to Carolina, and Julian's boy, J.C. Horn, going there. They saw that the Chargers saw that, hey, we can feasibly get this guy without moving and staying put, and that's what they did. So I like the Chargers.
All right, guys. How about the biggest loser here, Jeff? Who would you say is the biggest loser?
Yeah, it's definitely the Panthers. Just how this whole summer or this whole offseason has played out for the Panthers, let's just take a look at it. I mean, they spent draft capital to go out and get Sam Darnold, and then in the first round, they drafted a cornerback when Justin Fields and Mac Jones were both sitting there, and they could have had them for nothing to move up. So basically what you're saying is you would have rather given out a lot of money to Sam Darnold, given out draft capital to acquire him, rather than getting Justin Fields for free and getting him on a rookie deal, which is really going to help you against the salary cap. You could have spent that draft capital you spent on Sam Darnold to get a cornerback. There are cornerbacks like Kyle Fuller out there on the market for like nothing. So this was, to me, like this whole offseason for the Panthers it's been bad. It's just been ridiculous. I think they got a worse quarterback. They spent more to get him. Now they have to pay more against the salary cap. And they also had to burn one of their top draft picks on a cornerback now who wasn't even the consensus number one cornerback for a lot of people. So I absolutely hate the offseason for the Panthers. They had so much potential. I do like Matt Rule, but this has not played out well for them. I think they're really going to regret the moves they made this summer or this offseason.
Jeff, who do you think the biggest loser is?
That was me.
Am I Jeff
I
now?
mean, Reed.
It's okay, Jesse. I got you. It's Friday. We're all waiting for the weekend. Well, like I mentioned earlier before we came on this segment, I just leave the Las Vegas Raiders in this slot to make sure every year I have to keep on doing research because we know the Raiders, they make some questionable moves. And look, fine, this is all conjecture right now. It comes from a great school in Alabama because, like Julian says, they're good schools and good players, and we know that. But I don't like that move at all, especially because there are other guys, right, in terms of the offensive line that were a little bit higher graded, like Darashaw was still out there, and I think that would have been a nice fit for the Raiders, but I digress because I could spend an entire segment talking about the Raiders. I think it's the Jets. I think when you take a look, I don't mind them moving and trading up to get a lineman, but I'm not a fan of Wilson, and it kind of goes to what Jeff is saying is, if you're trading away Sam Darnold and then you're using your second pick overall to get Wilson, in your mind, you have to know that Wilson is going to be better than Darnold, right? Like that's what you're doing. And essentially what you could have done if you were the Jets and if you kept Sam Darnold is you could have got someone like Kyle Pitts. I know getting Kyle Pitts at number 2 overall seems like such a reach for a tight end, but giving weapons to Sam Darnold would have been a lot better. Like Sam Darnold he's only 23. Or whatever he is, 22, 23. I don't think that, he's still got a lot of run left and we don't know his full potential. So the Jets right now to me are the team that even though they picked the second quote unquote best quarterback with this extreme elite arm talent, I just don't like it. So if it's not the Raiders, because I'm extremely critical of my team, it's the Jets for me.
Okay, Reed, how about you? I'm just kidding. Julian, go ahead.
Yeah, the Raiders are the easy answer. They took an O-lineman that was a coin flip to be available to them at 48 when they pick next. And if he wasn't, you can just get a very similar prospect. So why not use your high-end pick to fill another area of need? But that's too easy. Like Reed said, we can use them every year. They took like a corner that was supposed to go in the 3rd round last year. It just happens every time. So for me, and I like Jeff's points about Carolina. Like if it's not the Raiders, I'm gonna be honest, I just totally forgot who I was gonna say.
Okay. Yeah, take a second. It's fine.
You can just praise me.
Let's just go to the Packers because like their day was ridiculous with the Rodgers rumors and how it affected Super Bowl odds, win total odds coming off the board is pretty crazy. It makes you feel like there's something there to it. But at the same time, the Packers came out last night and said, we're not trading Aaron Rodgers. So if that's your mindset, you once again just took a cornerback, a defensive player in the 1st round, a guy that was projected to go mid to late 2nd round, all the way up at 30. Not that he's a bad pick. He went to Georgia, SEC, great speed. But if there was finally a year to show Aaron Rodgers some good faith here, like, okay, look, we took you your wide receiver. We can fix this relationship. Why don't you stick around? And they don't do it. So it just looks to me like the Packers are a complete mess right now. And while you don't want to, maybe they just know what it tells me is maybe they know he's completely gone because if he's not,
that's what I was going to say.
Somebody that's going to make Rodgers want to stay. So the fact they didn't do that maybe shows us a little bit more that the Packers and Aaron Rodgers really are coming to an end.
Yep.
That's crazy. The Packers' future is in jeopardy. Reed, what surprised you the most about how that 1st round played out?
Oh, touche, Cofield. I like
I
that.
mean, I stole that from a meme I saw on the internet. But
It doesn't matter. It's yours because you said it. Everything works on the internet. It's the first. But the surprise, I think, when you take a look at, nothing surprises me anymore because we think we know what's going to happen, and Julian will say that he does, but he really doesn't. About who's going to go
I
where.
had the most accurate mock draft, so I knew more of what was going to happen than any of you.
True. Yeah, it's like a blind squirrel finds a nut. That whole analogy, but.
I think 7 nuts out of the top 10, but all right, keep going.
I think the Saints probably surprised me the most because this is not so much of a narrative, more of a team. Like they had some early reports yesterday morning that saying that they were going to make a huge move, right? Watch out for the Saints. They might make a huge move. And then they go out and they get a defensive end when they need help at wide receiver. They need help, in the interior defensive line. They need a lot of help at defensive back, I think, as well. And then they go take an edge rusher, right? Like that to me is something that really was surprising. I'm not a huge fan of it. The guy's got a lot of size, but I just wasn't a fan. So that surprised me with the Saints because usually the Saints are pretty good with their draft picks, but this yesterday wasn't great.
all right, what do you think here, Jules? What surprised you the most?
Honestly, everybody had, if Mac Jones didn't go to the Niners, the Patriots will trade up to get him, or maybe he'll slide to 15. I'm shocked that the Patriots actually pulled the trigger, spent first-round draft capital on the quarterback position. I know that Tom Brady just left, and it is a position of need, and Cam Newton wasn't great last year. But Bill Belichick is a stubborn guy, and he will find other ways to fill that position. You coach up players, you do it on defense, you find other ways to win. And Tom Brady, obviously, we all know, pick 199 in the 6th round. You can find your quarterback elsewhere. So the fact that I know the Patriots need a quarterback, but the fact that they didn't go with a guy, later tonight in the 3rd round, or even on Saturday, or find a way to bring in a guy, even if it's not Jimmy Garoppolo, that suits Belichick, is very surprising to me. They invested a first-round pick. It's the first time Bill Belichick has ever done that in the quarterback position. So I know a lot of people thought this was it. And, the Alabama connection with Saban, Mac Jones makes sense. He doesn't run around. He's a Tom Brady type of prospect in terms of it being a pocket passer. But they actually did it. They picked a quarterback, and that shocked me.
All right, Jeff, what shocked you about the first round?
Yeah, it was a little bit shocking, definitely. I've always been expecting to see Jimmy Garoppolo eventually get traded to the 49ers this offseason, but it really doesn't look like that's going to happen. To me, the biggest shock of the first round was just that there wasn't more splashy trades. I mean, the trades we saw were pretty reasonable. I mean, the Bears moved up, but they only moved up 8 spots or whatever. And again, it wasn't like a huge capital they gave up. The Eagles moved up and grabbed Devontae Smith, but it wasn't a big splashy trade. They just moved up a couple spots. It was very reasonable. It was smart moves, in my opinion. Generally, we see teams trying to really overpay to get up into the top 10 or something of the draft. I thought we'd see a team do that, probably for Justin Fields or maybe for one of the wide receivers, and we didn't do that. So I think the biggest surprise for me was just the lack of really kind of overpayment, because we just tend to see teams fall in love with players. Didn't really happen. It was still a very exciting draft, and we had some good movement. But I guess the biggest surprise for me was just the well-managed draft capital from the GMs this year. Nobody really just broke the bank.
All right, good stuff, guys. Appreciate the time. As always, more draft coverage is on the way. We will be right back. Welcome back to The Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield, joined by DraftKings contributors Gary and Thorne and Reed. Fantasy impact in year one. So I'm just going to ask you to give us 3 players you think will have immediate fantasy impact from this year's draft. These don't have to be in any particular order. So let's start with just like the first guy you got, Gary, and who is.
You can find the magic from back in 2017. I don't want to say Arthur Smith is Kyle Shanahan because he's got a long way to go before he gets to that point. But this is someone who turned Ryan Tannehill into the most efficient quarterback in the NFL. So I think Matt Ryan has the potential now with some of these weapons, specifically Kyle Pitts, to have a big season. So I again just think tight end, we're always looking for somebody. And immediately in the blink of an eye, we now have someone who has the potential to be an amazing tight end.
All right, Reed, the first guy you think is going to have an immediate fantasy impact.
Yeah, it's got to be Pitts. I was ready to say Jalen Waddle because like Jalen Waddle, and like all kidding aside, because I know Gary is a Dolphins fan. I mean, are we really going to feel confident in the durability of Devontae Parker and Will Fuller? No, Jalen Waddle could come into a spot in certain games, right? In certain games, he could come into a spot where you see him get the 4 catches for 125 yards and 2 touchdowns, because that's how good of a game breaker he is. But yeah, it's got to be Kyle Pitts, especially when you take him 4 overall. He's not going to be sitting behind Hayden Hurst, right? You're not going to be waiting for the guy to get. And I know tight ends in their first year, it's hard for them to get going. But he's probably not going to be a guy that's going to be going to be run blocking. He's not going to be lining up in line very much. We saw him a lot at Florida be out wide, and that's what we see with Darren Waller. And that's a comp that we've seen in the NFL, that what he is he's a big receiver, and that's what Kyle Pitts is. So I agree with Darren here. It's Kyle Pitts, number 1.
All right, Reed, another guy you think is going to have an immediate fantasy impact. Who is it?
Yeah, I think Travis Etienne in Jacksonville is going to have an impact. You know, Najee Harris is someone too that I kind of have there just because like he kind of fills in. He doesn't really have a ton of competition, but I do think Etienne has the ability to be that 3-down back who has the right now for fantasy. He has those tools, right? He's a great pass catcher, and he joins his college teammate who knows exactly how how he plays. And so if you're thinking about Trevor Lawrence needing a security blanket and Etienne is on the field, and look, James Robinson was great for us for fantasy, but this is a new regime in Jacksonville. They don't have any ties to James Robinson. And so I could see Travis Etienne getting that 3-down role, and that defense in Jacksonville, let's see what they do later on in this draft, but they don't look like they're getting any better anytime soon. So this team is going to have to put up a ton of points. They didn't last year. I look at Travis Etienne potentially being a 3-down role. And we know the comps that he's getting to Alvin Kamara. That's high praise. He's nowhere close to that yet. But you kind of see that Alvin Kamara, when he first came out in the NFL, he kind of had that same type of role with New Orleans. So I like Travis Etienne.
Gary, where are you going for this one?
Well, Reed mentioned Najee Harris, so let's talk about Harris for a second, because it's kind of an interesting dynamic between the two of these guys taken back-to-back in the draft, because I think Etienne, like Reed was saying, might have the potential to be a better pass-catching running back, which for, PPR is such a boon. It's such an important aspect of a fantasy profile. But at the same time, maybe it's coach speak. I don't know how much we want to read into this, but Urban Meyer was not dismissive, but very complimentary of Carlos Hyde when he was talking last night for whatever reason. And again, maybe he's just kind of placating to the veteran, just saying the right things. But I do think when we look at track record, there's few coaches in the NFL currently who have as established a track record as Mike Tomlin. And while the Steelers running back situation has been a little messy the last 2 years, while their offensive line has obviously had its issues, and while the running game looked terrible, regardless of who was carrying the ball in 2020, Tomlin has shown his hand before when it comes to bell cow systems. I mean, he is someone who, if they've spent capital on a running back, I think that Harris will be given the opportunity to be a 3-down back, and that might happen faster than Etienne in Jacksonville. So I do think just with the history the Steelers have with single back systems, you have to be intrigued by the potential of Harris.
All right, Gary, and who's your third pick going to be?
Kind of chalky, but Jamar Chase. I think it's interesting when you look at the situations that Chase and Waddle fell into, two guys who are inevitably going to be compared. You can throw Devonta Smith in there as well. But as Reed talked about, yes, the Dolphins do have a bunch of receivers who tend to get hurt, but they still have a bunch of receivers. Devonta Parker has been there forever. He's someone who probably can pencil in for 120 targets. Will Fuller is in like a contract year already again, and he's going to be trying to impress, and he's already stated he wants to get a long-term deal out of this. Mike Gesicki is someone who deserves a lot of attention as a tight end. So there's a hierarchy in Miami where I don't want to say Jalen Waddle won't be used, because he will be, but it might be slow, and he might have to earn some reps until someone gets hurt. Where Cincinnati, I mean, make fun of AJ Green all you want. The husk of AJ Green last season, he still got 104 targets. It's 104 targets they have to immediately fill, and Jamar Chase just steps right into that role. I know Tyler Boyd's there. I know T. Higgins is there, but Jamar Chase is a number one wide receiver, and I think he's going to have that volume this season. And look, Joe Burrow's going to be healthy. This team's going to score some points.
All right, Reed, the third player you think will have a year one fantasy impact. Who is it?
Yeah, I love that call, especially if you buy low on a guy like Chase, because we know that Burrow isn't going to start right away. I think it's Brandon Allen. People, like, if they want immediate production from Jamar Chase and they spent a decent draft pick on him, and play that out, because when Joe Burrow comes back, they don't need to work out how the connection, right? So I love that call. But it's Justin Fields. I think when you take a look at what he's potentially going to do, and I know taking a quarterback here, you're not going to be drafting a quarterback, especially a rookie quarterback, but I think Trey Lance does sit a considerable amount, just because they want to protect their investment, even though he's the number 3 overall. He's still very raw, and Justin Fields isn't. I think he sees the field sooner than any other than Zach Wilson and Trevor Lawrence. I think he sees the field very soon, and because Chicago's going to want that. Chicago's going to need that. Andy Dalton, for as good as that social media team is QB1, that's not their QB1. They don't trade away and mortgage their near future to have this guy sit. He is the most NFL-ready quarterback, and the way that he's able to use his legs and the accuracy, and Allen Robinson next year is probably singing his good graces finally, that even though this is a rookie quarterback, at least Chicago is trying. At least the team that he's on is trying to get a really good quarterback. I just think when you have a guy like Justin Fields, who's probably going to be running a ton, that's what we want to see from our fantasy quarterback. So keep your eye on Justin Fields.
All right, good stuff, you two. Thank you. In our final segment, we're going to be looking ahead to round 2. But first, here's a NASCAR price check for this week's race at Kansas Speedway.
Welcome to the price check. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Let's look at the salaries for Kansas, whose salary jumped up this week. Kyle Larson, $9,400 up to $11,300. Here are his intermediate track results this season. Most points at Las Vegas, most points at Atlanta, 4th most points at Homestead. Joey Logano, $9,800 up to $11,100. He got lapped in the last intermediate track race. He has not looked good in this package this season. Alex Bowman, $9,000 up to $10,200. Does anyone remember when I said he was going to win at Richmond because 8's a lucky number in China? Well, who's laughing now? Whose salary dropped this week? Michael McDowell, $7,200 down to $5,800. He's starting 3rd. Hard pass. Even if he was at the min price of $4,500, no way. Anthony Alfredo, $5,700 down to $4,500. DraftKings hit him with the min price, and it's still a no. Also, your nickname is not Fast Pasta. You don't get to come up with your own nickname. Your nickname is Alf. Brad Kozlowski, $10,500 down to $9,700. Good in both Kansas races last season. Good at Homestead this year. Good at Las Vegas this year. Struggled at Atlanta, but he had damage. Favorite play of the week, Denny Hamlin, $10,800. Good in both Kansas races last season. Won one of those. And no team is better at guessing the setups than the 11 team. Austin Cindric, $6,700. It's too cheap. It's a Penske car starting 2nd to last. He will be the highest owned driver this weekend. All right, guys, check out DK Nation for your DFS information and needs. If you have NASCAR questions, find me on Twitter at Race for the Prize. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Catch me on DK Live.
I kind of like going defense with the Atlanta Falcons. Obviously, they spent up massive draft capital to grab Kyle Pitts, potential Julio Jones replacement. There is some talk that they could go RB here, but I just look at Atlanta, and are they really going to spend their first 2 picks on just skill positions, especially knowing that their defense isn't that deep? Like, lost Keanu Neal in the offseason. The corners really didn't work out well last year. Still could use some pass rush help. I just feel like at this point, even with a little bit of juice attached, there's a lot of good defensive players on the board, safeties. I feel like Atlanta most likely going to go defense in the second round, and those odds are pretty appealing.
All right, Reed, what do you think? Any teams in particular you'd like to target for this bet?
Yeah, like a lot of these picks, right? They're kind of heavy on one side, letting the juice. But here's one with the Jets' third pick. I think they address the running back position. I think they go offense at plus 100. I think you have to, right? You got some pretty aging running backs in that backfield that you need to shore up there. And so I do think the Jets go offensive player. But I'm in agreement with Jeff. I think Atlanta, they have to address that back end of that defense. And Asante Samuel is still sitting out there. So I do think they go after him there. So if it's not the Jets at plus 100 for an offensive player, I do like the Falcons.
What do you think, Garion?
I think the last half of the first round is kind of interesting in the sense that not a lot of offensive tackles went. There's so many offensive linemen with back-end first-round grades just sitting out there, and it really couldn't have gone better for a couple teams. I know this is kind of a chalky pick. You got to lay a lot of juice, but Cincinnati to take an offensive lineman is minus 335. That's like 95 to 98% going to happen. They need to take an offensive lineman. And I think you could use similar logic with the Dolphins. They're minus 167 to take an offensive player. You could get an offensive lineman specifically at plus 150, but they also might take a running back. That's plus 300. So, they were attached to possibly Najee Harris at pick 18. They might have taken Sewell at pick 6. Like, the writing's on the wall that they need these positions to be filled. So I think Miami minus 167 taking offensive player is a pretty good bet.
All right, well, you can already get in on Rookie of the Year on the DK Sportsbook. Trevor Lawrence is the favorite at plus 300, but would he be your pick, Reed?
No, I mentioned this player in that last segment. I think Travis Etienne is someone that I really like. You need someone who's going to pad the stats, right? Justin Herbert last year was amazing because the defense on the Chargers side was not, right? Or they were just putting up a ton of points because he was that good and he had that type of offense. So if it's not one of these quarterbacks, then yeah, I like for value's sake Travis Etienne at plus 1,400. But I also do think that guys like Justin Fields, play it out right now, have a really good shot because you want someone who's going to start right away, obviously. And we haven't seen a receiver win this award in a while. It's been running backs or quarterbacks, I think, over the last 4 years. Kamara, Saquon Barkley, and then Justin Herbert. So I like Travis Etienne for the value at plus 1,400 if it's not a quarterback like Justin Fields at plus 600.
Gary, are you interested in Trevor Lawrence here as the favorite or not really?
I mean, I'm interested. Sure. He's probably going to win and you're going to give him at plus money. It's not a terrible bet. I would say I was surprised by how low Zach Wilson's odds are, considering that of the 4 quarterbacks that are right now on top of the board, he has the longest odds at 10-1, yet he's one of the 2 guys I think we can say definitively will be starting week 1. So as Reed said, this is an award that is generally going to either the quarterback or the running back that has the most volume, the most opportunity. And while there's a good chance, again, that Trevor Lawrence is just going to run away with this award, I think Wilson's odds are a little off for me because if he's healthy, he's just going to rack up volume stats like Justin Fields might not have a chance to.
Jeff, where do you sit on this one?
Oh, man, I want to recommend some of these wide receivers, but, these guys have already kind of touched on it. If a QB has even like a solid season, he's probably going to get picked over the wide receiver for this award. We saw it happen last year. Justin Jefferson put up a historic rookie season. He still didn't win the award. So Devontae Smith looks really tempting at plus 2,000. He's going to be the Eagles' leading receiver. He's going to have a chip on his shoulder after people talking about his weight all off season as well. So I do kind of like that, but I'm just going to go with Justin Fields at plus 400. He's going to start for Chicago. He's got Allen Robinson. He's got Darnell Mooney as a deep shot. I've always been big on Justin Fields, and I think it's a better spot for him to land than Trevor Lawrence. I think the Jaguars are going to try and run the ball a lot. I think Lawrence might rack up some rushing yards, but I think Justin Fields might be the guy here to really kind of, again, play with the chip on his shoulder after falling. And he's fallen into a pretty good spot with a really, really top end wide receiver. So I'll say Justin Fields at plus 400.
All right, you can also look at the other side of the ball and choose the defensive rookie of the year. Micah Parsons leading the pack at plus 500. Gary, and who do you like here?
I think the interesting thing to think about with this one is we don't really know how Micah Parsons is going to be used in Dallas. Like, is he going to rush the passer? Is he going to be someone they're using in coverage a little bit more? Like, it's a little unclear. And I think with defensive rookie of the year, you have to go after one of two statistical categories: interceptions or sacks. Like, it's impact plays, essentially. You're not going to get it for making 110 tackles. So I look at someone like Kwity Paye, who is in a great situation in Indianapolis. Like, first and foremost, they just know how to coach a defense. And he's going to be lining up with DeForest Buckner, who is drawing 2 or 3 offensive linemen essentially every time he's on the field. So Paye's going to be out there always getting single coverage, maybe getting some tight ends. I think he could rack up 10, 11 sacks. I mean, he was a lot of people's number one edge rusher on the board, had a couple medical issues like a week before the draft, but it seems like that was all cleared up. So at 10-1, I think he's got a really good chance considering where he could have an impact on the stat sheet.
All right, Jeff, real quick, we got like a minute left.
Yeah, I'm definitely on the same page as Gary, and fade the favorites here. Go after the sacks and interceptions. Caleb Farley for the Titans, probably going to start, coming off an injury, plus 2,500, big odds. And Gregory Rousseau, another DE who could get some sacks for you. I like both those guys.
Reed.
Yeah, it's J.C. Horn. Like Gary mentioned, going after the interceptions. Carolina was one of the worst teams. They were the most targeted outside team with the opposing offense in the division that they play. He could have an opportunity to get a bunch of interceptions if he's chalked up to what Julian and everyone thought he was. So give me J.C. Horn plus 1,600 if it's not one of these edge guys.
All right, good stuff, guys. Appreciate the time. As always, we're kicking off 6 Madden Sims today. It's going to be amazing. Jessup, Panthers, Kaufman, and Kenny on the call of that first one. The Sweat will be back on Monday at 11 a.m., so we'll see you then. But stick around for 6 Madden Sims starting at noon. Enjoy.
Well, and that concludes our experiment on the MTV show Breaking Point. We now bring you a full day of Madden simulated coverage over the course of the next several hours with Kenny Ducey. I'm Adam Kaufman, and truly, we do apologize for coming to you a little bit late. Technical issues that had to be resolved. You wouldn't have wanted us to start and have to stop for a half hour. Better that we just get going late. So everything is good. I think we're locked in. Obviously, lineups have long since locked. We see your frustration with the dislike button. For shame, people. Give us a little bit of patience. We appreciate it. You can turn those frowns upside down because we are here. Ducey, how are you, bud? Nice hat.
Thank you. Yeah, I decided to wear a bucket hat today. That's just what I was feeling. We were trying to figure out, how to properly put on a show for you guys since it took so long to get on the air. So I said, why don't I just put on a bucket hat? No one can be mad at me in a bucket hat. Everyone's going to say, nice hat, Kenny. They'll applaud me. They'll be so distracted by the bucket hat, they won't even know what time it is. They won't see that it's 12:30. Oh, by the way, you can suck it second COVID shot because I feel fantastic today on day 2.
Good. Glad to hear. We want to hear all about that. We want to talk NFL draft. We got a lot to cover over the course of the next however long we are with you. Not to worry, all other sims today will start on time. So it just means, really, you could look at it this way. We did you a favor because you have an even shorter gap between the nooner and the Madden matinee. So there.
I don't know if I would say a favor. But
there's your silver lining. How about that? What's your lineup look like for this one?
My lineup looks like I'm going to be talking you down off the Mac Jones high that you're on right now all sim long. Dom Harpo said, thank God Ducey is here to keep Cough in check with the Mac talk. So yeah. Also people are picking up from what I just said that they think it's my fault. So you know what? I can fall on the sword here if you want me to.
No, we've been over this, guys. Whenever something bad happens, it's Samir's fault.
I'm absolutely willing to no one likes me anyway. So if you want someone to blame, you could definitely blame me. But yeah, no, we're making it happen here. So it's good to be with you, Cough. I also agree with whoever just said that about Mac Jones. I think that you and everyone else they're just going a little crazy about this guy.
I haven't even started yet. I haven't even gotten into the Mac Jones talk. In fact, I asked you for your lineup. What do you got?
I don't have a lineup.
What do you mean you don't have a lineup?
I don't have a lineup.
You didn't have time before noon while we were just sitting here talking to make a lineup?
No. Well, it locked at noon.
Yeah, we were together before that, contrary to what people may think. All right, fine. Well, it's the nooner, the Wilson versus Horn coming soon to Madden 22 free roll, obviously involving your beloved Jets and these Carolina Panthers. I'll give you my lineup since I have one. Christian McCaffrey is in the captain spot along with about 25% of people, 81% owned overall. Le'Veon Bell, who was originally my captain before I shuffled things around, is in the flex. He's about 20% owned in the captain slot, 77% overall in our smaller free roll. Also have DJ Moore, Curtis Samuel, Chris Hogan, and Joey Sly in honor of Jason Rossi. A kicker. So that's what we got going on as we were getting ready to kick things off. DJ says, Cough picked up Psych Season 1 on DVD at a thrift shop for $3.99. Listen, DJ, I will always support giving back to the cause and, putting a little money in their pockets. But, I mean, you do know if you have Amazon Prime, you can watch them all for free, every season, all 8 of them. Not that I'm not saying $4 is a lot of money. If you just want to have it, physically in hand, I get it. Look at the wall behind me. Believe you me, I get it. But you didn't have to do it. That's all I'm saying. Executive Session says, I love how Ducey's embraced his bad guy image.
Is that what bad guys do? They wear bucket hats?
Yep, you got it. You got it. You're a bad guy now. That's you.
I am really excited about
Zach Wilson?
Zach Wilson, yeah. Well, no. Well, yes. But I'm more excited about ABT. Really. Vera Tucker is going to be a great guard for the New York Jets. You got to take lessons You have to take lessons from general managers that do it right and teams that do it right. Look at the Dallas Cowboys. Have they won anything? No. Would people say that they're a great team? No. But the one thing that they have had indisputably for the last 10 years has been a fantastic offense. And it started because they just continued to draft offensive linemen. That's all they did. And an offensive line is the biggest thing that you can do. And if you can just give your quarterback time in the pocket, they will develop into a good quarterback. The first and most important thing is to build the line. So AVT and Becton on the left side there of that, you'd think anyway, they could maybe move him over to right tackle if they want. On the left side of that line, absolutely phenomenal. I love it. McGovern and Fant were good last year. And the Jets just continue to make good moves. I think that moving up to get Vera Tucker, the second lineman drafted in the draft, mind you, was a great move. They didn't have to give up the 34th pick, which is the second pick today, which I love. They did give up a lot, but you know what? I think it was worth it because they clearly really liked them. And that's the beauty. That's why you have so many picks, Carl. That's why the Jets have 40 picks in the next 3 drafts. Because if you have a guy you identified as a guy you really want and he falls to a certain spot, he fell in the middle of the first round, people might have thought he went 8th. You go grab him, So that was what I was sort of prepared for in this draft was if someone falls and the Jets really want them and the Jets have them ranked in their top 10, they'll probably go get them. And that's what they did. I mean, they could have, and I mean, I don't know if they were worried that the Patriots were going to take Vera Tucker, but they certainly, I mean, they maybe could have waited till 16, but that's the only really qualm I have. I thought it was a good move to get him, and that's what I'm most excited about coming out of last night is the lineman. That's it. Zach Wilson, I think, will be fine, but I don't think you need anything more than fine. He could end up being great, but the Jets drafted quarterbacks. They've drafted so many quarterbacks over the years, and they've never put them in good positions. And I think that right now, he's already got Corey Davis, and they have Jamison Crowder inside. Denzel Mims is still developing, and they'll either pick a wide receiver second today, or maybe a defensive player. But if they do pick a wide receiver today, I mean, you're talking, you've already got great weapons for him. You've got a great line built around him, and you've got a great coaching staff in place. I think that, again, he doesn't need to be the most pro-ready quarterback. If you just put him in the pocket and you give him time, he's going to make the throws, and that's all that you need to know about Zach Wilson. So I think he'll be good. And we'll see what happens today. Like I said, I'm excited about today, just as excited about today as yesterday.
Any and all draft questions, comments, thoughts, whatever, get them into the chat. We'll see them, YouTube, Twitch, wherever you're finding us. Happy to address them. We are here with you, obviously, for the duration of this sim, and we have a ways to go, about halfway through a scoreless first. Though here in the Darnold Bowl, the Jets are threatening. Of course, remember, he is a real-life Carolina Panther now, with Zach Wilson now a member of the Jets. And of course, on the other side, you got Teddy Bridgewater, who's a Bronco, at least for the time being. Yes.
Well, and to my point about the quarterback, I think that, to transition nicely into Mac Jones, he is he's fine. He's going to make all the throws. I don't know if he's, that much different than Zach Wilson, honestly. But the Patriots already have an infrastructure that they can just plug him in. And I think that he'll just do just fine. I mean, you look at the way that Cam Newton almost led the Patriots to the playoffs. I mean, I know that it sounds crazy because they ended up finishing a few games back. But if you really consider how is he not in there?
That's awfully close. He'll get another chance, though, folks. Second and goal coming up.
How many games the Patriots lost down the stretch, in the fourth quarter? They should have beat the Bills. There were so many games, the Seahawks game, that the Patriots should have won. And if you flip those games to wins with a decent quarterback, you're all of a sudden right in the playoff picture. And I do think that Mac Jones is stepping into a good situation there, and I think that he'll be good because of it. I think that all the quarterbacks really went to good spots. I was sort of in the Justin Fields camp as well, but again, I don't think it matters too much. I think that Zach Wilson's got higher upside, and Fields is probably safer.
Le'Veon Bell, effortless that time. Third time's a charm. Bell gets in. First touchdown, first points of this game, and congrats to the roughly 20% who captained Le'Veon Bell. It's about to be 7-0 after we get a Sam Ficken extra point. I have so many thoughts. I have so many questions regarding the quarterbacks and quarterback situation across the league too, because as we know, yesterday was a busy day. And for anyone, I saw it a little bit in the chat, for anyone say, why are we talking so much Jets? The Jets suck. Who cares about the Jets? There are two reasons. One, Kenny is a Jets fan and follower, so I want his perspective on the Jets. And two, more importantly, it's a Jets sim. The Jets are playing. The Jets just had the ball. It's relevant. If we spend the next 45 minutes talking about Mac Jones and what, the Patriots' future, you have a gripe. We could spend the entire time talking about the Jets and Panthers, and that makes sense. That's just logical here to start off your Dream Stream day. And the Jets certainly, as we go back to Zach Wilson, I know you said you think he's got upside, you think you're happy with the pick, but I mean, what do you say, I guess, to the people, and there were many who felt going into the draft, and I know it was, the odds favored Wilson going number 2. No one was surprised. It was chalk, quite frankly,
right.
By the time we reached yesterday. But for anyone that says, Zach Wilson's going to be a bust, or Zach Wilson, out of the 5 quarterbacks that projected to go in the first round, and obviously all did in the top 15, this is the worst. This isn't the guy you want. Fields, as you acknowledged before, he's the second best prospect in terms of the quarterbacks. That's the guy. Wilson is number 5. How did just as a Jets,
I don't know if anyone said number 5, but
I saw a lot of people that had him at number 5.
Well, yeah. Ask me the question.
Well, the question is, how do you feel about that? Do you feel like, even though you weren't surprised that he was a reach, that he didn't make the most sense with the other 4 guys or other 3 guys next to him available after Trevor Lawrence went?
I mean, I don't think that Lance has the high. I really do think that, that Zach Wilson could have the highest ceiling here. And I don't think that's a crazy thing to say. I think that most people would say that. Obviously besides Trevor Lawrence, just because, he's got the natural arm talent. He's drawn the comparisons to Mahomes. He's really good out of the pocket, and that's sort of where the league's going now. But like I said, I don't know how much he's going to have to do outside the pocket, because this line should be pretty good for him. But I don't see anything wrong with him. I mean, the competition level that he played wasn't great, but you could say the same thing about Trey Lance or Carson Wentz. Who do those guys play? They played FCS schools. So, I don't know if that's so much different. You are really kind of taking a guy off of 1 year, but then again, how many times does that happen and work out? Plenty of guys play like one good season and then come out and have problematic seasons their sophomore year, but then a great junior year and they come out. He's clearly talented. He's clearly a winner. He's clearly a big game player. So that's really all. I mean, oh my goodness, what in the world? That's really all to me.
Bridgewater for 35 to more.
Yeah.
How can you feel that way though after? And this is just me being devil's advocate. How can you feel that he, proven big game guy, proven winner, all these things off of one college season against the competition that he faced?
You say that again?
I said, how can you feel that he is a proven big game player, proven winner, based on the other things that you just mentioned? The poor competition in college and the 1 year.
Because he won. Because he won. That's why. I mean, he had a phenomenal performance in that bowl game. I can't even see his game log anymore. They took it down because it's I was looking up his game log last night. I was looking at all his games, and then of course ESPN converted his game log into an NFL game log, so it's hard to tell. But I wanted to just briefly refresh my memory.
Got a Carolina touchdown here to even this thing up in the closing moments of quarter number 1.
But yeah, his performance in the bowl game against UCF was phenomenal. I just wanted to refresh my memory on the numbers, but 425 yards, 3 touchdowns. I mean, The other thing about it is the guy threw 3 picks all year. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of lackluster teams in there, but like, you know, Coastal Carolina was good last year. They did end up losing that game. Wasn't his finest moment, but you know, Boise State, Houston, Navy was good. I mean, he played some competition, but I agree with you. I mean, it's not like, you know, it's not much, and we'll just see. We'll just see what happens with Zach Wilson. I mean, I'm optimistic, but my optimism has killed me plenty of times as a Jets fan. So,
quarterbacks through one quarter, by the way, here in this sim, perfect 7 out of 7, and you know, so far Sam Darnold and Teddy Bridgewater, they can do no wrong. A touchdown pass from Bridgewater. Le'Veon Bell has the touchdown run on the Jets side. He's 8 for 14 so far. McCaffrey, my captain, and so many others, 2 for 9 to this point. We'll look at the receiving numbers very quickly and get you there for quarter number 2. The Ian Thomas touchdown for 15 yards. Chris Herndon has 23. DJ Moore has 35. No one with more than 1 catch to this point. So ways to go to rack up those fantasy stats.
So must be said 3 months ago. Ducey said Sam Darnold had the highest upside. I didn't say he had the highest upside, but I said that they should have probably kept him, and I agree with you. I mean, I think that they could have taken Sewell with the 3rd pick, and then took AVT, completed their offensive line rebuild. You know, with 3 linemen in 2 years, and kept Sam, protected him. They could have also drafted, you know, Devontae Smith or Waddle or Pitts or any of these guys. That was sort of what I wanted them to do. I kind of wanted them to trade out of the 3rd pick, get more 1st-round picks, keep Sam, build around him. But look, I don't hate this either. And you know, David N says Jets have no one to throw to or run with. Well, it's just funny because a guy changes his uniform and now all of a sudden he becomes bad. Like a guy like Corey Davis, right? Like Corey Davis is a bona fide great wide receiver in this league. He was great last year for Tennessee, which was a very good team. But now because he plays for the Jets, he either doesn't exist or he all of a sudden stinks now. So you have him. You have Jamison Crowder, who objectively last year was really good. I mean, as people, if you owned him in fantasy football, you know, I mean, the guy he's fast. He's a possession machine. And, you know, I'm not saying he's like, you know, a Cooper Kupp level, right? But he's good. He's someone to throw the ball to. And now you have Denzel Mims. Denzel Mims, when he played in his games, was good last year, you know, after he came back from the injury. So there's people to throw to. And in terms of running with the ball, I mean, who was James Robinson? James Robinson was an undrafted free agent last year, turned into a great running back for Jacksonville. You don't need like a running back with a pedigree in the NFL, right? You don't need that. You can have anybody run the football. Sure. And the Jets have Tevin Coleman now. You know, they still think they have something in like the P. Ryan they drafted out of Florida last year. So I think it's foolish to say something like that.
We can get back to the Jets if we want to, but larger takeaways on the draft in the 1st round and the quarterbacks in general, because again, you had Chalk 1-2. So you had Trevor Lawrence, you had Zach Wilson, and then Trey Lance goes number 3 to the Niners, which really shifted the board for a variety of reasons. It made Mac Jones, you know, obviously plummet. Justin Fields did as well. Jones goes all the way to the Pats. Bears trade up to get Fields. It's an interesting quarterback situation there in Chicago. We can dive into that. But specifically at number 3, what it also did was, at least the speculation out there, and who knows what's what, but the reports, the rumblings, the rumors were, if the Niners take Mac Jones, Jimmy Garoppolo is gone. If they take Trey Lance, he stays, mentors him for a year, and then he's probably gone. So it appears Jimmy Garoppolo is sticking around San Fran. Would have been a tough contract to move on draft night, you know, to begin with, and the no trade clause. And now we've got the Aaron Rodgers domino and the potential of him going to Denver, and another thing that we can dive into. But as far as the Niners' impact and where that's relevant to Rodgers is, of course, the Niners reportedly reached out to Green Bay trying to trade for Rodgers and said no, and Rodgers apparently wanted that deal to come to fruition. It didn't. So what do you make of the entirety, the potentially complex Niners quarterback situation in the wake of everything that we really experienced there at number 3?
I mean, I don't think that it matters. I don't think that it matters. I think that the Niners, and that was my hot take, I think the Niners are going to be the one-and-done team. I really do. I don't know if they're going to go back to the Super Bowl for a while. I think that defense is good, but I have a lot of questions about that offense and that system. And, Trey Lance is a guy that is seen as a project, and I know, the whole stigma of, so-and-so's a project and they turn into a great player right away. I mean, you said that about players in any sport. Kristaps Porzingis was a guy. He can be good, right? He could be good early, but to me, if you're looking at Trey Lance, that's a guy that you're expecting to be good like 3 years down the road. And to me, I just don't understand where that fits at an NFL level. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo is not good, so I don't think they're going to do much with him this year, especially as they lose some of their core guys, and some of them get older. And, we know that he's not a good quarterback. So, I mean, are you going to force Trey Lance into action this year when Jimmy Garoppolo stinks, when he starts to, throw picks? Are we going to just say, Trey Lance, you're going out there and then, you're jumping the gun with this guy that you were like, okay, he's going to be ready in 3 years. Now we're just going to put him out there when he's not ready yet. I just think it's going to be a whole mess. And to me, I just don't care because I don't think that that Kyle Shanahan might be there in 3 years. I really don't. I think that's my hot take. I think that Kyle Shanahan might be on a different team in 3 years. I think that it's going to be a struggle this year. And if they commit to keeping Lance on the bench, then all of a sudden it's like, it better work in year 2. And then what if he's not ready in year 2? What if they force him in there and he throws a bunch of picks? Now you're talking about 3 straight years for Kyle Shanahan without the playoffs and with losing records or bad records. Can a coach survive 3 straight years without a good record? It's very difficult, Koff. I mean, think about how many could do that, especially, after really just having one good season and then that's it. So I don't know if it's that far-fetched to think by taking a project quarterback and having a bad quarterback in front of him, that this whole thing could be bungled and Kyle Shanahan could be out of a job.
They would take a project quarterback to begin with at number 3?
Huh?
Does it surprise you they would take a project to begin with at number 3?
No, it doesn't surprise me, but I mean, I don't understand why they. I mean, it doesn't surprise me, but I don't think it was a good move, and I don't understand why they needed to in the first place.
So Matt Jones was the better pick, or Fields, or just
it does not. Fields would be the good one, but the thing is, it doesn't make any sense, Koff. Right? It doesn't make any sense because this team went to the Super Bowl with a bad quarterback 2 years ago, was a throwaway from winning it all. This team, obviously, right? They're ready. They're quarterback ready. This is a quarterback ready team. They have, the skill position players in place. They have the defense in place. Their window is right now as we get a touchdown to Rashad.
Easy too.
Their window is right now, right? That's indisputable. Yeah. But we'll say, your window is right now to win. This is their best chance. So, for me, why are you taking a guy that's like 2 years away from being really good? Why not take the pro-ready guy in Justin Fields? Why not take the pro-ready guy in Mac Jones? The ceiling might not be high, but who cares? You're trying to win a Super Bowl in the next 2 or 3 years. Congo Cab says, Kyle's not going anywhere. I'm asking you a valid question where if you have 3 straight bad years in a row, can you survive? Can you survive? And what is Kyle Shanahan surviving on if he has 3 straight bad years in a row? Simple question.
Depends how big a believer in him Lynch is, I suppose.
That's it. And it takes a lot of courage for a general manager. John Lynch has to think about his job too. If the 49ers have 3 straight losing records, John Lynch is on the hot seat, and he's going to put Kyle Shanahan on the hot seat because he's going to feel pressure from the front office. And it doesn't matter how, the pedigree of Kyle Shanahan, how good he was when he first started. I don't know a lot of coaches in this league that can survive 3 straight losing seasons. And I just think that there's a big chance that could happen here with the way that Trey Lance is not, ready to step into the starting role yet. You're going to commit to Garoppolo again, who's not good. So I don't know, but I do know that they should have taken, Justin Fields, or if not Justin Fields, Trey Lance, because they are, like I said, they're a perfect situation for those guys. They're quarterback ready. You don't need the guy with the highest ceiling if you're trying to win right now, right? It doesn't make any sense. It's like if the Packers suddenly, bad example, the Buccaneers, right? Say Tom Brady decided, you know what, I am old. I don't want to play in the NFL anymore. I can't do this. Will the Buccaneers go draft a guy that is a project, as a long-term guy that might not be the best quarterback right now? Heck no. Same thing with the Chiefs. If Patrick Mahomes said, I want to trade, these guys would not be drafting Trey Lance. They'd be drafting Fields or Mac Jones because they need to maintain their level right now. They need the most pro-ready quarterback. It's not about ceiling. It's about who's good right now. And that's why I think for the Niners, why are you thinking about the future so much when you're trying to win right now, right? Let the Panthers take, Trey Lance. Let the Jets take Trey Lance. Let any of these teams that have years and years to go before they're good take Trey Lance. Don't take Trey Lance if you're in a position to win right now. That just doesn't make any sense to me. And it also is the hubris, by the way. It's the hubris of Kyle Shanahan, where he thinks that he can make, he can get the best out of Lance. He's the quarterback whisperer. He can mold this guy into a good quarterback. And that could be its fatal flaw. It really could be.
Rossi's Fat Cat says Kyle Shanahan is one of the best. Anyone who dumps him is an idiot. He's just been cursed and riddled with key injuries to his guys.
I am absolutely not disagreeing with that. I think that he is a great coach, but I think that it would be dumb to dump him. But look at, I don't think there's many NFL teams out there that wouldn't fire their head coach after 3 straight losing seasons. And again, I laid out what can happen here with Kyle Shanahan. The last year, injuries, agreed. But what happens this year, right? Garoppolo took a huge step back last year. So you're looking at potentially Garoppolo stumbling out of the gate, having a bad season. You force Lance into the NFL when he's just not ready yet, and then he stinks. And now all of a sudden you're looking at a second bad season. Now maybe some of your guys leave in free agency. All of a sudden now you have to commit to Trey Lance because you just started him last year. You're trying to develop him on the fly. You got pressure on you now in year 3. What if you go 8-8? You don't make the playoffs again, and then all of a sudden, it's not that unrealistic to think people aren't talking about Kyle Shanahan the same way they are right now. And whoever does pick him up will get a great coach, and it will be dumb to get rid of him. But teams do stuff like that. The Eagles got rid of Andy Reid. He went on to win a Super Bowl, right? It's not like you get rid of coaches and they're not still good sometimes. So, I think that it's not that crazy to think about it. If you lay out the timeline of events that could take place that could lead to that transpiring. And again, I don't know about you, but the Patriots, Mac Jones, I thought that made perfect sense. You're trying to win now before deciding you want to rebuild. Why are the Niners not taking the same path?
El Bongo says, I'm so ready for football season to start. I think a lot of people agree with that. I'm ready for even Madden 22. Let's just get a look at some of those guys, some of those rookies on their teams in their new uniforms. That should be a real good time. Smash that like button here, huh? I know a lot of people were frustrated by the late start, and you gave us all those dislikes. And look, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize 1,000 times, even though I had nothing to do with it, and it was nobody's fault. It was just a tech thing. It happened. We apologize for the delay. Obviously, we're here now, and we are approaching halftime, and so great to have everybody here with us. Do turn some of those frowns upside down. Hit the like button. Get off the dislike. It doesn't feel good to sit on the thumbs down. Go to the thumbs up. Get with us. Turn that thing blue. North of 400 people watching along with us on stream on YouTube, and of course, many more here on Twitch as well.
He just punted that from his own end zone to the 5. Did you just see that?
Yeah, that's the punts
are on their own 20.
They're otherworldly, the punts here in Simland. We're in safety territory. Oh my goodness gracious. You know what? You got away with one there, Bridgewater. Congo Cavs.
I also love that,
Adam, for getting that crazy take from Kenny.
That no one in the chat has any argument against it.
In fairness, I haven't seen a real good argument.
No one is saying, well, here's why that's not true. They're just saying, well, Ducey's crazy. Oh, well, he just, if it's the Jets, he invents some good narrative. You're proving my point that I'm right.
Like my dude Robbie Noble right here says.
What about the touchdown that you just missed, Curtis Samuel?
Well, I care more about Robbie Noble. Curtis Samuel touchdown. Robbie says tech issues happen. People dislike because they spoiled brats. LOL. Voice of reason right here, Mr. Noble. Hell of a touchdown, though, to take us into halftime, even up this game. 14-all. Curtis Samuel, my goodness gracious. You got that. Pretty good.
Also, look, I've been I've not lied
Right,
about
as time
that it's not
expires,
a
too,
hot
man.
take.
Yeah.
GW Nasty saying that someone should call the ambulance. I mean, how about someone call the ambulance through the chat? Because people are complaining about just me having a take instead of telling me why I'm wrong.
Daniel notes quarters 1 and 2, ending with Panthers scores to beat the buzzer. Very true. Look forward to seeing what that does to all the scores, everybody, and who will be in front and all that good stuff. We'll check on some of the stats here. Get a look at what you guys are saying in the chat as well, and we'll continue on with the quarterback stuff because we've really only scratched the surface with it. 94-yard score.
That's
for
insane.
Curtis
94.
Samuel. So Bridgewater's up to 152 with that long touchdown, 2 touchdowns. So he's pacing for not only the bonus but the Bundy. Darnold 95 and a score to his credit. We'll look at the rushing and receiving numbers for you as well here. Let's see. So as far as the rushers, it's just Le'Veon Bell, 13 for 40 and a touchdown. He's the only one that's even into double digits. Christian McCaffrey's at 3 for 9. Tough day to captain him if you did, as I did, by the way. And then we got 3 for 32 for Herndon, 2 for 94 for Samuel with the touchdown. Perriman, 2 for 18 with a score. Thomas, 1 for 15 with a touchdown. That's what we're looking at. Those are some of the key numbers. As far as, pardon me, Smunderwood is in front by about half a point over Brian Liza. Has Bell in the captain spot, Bridgewater, Samuel, Perriman, Thomas, and Hogan. It's a good build. Good lineup. Good looking lineup right now.
Yeah. Good luck. Good
Brother
lineup.
Phil's going after Matt LaFleur now. No coach in history would have done anything else but run 3 times, kick a field goal, and win the trophy.
I mean, I would be lying if I said I don't have some reservations about Mike LaFleur, but after seeing that, and Shanahan, Brother Phil said Shanahan equals bonehead.
Smash
No,
Lana,
I
Coughed,
think
Billy,
he's not
unfollow
talking
you.
about. He's not talking about Matt LaFleur. He's talking about Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, Shanahan. Pardon me.
Yeah.
Whenever I see kick on 4th down, I immediately and inherently think of Matt LaFleur now. Billy would never unfollow. Never, ever.
I would definitely say that you know, I don't really know what to believe about all these coaches. I really don't. Like, we've seen them make these really dumb decisions, like LaFleur and Shanahan. We've seen, you know, just inexplicable decision making, and then it makes you wonder, like, you know, how good are these guys? You know. So I don't know. I mean, Andy Reid, same thing, really. I mean, we can talk about a guy who just won the Super Bowl. But how about his decision making late in games?
Let's continue on with the quarterback conversation because I wondered. I don't know.
Let's talk about Aaron Rodgers. How about that?
Well, that's where I was going to go. I wondered if we would see a quarterback taken at 8 or 9 by this Carolina team or by Denver, and obviously it didn't happen. And I get the Carolina thing. You know, you got Sam Darnold. You believe in him. You want to see if it works. Fine. Denver having the combo of Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater just competing with one another and feeling like, anyway, you already know what both those guys are. I wondered if they'd go quarterback, and I wonder if they didn't, strictly because they believe this Aaron Rodgers thing is going to happen. What's your read on that situation?
So first of all, I think there's a lot of teams out there that were very dumb not to draft a quarterback. And I was open about this before the draft. I said the Falcons absolutely should draft a quarterback. I think it would be very dumb of them to draft a tight end. I know that everyone's saying they're going to draft a tight end. They should not. And they drafted a tight end anyway. And I don't understand why. So they are the first team on the list of teams that I think absolutely messed up by not taking a quarterback. Because simply put, like, you have Trey Lance, or you have Justin Fields on the board, you have Mac Jones on the board. I mean, Justin Fields really will focus on him, right? How are you not taking Justin Fields at 4 if you're the Falcons? You have an old quarterback Nothing about your team works. The only thing that the Falcons have going for them, by the way, I think they were last place or second to last in yards per game last year, which was insane. Almost 400 yards per game. The only thing you have working for you is you have 2 great wide receivers. That's it. I mean, I don't even think Todd Gurley's that good. I think he's a little overrated. Like 2 great wideouts, right? Why would you draft a tight end? What about that makes any sense? And Matt Ryan is super old, Koff. He's super old. So I don't get why the Falcons feel the need that they have to go for it this year. You know?
Well, I guess my response to that, and it's not like I know the inner workings of the Falcons, my sort of common sense response to that would be Kyle Pitts appears to be a consensus lock. Like,
what's the consensus? I don't understand what the consensus is, though. Like, he's a consensus good offensive player. That's great. Then why don't the Dolphins take him, or the like the Panthers who just got a quarterback? Like, why is it a team that needs a quarterback?
Because he wasn't there on the board for any of those teams. He went at number 4 after the 3 quarterbacks went, and I think the reason that Atlanta went with him, or at least a reason that Atlanta went with him, is because, again, you feel like you have a transcendent pass-catching talent, arguably the best receiver in the draft, and he's a tight end. You know, we know how good, or believe how good he is going to be, and it's possible after Lawrence, Wilson, Lance, leaving just obviously Fields and Jones, Atlanta didn't like either of those guys.
But
I mean, I guess I don't subscribe to you take a quarterback just to take a quarterback.
I don't either. You know me.
We've talked about how many of these guys are going to go on and more than likely bust. You know, like of these,
Fields is good, man.
5 going to be good. If you believe with certainty that Pitts is going to be good, you figure out your Matt Ryan quarterback situation down the line. You don't have to. It's
also why not take Sewell at least? Like, it's not a position where they needed to take a guy. Like, they don't need a skill position player.
If they're getting ready to trade Julio Jones, maybe they do.
I just don't get it, man. Like, what do you mean if you're getting ready to trade Julio Jones? They should trade Julio Jones. You don't need to replace Julio Jones until you're like done building your team. Like, you don't build around wide receivers. You build around a line. You build around a good defense. Like, there's so many more important positions. It's like if you took a kicker there, right? It's like, oh well, we had to take the best player available at this position. I
don't think taking Pitts and taking a kicker is the same thing.
No, I mean, of course it's not, but it's not as if, like Kyle Pitts is going to save their team, is my point. They Falcons should be rebuilding right now, and that's the root of the problem.
Touchdown McCaffrey.
CMC. That's the root of the problem, is they're not rebuilding and they're refusing to rebuild. It's like the Bears, right? But they might have at least.
What I'm saying is, I don't think they're refusing to rebuild. I think it's acknowledged.
Oh, they absolutely are refusing to rebuild. What are you talking about?
Not if they didn't like one of those guys. What if are you going to change your tune if they go and take Kellen Mond or Kyle Trask or Davis Mills today?
I mean, I don't think that if you're going to take a quarterback, why are you passing on Justin Fields?
Because maybe they don't like him. Not everyone has him.
I actually would think the Falcons would be dumber.
Obviously, the Jaguars, the Jets, and the Niners didn't have Fields ranked very highly.
I would honestly find the Falcons to be dumber if they decided to take a quarterback today, because then it shows me that they went into the draft saying we need to address quarterback, but we're going to pass on Justin Fields. Or how about this? The Bears want Justin Fields. That the Patriots want Mac Jones. Why are you not trying to trade the pick? Like, if you don't need a guy there, then just trade the pick.
But you're getting a guy that you believe is going to be a Hall of Fame.
Who cares, Koff? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you
matters.
No, it doesn't matter at all. Why are you taking a pass catcher when your offense is in shambles right now and your defense is in shambles as well? You have an old.
Because it doesn't matter if you have a phenomenal quarterback and he's got no one to throw to.
I know that you're trying to push my buttons, but you have to admit that that's a move that a team that has a good offense, like the Buffalo Bills. That's a move that they make. Like, oh, we're sitting up here at 4. We're in a pretty good spot. Let's take this pass catcher. Like, we have you don't take it. Look at all the teams that took wide receivers and pass catchers. They all have quarterbacks and they all have offenses in place. Jamar Chase to the Bengals, Waddle to the Dolphins. You have Smith to the Eagles. You have, Tony to the. I mean, I don't even want to talk about that guy. I already hate him. because he's a giant. But like, Etienne to the Jaguars, Najee Harris to the Steelers. Look at all the skill position players that went off the board. Literally everyone. Rashad Bateman to the Ravens. All of them. Those teams all have quarterbacks. They all have offenses that like maybe you could take to the next level with a good skill position player. And the Falcons, what do they have? They already have 2 great receivers. They don't need another receiver. They need a quarterback. Matt Ryan's like 50 years old.
He's 35.
I don't understand what they're getting. Tony Romo retired at 35 too.
Matt Ryan is 35, almost in fairness, 36 years old. He'll be 36 next month.
He had a great season last year.
But what did he than any quarterback in the NFL last year?
He was 4th in yards. Right.
Stats.
I'm not saying he's not good right now, but what I'm saying is you have to have some vision. Like, he was not good enough to lift that team to the playoffs. And he will certainly not be good enough to do it this year. I mean, he had a great season, and what did they do? They lost a bunch of games because their defense sucks. And, they have nothing going, like, he had no time to throw. I just think that, again, why are you not thinking about the future with the Falcons? Like, and again, if you're saying that Matt Ryan's good enough to win the Super Bowl with you, if you're saying that Matt Ryan is good enough to win you a Super Bowl, which you're saying, and I agree, I think that he could be good enough right now, even in his old age. He was great last year, right? That is a season that might get some team to the Super Bowl. What was their biggest weakness last year? It was obviously their defense, right? Their defense, right. How many late leads did the Falcons defense blow? It was a meme, remember?
Yeah.
So why are you not taking an opportunity at 4 to either take a great defensive player or trade down, get 2 first-round picks, address the defense, or get a first and a third, address your defense? What about the offense screams to you, oh, we need to fix this. We need to be better on offense. Nothing about it screams that. Trade down to late in the first round. Take the linebacker out of Notre Dame, Owusu. How about take one of these great corners, Greg Newsome and Patrick Surtain. Great cornerbacks on the board. Why are you?
Your mic is cut out. You've angered the mic gods. You haven't even been muted by our group. You're still talking. The lips are moving. We just can't hear you. It's like Zoom said, nope, we're good here. We've heard enough.
What? No, we haven't heard enough.
Now you're back.
I freeze every sim. That's what happens.
Time limit reach, says Jordan. The mic said, that's enough.
David N says Atlanta needs. See, even David N, who called me dumb, agrees. Atlanta needs defense.
Someone asking if we're going straight to the next sim after this one. So we're not going to go straight to it, but the next sim is going to start at its normal time, 2 p.m.
Wow, must be, says Kaufman, you make no sense, my brother. Atlanta got nothing out of Julio Jones' career.
How is that true? I mean, they went to a Super Bowl, they blew it, which had nothing to do with Julio Jones.
Mr. Hawk says the need didn't outweigh the talent at number 4. What does that even mean? What does that mean? The talent didn't outweigh, the need didn't outweigh the talent. The need absolutely outweighs the talent. You're the worst defense in the NFL last year. Who cares if a shiny pass catcher's out there? You have to address your needs. And again, if you are truly rebuilding, if you're thinking about 5 years down the road, Mr. Hawk, then I agree with you, right? Take the talented players, sure. But the Falcons are clearly hell-bent on winning with Matt Ryan. They don't want to waste Matt Ryan and Julio Jones. They think they can win with these guys. That's why they didn't take a quarterback. So in that scenario, you absolutely need to address the needs. You can't address the talent. You got to address the needs. You got to fix your team around Matt Ryan. You got to repair it before he's done. So there's no argument here to me that makes any sense that Pitts was the right call. Unless, of course, unless they're just deciding we don't care about these next 3 years. We're just thinking about 6-7 years down the road, which no general manager does, because none of them have any sort of
you need to be
semblance of security.
No one else to have that kind of security.
I did have Ian Thomas in my lineup, but I couldn't get one.
Problem Kid Gaming saying Ian Thomas the player of the game right now. We'll see. Through 3 quarters, 21-14 Carolina. We'll give you some numbers, then we'll get back to this because we really
PG Man says
there's so much even with the quarterback conversation still to go.
Right. Taking Pitts gives them someone to look forward to in the future. What? How about taking any?
One sec. Bridgewater still has a perfect passer rating, 158.3. 233 passing for him, a couple of touchdowns. So the bonus is certainly within reach. Darnold has failed to even reach 100 yards. Christian McCaffrey with his score up to 42 on the ground. Bell has one. He has 52 yards. So those are your leading rushers right now. The pass catchers as well. We'll give you those.
I don't understand what player in the draft doesn't give you something to look forward to in the future. Like, that's the whole point of the draft. You draft young players.
5 for 78, a touchdown. Touchdowns for Samuel and Perriman as well. Samuel is still knocking on the bonus's door. 2 for 94 at the half. That's where he stands right now through 3 quarters as well.
And Rossi's Fat Cat says, agree with you. Take the best player on the board. You can always trade him. So now all of a sudden we're taking a guy just to trade him?
Yeah, I don't believe that.
It just doesn't make any sense.
I don't believe you take a guy just to trade him unless, I mean, obviously it's a backdoor arrangement where you're drafting for another team and you're doing that and acquiring assets. I don't think that's what happened. Then a trade.
Again, it has not. I'm sure that the guy's going to be great. Okay, I don't want people to take this out of context and say I think that Kyle Pitts stinks. I think that he could be, he could be a Hall of Famer. He could be phenomenal, right? The problem for me is the position that he plays and the needs that the Falcons currently have. And if the Falcons are thinking about playing, if they're playing the long game here, 5 years down the road, then sure, right? Sure. Pitts could be good on a team in 5 years that, like, you know, but that's not what's happening here. They have Calvin Ridley and Julio Jones. They have Austin Hooper. They have a quarterback. They had a great offense last year. They had a terrible defense. If you are rebuilding, then you take the best player available, 100%. If you are committed to Matt Ryan and you're committed to winning now, you fix your problems. I mean, I've said this about 5 times, but I clearly I have to say it again because no one is understanding what I'm saying. So that's what we have to say. I think that's where we have to end it.
D says, Koff, I scored 312 in a basketball classic and I still didn't place. Yeah, D, last night you needed like 400 points. Last night was ridiculous. Then what is your view then? I'll be curious if the Falcons actually, with their picks today, draft a quarterback. I will be curious if your tone has changed any. But
no, I told you it would make me feel like they're dumber because then what they're telling us is they came into the draft thinking that they needed a quarterback and they passed on Justin Fields, which I think would be very dumb. But we're not even talking about them, right? Let's talk about the other teams on the board that passed on Justin Fields, who probably should have taken him, like the Broncos.
Sure.
The Broncos have no sort of answer.
Unless they think the Aaron Rodgers thing is going to happen. Do you think it's going to happen? Because Green Bay right now...
No, I don't think it's going to happen to the Broncos. I think they're going to trade him.
You're kind of running out of options. Mark Schlereth won't shut up about it. He insists that Aaron Rodgers is going to Denver.
Mark Schlereth the Broncos guy?
Yeah.
I think that Aaron Rodgers is not going to play for the Packers next year. I really do think so. And I think that a lot of people are. Yeah, I don't know if he plays at all, really. If they can't find a deal. He absolutely is. 100%. The thing about Aaron Rodgers is he's got enough money. He's got enough laurels to rest on. He definitely is 100% real about this.
I think this is your hottest take. This right here is your hottest take that Aaron Rodgers sit out next year.
You know who Aaron Rodgers is? We know this man is built differently than any other person in the NFL. This man holds grudges. This guy has a backbone. When he says something, he means it. I think that he is absolutely furious still with the organization. It is irreparable. I mean, we've seen him with his own family have irreparable problems. I think in issues. I think that he has this relationship cannot be repaired. And I think that the Packers are going to call his bluff. I think the Packers are going to say, hey, we're not trading you. No way. You're a quarterback. And he's just going to be like, no. I mean it. I'm not coming back. This is not a situation that you're going to be able to fix because You look at other stars that have done this. People want to draw the comparison to Russell Wilson. You even want to talk about a guy like James Harden in Houston, right? These guys all ended up playing. This man is so petty, and he is a grudge holder. He has a backbone. He, first of all, doesn't even need to be playing football anymore. You know, we obviously heard about the whole Jeopardy thing where he feels like, you know, he can get that job. I don't think that he cares one bit if he doesn't play another snap in the NFL, and he would do that just to prove a point, you know, about how badly the Packers have treated him and how mad he is at the Packers. I really believe that he would do that to get back at the organization. There is no comparison that makes any sense here with Aaron Rodgers, because we have not seen a guy with his type of arrogance and personality and just drive, and he holds chips on his shoulders like nobody else.
Exactly how badly do we believe the Packers have treated Aaron Rodgers? I know he was butthurt over the Jordan Love pick, and I get it. Like, you know, flashback, so was Tom Brady when Jimmy Garoppolo was drafted. There's a way to go out and handle that, which, by the way, Rodgers did last year. He was the NFL MVP, and he, you know, certainly could have and arguably should have won a Super Bowl. You know, they died on the vine in the NFC title game.
You don't know.
But how badly have the Packers treated him, as far as we know? I don't know what happens behind the scenes any more than you do. As far as what we know, how badly have the Packers treated him? Well, it's not like he's on this lame duck deal. He's under contract till he's 40.
Right, but you obviously know that they switched coaches with him. You never know what went into that situation. Maybe they didn't consult him and they didn't get the guy that he wanted, and he said, okay, I'll just live with it. And then, you know, then the draft thing came. I think that the draft thing is the biggest part of it. And honestly, how would you feel? How would you feel if that happened to you? I mean, that's, you know, without even a warning, being there for 15 years and you know, all of a sudden they just go, oh, well, we're drafting a replacement. And they didn't even tell you. You find out because you're watching the draft. I mean
exactly what you're saying Atlanta should have done to Matt Ryan?
Not to mention, but yeah, of course, because whatever. Not to mention, I mean, you can tell the guy that, hey, we're taking a quarterback. I mean, that was part of the problem. But not to mention, right, that he hasn't been able to win in Green Bay. They haven't given him a good enough team to win, right?
I don't know that I believe that. They were good enough
to win
last year.
Just to settle this, Mr. Hawk says, Ducey, do you mean to tell me that you're taking Fields over Pitts? What planet do you live on? It depends. If I'm the Falcons, 100%. If I'm the Niners, maybe I would take Pitts. If I'm the Bengals, if I'm the Dolphins, if I'm the Lions, understand Pitts. I don't understand Pitts for the Falcons. They're the one team up there on the board that shouldn't be taking a skill position player. It's outrageous to me. It's not in a vacuum, Mr. Hawk. It's not like there's context needed here, and the context is where the Falcons are in their franchise. They cannot be taking a skill position player right now when their defense is terrible, and they probably don't have a quarterback that's going to be there for the next 2 years, and you have a great quarterback available in field. So that's my whole point. It has nothing to do with like who's better, who's going to be the better pro, who's going to make more money, who's going to win the Super Bowl first. You know, Pitts could be a better pro than Fields. My point is, it doesn't fill the problems. It doesn't fix any of the problems that you have.
So if you had to project potential landing spots for Aaron Rodgers, you don't seem to believe Denver. Where are
I really thought it was going to be the 49ers, to be honest with you.
Sure. Well, especially when the rumblings were out there, they had offered pick 3 and Garoppolo and so many other things. But
well, it could happen too if you think about it, Koff. It could happen. I mean, you could get, they could just trade Trey Lance for Aaron Rodgers. I don't see that. Maybe there was talks going on with the Niners that said, what quarterback do you guys like most? I don't know. I mean, we don't know.
But maybe, and I don't know, but let's live in the land of make-believe and say that deal would have happened.
But we know that they're obsessed with Aaron Rodgers.
You just took Jordan Love in the first round last year. If Green Bay had number 3, do you think they would have taken a quarterback to then compete with Jordan Love? Or would you?
I think that these quarterbacks are way better than Jordan Love, right?
We don't know. I don't feel strongly about that.
I think that these quarterbacks are definitely better than Jordan Love.
I mean, they're better in that obviously their draft stock was higher.
Jordan Love was like a late first round pick in a quarterback class that was terrible. I mean, last year's quarterback class was bad.
My point when I say I'm not disagreeing with, their pedigree entering the draft or entering.
Jordan Love would be a 4th round pick in this year's draft, I think.
My point is, when I say we don't know, is we don't know. We don't know until we actually see them play. That's true of all of these guys. It's true of anybody. It's a dart throw. It's a crapshoot. I mean, sure, like better pedigree. That's fine. I won't quibble with that. Almost better. 21-17, couple minutes left, by the way. So, other than the Niners, then, is there anyone else? I agree with a lot of what you've said during this sim.
Thank you.
Rodgers sitting out next year to me is outrageous. And not even for the reasons you outlined. I agree with all of his, history and being stubborn and everything that we know about Aaron Rodgers as a person, for sure. I just think he cares a little bit more about playing in the NFL than you are presenting, to where he's willing to just
that's not fair to what I'm saying. I don't necessarily think that he doesn't care about playing in the NFL.
If he took a principled stance at age 35 or however old he is, might even be 37. You can be Le'Veon Bell and hold out. You can be Deshaun Watson and threaten to not play. Guys in your 20s. When you're 37, you don't take a year off out of principle.
That's my point. I think that he is totally okay with that. He's at peace with that. I think that he is 100% at peace with, if I don't play again in the NFL, just to piss this team off because I'm so mad at them.
What I'm saying is I don't agree with that.
He is not a normal human being, Kaufman. We know that he's not. We know the personal stories.
It's a beautiful mystery, Ducey. He tells us all the time.
He is like one of the most vengeful people out there. And I 100% believe that he would rather not play. He'd rather not play than play with the Packers. So that's what I think.
We've talked about Justin Fields a lot, but haven't really talked about Justin Fields, meaning the Chicago.
I don't have a lot to say about him.
Well, we can talk about it in the context of Chicago, because obviously they go out and I'm not saying this doesn't change things, but you go out and you sign Andy Dalton, and he's Andy Dalton, don't get me wrong. But you sign Andy Dalton to be your stopgap starter this year. QB1, they tweeted it out themselves. That certainly he has said it. He went there with the impression that he was the starting quarterback. He still had Nick Foles under contract. Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, tweeted out earlier today all the different reasons it would be difficult to move Foles, at least his contract. You could cut him for money, certainly, but in terms of moving that contract, it would be tough. Are they going to carry 3 QBs, do you think? Are they going to find a way to move Foles? Or, is Dalton still the starter? Is it Fields in waiting? How does all of this in Chicago play out? Because I did think, while not shocking, it was an interesting landing spot for him.
It was wild, but I mean, they needed a quarterback. By the way, before we get to Fields, I wanted to say, Ralphie508 says, cough, hate to say it, but Kenny is right about the dumb Falcons pick. Betty says Love is a 3rd stringer. Mr. Hawk says Fields is overrated. Miss Mustby says preach, Mr. Slugger. Ducey, absolutely correct. Get him. So I've got
supportive comment.
Rod says, Kenny, I don't usually agree with you, but I'm just saying you are correct. The Falcons should have taken a lineman to protect Matt Ryan. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people out there who, even though they don't agree with me, which I appreciate, they're still willing to admit that the Falcons should not have taken a tight end. So that was my point. But I will say with regards to Fields real quick, I mean, I think that the Bears, in the sort of the opposite of the Falcons, where they had a good defense and they had an offense that, if that offense was just okay, if it was just anywhere close to okay, they probably, I think that they could have, that defense kept them in the game against the Saints. They could have won some games in the playoffs. They just had an offense that could score. So I think that absolutely, they're not that far away, and they're trying to fend off a rebuild. They're trying to avoid rebuilding, and I think that it could work with Fields. I think that he could maybe step in and be a good quarterback for them maybe halfway through the year if they decide to. We have to give out the player of the game here to Ian Thomas, because he was absolutely phenomenal in this one. 94 yards, a receiving touchdown, 6 recs. I love rostering this guy all the time. Mm-hmm. He's just amazing. He's a great captain. At that price, just $9,600. So Shout out to the Ian Thomas Nation out there.
Lost the captain spot for him. Really good.
Yeah, 2.9%, and the captain was fantastic. And a special shout out to Le'Veon Bell Nation out there as well. He had 23.5 points. Yeah, I guess I'd give my
it's for babysitter Billy.
Yeah, the problem is I like looking at our small contest. I'm not in there right now though.
RJ Anderson is 35%.
RJ Anderson, that's the guy from CBS Sports who talks about baseball.
Had a bagel. Goose egg.
Robbie Anderson.
Robbie Anderson, pardon me. Yeah, I don't know why I said RJ. Robbie Anderson.
We'll give it to Robbie Anderson.
Can we give it to RJ as well?
No.
Okay. Robbie Anderson, goose egg.
Bob Anderson.
Bob Anderson. Someone had said in Twitch chat a little while ago, Koff's going to have Kenny fired after this sim. I can feel it. 1, let's not pretend I have that power. 2, I would never. I thoroughly enjoy working with Kenny and having these impassioned debates. I say it all the time. We're just regular sitting here talking. This is more fun. I enjoy this more.
It is. Hopefully you guys understand where I'm coming from with this Falcons situation as well, after I said it a million times. But if you don't, it's fine. It's just my opinion.
Our man from the Slug, Justin, just tuned in for lunch. Ducey's in classic form. I love it. Hey, if you love it so much, Justin, everybody else, smash that like button. And, boy, incomplete pass. Darnold with a chance to win it.
Yikes.
And Meager says, see, like I said, it's like the silver lining. It says, awesome, now I only have to have about 25 minutes of work, and then we get to the next sim. That's what I'm saying.
That's right. Stack them up.
That's what it's all about. So here's what you got going on the rest of the day. It's Kenny's coming right back with Christian, so these two are going to be fighting to get words in edgewise with the Texans and Jaguars in about a half hour, even less than that, about 23 minutes until pregame. So come on back. Then at 4 o'clock, you will have Eagles Patriots, Brendan Glasheen and Christian. So, it's too bad I missed out on all the Mac Jones talk. That would have been fun. MLB The Slate.
I don't know how fun it would have been.
With Bukes and LaMarca. Get you ready for some baseball action later on. That'll come after the 4 o'clock and before the 6 o'clock sim, so roughly 5:15 Eastern time. Colts Niners, Glash and Christian together for that one. The kicking off the Lake Classic. It's the happy hour sim. Prime time. Bears Steelers. I will be coming back with Tom Carroll, so we'll have more time to dive into the Justin Fields Chicago situation. And Saints Bears. No, that can't be right. Can't have Bears for back-to-back. Let me double check here. Saints Broncos. Saints Broncos will be with you at 10 o'clock for Glash and Tom. So that's what you have looking forward to over the course of the rest of this day here. So do not go anywhere, because while we are leaving temporarily, you are going to have a little clip, little reset from the sweat earlier today, 11 o'clock Eastern, if you missed it. Some of the action from that from Julian Edlow and Jeff Ulrich, Reed Fowler, all giving their reactions to round 1 of the NFL draft. And then, of course, as mentioned, Texans and Jaguars with Kenny and Christian. Our thanks to Jordan, to Daniel, honorable mention to Drew earlier, who was with us until our technical issues bit us, and Daniel, big ups to him for stepping in, and obviously Jared and Game Ops. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you, TK SimFan, for being patient, and I hope folks, when I come back a little bit later on, this ridiculous dislike button that sits at 49, I hope everyone over the course of the day has brought it down to like 20 or something like that. Just do it. Turn those frowns upside down, and then go fishing with Kenny post sim.
Let's go fishing.
It's time for a round one NFL draft recap. Now, Julian would like us to point out that he's the only one that had Trey Lance going to the 49ers at number 3. So I'm just pointing that out to everyone. I know that he also pointed that out on Twitter. Having said that, were any of you really surprised that this is how it played out? Like, Reed, were you surprised? No.
No, I think when you saw the draft board move, right? I was surprised back when I did my mock draft 45 years ago, Julian, and you waited to the last minute to do yours. So of course you're gonna cherry pick that third pick. But when you saw the number move, right, as we got closer to draft time, then yeah, you're not surprised. You're not surprised at all. What you're thinking about now is like, okay, you gave away pretty much everything in your future. You mortgaged your future for this kid. You better work out, right? Like, you gave a ton away for Trey Lance, a guy who's completely raw, has the biggest upside. I'm not surprised that Mac Jones fell all the way far that he did. But yeah, Trey Lance to this spot. I thought Justin Fields was the second best quarterback, but Lance is a better fit right now for Shanahan on that offense.
Jeff, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I mean, look, congrats to Julian for winning a coin flip. It was either going to be Trey Lance or Mac Jones. Great job. But look, the Trey Lance, it doesn't shock me that they finally just decided to go all in on Trey Lance. I love it personally. I think that the Trey Lance is the player who has the most potential to be like the next great superstar in this league from this draft in terms of quarterback play. The next perhaps Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, whatever. The guy's just got an incredible amount of skill from all things considered too. He sounds like a very intelligent dude who's obviously just learned this position so quickly. So you know what? If it ends up being the next Mitch Trubisky kind of pick for the San Francisco 49ers, who cares? Is it probably going to hurt Kyle Shanahan's career? Yes. But I like it when teams go all in on this. They obviously identified who they thought had the best upside, and they went with it. And you know what? Kudos to them for keeping this under wraps. They were clearly throwing smoke screens all kind of month and stuff like that. I think they had their eyes on Trey Lance from the start, and they went out and got him. Good for them.
Okay, well, Jules, let's go to you now. Who's your biggest winner of the first round?
I don't even get to react to.
No, I mean, you can. I thought you were going to say yourself, but continue.
To Reed and Jeff congratulating me on winning a coin flip that only I won and you other 4 bozos lost.
I said congrats.
3, 4, including yourself. If you're including yourself,
me, Jeff. I don't think Reed did. What are we on to? What's the next question, Jesse?
I was asking you, who's your biggest winner of the first round?
Biggest winner. I actually think the Bears and Giants trade was a big win for both teams, which is rare considering the everything that we've given the Giants for some not so great moves over the years, everything that we've given the Bears for, like the Trey Lance move that we're talking about. Like Jeff said, he likes that they're all in no matter what on Trey Lance. That's what the Bears did for Mitch Trubisky and took him over to Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes, and that didn't work. And now they finally got they let it, Fields was never gonna slide to them at 20, but they let him slide far enough where they could make a reasonable deal to get him. And while it's an overpayment, giving a first to move up 9 spots, it's not if Justin Fields is really the guy. So I like what the Bears did a lot. They identified their guy. They got him at a fair price. And the Giants, on the other hand, who have made some poor moves in the past, very early in the draft, just take advantage of it. Tony maybe went a little bit higher than expected, but he's a good wide receiver. That's obviously the position they wanted. They were expecting Devontae Smith there. Eagles and Cowboys make a little move to jump up and get him. But they get a lot of future picks to move back and get the position that they were going to take anyway. So I really like the trade for both teams.
All right, Jeff, who's your biggest winner of the first round?
Yeah, it's the Bears. Look, I mean, sure, the Giants got some more draft capital, but I mean, again, we're talking about the difference between Justin Fields and Kadarius Toney. That's who the Bears would have had to take around pick 20. This was fine. This was a fine price. They played this perfectly. Like Julian said, they waited till the last second to move up. It only cost them 1 first. Look at what San Francisco had to pay to get a similar prospect at quarterback. We're not talking about some kind of raw talent here in Justin Fields. Justin Fields was possibly predicted by a lot of people to go second overall like 3 months ago. This is a very high-end quarterback. The Bears are now going to have a QB on a rookie deal again for the next 4 or 5 years. They're already in a bad place in salary cap. This is really going to help them. They've got pieces in place with Allen Robinson, the defense. They've got other young players like Darnell Mooney who's going to benefit from this. This was the perfect time for the Bears to do this. And guess what? They didn't pay that much. One first. If that's what it costs to get up and get a guy like Justin Fields, yes, I don't mind what the Giants did, but the big winners here are the Bears. Again, who cares if it doesn't work out? They went out and got their guy, and guess what? They actually paid a reasonable price for it.
All right, Reed, your biggest winner, who's it going to be?
Yeah, you guys forgetting about Andy Dalton, though? QB1 in Chicago, that he's Justin Fields. Yeah, of course. It's Justin Fields in Chicago. He had a good run. He had a good run. QB1, you got to change that tweet, though, or that post on IG. No, like I agree with the guys with the Bears, but how about the Chargers? Like they didn't have to move up at all to get arguably, right, in some circles, the best offensive lineman in Rashawn Slater. This guy's extremely versatile, and you need to protect Justin Herbert. They didn't have to do anything. I thought they might have had to move up, especially when we saw Penei Sewell kind of drift a little bit, but him going to Detroit and then Slater not going to Carolina and Julian's boy, J.C. Horn, going there. They saw that the Chargers saw that, hey, we can feasibly get this guy without moving and staying put, and that's what they did. So I like the Chargers.
All right, guys. How about the biggest loser here, Jeff? Who would you say is the biggest loser?
Yeah, it's definitely the Panthers. Just how this whole summer or this whole offseason has played out for the Panthers, let's just take a look at it. I mean, they spent draft capital to go out and get Sam Darnold, and then in the first round, they drafted a cornerback when Justin Fields and Mac Jones were both sitting there, and they could have had them for nothing to move up. So basically what you're saying is you would have rather given out a lot of money to Sam Darnold, given out draft capital to acquire him, rather than getting Justin Fields for free and getting him on a rookie deal, which is really going to help you against the salary cap. You could have spent that draft capital you spent on Sam Darnold to get a cornerback. There are cornerbacks like Kyle Fuller out there on the market for like nothing. So this was, to me, like this whole offseason for the Panthers it's been bad. It's just been ridiculous. I think they got a worse quarterback. They spent more to get him. Now they have to pay more against the salary cap. And they also had to burn one of their top draft picks on a cornerback now who wasn't even the consensus number one cornerback for a lot of people. So I absolutely hate the offseason for the Panthers. They had so much potential. I do like Matt Rule, but this has not played out well for them. I think they're really going to regret the moves they made this summer or this offseason.
Jeff, who do you think the biggest loser is?
That was me.
Am I Jeff now?
Reed.
It's okay, Jesse. I got you. It's Friday. We're all waiting for the weekend. Well, like I mentioned earlier before we came on this segment, I just leave the Las Vegas Raiders in the slot to make sure every year I have to keep on doing research because we know the Raiders, they make some questionable moves. And look, fine, this is all conjecture right now. It comes from a great school in Alabama because, like Julian says, they're good schools and good players, and we know that. But I don't like that move at all, especially because there are other guys, right, in terms of the offensive line that were a little bit higher graded. Like Darashaw was still out there, and I think that would have been a nice fit for the Raiders. But I digress because I can spend an entire segment talking about the Raiders. I think it's the Jets. I think when you take a look, I don't mind them moving and trading up to get a lineman, but I'm not a fan of Wilson. And it kind of goes to what Jeff is saying is if you're trading away Sam Darnold and then you're using your second pick overall to get Wilson, in your mind, you have to know that Wilson is going to be better than Darnold, right? Like that's what you're doing. And essentially what you could have done if you were the Jets and if you kept Sam Darnold is you could have got someone like Kyle Pitts. I know getting Kyle Pitts at number 2 overall seems like such a reach for a tight end, but giving weapons to Sam Darnold would have been a lot better. Like Sam Darnold he's only 23 or whatever he is, 22, 23. I don't think that, he's still got a lot of run left and we don't know his full potential. So the Jets right now to me are the team that even though they picked the second quote unquote best quarterback with this extreme elite arm talent, I just don't like it. So if it's not the Raiders, because I'm extremely critical of my team, it's the Jets for me.
Okay, Reed, how about you? I'm just kidding. Julian, go ahead.
Yeah, the Raiders are the easy answer. They took an O-lineman that, was a coin flip to be available to them at 48 when they pick next. And if he wasn't, you can just get a very similar prospect. So why not use your high-end pick to fill another area of need? But that's too easy. Like Reed said, we can use them every year. They took like a corner that was supposed to go in the 3rd round last year. It just happens every time. So for me, and I like Jeff's points about Carolina. Like, if it's not the Raiders, I'm gonna be honest. I just totally forgot who I was gonna say.
Okay, yeah, take a second. It's fine.
You just praise me.
Who lost? Oh, let's just go to the Packers because, like, their day was ridiculous with the Rodgers rumors and how it affected Super Bowl odds, win total odds coming off the board. Is pretty crazy. It makes you feel like there's something there to it. But at the same time, the Packers came out last night and said, we're not trading Aaron Rodgers. So if that's your mindset, you once again just took a cornerback, a defensive player in the 1st round, a guy that was projected to go mid to late 2nd round, all the way up at 30. Not that he's a bad pick. You know, he went to Georgia, SEC, great speed, but if there was finally a year to show Aaron Rodgers some good faith here, like, okay, look, we took you your wide receiver. We can fix this relationship. Why don't you stick around? And they don't do it. So it just looks to me like the Packers are a complete mess right now. And while you don't want to, maybe they just know. What it tells me is maybe they know he's completely gone, because if he's not,
that's what I was going to say.
Somebody that's going to make Rodgers want to stay. So the fact they didn't do that maybe shows us a little bit more that the Packers and Aaron Rodgers really are coming to an end.
Yep.
That's crazy. The Packers' future is in jeopardy. Reed, what surprised you the most about how that 1st round played out?
Oh, touche, Cofield. I like that.
I mean, I stole that from a meme I saw on the internet. But
it doesn't matter. It's yours because you said it. Everything works on the internet. It's the first. But the surprise, I think when you take a look at, nothing surprises me anymore because we think we know what's going to happen, and Julian will say that he does, but he really doesn't. About who's going to go where.
I had the most accurate mock draft, so I knew more of what was going to happen than any of you.
True. Yeah. It's like, a blind squirrel finds a nut, that whole analogy. But
I think 7 nuts out of the top 10. But all right, keep going.
I think the Saints probably surprised me the most because this is not so much of a narrative, more of a team. Like they had some early reports yesterday morning that's saying that they were going to make a huge move, right? Watch out for the Saints. They might make a huge move. And then they go out and they get a defensive end when they need help at wide receiver. They need help, in the interior defensive line. They need a lot of help at defensive back, I think, as well. And then they go take an edge rusher, right? Like that to me is something that really was surprising. I'm not a huge fan of it. The guy's got a lot of size, but I just wasn't a fan. So that surprised me with the Saints because usually the Saints are pretty good with their draft picks, but this yesterday wasn't great.
All right. What do you think here, Jules? What surprised you the most?
Honestly, everybody had, if Mac Jones didn't go to the Niners, the Patriots will trade up to get him, or maybe he'll slide to 15. I'm shocked that the Patriots actually pulled the trigger, spent 1st round draft capital on the quarterback position. I know that Tom Brady just left, and it is a position of need, and Cam Newton wasn't great last year. But Bill Belichick is a stubborn guy, and he will find other ways to fill that position. And, you coach up players, you do it on defense, you find other ways to win. And Tom Brady, obviously, we all know, pick 199 in the 6th round. You can find your quarterback elsewhere. So the fact that I know the Patriots need a quarterback, but the fact that they didn't go with a guy, later tonight in the 3rd round or even on Saturday, or find a way to bring in a guy, even if it's not Jimmy Garoppolo, that suits Belichick is very surprising to me. They invested a 1st round pick. It's the first time Bill Belichick has ever done that in the quarterback position. So I know a lot of people thought this was it. And, the Alabama connection with Saban, Mac Jones makes sense. He doesn't run around. He's a Tom Brady type of prospect in terms of it being a pocket passer, but they actually did it. They picked a quarterback, and that shocked me.
All right, Jeff, what shocked you about the 1st round?
Yeah, it was a little bit shocking, definitely. Definitely, I've always been expecting just to see Jimmy Garoppolo eventually get traded to the 49ers this offseason, but it really doesn't look like that's going to happen. To me, the biggest shock of the 1st round was just that there wasn't more splashy trades. I mean, the trades we saw were pretty reasonable. I mean, the Bears moved up, but they only moved up like 8 spots or whatever. And again, it wasn't like a huge capital they gave up. The Eagles moved up and grabbed Devontae Smith, but it wasn't a big splashy trade. They just moved up a couple spots. It was very reasonable. It was smart moves, in my opinion. Generally, we see teams trying to really overpay to get up into the top 10 or something of the draft. I thought we'd see a team do that, probably for Justin Fields or maybe for one of the wide receivers, and we didn't do that. So I think the biggest surprise for me was just the lack of really kind of overpayment, because we just tend to see teams fall in love with players. Didn't really happen. It was still a very exciting draft, and we had some good movement. But I guess the biggest surprise for me was just the well-managed draft capital from the GMs this year. Nobody really just broke the bank.
What is up, everybody? Kenny Ducey and Christian D'Andrea coming your way here on the DK Dream Stream. We had a little bit of a technical delay on the front end of the day, so we started our first stream around 12:30. So what's better than this? We went off the air like 20 minutes ago. We're right back at it. Kenny and Christian for Texans and Jaguars. Mr. D'Andrea, I'm very excited to hear all of your hot takes on the draft because I need someone to explain to me why the Falcons needed to take a tight end at 4. I don't care how good he is, so maybe you can do that. But first, who's in your lineup here?
Yeah, and we're going to be talking a lot about the draft because this game is probably going to be pretty bad, Kenny Ducey. We just saw this. In fact, the last game the Jags and Texans played were against – it's a rematch of a terrible, terrible 17-14 game where, you know, you got to have Deshaun Watson in your lineup and then everything else there is just kind of like hit or miss. I leaned heavily on that last game outcome, which means that my roster will be absolute butt right now. I captained D.D. Westbrook. I don't know why. He caught a touchdown pass last sim, I guess. And then I got Brandon Cooks, Will Fuller to take advantage of that very bad Jaguar secondary. Chris Conley, who showed up a little bit last time. He was out there at like 6 points. And Kaimi Fairbairn. I'm betting big on a Texans runaway here. That's what should happen. But what will happen is we'll probably get like a 10-7 ball game. And it'll be a very wild weather Wednesday-esque showdown between the worst team in the NFL last year and the third worst team in the NFL last year.
It sounds like kind of a trash lineup, if I have to be honest, but it could work out for you. It's probably going to be better than mine.
Yeah.
Because I will tell you what, I can never figure out either of these teams. These are the two hardest teams for me to figure out. Like, there's certain teams like the like the Eagles, where I'm just like, yep, I know what I'm doing with my lineup. I know who I want in there. I know the studs. I know who to fade. I have no like earthly idea what to do here. So I did Will Fuller in the captain spot. Deshaun Watson, Gardner Minshew, D.D. Westbrook, Chris Conley, and Kenny Stills. We'll just see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it could go either way. I wouldn't. There's a good chance that you could either place first or dead last, and it would not surprise me at all. Stills is a risky call because he briefly had a flare up where, like, from Sims 94 to 100, he would show up and score a touchdown.
Yep. Then he had the 2.
Yeah, 2 catches for 5 yards. His last sim, he scored points in, but they were 2 touchdowns. But like, that's one point scoring performance in his last like 33 sims. So he's either going to show up and make you feel incredible, or do Kenny Still things and frustrate the hell out of you.
It's just a punt. We'll just see what happens. But I think we all know where it's going with Kenny Stills. Thanks for being with us here as we get kickoff underway. So let's start off right there, because I need to know why the Falcons needed to take a tight end. Because to me, I'll explain what I said on the last sim. I had to say it like 8 different times because I don't think anyone understood.
Yeah.
To me, the Falcons, they're not in a position right now to take best available. They have a huge, because they're not rebuilding, right? They're not rebuilding. They have Matt Ryan. They think they can win now with Matt Ryan. They thought they could win last year. So they're clearly going for it. So if you're going for it, you address your needs. You address your weaknesses as a team. They had one of the worst defenses in football last year.
Yeah.
I get that, like, you don't want to take, Patrick Surtain at 4, but why not trade down? Why not take a quarterback, right? If you just want to completely blow it up and go forward. Like, to me, they already have Ridley and Hooper and Julio Jones. Why do they need Kyle Pitts?
Dude, I mean, for me, it was just a sign that the quarterback market was as depressed as we kind of thought it would be. After Trey Lance went number 3, I think that really kind of blew up the Falcons' plans to trade back. They didn't get that Godfather offer. And like you mentioned, 4 was just too high to take one of those defensive players. I preached the whole week that the Falcons needed to trade back.
100%.
Cheap, inexpensive assets. You have a dynamic offense to begin with. Trade back in the first round. Pick up a future first, some second-round picks. Do that instead. That said, dude, Kyle Pitts is going to be so fun to watch in Atlanta. That offense.
He's going to be fun to watch. I agree.
Yeah. They're going to lose a lot of games.
You're right.
Yeah.
They're going to lose a lot of games.
They're going to lose a lot of games like 38-35, but like from a fantasy standpoint, holy crap, that's going to be a tremendous lineup to watch. Matt Ryan is going to be fantasy relevant as a top 10 quarterback, top 5 quarterback, maybe even with those guys in the lineup and no running game. So Godspeed, Falcons. You're trying to put an entertaining product out on the field.
You are
playing the stadium where it's $2 for a hot dog and $5 for a beer. They are not about winning championships right now, Kenny. They are about being as entertaining as possible. And if I lived in Georgia, I would be down at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium like once a month at least.
All right, so
it's expensive.
With that, we agree. I mean, I still think maybe Sewell would have been a good pick, but yeah. So, what about what about how the rest of the top 5 shook out? Are you surprised that the Bengals didn't go with Sewell? Because that was like everyone was projecting Sewell to the Bengals, and they ended up going with the wide receiver. Do you think that Zach Wilson is going to be a good pro? And well, we'll get into the Niners after this because I have a hot take about the Niners that I want to see what you think.
You have a hot take? No way.
Yeah. Well, what do you think about the rest of the first 5?
I think the Lions probably couldn't be happier. I mean, they went from being a spot where made sense for them to trade back, or maybe they'd pick up a wideout, but they don't really have a quarterback entrenched. And instead, they get a building block, a cornerstone left tackle in Penei Sewell. So it really worked out well in their favor. I was a little surprised by the Bengals move. I thought their offensive line needed upgrades much more than their receiving core, and this is a team that has been just awful when it comes to adding offensive line talent in free agency. So it's like, why not go out there, get a guy who's close to a sure thing in the top 10. And it's not a sexy pick, but I think the Bengals decided, you know what? We know Joe Burrow can throw the ball 60 times per game. Why not just reunite him with the guy he lifted to new heights in 2019, winning a national championship at LSU. And I don't hate the move. It's one of those things where it's like a Falcons move. It's going to make the team a lot more fun to watch, which not necessarily a priority in Atlanta, but for the Bengals, man, how many Cincinnati games have you watched that have just been painful? Now it's going to be a little bit more exciting. Tyler Boyd. Just
a little bit, yeah.
CJ Uzomah. Yeah, T. Higgins.
You are a big Tyler Boyd fan. You're a big Boyd guy, yeah.
And now he gets to slide into the slot. He gets a little bit of pressure taken off his shoulders. He can thrive in that scenario again as Deshaun.
Oh, he fumbled though, and the Jaguars are right there to pick it up at the 20-yard line. They'll start with the ball at their own 23. The drive goes begging as the Gardner Minshew and the Jaguars take over.
Yeah, I mean, that was it's the risk with any running quarterback there. Trey Herndon jumps on it, gets a decent return out of it. So instead of almost guaranteed Texans points with a drive into the red zone, we get to see what Gardner Minshew can do. And I saw a lot of people offering their condolences to the Minshew era, but I'm of the opinion, why, if you're the Jaguars, would you trade Gardner Minshew? He's a high-value backup. He knows the system. He's a local hero, and he's dirt cheap. Kenny, is there any benefit to Jacksonville, to Urban Meyer right now, for trading Gardner Minshew?
No, I don't think that they're going to get anything back from him. And I think that he's a good backup, right? Like, you don't know. Trevor Lawrence can get hurt. Like, you don't know, man. I think that in this day and age in the NFL, you need to have a good backup. We saw even, with the Chiefs and Chad Henne, like just how suddenly your backup can be thrust into action. You just never know. And you have to have someone back there waiting and ready and able to make one of those big plays to seal a game for you, if or just, make a throw and not turn the ball over, not do something stupid. So I do think that Minshew could be that guy. And I do think he's a guy that, if everything works out for the Jaguars and they end up being good in 2 years, he's a guy that absolutely could potentially propel them forward, with some wins. I think it's mutually beneficial. Like if Trevor Lawrence gets hurt in a couple of years and, this team's built and it's good and Minshew comes through, he wins some games, he can get a job and, do something at the end of his career. So I think that it's a good spot.
Yeah, no, for sure. Especially with that receiving core, I really do like what the Jags have. I thought it might be a little high to take Travis Etienne, that second first-round pick they had, but I do appreciate, we're seeing college quarterbacks getting reunited with their playmakers, whether it's been Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase or now Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne. You know what they're capable of. You know what they can pull out there. The Texans get the stop there, so that Deshaun Watson fumble not going to cost them any points, at least on the defensive side. Angers punt.
Here's what I was saying about the Niners. I don't think that it is that crazy. No, the sentence does seem crazy, but if you think about it, the way I laid it out, I think it actually makes sense. I don't think it's that crazy that Kyle Shanahan could not be the Niners coach in 3 years, so he could get fired. And here's why.
Okay.
Last year, losing record, understandable, injuries, whatever.
Sure.
They drafted a project in Trey Lance, right? That's the
Kenny, your sound went out. Oh, and now you're frozen. You got that DeAndrea internet today, baby. Anyway, I think
you got me now. You got me now. Yeah, I'm back. So the chat's heard it, but we'll just run through it. So basically, like I think that they needed a pro-ready quarterback, right?
Yeah.
None of this project crap. They need a pro-ready quarterback. They have a team, an infrastructure, an offense, a good defense that they can just throw a Mac Jones in there or Justin Fields, and I think that they could be pretty good. So to me, I could see a scenario where Garoppolo takes over. He took a big step back last year, and then all of a sudden, what happens this year? Like when he's the starter, what if he continues to be bad? And I think it's actually absolutely possible because I don't think Garoppolo is very good. So you're looking at a scenario where Garoppolo could potentially cede the role too early to Trey Lance. Trey Lance could be forced into action after 4 games. He's not ready. All of a sudden, he looks terrible because he's just in over his head. He's making bad decisions. He's throwing interceptions. You stunt his growth, but that's not even the problem here. Now, all of a sudden, you're committed to Lance. You got to put Lance as your starter in 2 years from now because you started him last year. He finished the year as a starter. So what happens then? I mean, what if he goes 8-8? I mean, it's hard to see him being – if he had a bad season this year, it's hard to see him being great next year unless he goes through, a Josh Allen type of transformation. And I just don't think that, like, the timeline there makes sense. So my question was, like, can Kyle Shanahan survive 3 straight years of losing records? And at the same time, like, even as much as John Lynch might like him, John Lynch has to be worried about, hey, my team hasn't had a winning record in 3 years. We went to the Super Bowl 4 years ago. He might get fired. So to me, I was just like thinking it's not that crazy to think this pick could actually be Kyle Shanahan's undoing. And it might actually be his hubris in a way, because he might be like, well, I can make this guy into a great quarterback. I'm the quarterback whisperer. What happens when it takes too long and you get fired because you have a losing record? I don't know. I don't know if it's that crazy.
No, it's a tough sell, especially because Trey Lance just does have a lot of Josh Allen in him, a guy who played an underwhelming conference compared to the rest of the FBS teams out there, a guy whose traits and whose bloodlines are a little bit better than his actual play on the field, a guy who's going to have a lot of bad habits bred out of him. It took Josh Allen 2 years before he really made that leap. He was better as a sophomore, but clearly bad as a rookie, mediocre year 2, gets the Bills to the playoffs. You don't really have that window for the Niners. So I agree with you there. I kind of think that Lynch and Shanahan saw what the Chiefs did with Alex Smith and Patrick Mahomes and saw the big return that the Chiefs got back when they traded away Alex Smith. And they're like, okay, that is our best case scenario. We give Jimmy G another year there. He restores his value because let's face it, the fact that no one traded for Garoppolo suggests that his value as a passer is somewhere in a day 3 pick range. And the Niners are like, you know what? We already carried his cap this long. We'll do it for another year. See if we can't get something a little bit better for him. Now we have an insurance policy if our quarterback doesn't go through. So it makes some sense to me. It is just a big gamble. And I mean, anytime you trade away 3 first-round picks for a quarterback, you are hoping, wishing, waiting that guy is going to perform right away. Trey Lance doesn't seem to be that guy. And like you, I am worried that the pressure will build. Lance will get thrown in the fire too early, and it could ultimately be devastating to his development. That said, it worked for Josh Allen, but Allen is a special case. Right. He did not look like he was going to be the guy for a year plus. We were all like, good job, Bills. You really nailed it. And then he proved us wrong. We don't get proven wrong that often with guys like Josh Allen.
And that's the thing is like,
Oh, Kenny lost your mic again. As we get a nice strike there from Deshaun. So fumble aside, Watson having a decent day here.
The Bills had the opportunity to do that. They were in a rebuilding mode. You know what I mean? So they can't do that in San Francisco, like I said.
Yeah, exactly. As we see you there over there on the Twitch, Fort agreeing with me that so we were talking about Etienne going a little bit earlier than expected. I'm saying I would rather have UNC's bruising tailback Javonte Williams in the second or third round than Etienne as a first. Any thoughts on that, Kenny Ducey?
On Travis Etienne going in the first round, two running backs going in the first round, I definitely agree with you that it's weird. We're not used to seeing that happen, and I don't necessarily think it's a good move. I don't see how we need to draft two running backs in the first round. But I mean, especially with you saw what Urban Meyer said yesterday, right?
Which part?
About Etienne being a third down back.
Oh no, I didn't. But that's wild.
Yeah, he said that they are going to use Etienne as a third down back. That's what he said after the draft, which is hilarious because the Jaguars actually hit the jackpot with James Robinson. They got an undrafted free agent in James Robinson, and he looked phenomenal last year. He looked great. They're like, wow, what a steal this guy was. No one drafted him. You get him for dirt cheap. He's a great. He is a bona fide number one running back. You bring in Urban Meyer, you bring in Trevor Lawrence. You're starting to build your offense. Now you got a running back, a quarterback, a coach. And what do? They just draft another running back to play on third downs. It just doesn't make any sense to me why they drafted Etienne, because that's where they want to use him, right?
Yeah, it's bizarre value. And you heard like the ESPN draft broadcast being like, well, you can put Robinson and Etienne on the field at the same time. And I guess if you want to move Etienne out to the slot, that's fine. But no, I agree with you there. And I think it's CJ over in the Twitch chat basically saying, listen, the Jaguars just took a torch to James Robinson's average draft.
Yeah, it makes no sense to me. Like, fantasy stock too, right? Like, I mean, this guy was just great. This guy was, growing into a great running back. So why stun his growth? I mean, I don't know if you're going to stun his growth, but like, why take the ball away from him? Why take snaps away from him? It especially with all the helpful pieces there. I mean, the Jaguars basically are building from scratch. They could have taken Bateman if they wanted to. They wanted a wide receiver for Lawrence because they don't have a ton of great talent there. They could have taken they could have taken Stokes or Newsome, at corner. They could have done anything for their defense.
Down of the game.
Sean Watson runs it in. They could have done anything to help their defense, right? Yeah. So why, or their offense for that matter. So I don't understand why they took a running back. But.
Yeah, they must have some big plans at 32 or 33 rather, that really cleared things up for them. Yeah, they saw that glut of defensive talent there. Guys who are lasting, and they're going to have their pick of pretty good players with the first pick tonight. I mean,
Owusu's there.
Yeah, Owusu is there. Morig. I mean, they could definitely use some safety help. If they want to punch up that offensive line. Tevin Jenkins is there, Liam Eichenberg. So there are a lot of guys. I would love to see Asante Samuel stay in state, go to the Jags, punch up that secondary. I was baffled by the Packers pick. I feel like they definitely reached for a guy who had Al Davis bona fide speed, but why?
The one thing about the Packers though is they do know DBs. They do a good job drafting DBs. So I feel like I trust them in that area. I was also watching the draft with the Packers fan, and that was like what he was like, okay, like I don't get it, but like I trust them when it comes to defensive backs. So I was like, you're right, like they do have good DBs.
Yeah, for me though, just a question of why. I mean, if Stokes was the guy the whole time, you clearly knew that before. You knew he was going to be available at 29.
Right.
Why do you give Kevin King 1 year and $5 million? I mean, why do you press yourself up against the cap that hard to bring back a guy who?
Big time sack, and the Texans recover.
Another turnover. So both QBs have put it on the turf. Zach Cunningham going around all the way and diving on that ball. So Texans with a chance to break this game over, taking over at the Jags 22.
I have some potentially inside info, by the way, and I'm very excited about the Jets to pick at 34, but I have heard that the Jets are big fans of Javonte Williams. So he could be going to the Jets today. I'm not sure. I just know that they liked him before the draft. He's going to be there, obviously. Yeah. Because the Jaguars, in all likelihood, aren't going to draft another running back, right? So you'd think that he will be there. And I'm not sure. I mean, the Jets are either going to go defense or with Javonte there. But I kind of like Javonte Williams. I think that would be a really good pick for the Jets to continue to build out this offense.
Yeah, I mean, do yourself a favor and crack a beer and watch his highlight reel. Dude plays so mean. He's a devoted blocker as well, so he brings a lot of value to the passing game, even when he isn't catching passes. And yeah, he will run into dudes. Like, you cannot arm tackle this guy. He's stacked up. He's like 5'10", 215. I think he was originally recruited as a linebacker, so he's got that I'm going to hit someone mentality. You get a big third down here, Kenny. 3rd and 14. Watson going to pull it down and get nothing out of it. So Kaimi Fairbairn about to come out for a 40-yarder. Now, Javonte Williams makes a lot of sense as a Jet, and that's a guy who you should seek out in your season-long fantasy. Maybe draft him a round earlier than people think, because with a rookie quarterback in the lineup and with a passing game that still needs a few more upgrades, he can make a lot of sense there. I also heard that maybe, and based on the way that the odds have gone with the 34th pick, that maybe the Jets are thinking linemen as well, and a guy like Tevin Jenkins could be the call.
Yeah, I would love that. The Kaufman started off the last sim asking me how last night went for me, how excited I was. And I'm most excited about Vera Tucker. I am so excited about getting another lineman that's all I care about. Like, Zach Wilson, I knew that he was going to be the quarterback, whatever. That's fine. I'm just excited about this line. You got Becton, now you got Vera Tucker right next to him, you'd think. They could go out and get a guy like Tevin Jenkins to me, the Jets should just draft all linemen and then just figure out the rest. I'm telling you, like, if they could get the 4th best tackle in the draft in Tevin Jenkins, throw him on the right side. Now 3 of your 5 linemen drafted in the first, in the first 34 picks in the last 2 years. Becton is a mauler. I think Vera Tucker is going to be very good. Great personality as well. And George Fant, who they ended up getting from the Seahawks last year, it was sort of a project. He turned out to be pretty good last year. So really now you're talking about, well, they just need a center, and maybe McGovern, maybe McGovern's the answer, maybe he's not. I mean, I think he was fine last year. He wasn't great, but I think that line is really coming together. Joe Douglas has done a good job, and it is so opposite of how I always used to think. Like, I remember the years when the Jets drafted Jabricka Ferguson and Nick Mangold in the first round together, and of course hit on those, and they were great, like great Jet lifers. They were amazing. They were like Jet Hall of Famers, favorite players. But when they first drafted them, I was like finding like hard to get excited about it, because it was like my young football mind. I was like, oh, why can't they take a running back, But now I'm sitting here, I'm an old man, and I'm just like, this is amazing that they're just sitting there and drafting linemen. Like, bring me more linemen. Just all the linemen.
Come to appreciate the trench play.
Well, that's what the key to a good team is, and especially watching Sam Darnold sit back there in the pocket and get killed for 3 years. Like, I definitely, it's the most important thing. I think that anyone would agree with you there, that I even think it's more important than quarterbacks, because if you can have a good line, if you can just have a decent quarterback step into a system with a good line where he has, like, look at Josh Allen. Josh Allen has so much time to throw, and that's really helped him develop his game. If you have time, right, then you can start, you could be a great receiver. I mean, I'm just thinking about the playoffs last year. I mean, watching that guy, I haven't looked at time in the pocket, like the stats where they keep track of that stuff, but I can just remember so many times his big time sack by JJ Watt. That he just has all day to throw. And when you have all day to throw, you've got, talented receivers that can read the play, come back to you, get open. Good things are going to happen. And so I think that is the key to a good offense. And I'm definitely excited about it for sure. I'm just looking up some blocking stats here, but I think McGovern was 23rd out of 36 centers.
Yeah,
so
he'll improve as the level of play around him improves as well. That's the kind of thing. He's kind of a rising tide guy based on.
My memory is wrong. Alex Lewis was a lot better. He was better in run blocking than George Fant was, but they have some guys there. But yeah, I mean they obviously still need some work. Van Roten was a good guard for them, I think, on the right side. But yeah, I mean, like, just bring me more linemen. I would love that.
Yeah, no, it makes some sense. I mean, you can give the Michael Piron another chance and back there, and It's not like there isn't any talent, and obviously you can always scoop up some of those later round backs, including as my guy Fort over at twitch.tv/DraftKings points out, they could go inside their home state and pick up Jared Patterson out of Buffalo on day 3. And Patterson's a guy I like a lot. He has great home run instincts, and he's built like a pinball. He's only like 5'7", but he's 195. So he gives off some of those Clyde Edwards-Helaire vibes, but obviously not nearly as accomplished. But all he did was destroy competition in the Mid-American Conference. He was the epitome of Maction. The step up in competition might get to him, but I do like him a lot, and I think he's going to be a very worthy 4th, 5th round flyer for a team. Maybe the Jets have him on their radar as a nice 3rd and long strike there from the Texans. They are fixing to add some more points here before we go into halftime, Kenny. Minute 20 to play. Fresh set of downs for the Texans at the Jaguars 46.
Well, to you, who do you think is going to be the next who is going to be this year's Clyde Edwards-Helaire? I think it could be I wrote yesterday on the DK Live app, there we go.
Yeah.
About some picks, and I think I said that it could be Kyle Pitts. I think I said he could be this year's Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Would you agree with that? Or would you give that honor to someone like Jalen Waddle, who's going to go, it all depends on what you think of Tua, but would you give it to Jalen Waddle? Would you give it to, maybe it is Etienne, depending on his role. Maybe it's Najee Harris. Najee Harris is going to go into a good offense, just steamroll guys on the line for Pittsburgh. Maybe it's Najee Harris. Who do you think is going to be the top fantasy performer out of this draft? The first round, anyway.
I thought we were going to talk about guys who
just the first round
that would go on to disappoint you, like CEH kind of did. I think a lot of people drafted CEH in the first round. He would be explosive dynamite.
He was good, and then he got hurt, and then that was it. But for the first part of the season, you were like really glad that you drafted him. He stepped in and he did well for fantasy owners. Again, until he got hurt, and then his role kind of fell off. But who's going to be the top fantasy performer?
Yeah, honestly, it's kind of tough to tell. I would love Najee Harris if he had a better offensive line in front of him. He's going to have to be able to create his own space. We saw he can do that at Alabama, but it's going to be a lot more difficult for him behind that Steelers rushing blocking that has been just kind of regrettable and pitiful in points in 2020. Is Sean going to do it himself again?
Ooh, down to the 2.
Should take the last timeout off the clock. There it is, 18 seconds left here. 1st and goal coming up, but the Texans going to have to throw it here. 16 seconds, rather. 1 second. I have what's that?
Is that a cat? Sounds like a cat. So Christian will deal with a cat or a person or a dog.
A tiny, insane human being who decides to come. Knows enough.
Gotcha. Oh, I thought it was a hiss. It was a
No, it was a shot.
Watson going to throw on the run. Ooh. Oh, he tried to throw it right to the other team. Incomplete. 2nd and goal here as the Texans are beating up on the poor old Jaguars without Urban Meyer, without Trevor Lawrence, without Travis Etienne, with Keelan Cole, who is now a Jet. 2nd and goal here for Deshaun Watson in the gun. He's got four
could have run that in if you wanted
out.
to, but of course the time left on the clock. Oh my! What are you doing, Deshaun?
I was thinking he might find Kenny Stills on that play. Kenny Stills was on the field for that play, folks. Number 12. We'll see. I think that if they go 4 wide again, you got a chance here for Stills to score a touchdown.
Yeah, obviously it's a throwing situation. You don't want to get stopped in downs and Brian Hoyer your way out of points here. And honestly, Watson had 2 opportunities to run it in there and didn't because of the clock. Let's see if he maybe shucks that off here. And he's going to throw again and finds no one. Fails the intended target, but he bounced that pass to him. So he was 12 for 12, Kenny. Gets down to the 2 and throws 3 straight bad incompletions. Kaimi Fairbairn coming out to kick another field goal. And he's going to be having a pretty decent half here. This should give him 8 fantasy points on the day.
So I think that oh, no, never mind. He was the more expensive kicker. I was going to say normally the less expensive kicker is the one that you want to roster. But Not in this case. Fairbairn, another field goal. He is going to go up over 8 fantasy points. I believe he'll be at 11 now, as you said. So good day to roster Fairbairn. Fairbairn. I think it's Fairbairn. As we're just taking a scenic look here in Jacksonville, apparently.
Got to enjoy TIAA Bank Stadium.
That's right. 13-0 Texans over the Jaguars. Glad to go with us. Kenny Ducey and Christian DeAndrea here on the DK Dream Stream. Been hanging out all day. Rossi's fat cat was hoping that it was a cat, I think.
No, yeah. Probably understood. Probably heard it and was like, friend? But
Mr. Hawk said, I think Kadarius Toney will be the best wide receiver in the draft.
You got to look at the system he's in, though. I mean, that's one of those things where, Kadarius Toney was very productive at Florida. He thrived in the space created by Kyle Pitts, which suggests that he should do great on the opposite sideline from Galladay. That's also a Danny Dimes situation where you don't know what you're going to get any given week from him. Daniel Jones took a big step back last season, and while he can be explosive, and again, this is a guy 3 different games with at least 4 passing touchdowns as a rookie. We didn't see that last season, so I think it's very dependent on which Danny Dimes shows up to play there. Same thing with guys like.
Sorry, are there more Danny Dimes than just the guy that stinks? Or
there's a good Danny Dimes in there. You know this. I know this. There was times where I was like, Dave Gettleman might be onto something here, and then immediately the next week you'd go, okay, no, Dave Gettleman is exactly who we thought he was. Although I did like the
Dave
movie.
Gettleman is the reason Dave Gettleman is dumb is not for drafting Daniel Jones. It's for drafting a quarterback at all when he was in love with Justin Herbert.
Yeah,
I've said this many times, but the man must be how he wants me to say Josh Doctson. I love saying that. He was right. Like he was zeroed in on Herbert. He was like, I need Herbert. I need Justin Herbert. Hibbett. He called him Justin Hibbett. And he didn't come out in the Daniel Jones draft. So what did he do? Did he wait? Did he wait until next year and take Justin Herbert? No, he just took random quarterback out of Duke.
The guy you fell in love with, and he was out on him until he saw him at the Senior Bowl, and that's all he needed. And was like, man, what? Like, I understand if you want to do that with your day 2 pick, but like a top 6 pick on a guy who
it was a waste. It was a waste. And he was like, they asked him like, why didn't you trade down? He's like, well, I never trade down. There's never smart to trade down. And then apparently he's British now. And then he traded down to yesterday. So if his whole thing about it not trading down was because he didn't think it was smart, he did it yesterday. So the guy has he just makes up random excuses to do what he does. And I don't know how he still has a job, but he does. And all I'm saying is I'm willing to admit when someone who I hate makes a great point, or someone who I don't think is good does something good. And he was right on with Justin Herbert. He was like, I didn't think Justin Herbert was going to be that good. I don't think a lot of other people did too, because he didn't go top 10 or at least top 5. I don't know. Maybe he did go top 10. But Brendan Gosheen called me a bucket head, I see here in the chat. So I don't know. I'm not a bucket head, but I don't understand what happened. There was even talk the year he took Daniel Jones that he was going to trade Jones and get Herbert. That's how much he liked him. So,
and listen, Herbert went exactly the same place that Danny Dimes did the year before, 6th overall. I mean, Gettleman is a weird drafter. He had the Saquon issue early on, where it's like, you're really going to take a running back 2nd overall. As good as Saquon was at Penn State, we're kind of seeing the ripples remaining from that move. And I just credit where it's due. I like the trade back from 11 to 20. Toney he's a nice prospect, but I don't know if I love him at 20th. I think I might have appreciated a guy like Elijah Moore who can go in the slot and really provide a nice counterpunch to Kenny Galladay downfield. But you have Darius Slayton, so maybe not. I don't know. We'll see how it works out for the Giants. Typically, the answer is not well, but we'll see.
So yeah, we gotta talk about Aaron Rodgers as well.
And spoiler alert: Glash has strong opinions about a veteran quarterback who could compete with Tom Brady. He and I got into this a little bit last night too, and he is clearly, he's of the mind where it's like, get this guy out of here. I'm sick of dealing with him. He's me first, not team first. And I get that. We're actually seeing that from a handful of Packers fans up here where they're like, all right, we're at it. We're done on this guy. We're out. I cannot abide by it. I feel like if you have a quarterback as good as Aaron Rodgers, you deal with the nonsense and you go from there. And he's kind of got a point, you know. Rodgers' thing is that, you know, he's not wrong. He's maybe being a jerk about it, but he's not incorrect with the way he's seeing things. You know, a team that's trying to push him out the door the way they did when they drafted him to replace Brett Favre, and he sees the writing on the wall, and I think he wants to cement his legacy. Also, Kane, this is a dude who is now engaged to another Californian person. They probably just want to get the hell out of Wisconsin. They don't want to have to live in Green Bay for 6 months out of the year, which understandable. I get it. We're not for everyone. As that pass goes nowhere, we're about to get a 53-yard attempt from the Lambeau here. About a 50-50 proposition, but Lambeau, one of the better kickers here in Madden 21. I think he should be able to thread the needle and ruin the Texans' defense's shutout. Kick is up, and it is good.
There we go.
I think the problem for Rodgers is that he doesn't really have that much leverage besides, maybe he takes his talent and he decides he's going to host Jeopardy for a year and he presses the Packers leadership's feet to the fire. But he's under contract for the next 3 years, and I think both sides would be appeased if they can work out a deal where he gets paid like $42 million a year, but it eases the salary cap burden in 2021 and 2022. And I still want to say, like, maybe the Packers were really zeroed in on Rashad Bateman, only see him go 2 picks before they selected the 29th, and maybe that the pick they did make, the cornerback out of Georgia, Eric Stokes, is a little bit of a panic pick for them or a fallback option. So this whole thing really screams, what are the Packers doing? What is their plan? And it seems like they maybe don't have one right now. They're kind of winging it, and Rodgers is pissed off about that. And maybe they can talk him off the ledge. And I don't see any other way it goes. If you're the Packers, you're not going to trade Aaron Rodgers because there's no chance in hell you are going to get equal value back in return.
So I agree with you about the equal value, but I don't know if he is ever going to play. I mean, I think that it is certain that he's never going to play in Green Bay again. I don't know if he'll play anywhere else, but I think that he is willing to hold this grudge and what a juke by Deshaun.
Wow, 2 in a row. Jaguars defense getting put on skates as Deshaun 10 yards from the bonus right now.
We know that this guy is different than, well, I can wait till you're back to say it, but Deshaun Watson has really shown us something in this sim. He's run the football incredibly well. We've got 5:38 to go in the third. So Rodgers is not like Russell Wilson. He's not like Le'Veon Bell. He's not like any of these guys, first of all, who are younger and, probably don't want to retire at 28 or 26. But he has a backbone, and he holds grudges. He's a vengeful guy. I really think that he would definitely hold this chip on his shoulder against the Packers and refuse to play for them. And I don't know if that would lead him to just host Jeopardy or just retire early. But I really don't think that he wants to play for the – look at what happened with Carson Palmer with the Bengals. And that whole thing with the Bengals wouldn't trade him, and he's like, well, I'm not going to play. And the only way to get out of the contract was to retire. Like, I think that that's more of the situation we're seeing now, where I don't think I think this is an irreparable relationship. I really do. Yeah. And I think it's unique that we have a guy coming off an MVP season that's doing this. But I really don't I think that if he never plays football again, I think he's totally at peace with that. I think that he is obviously a great competitor and one of the greatest quarterbacks ever. But I don't think that he likes football as much as people think he does. Like, I think he has a lot of other interests. And I think that if he could just, now that he is engaged, like, he could just settle down, get married, read some books, rest on his laurels. He won a Super Bowl. He just won the MVP. I think he'd be fine with that. So I think in his mind, he's like, they're either going to trade me, I'm going to keep playing and prove it and stick it to him, or I'm going to stick it to him and just leave. Like, I just don't think he wants to ever shoot up again. And I think that it means more to him to stand behind what he said and follow through on I'm not going to play for the Packers than it does for him to, like, I think he'd rather do that and not play again than cave and be seen as the guy who said, I don't want to play for you, and then reluctantly played. You know what I mean? I think it means more to him that if he can actually just like, you know, have his words have weight in this way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it would be a way he stands out from the field, too. And you're right, he's got nothing left to accomplish on the field. He's got the Super Bowl ring. He's got multiple MVPs. I feel like the itch would get to him. This is a guy who, when his career is supposed to be winding down, just had one of the best seasons any quarterback has ever put out there. So I think that, despite the fact that Deshaun already into the bonus, takes his team inside the red zone. One more touchdown here, Kenny, feels like that'll be just about it for the Jaguars. We know he holds grudges. We know he has the issues with his own family. We know he's kind of a private guy who does not process things in the same way as a normal NFL superstar. It's very possible, but I think the two sides are going to come to terms. I'm also the same guy who thought the Patriots and Tom Brady were going to come to terms last year, though. So maybe don't listen to me on that one. Deshaun just decided to do it himself this entire drive, up to 123 and a touchdown now. So he remains unfadable for this Texans offense. I am currently 38th out of our 67-person three-roll, Kenny, and that is despite dueling bagels from Brandon Cooks and Chris Conley. My captain, D.D. Westbrook, only has one catch for 6 yards. And now Deshaun back on his nonsense inside the red zone, throwing passes to no one.
So 3rd and 2.
Big play coming up here.
Yep.
Field goal keeps the Jags in it. Touchdown puts them away. And first down would work as well, as this is going to be a first. It's going to be just barely failed to break the play in there. 1st and goal coming up from the 1-inch line.
So, do we get another 4 wide receiver set here, Christian? What happens?
I think
no, we don't. We got a jumbo formation.
Come on, Colin Gillespie.
Here we go. Is Dario Gumbawale gonna? No, just kidding. It's Johnson in for the touchdown. It is David Johnson with the score. And just like that, the Houston Texans are beaten up on the poor old Jaguars here, 20-3.
I mean, two teams here with formerly great in the case of Johnson, but backs who came out of the FCS and had immediate impacts. David Johnson developed into an all-pro with the Cardinals before not being so great. And now the Jags with James Robinson will be right back. It appears my toddler has escaped containment and just running around.
Oh, boy. Running wild. Well, the Texans and Deshaun Watson specifically are running wild. Deshaun Watson here up to 104 yards, 130 rushing yards. So it's going to be an uphill battle for him to get to the double bonus. But, boy, rushing the football, he has been absolutely incredible. You put him in your captain spot, you've got 37.74 points so far. And that's really about it. I mean, nobody else out here has had a good day. The Texans defense has 12 points, and I mentioned David Johnson. He has 9.8 now. But other than that, I mean, it's just Deshaun Watson and everybody else in this sim, really. You've got Brandon Cooks scoreless. I guess Kymie Fairbairn with the 12 points would be considered a pretty big performance by this sim standards, or 9 points, excuse me, he's got now. So, it's been hard to find offense here as Chris Thompson tries his best. Yeah, he got 9 yards there. So Chris Thompson now up to 21 yards on the day.
Thompson was a guy for a minute there, was a must-start option, and now just has not been that guy. His max over the last 5 sims, 10 points on the dot. Failed it double digits 3 of those 5 times. And this whole entire Jaguars team is just fantasy anathema here in Simland. How do you make a lineup of these guys? As Minshew sacked again, he is taking a beating today. He is trying his best to convince Urban Meyer and the Jags leadership to draft a lineman at number 33, which, to be fair, well within the realm of possibility. Third and intermediate coming up here. Jags don't convert here. They have no prayer. Let's face it, Kenny. Jags are not coming back to win this one no matter what happens on this drive.
That's right. It's going to be really difficult. I mean, you never know, though. 17 points, you get a turnover next drive. Who knows what happens? We got to get a quick score. O'Shaughnessy, or Eifert, rather, is gonna catch that one.
Stops shy. So 4th and 2 should be 4-down territory if you're the Jaguars and you realize there's 8:25 left in the game. But they are probably going to punt this one away, and we are going to see the Texans take the opportunity to turn this one from a laugher into a true blowout. Yeah, there's the punt.
Here comes the punt.
Logan Cook. Where's Brian? I always forget who the punters are. That one's on me.
So, into the end zone. Another bad punt. Not only are we getting punt, we're getting bad punts. How about that?
Yeah, so that'll take us 1 quarter left. It's been about as good as we'd hoped, Kenny. I mean, on the plus side, if you stacked up the Texans offense, you're having a decent day. David Johnson found the end zone. Deshaun Watson ran for one. He's in the bonus as well. Only 104 passing yards. So the bulk of the Texans' yardage today has been on the ground. And, Gardner Minshew, 44 passing yards in 3 quarters. Chris Thompson, 21 rushing yards. The Jags as an offense, and this isn't even taking into account yards lost by sacks, but they have 65 net yards right now, offense, and it's been grim. It has been a very Jags sim. It has been the reason why they sunk all the way to the bottom of last year's standings and now have Trevor Lawrence to show for it. It's been a bad one.
It has. Well, there's your cue there to follow.
Speaking
Christian.
of draft takes, we broke down what we liked, what we didn't like, whether or not the Niners got it right, and more, including is Mac Jones the next franchise quarterback for the Patriots? But you can read all about it, postroute.substack.com. Subscribe. It's absolutely free, and we drop knowledge in your inbox 3 times per week. Postroute.substack.com. I know a whole bunch you've already signed up, and we are so, so grateful. Thank you so much for reading, and thank you for dealing with my shameless plugs every sim. Love you, Sim fam.
Deuce a country down here. Feel real southern here with my hat. Hat down low. Bucket hat, getting ready to fish. Yeah. What is there to talk about in this sim? No big fantasy performances except for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
Thank you, Diablo. What about Carlos Gomez? You want to talk about him?
Well, we were asking who the top shelf.
Oh, yeah. I like Carlos Gomez.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he
You know who I also like? Similar name, Carlos Gonzalez. Cargo. Yeah,
similar fantasy studs too, because they would hit dingers, be good center fielder.
He fell off a cliff, man. Like, it was really weird. He wasn't even that old. I think he was like 32 and just forgot how to hit and never was the same. Like, his career ended so abruptly. I actually owned him in fantasy baseball the year that happened, and I had to drop him. It was very sad. But I was like, I refused to believe it, because I was like, oh, he's just having a slow start. He has slow starts plenty of times. And like, I mean, it was, let me go through it here. So he hit 276 in 2018 with Colorado, right? Oh no, sorry, that was the wrong year. I think it was, what year must it have been? I don't think 2019 would be the year that I'm thinking of. I think I'm thinking more of,
He was an all-star in 2016. He hit 298 with 25 homers. He drove in 100 runs, Christian.
Yeah.
And then 2017, he hit 262 with 14 homers. And he completely went from a 111 OPS plus to an 86 OPS plus. And then just completely fell off a cliff and hit, 262 he had 16 homers the year before. I don't know. I just feel like he just completely fell off. Like it rapidly happened. This guy was one of the most consistent hitters in baseball, and then just done.
Yeah, no, for sure. He was a guy who was a perennial all-star as long as he stayed healthy. And he had that insane 2015 where, yes, of course, Coors Field helped, but he had 40 dingers, it set a career high. He only broke 26 dingers like twice in his career other than that. So, it showed up out of nowhere and was like a bona fide first-round fantasy draft pick, and then, just fell apart. Obviously didn't finish.
He also was not that old when that happened. His decline happened when he was 31. That was when he started to decline, and it to me made no sense because he's not old, and he has like a swing that translates. I don't know. It's tough to figure out what happened there. I will say that I had what was I going to say? I made a great move in fantasy baseball. I'm in an NL only keeper league. I don't know if you're a big baseball guy for fantasy, but I traded Max Fried, very good.
Yeah.
One of my keepers. I have Fried, Soroka, and Sixto Sanchez. I have a really good trio of starters. So I wasn't even looking to trade Max Fried, but someone was shopping Jesse Winker. I love Jesse Winker. I think Jesse Winker is a really good hitter. And so I traded Fried for Winker, and I got Jordan Hicks, the guy who throws 100 for the Cardinals, and I also got Matthew Liberatore, the number 32 prospect in baseball, plays for the Cardinals. So, and feeling pretty good about it. Felt pretty good about that trade. Yeah.
I don't know why the Texans snapped that ball with 16 seconds left on the play clock, but good for them as Brian Anger, former Jaguar.
The guru says he has Jesse Winker on his team. Jesse Winker, good hitter. Just can roll out of bed and hit. Must be saying we got to talk about football today. Day 2 of the draft. What's your big call for day 2 of the draft? What's going to happen?
I mean, Terrellin dropped it in behind the scenes. The guys who go earlier than expected, including my guy Quinn Miners, the Wisconsin Whitewater Warhawk, and you know me, I'm in favor of any D3 guy getting a shot. But when it's a guy, I actually got to see his last home game, a playoff win over Mary Hardin Baylor. No, St. John's. It was St. John's, and then they went on. They lost to North Central in the national title game. But yeah, crazy to think that in that Final Four D3 playoff game, you had 2 different draftable O-linemen going against each other. Jaguars, Ben Barch, and Whitewater's Quinn Miners. I want to see where he goes. I'm looking forward to watching the tape. I'm hoping they play his Canada workout YouTube video on the big screen. We see it on ABC because that is absolutely hilarious to see him go out there and punch down trees and haul lumber throughout the wilderness there as his
gotta love a good lumber haul.
Exactly. So no, I'm excited to see what happens there. What the Patriots do is going to be very interesting. They're selecting at 46, and if one of those key wideouts slides to them, and there are still quite a few good pass catchers available. It's a very deep draft. But if somehow Elijah Moore slides all the way down to 46, I don't think he will. But if he does, this is a guy who absolutely lit the SEC on fire last season. Lightning fast, great speed out of the slot. I think he would make a great Patriot. Rondale Moore is another guy who could go to New England and get those special teams reps, although Gunnar Olszewski was very good at it.
Oh, there's a touchdown for someone not named Deshaun Watson. It's DJ Chark.
Yes, into the end zone. So The Jaguars still have some life in them. That'll make it a 10-point game with 92 seconds left to go.
All right,
Jags
all
have to
right.
recover the onside kick to have a prayer here. But
Okay.
if they can get a stop, burn their timeouts, and they will have an outside shot. The win percentage for the Texans just went from 99.8% down to 99.6%.
Of course they're going to review it. While they're reviewing it, seems as good a time as ever to shout out the fam, talking about the fam behind the scenes here. They're going to keep that touchdown on the board. Drew on the ones and twos behind the scenes, as well as Tara Lynn working behind the scenes for us on this. Not flying solo per se, but without the training wheels on. Everything is going according to plan. Everything is running smooth. You know, you might say the only problem is that I'm wearing a bucket hat, but that's not her fault. Jordan as well is with us, and Jared from Ops. So we got a whole big crew here as well for Madden today, and of course you and I. The front-facing part of DraftKings here on the Dream Stream. So glad that you guys could be with us. As we got the 10-point game on our hands. There's a minute 32 left, but the Jaguars have 3 timeouts. They could get a stop and a score here. I have seen an onside kick recovered, so let's see what happens. No, it's not going to be recovered.
Not going to happen here.
Well, they could get a stop, Christian. They could get a stop. They got 3 timeouts. They could also get a turnover. I don't think they're going to win this game or even tie it, but we could get some more points for some Jaguars offensive players, and that is what we really want to see, because Deshaun Watson has just dominated this whole sim. They're going to try to hand it off here with David Johnson and see what ends up happening, and on this specific carry, he's going to
not a great
about 6 or 7.
Yeah, great news if you got David Johnson in your lineup. Not only does he have that touchdown, but he's going to get at least one more touch here before third down. So not a bad beginning, picking up 5 on first down. If you can get a couple more here, he'll really keep the playbook open on third down, and that way you don't have to worry about an incomplete pass stopping the clock. Also with Fairbairn, you probably don't want to attempt a 56-yarder. Oh, that'll do it. Deshaun.
Yeah, there goes Deshaun.
Perfect read on that one. Pulls the ball back from Johnson, sprints forward for 10+. So, I mean, we know who the Krusty Koff player of the game here. Got to be that man right there. Not only sealing the win, but hitting the rushing bonus. On a day where everyone was mostly garbage, Deshaun lived up to the hype, as is tradition. 25+ in the flex despite that early fumble. And as far as the Babysitter Billy Award, well, got to give it to Brandon Cooks. The wide receiver one bageled his way through this one. 0 points from him. Don't even know if he had a target. Maybe it was one of those red zone targets that went nowhere, Kenny. Yeah, any day Brandon Cooks and Kenny Stills have the same amount of points, it is a problem.
Well, it's about to wrap it up here. The Texans will take some knees. We got our awards all set here. Mr. Hawk said NFL draft gave me hope there'll be some full stadiums this season. Yeah, I think that could happen.
Could be. I mean, obviously
so.
we have a great vaccination rate out there, and we are clearly trending toward that. I know, Kenny, you got your second shot yesterday. I'm impressed that you're standing, that you fended off the side effects.
This is how much I care about the Sim fam. You wanna yell at me, whatever. And this is who in their right mind would show up to take a beating in the chat after taking a beating by their second dose of the vaccine. But I'm here. I actually feel pretty good. I'm a little tired. That's about it. Had a fever last night, but we're soldiering on. Coming up at 4:00. Speaking of soldiering on, Christian's going to try to pick up the pieces of what was just an ugly sim here and hope for something better with the Eagles and the Patriots in Foxborough. Brendan Glasheen, he was in the chat. You might know him. He's popping in and out here, talking about my bucket hat. He's going to be on the call with Christian. The Patriots coming in at 25-14 in Simland. The Eagles 20-19. I actually think that's going to be a very good sim. If you don't have Marquise Goodwin in your captain spot, you will lose. But if you didn't have that man in your captain spot today, Deshaun Watson, you lost. He was the only guy that was worth anything in this sim. We gave him the player of the game. Brandon Cooks shutout, 0 bagel in this one. So that's going to be about do it. That's going to just about do it.
Oh, I mean, at least he came back strong and threw for a touchdown. But yeah, just a trash sim, which tends to happen when we get the Jaguars and the Texans, and unfortunately, they are division rivals, so we see them a lot.
All right. Well, for our entire crew, for Christian, I'm Kenny. Thanks for hanging out with us. We will see you at 4:00 for another sim. Glash going to take over for me. I'll be here about on Monday. So, yeah, we'll see you then. Take it easy.
What's up, hooligans? Welcome to another edition of the Unreasonable Odds podcast. Back in the mix once again. This is probably my monthly appearance, so we'll see you guys probably June 15th after this. So at least if you like me, get used to this appearance because I'm probably gone for like 2 months after this. But happy to be back in the saddle, of course, with my dude, Julian Edlow, giving some instant reaction, 12-hour reaction, 24-hour, depending on when you watch this, to the NFL draft that took place on Thursday. First round went through. Was nothing short of drama. There was plenty of that. There was some surprising moves that were made. We're going to kind of give some of our analysis on some of that. And then later in the show, we have a very special guest that we're going to bring in on, that we'll be bringing on to the show. Chelsea Messenger, host of Picks and Parlays, will be here to talk some MLB betting as well. So make sure to stay tuned for that. Julian, my friend, what's going on, dude?
I love betting the NFL draft. It's so great. And
it's a great rush.
It's a great rush. It's a different kind of sweat than a game. Like you're either glued, you either want it spoiled by Rappaport or Schefter. They're not quite Woj bombs. Like Woj and Shams have them like 5 minutes before the picks in the NBA, and it's totally different.
Yeah.
NFL, you can get them like a minute, 30 seconds before if you want it, or you can just watch the broadcast and get it. It's a different kind of sweat than a game. Betting drafts, obviously, waiting to hear that name. And then it's also just, I did a radio interview asking, for some advice on betting the draft and whatnot. Like it's so much different than betting a game. Like over the weekend, the Jazz were minus 1,000 money line favorites against the Timberwolves, and they lost. When something gets to minus 1,000 in the draft, that's going to happen. Now, maybe you don't have the bankroll to bet things like that, but like if you're not afraid of laying some juice, like I watched Kyle Pitts go from plus money to minus 120 to minus 150 to be the first non-QB selected. I bet him pretty big at minus 150. It was like minus 400, minus 450 by the time we got to draft night. And it was a great bet. So like if you do your research and you aren't afraid to lay some juice, or you want to get in early on things that you think are going to happen at great plus money and just watch them come down, betting drafts are great. This is the third year in a row profitable on the NFL draft. I'm pretty sure I have to go back and check last year, but 2 of the last 3 years, the NFL draft best bets article has been undefeated. Last year I wrote so many, there were going to be some losses in there, but it did very well. So betting drafts, that's I love it.
And I'm glad you brought that up about, getting on something early, because then, the odds shift dramatically, because one of the big storylines going into, and we started on the DraftKings Sportsbook specifically going into the afternoon, was Trey Lance going 3 overall, the third pick going to the 49ers. We saw some massive movements on that during the afternoon. Obviously, when the 49ers originally drafted up to 3, the idea was that it was going to be Mac Jones. He ended up falling right into the Patriots' lap at 15, and they went instead with Trey Lance. And over on your Twitter account, at Julian Edlow, you posted this beautiful looking graph that showed how the live movement went for who was going to go at 3, because quite frankly, we all knew how the draft was going to play out. Trevor Lawrence was going to go first. Zach Wilson was going to go second. The draft really started at pick 3. They ended up going with Trey Lance, which I felt like was probably the right move because, basing on talent, yes, maybe Justin Fields is probably the guy that should go there. But for what the 49ers wanted to do and their offensive scheme, Trey Lance was the better fit for the 49ers. So as the day went on, Lance was becoming more and more of a favorite to go at 3rd. If you followed that trend, you followed where the money was going, you would have won that bet. Kind of talk us through, your mentality as you were seeing that movement and then how that ended up playing out here on draft night.
Again, these don't always work in drafts, but they usually do. This is not the Patriots moving from minus 6.5 to minus 9.5 and the money's piling on. You still have to play the game and see what the score is. This is a team who knows the two teams before its decision. They have their pick of anybody left in the draft. So it's just betting on information. And the information was good. I know you and I were both able to scoop up Trey Lance yesterday at even money. And that worked out great. So I also, when Rappaport put out the report that it was between Mac Jones and Lance, I bet some Lance before Fields. I bet some Lance under 6.5. Just because this whole time I never bought the Mac Jones stuff. Like Mac Jones was, I think the Patriots got Mac Jones right around like his ceiling in the NFL.
Where he should be going.
Prospect. I thought he could have been a late first round pick. We'll see how that goes with the Patriots. It's obviously a good landing spot. I don't love the prospect, but that's a different story. When you start to see that money move, it was a great kept secret by the 49ers. When they traded up, you don't give that much up to move that high up unless you know who you're taking. They knew who they were taking all along. And the cool part of how good they kept this secret in the Twitter era and whatnot, between the time of that trade and the pick being made, Fields was minus 120 or something. Mac Jones was minus like 275, 300. And Trey Lance closed minus 200. All of them, all three quarterbacks that we knew would be on the board there were odds-on favorites at one point in time. So great job by the Niners in this day and age, keeping things, under the vest.
On top of that, too, unless Trey Lance is a good actor, you saw like a genuine reaction come from him about getting the call. And he even said when he was on the stage, I didn't even know until a couple of minutes ago. Like, obviously, some of these guys had a good idea of where they were going. And unless Lance is playing all of us, he genuinely seemed somewhat surprised that he was the guy going to 3.
No, I believe him because the Niners didn't tell anybody. They didn't tell their coaches, their personnel. It was just like Shanahan, Lynch, and I don't know who else that knew. So I don't think they told Trey Lance he was the pick. I think he probably got some good vibes and knew that it was a very realistic possibility. But he doesn't know how their workouts with Mac Jones and Justin Fields went. They could have liked one of him more. Lance was the prospect that made sense. Like I said in my videos for my mock draft, where I was our only analyst that had Trey Lance going number 3, I would like to point out. Here's why it makes sense. Like the one thing that the Niners said before Shanahan started talking about who knows who's going to be alive on this earth at the end of the weekend, and we like all 5 quarterback prospects. That's why we moved up. Like he just started spewing garbage because one of the things that he said early on is Jimmy Garoppolo is going to give us the best chance to win next year. We want to use Jimmy Garoppolo and develop a quarterback. When you say that, who's the guy that fits at number 3? Trey Lance, the mystery prospect that is well coached, player's son. He's
Very
20 years old. He's got all the tools, but you probably want to sit him for a year and let him learn. Like that's the part that added up for me and made Lance the likely pick. And just using your eyes, like Mac Jones is not a top 10 prospect. So it all worked out as advertised. Did really well with the top 5 picks. Wish I acted more on Chase. I just let my head. I know a lot of us, including you, are like protect Burrow. We kind of learned that pick was going to be Chase, especially by the odds later on. I wish I got in a little bit there. So I'm going to have a day 2 NFL draft, NFL best bets. If you're watching this on Friday before 7 p.m. when things start. This morning, Bengals next pick to be an offensive lineman was like minus 250. It's up to minus 335 for the Bengals in that 5 spot in the second round to select an O lineman. There's a few good ones on the board. So it's going to be that. Like I said, if you don't mind laying juice on something that's going to happen, that is going to happen.
Right. And I agree with that too. And, obviously I wasn't crazy about the Chase pick, not because of the player, but because when you look at the Bengals, like their need is not at receiver. Like they still have a good core of receivers, even if they don't take Chase. Like,
yes and no.
Go ahead.
I mean, so I just think it gives them all the pieces of like a really elite offense, except you have to fill the line out even more now. So like Sewell it sounds like he's a generational lineman. Like he opted out last year. So his last season was protecting Herbert before the last draft. And it was like, if he gets another year under his belt, he could be a 3, 4, 5 overall pick. It's a tough pass. It's tough to pass on Sewell there, I'll admit. But this is a guy that Burrow knows well and that knows Burrow well. And like that connection could be big time. Like we're talking for fantasy DFS purposes down the line the next few years, like the Burrow Chase stack could be that like Breeze, Michael Thomas, Matt Ryan, Julio Jones type of stack some of these weeks in fantasy. And T Higgins is a really solid guy opposite outside, and Boyd is a really good slot guy. So like they're building one of these really elite type of offenses. Now, they just really need to focus on the offensive line through trade, free agency, their next, whatever, make your next 3 picks O-linemen. I don't care. Do what you have to do to protect Burrow now at all costs, because you have those pieces in place. But I think that, there's only one prospect like Chase when you consider the part of how he played with Burrow and has that connection. So if you put a lot of stock in that and feel you can get the lineman later, go for it.
I mean, I also didn't like the pick because I had Chase over 5.5, for his landing spot. So there's that too.
Right.
I want to jump over into the top 10 because right after the top 10, because I think the 2 biggest winners of the first round are right in that realm. The Eagles traded up to spot 10, took Devontae Smith from Alabama, which is going to be huge for him. And Jalen Hurts gives him a nice weapon because the Eagles.
That's another former college connection right there.
Correct. But if there's one thing the Eagles need, there are many, but Jalen Hurts needs weapons. He needs a downfield threat. He did not have that. Like you look at the Eagles depth chart heading into the draft, it was pathetic. Like there was nobody that like stood out to you. Like there's Jalen Hurts as number 1 guy. Maybe Smith's not number 1 right off the bat, but he probably is going to be in that conversation. And then right after that, immediately the Bears jumped in, took pick number 11, and they took Justin Fields, who, we just talked about for a long time was, maybe the 3rd pick for the 49ers. The Bears were able to swoop in, get their quarterback of the future. It is not Andy Dalton. It is not Nick Foles. It's Justin Fields. But those are probably the 2 biggest winners from the early portion of the draft for me, because it's 2 teams that had a huge need to fill. They did their part. They traded up where they needed to. And the Eagles kind of bounced around in the draft here, ended up with 10 because we saw a couple moves that they made. But they got their guy. The Bears got their guy. I mean, do you think those are the 2 biggest winners of the first round? Because those are the ones that stick out most to me.
Start with the Bears, who were clearly if they're not the biggest winner, they're top 2 or 3 because they did a great job going up and getting a guy that I think a lot of us, we all had our mock drafts based on what will happen in the draft. But I think a lot of us, just from doing all the shows with the analysts here at DraftKings, most of us had Fields as like the 2nd best quarterback prospect behind Trevor Lawrence. So they're getting a good player. They're getting a tested player who's, played at Ohio State. He's played in big games. He's played against good competition. He's been through adversity. He's played hurt, taking that big crack against Clemson in that game and staying out there and continuing to shred them. He's tough. He fits a team like the Bears with that toughness. I just feel that's going to work out. This isn't Mitch Trubisky, who was kind of that mystery guy at the top of that draft. And looking back at it, how wild is it that people will bite on a mystery like that over prospects like Watson and Mahomes? Trey Lance seems a little more raw, head on his shoulders. Trey Lance seems like he can get a little more polished. I like him a lot more than Trubisky, which is very easy to say, now, but great draft for the Bears. Giving the first round pick to move up 9 spots is well worth it, given what you got. The Bears were obvious. The Eagles, they could have. I wouldn't have hated if they went cornerback early, a huge need. Yeah. But then Horn goes 8, Surtain goes 9. Now there's not an elite corner either. Right. Waddle goes 6. There's only one really premier wide receiver or corner prospect left. So you've got to make sure. And the Giants clearly wanted Devonta Smith at 11, especially considering we know when they made back. That helped the Bears big time, although maybe the Bears could have made a move at 12 or whatever. they clearly wanted Smith, and it's funny that the Cowboys helped the Eagles move up to pass the Giants to get the wide receiver that the Giants were going to take. Is just a funny storyline. I don't know if the Eagles are the biggest winners, but they did a good job getting a position of need. And Smith is a great possession receiver that has some background with Hurts, obviously from Alabama. A lot of that last night. Hurts and Smith get together. Tua and Waddle from Alabama get together in Miami. Obviously, Burrow and Chase get together from LSU. And then the Jags put Travis Etienne and Trevor Lawrence together from Clemson as well.
Yep.
So a lot of teammates, quarterbacks getting their passing weapons last night.
And I think it's important too to note that, like, if there was needs for the Eagles, it was definitely cornerback and wide receiver. It wouldn't have made sense for them to take quarterback there, because the next one that went off the board was Caleb Farley from Virginia Tech, and he didn't go until pick 22, I think it was, for the Titans. So unless they were going to move back again in the draft, that was the right move to make, and they did get the right guy for it.
Which, I mean, the Eagles, some teams had Farley just off their boards altogether because he has 2 major back surgeries.
Right.
So Tennessee took a risk on him. So yeah, if there's nobody left at your positions of need but Smith, great move.
Last move I kind of want to hit upon, and this was the one that really everybody was waiting on to see what they would do. The Patriots ended up taking Mac Jones at pick 15. Obviously, Mac Jones was in the green room probably a lot longer than he expected, falling all the way down to 15. He's saying the right things after the draft, secretly wanted to be a Patriot. This is where the landing spot was going to be. There was a lot of chatter about if the Patriots would move up into the top 10 to grab a quarterback if they, if things fell the way that it was. Once Trey Lance went at 3, I think the Patriots felt safe that they could stay put at where they are, and they were going to be able to get the quarterback that they needed, because if it was not Trey Lance, I feel like another team, maybe even the Panthers, might have done their due diligence there and take Trey Lance there, even though they have Sam Darnold. But once Lance went to the 3rd spot, I think the Panthers were content with who they had with Sam Darnold. They did end up picking up his 5th-year option, so there's that too as well. So they are going with Sam Darnold. But I think that Trey Lance pick was so important because it paved the way for the Patriots to be able to land Mac Jones. I think you and I both aren't crazy about the pick. There's one thing I don't like about Mac Jones. He's not, once he gets flushed out of the pocket, not the player that, and look, Cam Newton has not been a viable quarterback, but if there's one thing I do like about Cam Newton is that he's mobile. But the Patriots did what they did in the offseason with so many weapons that they have. They don't really need a mobile quarterback because they have so many guys on the field now that Cam or Mac Jones can throw to. So it was the move that had to be made because, why wouldn't they take Mac Jones at 15, who was, potentially a 3rd pick overall. But, as a player, it is what it is. It was the pick to make, but doesn't mean I have to like it.
I'm just not buying, like, the perception was obviously that Jones was going 3 because he touched minus 300 there. So now everybody thinks the Patriots got the number 3 draft spot at number 15. I'm not sold that was ever anywhere close. 49ers knew the whole time who they were taking. Mac Jones had no shot all along of going in the top 3, which means if no other quarterbacks are going in the top 10, Mac Jones had no chance all along of going in the top 10. This was a mid to late first rounder for me all along. I was shocked when he got the boost that he did to 3. It didn't happen, which makes sense. And, I think the Patriots took him almost a little early. I'm shocked that the Patriots actually spent first round draft capital on a quarterback. Bill Belichick has never done that. He is stubborn. Tom Brady was a 6th round pick, 199. We know he should think that he can get away with that again. Find another Garoppolo, find another Stidham, just keep going until you find your guy late even in this draft. Take somebody tonight, take Friday night, take somebody on Saturday afternoon. I'm shocked, even though it's a Saban connection.
I was going to say, how much did that come into play? Because I feel like if he was in any other place but Alabama, he may not have been that guy.
A lot. Bill Belichick has to have gotten a 100% stamp of approval from Nick Saban that Mac Jones is a legitimate prospect. So maybe I'm not going to sit here and pretend that you and I know football like Bill Belichick and Nick Saban. So they're probably right about this. I would hope, but we don't seem to think Mac Jones is that good of a prospect. And you know me, I'm a huge Alabama guy. I bet them all the time in season. I always bet them to win their conference, bet them to win the SEC, bet them to win the national championship game. Like, pile it on. They've made me plenty of money, and I love Alabama. But like, you could argue that you can't argue. It is a fact that Mac Jones is about to downgrade his wide receivers going from college to the NFL. He just had Waddle and Smith, 2 top 10 picks. Now you got N'Keal Harry and Nelson Aguilar. Who's the guy from San Francisco? Bourne. You're downgrading your wide receivers. You have almost a similar offensive line. It's going to be a different situation. But
again, you can't forget about Hunter Henry and John Smith, though.
A lot of help there.
In the middle of the field.
That's true. So hopefully it works out, as Patriots fans. I kind of, and apparently Bill Belichick was not enamored with Justin Fields at all or whatever. I would have liked Fields after that slide. I thought it would have been cool to move on from Brady with, like we just said, somebody that can move around, somebody that can move like Cam, but still has an arm left. And Fields could be that. Mac Jones is going to take this the right way. Mac Jones is going to be Tom Brady, but not actually as Tom Brady. He's just a lead legs Tom Brady type of prospect.
Great way to end this segment. Up next, we have Chelsea Messenger from Picks and Parlay, baby. She's coming onto the show, talking some MLB betting. We'll get to that next.
All right, we got the NFL draft talk out of the way. We are back on Unreasonable Odds. I'm Julian Edlow, my co-host Steve Buchanan, kind enough to actually join his own podcast this week. And we're bringing in a special guest for MLB as well, Chelsea Messenger, sports betting analyst at Picks and Parlays. Thank you for joining us on Unreasonable Odds.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I know everybody's probably inundated with NFL draft stuff right now, but baseball's still going on and there's still plenty of ways to win money. And of course, that is why we are all here.
Baseball is going on. And like we kind of talked about for a minute before the show is going on, when you were like, I hope we're not doing any NBA, because right now the NBA is impossible to come on a podcast as we're doing at noon Eastern right now and give plays for 7, 8, 9 p.m. on that day. So we're sticking to our strengths here in MLB. I say "our" as a collective unit, not me. But we will get to that in a second. First, we're going to play a segment called Know You Better that we've played the last few weeks with our guests. Steve, of course, hasn't been here, so if he wants to chime in on some of these answers, he can, and I'll probably keep bragging about some of my bigger wins as well. But Chelsea, you're our guest, so we're starting with you here. This doesn't need to be a dollar amount or anything, just like your biggest win, whether that means, your biggest money win, your biggest plus odds win, your most memorable win, whatever comes to mind for you.
Just a couple weeks ago, I had a baseball parlay that I think was plus 893 that I won. So that was nice. Can't really think about, when you bet on so many games, it's hard to narrow it down to just a few, because when you bet every day, it's just like a whirlwind. But that's the one that sticks out to me in the past week or two, because it is hard to get some of these baseball games right, because I think last night underdogs might have gone 8-2. So it is hard to predict games, and I would never, suggest doing parlays as a main source of income for betting on any sport, especially baseball, but they are fun to do.
And real quick too, underdogs, like you mentioned, have been so profitable this season, like at an insane rate so far too. Like one of my favorite teams, which is the Seattle Mariners, which I've been saying since February, I actually like them to win the AL West. So I've been the conductor of that train, but they've been extremely profitable this season. Like that's one team too. And then just some of these underdogs, like there was a couple of days ago, I had a small parlay on the Mariners and the Padres when they faced off against Clayton Kershaw, like just grabbing some of those matchups where, some of those teams have the advantage, even if they're underdogs, has been extremely, extremely profitable. So I'm with you, like at least in the early going in April, where we've seen a lot of offenses kind of slumping so far, that's definitely been something to take advantage of.
Yeah, or anyone against Jacob deGrom, bless his heart.
It's true. Steve, would you like to gloat in your biggest win before we move on?
Well, my biggest win will be when the Mariners win the AL West. So let me just say that one, because at 33-1, that's going to be a massive haul when they do end up winning that.
All right. Well, this is the part where I weekly tell everyone how I had Steve Pearce at plus 3,000 to win the 2018 World Series MVP. But I do have the Mariners plus 4,000 to win the division. So I guess I'm with Steve. If that winds up happening, I will switch my answer from Steve Pearce. All right, Chelsea, your worst bad beat? There's a lot
I think
of those.
Oh, yes. And there's a reason I'm not doing strikeout props anymore, because I have lost so many strikeout props by the hook, by one strike, by one bad call, by an umpire. My goodness, I cannot wait till they have automated strike zones. So I think that's probably my worst beats of this season have been strikeout props that you lose by the hook when they have 2 strikes on a batter and then the ump misses a strike call. Those are just god awful to watch. I think if you do strikeout props, don't watch the game.
I was gonna say, I honestly assumed that you had been doing really well in strikeout props, because I see you from time to time pop up giving some analysis on why a pitcher is going to go over 6.5, 7.5 strikeouts, whatever. And I'm sitting there nodding like, yeah, that all makes sense to me. So you fooled me. I didn't know they weren't going well for you this season.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that my bad beats this year have been on strikeout props.
Those are your worst ones. Missing.
Right.
Okay, got you. I mean, I trust you there. It seems like you know what you're doing there. Steve has no idea what he's doing with strikeout props. He fed me a couple on opening day that lost. Any bad beats, he'd be like, yeah, you did. I bet
it's going to happen. I mean, you are going to lose sometime. I think people have that misconception that no matter what the play is or what somebody gives, are automatic wins. You are going to lose sometime in betting. So make sure everybody realizes that. I'll tell you what's been a bad beat for me this year. The stupid non-DH rule in the National League needs to go away again. There is nothing more frustrating than having the over in a game or the over on a team total, bases are loaded, and then you got the dope starting pitcher coming up batting ninth, and he grounds into a double play or something like that, killing all hopes that you're going to hit the over on that total. So we need to get rid of the national DH. It just needs to go away. I'm sorry. The National League needs to get rid of the non-DH rule. We need a universal DH, and then those bad beats won't come as often anymore.
Host a gambling podcast. You're here telling me bets lose. Thanks.
Great insight there. But it is true. Right. I feel like every time I take a bet, like if I'll watch like a nationally syndicated show and I take one of their plays because it sounds so good and the numbers all add up, and then you don't lose. And if you're not watching the game, like their analysis could have gone, straight to script, but a play can still lose. So I think that's, just part of being a bettor.
All right. This transitions us into the worst advice you've ever given.
Ooh.
Putting you on the spot to throw yourself right under the bus.
Who, me? Am I going first?
Both of you guys. I'm definitely making Steve answer this one.
Steve, you can go first because I've got to think. Because, there's been some bad plays that I've given out, but the numbers have added up. They just didn't, pan out.
I think sometimes I definitely try to get a little cute with some of my analysis. Like the kind of way to think about it, if you're on the fence about something, I feel like you might just be best off just just kind of keep it to yourself or just making it not a play. Like if you're kind of going with your gut at the end of the day, if that's what's kind of being the deciding factor for you, especially when you're giving out plays, I think that's one where I need to stay away more from, because if the numbers are telling me one thing, but I'm kind of feeling like, well, maybe this could go in the other direction. I think that's kind of where where some of those plays don't end up going the way you want them to.
Yeah. I will say that I think taking strikeout props this year, I don't think I'm giving any more of those out, because as I've referenced before, there's so many things that can affect those other than just a pitcher being lights out, because as we saw in the last one, Jacob deGrom lights out again, but he didn't get a strikeout prop. And it could be, a matter of somebody getting a ground ball instead of a strikeout, an umpire missing a call, the Mets yanking, deGrom earlier in the game, as they did, I think, maybe in the first start. So I think your analysis can be spot on for some of those strikeout props. And plus, I've noticed that some of the numbers I think have been so much higher this season. I think that the books have noticed that people like taking the overs on that. And so you'll see these numbers that are not easy to bet. So I think I am staying away from those, which normally I think pitching is my strong point. Obviously, my husband was a pitcher, so I feel like I have an inside edge. But the numbers for strikeout props this season have been really hard to bet.
I'm glad you brought up your husband, because I have to tell you a quick story. So while looking at your Twitter profile, I realized that you are married to Jake Buchanan, who's been a pitcher in the major leagues. That is also my son's name. My son's name is Jake Buchanan. So I thought that was a fun little tidbit that I came across.
It's a good name. He doesn't play basketball, does he? Because I think I had a Google search, it notifies you every time a new article comes out back when he was playing. And there was some high school basketball player named Jake Buchanan that was just dropping dimes every night. I was like, wow, I need to find this Jake Buchanan. He's scoring like 33 a night. So that's not your son, is it?
No, at 9 years old, he's not dropping dimes just yet.
Gotcha.
All right. We have family connections or whatever we want to call it going on. A new addition to Know You Better. All right. Team or player that you've lost the most on. And we can just parlay these two together. You can also give it with team or player that you've won the most on.
I think the Phillies have done me wrong many a time this year. Every time I think their lineup is going to be good, they end up scoring no runs or just a couple. So I think the Phillies are the team that I trust the least this season. On paper, they look good. They have some good starting pitchers, but for some reason or other, I cannot seem to get their games right. So they are a complete stay away from me.
100% Oakland Athletics for me. I have taken the over on their team total so many times this season, and it's never worked. I think I'm like 0-7 on taking the over on their team total, which also brings me to tonight, because the one pitcher that I've never said that I'm going to back again, I'm actually backing tonight, which is Robbie Ray going against the Atlanta Braves. I don't know how I've gotten here again, but at least, and this is where that analysis comes in. At least as of right now, the Braves statistically have been one of the worst offenses in the league, aside from the Detroit Tigers. Like, their numbers are absolutely putrid against lefties. They've been fine against righties, but lefties, it's like a complete opposite. So, like, if you start diving into those numbers, like, they are literally second to last in the league in almost everything. Like WOBA, WRC plus, they're one of the highest in strikeout percentage. Robbie Ray's been pretty decent so far, which is not a high bar that he has to go over to begin with, but he's got good strikeout upside. He seemed to be pitching better in Toronto, which is also Florida, quote unquote, because that's where they're playing. But at least as of tonight, I'm backing Robbie Ray. I hate it because this is somebody that, like, I written off years ago and I said I'd never do it again. But at least from what the numbers say tonight, like, it's because when I last checked, the Blue Jays were even money on the DraftKings Sportsbook, so you're getting even money on that on the money line. But I'm probably gonna hate him again tonight. I'm fully preparing to be angry at Robbie Ray again tonight.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because that was one of the games that, on paper, I was like, oh, this is a good spot for Braves team total. And it sucks when you spend 20 minutes handicapping a game only to find that glaring error in your logic. And it is the Braves, second to last versus lefties. When it comes to most statistical categories. Granted, they have not faced a whole lot of lefties, so maybe you could say that the sample size is small. And also, they've been a lot hotter as of late, because to start the season, nobody in the Braves lineup outside of Acuna was hot. So I think they are starting to come on a little bit stronger, but this is one I'll be staying away from just because you mentioned. I think it's one that Robbie Ray is either going to walk 6 guys, have 9 strikeouts, and give up 5 home runs, or he's going to strike out 9, and go 6 scoreless like he did last time. So Robbie Ray is one of those pitchers that I think you just stay away from, just because you don't know what you're going to get. He is the definition of volatility in the market. I will say Acuna has 2 home runs off him in 3 at bats. So maybe looking at Acuna there, if you like home run props, if you're feeling a little risky. But yeah, that's a stay away game for me, I think.
And I think it's so important too, like when you're looking at these April stats, that like these are so volatile, because like when they update overnight, I don't know if do you use fangraphs.com at all for baseball stats and all that?
Yeah, like the advanced ones.
Yes,
like the
correct.
FIP and all those fun ones.
Yep. So those obviously, update overnight, and they move dramatically. Okay? Like teams can go from being the bottom of the league to have one good night of offense, and all of a sudden they're near, the middle of the top, because of that's just how new these numbers are, and it's fresh. But I still think that it's worth looking at some of these recent trends, because once you get like into July and August, you don't see a lot of movement in these numbers because the sample size is much bigger. But like for my case, at least from the small sample, the Braves have struggled really bad against lefties. So that could be something I could take advantage of tonight with Ray. But at the end of the day, once we get to, September, I know for a fact that the Braves are not going to be near the bottom of the league against lefties. That's just how it started out for them. So I think it's definitely worth thinking about some of those trends, especially early on into the season, but it also could be an advantage if a team is struggling against that particular split. That's where some of that advantage can come from.
Yeah, real quick, what do you make of the Dodgers struggling against lefties? Because statistically, they haven't been good against lefties this season, and it just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, that's another one too. But I think you look at some of the numbers here too, like Mookie Betts has gotten off to a really slow start. That's obviously something. They've had some injuries where they've had to use like Zach McKinstry in the lineup. And, some of these guys that have filled in. Edwin Rios has been a guy that usually is on the bench. They've almost been forced to play him against lefties because they're down so many bodies. So again, that's just something that like once the season moves on, I have no doubt that they're going to be like that. But again, yeah, the lefties against the Dodgers has been a split to attack against in the early going because of injury so far.
Right.
I mean, you guys just completely hijacked the segment and just started going with MLB.
Sorry.
So, I mean,
Sorry,
that's
not
fine.
sorry.
That's fine. We're here to talk baseball. I'm here to steer the ship. So I love it. I could just sit here and do nothing. Well, before we close up with a few minutes of just actually getting into whatever baseball we want to talk about, trends that you guys love to follow or fade, and we'll keep it to MLB since we're obviously going all MLB heavy here.
I'm not a big trends person when it comes to baseball. I think some are worth noting, especially first five unders. There's been some teams that have been surprisingly hot to the first five under that you kind of wouldn't expect because obviously the Brewers are a team you probably would expect, and they've been hot in the first five under just because they have that pedestrian offense and also good starting pitching. But the Padres have been one of those teams that have been hot first five under team, and you think with so many big names in that lineup that they would not be not scoring that many runs. But for some reason or another, they've struggled to score runs kind of in the first few frames of the game. Maybe that changes, because obviously they've piloted on the Diamondbacks the other day. But that's the only trend that I would look at. But I think you don't ever base your bet on one trend alone.
I completely agree with that too. And, I like to look at the over-under trends because I love betting the over-under, especially if you have like two poor pitchers going at each other or a team that has a really bad bullpen, which would be like the Detroit Tigers. Like, for example, tonight, the Yankees have been one of the worst teams at hitting the over on the season. They're 8-17, which is truly amazing when you think about how good that offense is. But obviously their early season struggles have led them to being a consistent team that's hitting the under. But then you have a matchup like tonight where you're getting like Tariq Skubal going up against the Yankees. Skubal hasn't pitched much this year. He's a lefty. The Yankees have been doing good against lefties. And statistically, the Tigers have one of the worst bullpens in the league. So even though the Yankees are 8-17 at hitting the over so far this season, this is a game where I want to target that over because I do feel like even though it's Garrett Cole who's going for them, they still can hit the over because they should just be able to tee off on just bad pitching innings 1 through 9. So I love looking at those over-under trends because that's where I like taking a lot of my bets on the over-unders and team total. So I do think that's something worth watching. Like you said, not one trend should make you love or hate a bet. It should be part of your research, but that's where I'm always at with MLB bets.
All right. I'm looking at the MLB board. I have some questions. I have some plays that I might be interested in, but I've been so out of baseball with the NFL draft and NBA that I don't know if these are good bets or not. So I'm going to ask you guys about these two, and then you guys can just kind of go through what you see today, what you see for the weekend or whatever. I fade Madison Bumgarner on the first 5 every time. I don't look. I fade him. Last time I faded him on the first 5 in a 7-inning game, and he threw a no-hitter. I'll say for my own personal pride, it doesn't count as a no-hitter because it was 7 innings, so I didn't get no hit. But I was on the wrong side of that one. Pretty good. Is John Gray and the Rockies offense good enough on the road to even consider this one at around even money, or is the Mad Bum fade train just done?
I mean, obviously, he looked a lot better in his last one against a pretty good Braves lineup. I don't think that he's going to be winning the Cy Young this year. I think he still has some real big faults, in his pitching arsenal. But that one nothing stands out to me about that one. I will say the Diamondbacks offense has been a lot better than I thought it was going to be. This is a team that I didn't think that it was going to do anything, but they've actually won some games. I think maybe 8 of their last 10. So just not anything stands out to me on that one. So can't give you any good advice. Sorry.
Madison
Rockies
Bumgarner
also just aren't a great team to bet on, but
No, I mean the Rockies are literally, that lineup is literally like a double A lineup. Like it's bad. Like it's worse than bad. Like there's, after they got rid of Nolan Arenado and traded him to the Cardinals, there's just no power in that lineup at all. And so you look at Madison Bumgarner, who is, a lefty, but there's just nothing redeeming about that Rockies lineup, even against lefties. So, I look at
have some good righties though.
They do have some decent righties, but like their power output for the season is just absolutely horrific. And I haven't checked over the past couple of days, but they were under 100 against even lefties. Like it's been that bad. So I look at that, and even though the total's at over under at 8.5, John Gray's been good enough for the Rockies that if I was to make a play on that, I'd probably take the under 8.5 runs, just because Diamondbacks offense has been overly great. John Gray has by far been their best pitcher, especially on the road. And that Rockies offense just has not done anything really offensively all season long. So, not really a fade towards Bumgarner, but probably a fade on the over for the game total.
All right. I'm not betting that.
I would not. I advise you not.
Your worst advice segment, you said don't bet stuff when we're not betting that.
See, there you go.
All right. So Steve and I are both based out of Boston. I think we're both far from Red Sox homers. I will mostly knock what the Red Sox have done over the last couple of seasons. However, Eovaldi's been pretty good when he has his stuff. From what I know, Texas, that lineup is not good. And you guys are going to have to introduce me, if you can, to whoever is starting for the Texas Rangers. I'm about to look up his stats. I have no idea who that is, but I'm looking to maybe lay the half run on the first 5 with the Red Sox on the road. Yay or nay?
I think I'd rather just, what are the odds of them just to win outright?
I think they're about minus 150-ish on the money line.
155. Yeah, it's pretty juiced up.
Dang. Because I would say just take the Red Sox, I would like that play better than maybe a first 5, just because you need, for first 5 bets, you need the other, you need the Red Sox to score some runs too. It's not just pitching. You need the offense to do something too. And we've seen some low scoring games from the Red Sox as of late, that Mets series, most notably. And I just don't know that much enough about our Arihara. I always want to say Koji, who was the Red Sox guy that was like 40?
That was Koji
Uehara.
Yeah, that's who.
On that 2000, what was that, 13 World Series?
Yeah.
I always think of that guy when I see this guy's name. But that is neither here nor there. Yeah, I'm not a huge first 5 unless I really, really love the pitching matchup. And like I said, I just think you need the bats to contribute too, which the Red Sox bats have been hot. So, I mean, I wouldn't talk you off of it.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about the first 5 in this one, just because you're getting such a mixed bag from both starting pitchers. Eovaldi has been either one realm of the hour, and then, Hari, or if that's what his name is, I still don't know enough about him because he's still new to the major league. So he's not somebody that I'm like consistently looking to go after. And then, like we mentioned too, the Red Sox bats definitely cooled off in that Mets series. I think they only scored 2 runs total in those 3 games. Obviously, one of them was against Jacob deGrom, where they did win 1-0, but the offense has just not been there, even like since back to the Mariners series, because of course the Mariners are superior in the AL West, but they've really kind of cooled off in that one too. So it's been a tough sledding for that offense as of late. The Rangers are not a team that you fear offensively. But I'm not sold that Eovaldi is blowing away hitters like, a lot of the Red Sox fans have expected him to this year. So that's probably one I would stay away from. I'm not crazy about that game at all.
We're just dumping on your picks.
Yeah,
pick some good games. I haven't looked at a baseball board in a little while, and I'm here to just throw them out. I will say I'm very well known for giving out the best MLB analytics out there. That's a joke.
Question.
The Red Sox rank. The Red Sox are 3rd in baseball in runs per game in the first 5 at 2.96 per game. They score They score early. They get the majority of their runs early. 7th in runs per game overall. I don't know if you put any weight in that early. It's kind of early in the season. It's kind of a weird number, but Texas league average, I thought they would be lower, right at 15.
With that number, and this is going back to just like looking at April stats, that is very top heavy from the beginning of the season.
Right. They were beating up on teams.
Right. Because like for a while back, the Reds were averaging almost 9 runs per game, like through the first 2 weeks of the season. Obviously that was unsustainable, and that's dropped dramatically since then, but that is very top heavy because that is not the team over the past week and a half.
It's here's how you can tell that it's still too early to maybe put weight in numbers like that. You just mentioned Cincinnati. Their first 5 runs per game, they're averaging 4.83 runs per first 5 innings at home, 1.58 on the road.
Wow. Yeah, so that's a major difference. Yep.
That's probably one of the larger splits that you will see in baseball right now.
Even though Cincinnati is a very hitter-friendly park, I know everybody talks about Coors Field, and obviously number one for a reason, but, the Great American Ballpark is not an easy park to pitch in.
No, definitely not.
All right, I'm just going to hand the floor over to you guys at this point. Like, is there anything – I mean, I just gave 2 plays that you don't like. So is there anything that either of you do like on Friday or matchups that you want to look forward to, look ahead to on the weekend?
Yeah, how about we give plays and we can tell each other why it's wrong?
I'm all for that.
You guys will both sound right to me.
We're going to lay it all on the line, and then everybody can tell me why I'm wrong. I'm taking the under in the Royals-Twins game. I like what I've seen from Brady Singer so far. The most impressive thing for me about him is only allowed 2 home runs in 21 innings of work, and going against this Twins lineup that, of course, is red hot, coming off that 6 home run game. But overall, this has not been a Twins lineup that has scored a whole lot. They've lost 8 of their last 10, scoring 3 runs or fewer in 7 of those last 10. And then we've got the Royals 1-9 to the under on the road. Twins 3-6-1 to the under at home. Twins are just 3-7 at home. So if you would like to sprinkle a little bit on the Royals, I think this is going to be a closer game here. I think the under is the safe play, under 8. Pineda has been good and all, but I think one of his starts, he has a 2.32 ERA and a whip under 1, which means he's not allowing a whole lot of base runners, which is a good thing in many categories. Royals not a team that's heavy on power either, 26th in home runs. I like this matchup to go under, and maybe worth a look to sprinkle a little bit on the Royals as an underdog here. And so go ahead and tell me all the things that are wrong with this one.
No, I like this one, and I'm glad you mentioned them as the underdog because they've been a profitable team as the underdog. You're 65 on the money line as underdogs this season. You're getting them at plus 120 tonight, and quite frankly, the Twins' offense has been anything but what anybody expected. I think everybody kind of has in their head that this was the offense that we saw back in 2019 where they were tearing the cover off the ball no matter who they face. This has not been that team so far this season. They're not getting any production from guys like Mitch Garver, Miguel Sano, who were some of the bigger bats for them back a couple of years ago. They've been slumping this entire season, and Brady Singer has been probably one of the more underrated pitchers, at least through the early month of April so far for the Royals, and it's a big reason why they have one of the best records in all of Major League right now. It's been truly amazing how well they've come out firing out of the gate. So I don't hate that play at all, but I will give a play that I know you're going to hate, and that's the under, because it's gone up now. It's now under 10.5 for the Braves Blue Jays game. Like, I am going to beat on this Robbie Ray drum until
you're taking a side and a total.
Yeah, so I'm looking. There's a lot to like in this game, at least I think as of right now. Like, I'm about to go on MLB Network in 15 minutes and talk about how I like Robbie Ray. This is a national thing that's going to be out in the world in a few minutes. But I mean, this total is going up.
This line is really going to move after your big media appearance, huh?
But this line is going up. It was 10 runs this morning. It's up to 10.5 now. I just think people are overvaluing how good this Braves team has been. They've been great offensively. But if the numbers against lefties at least stay true for one night, I just need to stay true for one more night, then the under is the play here in this one. So I think under 10.5 is the play right now. And that is the side where the money is going right now. It's at minus 115, where the over is now 105. So just, something to consider.
Yeah, the Blue Jays bullpen's been good too, at least statistically. Like, I know they faced the Yankees a lot, which kind of has boosted their stats. But I think they had the best ERA in baseball for a bullpen, I think a couple days ago, the last time I checked. So definitely worth a look, and definitely a contrarian play, because when you look at the starting pitchers, you never would think, under, but 10.5, that's the thing. You're playing the number. You're not playing, your initial thoughts. You're playing the number, and you do get a nice big number here.
Thanks for bumping your MLB Network segment there. Everybody's really excited for it.
They are.
All right, we're gonna. Unless anybody has any hot take minus the analysis, any other play that they want to give out before we wrap for Friday or the weekend?
I gave the play that I'm not confident about, so I'm good.
All right, perfect. I have nothing. Watch for my day 2 NFL draft best bets. That'll be much better than my MLB analysis. He's Steve Buchanan. I'm Julian Edlow. She is our guest, a sports betting analyst at Picks and Parlays. Chelsea Messner, thank you so much for joining the Unreasonable Odds podcast and for helping us out on MLB, because obviously I'm just dead weight here.
Thanks for having me.
What's up? It's the last sim of the what do you call it? Early classic. Yeah. Christian, are you here for 3 today as well?
Yeah.
Let's go, dude. Same.
Yeah, we started off awful too. So a real low bar has been set that last game. Texans Jaguars was exactly what you would expect from Texans Jaguars. So, I mean, it's a good precedent because that game looks awful on paper. This game kind of fire on paper. 2 very good Madden teams in the Eagles and the Patriots. Not real life good teams, obviously, because they were both picking the top half of last night's draft. But should be some fireworks for us, Flash. How does your lineup look now that we're 3, 2, 1 second away from lock?
So, you know how sometimes you make these lineups and you're like, whoa, I stacked up one team way more than the other team. So I stacked up the Eagles, put Marquise Goodwin in the captain spot. I got both quarterbacks in there, Sanders, Elliott, and the Eagles defense.
Wow. You know what? I was going to throw Goodwin into my lineup, but then Kenny Ducey said the must-win play is to captain Marquise Goodwin, and I was like, can't do it. Can't abide by it. So I captained Alshon Jeffrey. I got both QBs in there as well. Zach Ertz, Devin Asiasi, and James White to round things up. I couldn't get a lineup with Miles Sanders in there that made sense to me. And yeah, Sanders is a guy who has been a little bit hit or miss lately. Last sim 9.5, before that 6, before that 3.2. So maybe fading him, not the worst idea, or maybe that just means he's due. I'm sure since I don't have him on my roster, it'll probably be the latter.
There we go. Now I'm strapped on in, baby.
Carolyn dropping in straight fire, the biggest and best NFL news right into our Slack channel. That Jerick McKinnon is going to be a Chief, which actually is a pretty good pickup for them. You know, another fast guy that can throw him out of the backfield, who can catch passes. They like their platoons over there, and if he does stick and make the roster, it's going to be even more difficult for Clyde Edwards-Helaire to work as a true RB1 in Western Missouri.
Yeah, Jerick McKinnon was a name that we brought up in Madden 20 quite a bit, because when we first started these sims, we were wondering, okay, who is going to be that feature running back? We all assumed it was going to be Mostert out of the gate because of his playoff run, because of his great game against the Packers in the NFC Championship game. But we found out that not only was Tevin Coleman's role, but wow, he certainly dominated in the Madden 20 days. So it's a nice depth piece for Kansas City. They did not. Damian Williams is a Bear now, and Lev Bell is not back, right?
Lev Bell was, he's still currently a free agent, so he could go back if you wanted to. I don't know if the Chiefs would be super excited about that. In fact, I don't know who's going to pick up Le'Veon Bell right now. Who is that needy? We'll know more, obviously, after tonight and tomorrow. A lot of good running back prospects left to be drafted, including UNC bruiser Javonte Williams, who you'll probably hear his name called relatively early in the second round tonight. I'd be surprised if he slid all the way to the third. Dude is good. I like him.
Want to say hello to the DK Sim fam on YouTube and also on Twitch. Happy Friday. We made it. Round 2 and 3 of the NFL draft in 3 hours from now. So I'm sure you're still kind of processing last night. These are 2 teams that drafted in the teens. There's a catch for a first down. Marquise Goodwin. Let's go, baby. What do you think? Devonta Smith is the move for Philadelphia. They trade up to get their man with the Dallas Cowboys. And then the Patriots stay right at 15, and they get Mac Jones.
Yeah, I don't think Mac Jones is going to be the future, but I like taking flyer at him at 15. Otherwise, Bill Belichick would have drafted a wide receiver no one wanted instead. So, as Wentz just barely escapes Adam Butler, gets it off with the screen pass, and Sanders turns that into a 20-yard gain. Not bad there. Now, Mac Jones, he does seem like the kind of guy who can do well in the Patriots system. There's going to be such whiplash going from Cam Newton to Mac Jones if that happens in the middle of the season for Josh McDaniels. He's going to have to work overtime and devise basically 2 very different playbooks to get both those guys in order. Mac Jones, obviously not immobile. He can get outside the pocket. He can make some things happen. He's clearly not a Cam Newton. As another big run. This Patriots star-studded defense getting gashed up here, looking like Swiss cheese early on here in Foxborough. Devontae Smith, I like the Eagles' move there, trading up, preventing Smith from going to the Giants. So it wasn't just that they punched up their own offense. They prevented New York from getting its guy. And, we saw later New York traded back and got Kadarius Toney instead, who I like Toney as well, but I obviously think Devonta Smith is going to be a much better NFL player just because he plays the game like someone's controlling him with the joystick, which is fun. If you're the Eagles, you wouldn't have had to make that decision. You wouldn't have had to trade up. You could have kept your assets and picked someone who could have helped you out on defense instead. If only you hadn't botched last year and drafted Jalen Reagor over Justin Jefferson. So maybe Reagor puts it all together and he stays healthy this year. And Reagor and Smith is the dynamic duo Philadelphia needs to unlock all the goodness in Jalen Hurts. But I still think this is going to be a rough year for Philly. Not only are they trying to figure out what they have in Jalen Hurts, but they are still eating like $30 million in dead cap space for that Wentz deal gone wrong. So this is going to be a punt year for Philly. Be interesting to see just how many games they win. It won't be many. Wentz, great RPO there. Pulls it back and picks up 13 on the ground. We got a first and goal coming from the 3.
Hey, based on the trends that we saw at the beginning, really the end of the summer, early fall last year, when our depth charts were created, Justin Herbert was the starter for the Chargers. Tua was the starter for Miami, so that comes to mind. Get used to Mac Jones as the quarterback. So these are the last few months potentially of Cam Newton as the quarterback for these Patriots in Simland. That's at least what I'm pushing for. Sorry.
Yeah, we saw, as we get a touchdown there, it's Ertz. The Philadelphia Eagle, at least as of right now, he could be moved tonight. He could be moved tomorrow. It does not seem like he and Philly have much of a future together, but any tight end needy team out there could use a veteran like Ertz even after that not inspiring 2020. He's still got some gas left in the tank, and he can at the very least be as useful as like a Tyler Eifert or a Kyle Rudolph at this stage in his career.
David Litzel, Mac Jones. Something you brought up when you were diving into both picks, when I asked you about both selections for both teams that, of course, are playing here in Simland. I'm in on the Mac Jones pick for the Patriots. I might believe in Justin Fields more as the player, as long as, and I believe this is the case, as long as Bill Belichick targeted him, which he did go to his pro day with Josh McDaniels, as long as that was his guy. And it wasn't just one of those cases where, he's the last one standing in terms of the round one guys. Got to take this guy. That doesn't strike me as a Bill Belichick move. It had to be a situation where he targeted that quarterback. That's the man he wanted. Good for Bill, good for the Patriots. And like you said, take a swing. Got to take your swings now. Even if it doesn't work, I give them credit for giving it a shot. I do.
And I mean, it checks off a lot of boxes for Bill Belichick too. We know how much he loves Alabama. You know how much he loves Nick Saban. And Sony Michel with a nice pickup on first down to get his Patriots near their own 40. So it's a move that makes a lot of sense. And I mean, Mac Jones is already coming into an easier situation than Cam Newton did last year, just because the Patriots have gone above and beyond to restock that receiving core. So I think it's going to be a fun, healthy quarterback competition between the two. I don't think Jarrett Stidham is going to factor into it, although if he does, hey, that's just found money for the Patriots. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what Josh McDaniels cooks up, because he's got a lot of possibilities now, and you got to figure that everything's going to be in that 2 tight end set. So it's only going to be like 2 wideouts on the field at any given time, maybe 3. So he doesn't have to worry about going 4 wide at wideout. Maybe they go out and they pick up a sliding receiver today. Maybe like a guy like Diami Brown drops in the 4th round or late in the 3rd, or a guy like Elijah Moore is there at 46. At any rate, Just a world of possibilities for New England right now in a ways that it hasn't seen before, or at least in 20 plus years. So I'm excited for it, Glash. I like it.
The Guru is in the chat. CEH, subscribe at postroute.substack.com, aka Cena472. He's always been nice to promote your product and your site.
What a guy.
Seriously, what a guy. Piercy, Smash Lanta was live on Twitch last night. I was tuning into some of his. I didn't really know what I was watching. It had the sounds of like Ash Ketchum from Pokemon, and he was just killing people. It was kind of dark, but I enjoyed it for about 5 minutes, and then I said, okay, I gotta go. But he tweeted at me the link to his show on Twitch, and well, I just wanted to be fair. He watches the Dream Stream, so I should go watch him on Twitch, crush it, and destroy people. So I did.
Fair, reasonable.
PUBG Mobile is the name of the game. No idea what that is.
Oh, it's Player Unknown Battlegrounds. Yeah.
Oh.
Like it was
PUBG.
Yeah. PUBG. Yeah, it came before Fortnite, and it basically runs on the similar program, like a battle royal type system. Yeah.
Oh, it's Gordon Hayward's favorite game. Very nice. Yeah. See. Okay, Germ. Thank you. The gunfire in that game is unlistenable in the headset. Forget the headset. I had it up on my phone. Holy crap. I had to turn the volume down. It sounded like someone could have easily called 911 in my apartment building. It was ridiculous.
If they haven't called 911 in your apartment building for the sounds coming out of your apartment now,
This is true.
Now, then they're not going to.
Well, I mean, at least the buzzword sometimes can be very friendly, unlike a gunfire. But anyway, it was fun. Just to hear Smash talk and say my name. Hey, Glash, what's up? That was kind of cool. I mean, I'm in here saying what's up to them all the time. So that was right when the first round ended last night. And of course, midnight thing took freaking forever.
Of course, yeah.
Kings of Leon, love you, mean it, but my God.
Yeah, why did that need to happen? Who was clamoring for Kings of Leon? Did the NFL get a letter that got stuck in the mail for 12 years and were like, oh, this is a great idea? Like, who had even thought of Kings of Leon in the past 5 years since then, besides the various wives and significant others of members of Kings of Leon? Like, who was like, oh, you know what? I bet the draft would be even better if we heard Sex on Fire beforehand.
Like their one song from, which I just looked up the date. Holy cow. This song was 13 years ago.
Yeah.
Use Somebody. Somebody. That's a good rejoin song on the radio. Coming back from a break.
Yeah, that's true. You hear that.
That's about it.
That's used quite a bit there.
Brian C. Hey, Glash. How's the energy in this particular sim, my man? There's a good energy in the sim. It's Friday. The sun is shining in virtual Foxborough. Right around where Julian Edelman takes the ball, right there was a stage in Foxborough earlier today. The Kraft family and Mac Jones being introduced at Gillette Stadium. It was a nice sight. Let me ask you this. Week 1, who's the starting quarterback in New England?
Cam Newton. Boo. I know, but Mac Jones, I mean, there's still a lot he has to learn. This isn't a guy who was a 3-year starter at Alabama. He's basically a 1-year wonder. He's got a lot to prove. It's going to be, it's probably not going to be that diverse a system. Again, we talked about the Belichick-Saban link before, so there's a lot of similarities in the two offenses that they run. But at the same time, he's also getting a relative downgrade. The competition he's facing is going to be tougher, and comparatively, his receiving core is going to be worse. I mean, as James White sprints forward for about 15 there, Patriots on the happy side of the field. It's a situation where there's a very, very steep learning curve. And if Cam Newton doesn't start, that's fine too. It's a very limited investment the Patriots put into Newton. But I think Belichick is happy to hand him the reins early on, see if he can't restore his value, see if he can't prove himself. and then either boost his value to the point where he either moves on after the year, or if Mac Jones really is that impressive in practice, the Patriots trade Newton away before the trade deadline and get something back in return for the 2022 draft.
Christian, what are you getting for Cam Newton?
It depends on how he's playing, but yeah, if he comes out and he's got if the Patriots are off to like a middling start, but Newton has a solid QB rating, he's running the ball like he did early in the season. If Cam Newton is the guy he was the first 2 games of the year for the Patriots, and some team out there suffers a quarterback injury, then you could probably find your way into like a 4th round pick, a 5th round pick for Cam Newton. Right now, obviously, you're not going to get anything like that. And hey, if it doesn't work, again, you can just release him and you're only eating about $3.5 million in cap space. Not a big deal. But give Newton the chance to prove that last year was an aberration, that he was absolutely struck down by COVID. And when he came back, he clearly wasn't the same guy. And give him the chance to prove he can be a viable quarterback in the NFL. Is my dog very, very sad right now. So sad. So sad to hear me talk up Cam Newton. What's got thoughts about Mac Jones? It's rough.
What's the dog's name?
BMO.
BMO?
Yeah, do you want to come be sad on
Hey,
him?
BMO. Hey, BMO. Hey, BMO.
Where you going? Where you going?
Oh, your tail's wagging. Hey, BMO. Hey, buddy. Give him some butt scratches. Come on, give him some butt scratches. Yeah, that's a good boy.
Yeah.
That's a good boy.
Yeah.
Hey, BMO. That's a good boy. That's a good boy.
He's over.
He likes Mac Jones. His tail's wagging. He likes Devonta Smith, too.
That's all he needed. That's all he needed. Good dog. Yeah, no, very, very sad. There were people outside on the sidewalk, and he can't abide by that. He's got to clearly keeps all of us protected here. So, very sad.
See, Koff can be the Kenny Ducey whisperer. I will be your dog's whisperer. Okay. Wow. What a weird way to end this first quarter between the Patriots and the Eagles.
Right now. It's okay. Okay.
Wow.
Reed teased, did you know Aaron Rodgers starts the Patriots week 1, according to Adam Kaufman. Oh, God. Can you imagine? Can you imagine how furious everyone would be? Everyone who is sick of the Patriots, if they found a way to get Aaron Rodgers in that lineup, the universe would implode upon itself just from the sheer weight of hatred alone. It's wonderful.
Let's see. Looking at our contest, we had 125 entries. I'm in second through first quarter. That's nice. Played a defense. That helps. In the free public contest, Ho Train 1980, 8,838 total entries. Nut. Okay. Yeah. I mean, look, we'll see what happens. At the end of the day, I would have rather had a Justin Fields or a Trey Lance, truthfully.
Sure. Yeah.
But I give Bill Belichick credit for taking the swing if he believed in the player. And we'll find out what happens. He certainly has the cast around him, and like you said, it's Cam Newton's job to lose out of the gate.
Yep. Yeah, I'm optimistic. I like you. Just Jones was the 5th best guy out there, and it would have been a disaster for the Niners to trade up all that capital and take him at number 3. But the Patriots didn't have to do anything. They didn't have to move up at all. And, I was a little bummed to see the Bears move up the draft board, but they overpaid in a way that Bill Belichick wouldn't have. The amount of draft capital coming back to New York from Chicago was an overpay, especially from where Bill Belichick is standing. So it was clear that wasn't going to happen. The Bears wanted Fields more. Big 4th and 1 converted there as Michelle picks up the first and then some, but we might get a flag for a hold here. It is cheating, in fact, on the Patriots. Did it come? Ugh. All right. Instead, we had Nick Folk from 52. Simland, not a big fan of Folk, despite his comeback year last fall. And this one is, did it doink through?
It's good. It's good.
I think that hit the crossbar and bounced up.
You're right.
Wow. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. There we go. Weirdness.
So Nick Folk kicked that one the exact minimum that he could have kicked it and still made that field goal. An inch shorter, and that doinks out, but instead Folk has a 52-yarder, and the Patriots are on the board.
We have a great production team with us today. Tara Lynn is the producer. She's in charge of the afternoon slate. Jordan is also here. We have Andrew on the ones and twos. Jared from Game Ops. We'll be sure to bring this up throughout the course of the day and into the night. Into the night we go very soon. American Cornhole League action tomorrow, which means there are only 4 Madden Sims, but cornhole coverage at 7 Eastern. And there will be a...
You go from the draft to the derby to cornhole, like that's a lot. It's a wide net being cast. I'm a fan.
Dave Grenzinski says, Christian, now do you think the Browns are going to go to the Super Bowl? We are stacked.
I think the Browns have a great chance to win the AFC North. Do I think they're going to win the Super Bowl or go to the Super Bowl? No. The AFC is too dangerous right now. I think the Browns are clearly a top 3 team in the conference, and I would give them, as Miles Sanders breaks this one and no one is him. Holy moly, off to the races.
66 yards.
Wow. This otherwise stellar Patriot defense getting worked today as Doug Peterson still on the sideline in Philly and very happy to see Miles Sanders give his team an 11-point cushion. Oof. I like the Newsome pick at corner. That is a great secondary, a great young rising secondary. If he can even approach Denzel Ward levels, it'll be great. If Greedy Williams can play well after missing last season, he has a very high ceiling as well. The Browns have more potential than anyone else in the AFC right now. I will say that. I will say that I love that young talent that they have there. I still think the defense worries me a little bit too much, and I need to see it again. Even just if Baker Mayfield can start off the first 4 games of 2021 the way he finished 2020, then I will believe in the Browns to not only make it the AFC title game, but as a potential AFC title game winner. I think, again, top 3 in the AFC, no doubt, but I would give them 3rd best odds to win the conference behind the Chiefs and Bills in that order. It's chalky, I know, and I do not blame you one bit if you like the Browns and think they're going to make it. It could be a great value decision on your part.
David says, if you stay here, watch the sim without liking or disliking, you're a bleep. Hit the like button, please, if you don't mind. Follow us on Twitch. Turn those notifications on as well, so you know when the Dream Stream is live. And speaking of cornhole, there will be a 6:30 p.m. Eastern pregame. So if you're like, what do I do? How do I get involved in these? There's a big free-to-play pool that you guys got to get involved with. Again, free-to-play pools on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Those are available to everybody in any state. It doesn't matter if sports gambling is legal or not in your state. The 1K free-to-play pool should be up there now. Let me just double check that. But yeah, get involved. And if you have questions, you're nervous, check out the pre-show at 6:30 tomorrow night. And like you do with The Sims, some of you do at least. You have us on, you got the draft on. Like Christian said, the Derby will be wrapped up by then. There's Devin Asiasi on the catch.
You ever been out to the Derby, Josh?
I will watch the Derby. I couldn't tell you who in the world is involved.
Have you ever been out to Louisville to watch it at Churchill Downs?
No. Have you?
I have. It's a great bucket list thing, but if we're doing one racing event per year, I vastly prefer the Indy 500. The Derby is, every hour you get 2 minutes of action and you kind of hang out in between. The infield is obviously a mess in the best possible way, but I am in favor of the Indy 500 where you can just bring in your own cooler, you plop it on your feet. Come on, buddy. I'm trying to make a point about Indianapolis. being shouted over here.
Jugga boy. He wants to come with you next time.
No, he's like, no, you're not gonna talk trash about horses. They're basically my relatives, and I hate cars. So yeah, I get it. Like he's got a good point for a dog, but he's still kind of an idiot. So that's the thing. Like this is the dumbest dog I've ever known. And it's great because dumb dogs are happy dogs. But 18 months, Splash, 18 months to house train this guy. He was born in a polar vortex. He had mites, so he had no fur. And like you just like, I'm never going outside in the cold again. I'm just going to use your carpet for the rest of my life. And yeah, a year and a half before we got through a full week without him having an accident somewhere.
Nice weaving ability by James White to the Philadelphia 32 after the catch. New England down 11. Thank you, Producer Jordan. Producer Jordan also adds that the dog does not like your point.
Yeah, that's fair. Fair.
So whatever team you root for, like Kay is in here talking about his Bears, so he's pumped about Justin Fields, and Kay also added that Bill Belichick wanted Justin Fields. Yeah. If that is the case, Kay, you might be right. If that is the case, and the Patriots just settled for the next guy available, the last guy available in terms of those round one quarterbacks, then I'm not happy either. So I'm with you on that one, but I just find it hard to believe, as I said before, I find it hard to believe that Bill Belichick would just settle at that position. He would want the guy that he targeted. Especially, the other thing I thought about too, Christian, when Carolina decided to go corner at number 8 with J.C. Horn, and then, of course, Denver takes Surtain, that changed everything because all of a sudden Dallas, who we thought was going to take a corner, they decide, okay, we're going to trade back because we can get Parsons at 12. And then those three guys, in particular, Surtain and Parsons being off the board, I thought for sure, like, oh, well, those are 2 targets for the Patriots right there. At least they could have gone corner because of expiring contracts, because of the murkiness of Stephon Gilmore and his future. I certainly thought those were possibilities. So I certainly hope that was the guy they wanted in Mac Jones.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't Mac Jones, then Belichick would have traded down. We've seen it happen a million times. And I do think Fields was preferred over Jones. I feel like the Patriots knew that they only had 3 quarterbacks really to scout there. So they did their due diligence on Lance, on Mac Jones, on Justin Fields. And I think Fields would have been the guy if he had been there. But obviously the Bears made a big effort to trade up, an effort the Patriots couldn't really match or wouldn't match. They could have obviously matched it, but Bill Belichick doesn't overpay in trades in the same way the Bears were willing to go up and find Fields. That was the end of that. I think, if anything, the Patriots, if they were in the market, they would have offered like 15 and 46 for the Giants' 11th pick and maybe like a day 3 pick in exchange as well. Clearly, the Bears blew that offer out of the water. They got their guy, and Belichick was fine with that. If it was an issue, then Belichick wouldn't have taken Mac Jones, like you said. So I think this worked out in the Patriots' favor. I'm not sure I believe the smoke screen that came out right before the draft where, oh, Mac Jones is the guy the Patriots were targeting all along, and all these other reports were just bluffs. And it's like, don't think that's true. I think that's more of a hedge that you're putting out there right now. So when the Patriots get Mac Jones, no one's pissed off. But yeah, this will be fine. It's not a bad decision. It'll work out better than N'Keal Harry at the very least.
Oh.
Sony Michel.
Hopefully Sony Michel too.
Yeah. Hey, Sony Michel.
I know.
Got this team a Super Bowl win, Glash. No Sony Michel. No Super Bowl win for Tom Brady. No number 6 for him.
Could have found someone else. Could have done the job. He was good. He was good. He was good. He was good.
He was great. Six touchdowns in 3 playoff games as a rookie, man. He was beyond good. Simon Slays. Pats love Mac Jones, prototype pocket passer out of Brady. Like, throw him in with the 2 tight end run sets. They're going to go back to old school in the Pat system. Yeah, you can absolutely do that. I think they would just rather have the arm talent and athleticism of Justin Fields instead. That way you keep the whole playbook open. You can have Fields run that old school passing system. I mean, he played football at Ohio State in the Big Ten. And yeah, he kind of dragged them kicking and screaming in the 21st century as far as passing offenses go, but he is still born and bred a pocket passer. He's got that mobility, though. On top of it, he's more designed to fit the dual needs you need in a quarterback, which is not only a classic pocket guy to run that Patriots old school system, but also to escape and to make those dazzling throws like Josh Allen, like Patrick Mahomes. So I still think, just because Fields is more talented all around, that he was the Patriots' preference, but I think they also knew that if he slipped all the way to them, that just meant that 14 other teams, or not 14, but let's say a dozen other teams messed up first.
Simon says on Twitch, OSU curse for quarterbacks might come into play, question mark, exclamation point, question mark, winky face, laughing emoji.
Yeah. Dude, we've heard about the OSU curse and the Bama curse. I just don't think those things apply right now. I mean, we had a Texas Tech curse, and then Patrick Mahomes came around and lit the world on fire, you know? We had a Clemson curse, and then Deshaun Watson came around. It's more of a league where you can spot the guys who are special talents, who just kind of have it. That college production means a little bit more now than it did before, when guys could really prop up their numbers in the fun and gun or in the air raid system. You can see guys who just are special, that have something above and beyond when they are doing this in these Power 5 programs. And I get that impression from Fields, 1,000%. The dude wanted it. He got it. He was great as a Buckeye. And I mean, his second to last game as a pro, 6 passing touchdowns against Clemson. He ran face first into what was basically a car crash and still came back to play the next week. The dude is tough. He wants to be there. I think he's going to be a great pro.
We have breaking news.
Oh.
This is breaking news on the DraftKings Dream Stream. The Atlanta Falcons have signed former Texans and Bengals quarterback A.J. McCarron. He is the new backup in Atlanta to Matt Ryan.
Wow.
That's the answer at quarterback. Not taking one at 4. It's
No,
A.J.
you know what? They could still talk themselves into Kellen Mond, or you know what? You already got Pitts. Why not get Kyle Trask? You know, why don't we keep the teammates thing has been a theme to this draft, Clash. Not only do you have Joe Burrow reuniting with Jamar Chase, but the Jaguars just they like the Travis Etienne, Trevor Lawrence combination so much, they're going out and got them both in the first round last night. So, you know what? Maybe that's the next step. The Falcons burn that 3rd round pick and they bring Kyle Trask slightly north to Atlanta.
Good point. They could take one tonight. Good point. Wouldn't shock me if the Patriots take another one tonight.
Yeah, I mean, was it you that was saying that you liked the Washington approach, where you go RG3 in the first round and then Kirk Cousins in the 4th? I mean, it worked out for Washington. Well, as much as anything works out for Washington, which is to say, not super well, but theoretically, in a vacuum.
They came out, they got a guy.
Yeah.
Wouldn't bother me in the least bit. Another kick at the can, 3rd and 5, and Wentz misses Sanders. It's 14-10. Sony Michel with the New England touchdown for Philadelphia. Zach Ertz and Miles Sanders. Sanders was a 66-yard touchdown run. Mr. Hawk. Oh, wow, another Bama quarterback that will never see the field. When was the last time A.J. McCarron played in an NFL game?
You know what? That is an easy one to look at. Let's look at McCarron.
Probably with Houston, right?
Yeah, he played in 2 games yesterday. He threw 1 pass last year. And then he made 1 start for Houston in 2019, which, of course, the Texans lost. Patriots getting the ball back here with a chance to maybe swing the tide. First time out taking their ball around midfield here.
Problem Kid Gaming. Terrell Lynn can absolutely be trusted with this important job. Why would you even ask that? It's happening as we speak. The producing is happening. BMO, they're crying. Poor BMO.
Sad guy.
2nd and 7. Cam, nice pass. Edelman makes the catch. Better catch. Good throw to the 33. Cristobal says, was AJ a free agent? Yes, McCarron was signed. Speaking of AJs, AJ Green, I think it was the AJ Green, who is a Cardinal now.
Yep.
He came out with a TikTok last night.
Yeah.
Painting the scenario of, say, Jacksonville did not take Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
It was freaking funny, man. And it was a series of phone calls with Zach Wilson and Justin Fields, as if the Jags had to call multiple guys to I don't know. You have to watch it. I thought it was funny. Pretty good. Pretty good.
That should just be the name of your next podcast, Glash. Glash describes other people's TikToks.
Oh, shut up, Christian. We're together for the next sim. Who is playing next?
Oh, I actually do not know. I'm happy it's not a wild weather game.
Oh,
the Patriots! Oh, N'Keal Harry very nearly does it. So turning that missed Jake Elliott 57-yarder into something to build from. Patriots fixing to get at least 3 points out of this one. 1st and goal from the one timeout left. New England can run the ball if they want. They don't have to worry about Newton getting sacked. They can take a few bites at the apple here with 21 seconds. They should get a few shots at this.
Colts Niners at 6 p.m.
Captain Mostert.
If we're alive, right?
It is a 1st down handoff, and he's in. Sony Michel. Two touchdowns now for this Patriot roster. I am not thrilled that I looked at him. I looked at James White. I put James White in the lineup. Not working in my favor right now. The Patriots come back from a 14-3 deficit to take a 17-14 lead moments before halftime.
One of the greatest comebacks you'll ever see. 3-way tie right now for first place in the $250 free contest, but I'm sure Jared's going to update things here. Philadelphia's defense is now allowed more than the 13 points. Sony Michel responding to the criticism. Smoke says on YouTube, the Steelers got Harris. I am hyped. I love the pick. Yeah. I also loved the Jaguars going with the running back too. It's exciting. It's going to be a fun team to watch.
Honestly, I if you're going to take a running back in the first round, and you got two good guys there. I just think the Jaguars, were pretty okay at the position with James Robinson to the point where they didn't need a first-round guy, and B, they had so many other needs to fill that it was just kind of surprising. You know, if nothing else, trade back from 24, get your running back in the early second round instead. Etienne may have still been there, or if not, Javonte Williams, who runs like he's angry at the world, like that dude would have been a good fit too. I didn't love the move from the Jaguars, but I understood it.
I think there's sarcasm here from Brian C. Hey, Sim fam, what's your betting strategy on DK? I usually work with 20 to 25% of my bankroll daily. Good luck. 2nd down and 8. This has been a long end to the first half.
Yeah, we're taking our time here, and Eagles going to take the time out. So they're going to get a Hail Mary here at the very least. Wentz is going to have to throw it about 65 yards in the air to get it to the end zone. So probably not looking at any kind of scoring possibility unless they do a quick out and move the ball a little bit closer. But some garbage points are up for grabs here if Wentz's Hail Mary can be completed.
Andrew's keeping count. 5 real-time minutes for these final 30 seconds.
Good.
Brian, overall, I think you make a good point. I see what your point is with your question. Running back in the first round is exciting, but is it the right move? I think from a fantasy standpoint, you should be excited about the value in Jacksonville, getting a running back there, and even Pittsburgh. If you've seen those two teams and running backs fill in, see Lev Bell, and there's Deshaun Jackson picking up some yards and a PPR for you right there. But yeah, I mean, I think those are good moves from a fantasy standpoint. Like, it opens things up for Jacksonville with ETN, and then with Harris, I mean, sky's the limit. Look at Benny Snell was a good play sometimes last year when Connor was out.
On the other side of that, man, like, no one in that backfield who's returning average more than 3.5 yards per carry. And part of that is too, those guys aren't very good. But part of it is that the run blocking in Pittsburgh is not great. It's like a 30th ranked run efficiency unit. And they didn't really address the line nearly as much as you thought they would. So it's going to be interesting to see if the Steelers decide to really double down on Najee Harris and add an interior lineman or maybe even a tackle in the second round. The good news for them is there are a few pretty good prospects left that can really go in, start from day one, make a difference down there. Maybe if Alejandro Villanueva continues to linger in free agency, I don't think anyone's picked him up, but I'm not certain. But if he's still out there, maybe he comes back at a discount, a one-year prove-it deal, similar to what Juju Smith-Schuster did as well. Just Harris is immediately the alpha dog in that backfield rotation. He's got a much clearer path to prosperity than a guy like Etienne, who has to outplay a very good young runner in James Robinson. The problem is that Pittsburgh rush blocking is a problem. The good news is Harris is a pretty accomplished pass catcher. He's going to add you some PPR points. Obviously, Harris, the more valuable rookie running back of the two right now.
Yeah, I totally forgot about James Robinson.
It happens. It happens. So did the rest of the league at the 2020 draft, even though he was arguably the greatest offensive player in Illinois State Redbird history. Dude, just a battering ram. And he needed so much to break right for him to get that starting opportunity in week one. And dude just grabbed on. He latched on like an alligator, and then he rolled into it. It's awesome. Awesome to see James Robinson. What a good story, you know? Undrafted FCS guy to Pro Bowl running back. One of the few bright spots in last year's Jaguar campaign.
So we were talking cornhole for tomorrow. There was also the Kentucky Derby, which we touched on briefly. Christian has made an appearance in Louisville. Check out the free 100K pool for Kentucky's big horse race. That is the title over on the DraftKings Sportsbook. It gets started at 6:50 p.m. Eastern time. It's free to play. Doesn't cost you a thing. $100,000 prize pool, $5K to first place. Once again, it includes $0 to enter.
Yeah.
So get involved.
You can make your mess around on Sims money through those pools, man. I made like $4 on WrestleMania, $2 on UFC. As soon as I get my bonus money coming back in, I'll bring back the trickle down Simonomics Sims, so you guys can all just tear me apart and take away whatever bonus cash the DK promotional guides throw in my account.
Smoke says Harris is already polished.
Yeah. I mean, those Alabama running backs, they get it done. And it makes sense. You know, Trent Richardson was the exception, not the rule. And in fact, I'm going to pull up the Substack where I wrote all about how Najee Harris fits for those Steelers. I'm going to put him in both the chats right now.
What a guy.
A boink.
Got Christian with us here. Also, producer Terrell Lynn, Jordan, Andrew, our technical director, and Jared from the Game Ops team. 17-14. It was once 14-3 Philadelphia. Yeah, go Patriots. They're up by 3. We are here for the next sim. Colts Niners at 6. Kaufman returns at 8. And he'll be with, whoops, wrong thing. Koff will be here at 8 for Bears at Steelers. He will be with Freeze Pops, and then I'll be here tonight as well. So just like Christian, doing 3 sims today. Saints Broncos Madden After Dark at 10. And thank you for choosing the Dream Stream to hang out on a Friday The month of May starts tomorrow. Holy crap.
Oh, yeah. Today is Justin Timberlake Day.
Ah.
Yeah.
How's that song go again? It's gonna be May. There it is.
All that I knew, not enough for you. No one losing, but I'm not. And finally, you get to love. Everything I do never seems enough for you. You don't want to lose it again. But I'm not like them. Maybe when you find ugly, get to love somebody. Guess what? It's gonna be me.
That was great. Wow. I hope someone recorded that. Oh, I want that to be my ringtone. You all right?
Water now. Yeah, I gotta hydrate after that one.
Yeah. Take a breath.
Anyway, smash that like button, or if you liked it, and smash that like button if you hated it.
Peace of Mind says May equals Sim Mental Health Awareness Month. Sleepy P got a laugh out of that. Is a cat dying, says the guru. Yeah, Andrew says, of all things, no barking from the dog after that.
No, the dog knows good music when he hears it, man. Like, you know what? That's classic in sync. Is that from No Strings Attached? That whole album was a banger. Speaking of bangers, Cam Newton throws downfield, can't find his guy in the end zone, his first incompletion of the day there.
Turtles won. If that doesn't get some likes, I don't know what will. Zach, Cam is no longer perfect. That's incomplete. Brian C., were you having an aneurysm, or was I? Perhaps us both.
We're just sharing the same fever dream.
300 of you watching on YouTube. Yeah, hit that like button. Let's try and get to 200 likes. Smash it. Smash Lanta the like button.
Never do that again, says CEH. You're gonna.
Bruce Harding, are you okay?
Never better.
All right. 17-14. Good little sim here. Eddie is in first place in the Glash and Christian. Mac Jones, Devonta Smith, 4 p.m. contest. There's a completion to Ertz.
Ertz is really the only thing keeping my lineup afloat right now because it's not great otherwise. I'm currently 106th out of the 125 intrepid souls that joined us for the SimFam free roll. Thanks to that big bagel from Al Shawn in my captain spot.
What do you think we'll stay on Philadelphia here because we're fair. We are fair commentators. We talk about everybody. Oh, Miles Sanders, sir, break the slate. Get there.
This guy. Ooh, is he gonna have to come into the bonus now? But is he gonna have to come out, and take a breather, and someone else get the carry, the goal-ish line carry from the 6? Are we about to get a little vulture action, perhaps? I don't even know who the running back 2 is in Philadelphia. I'm looking. Corey Clement? Is this Corey Clement?
Corey Clement.
Former Wisconsin star Corey Clement. I don't
Boston
think
Scott is the RB3.
All right, Sanders again. This time can't get it done. So now we actually do have a goal line carry. It says at the 3, but it's like the 2.5. And if it's going to be Sanders again, or if he maybe needs a breather, if I just ran 72 yards, I would have the oxygen out right now.
Ha, damn it, says Meager66. I started fading Miles Sanders after Ducey said yesterday that he always fades him.
Oh, why would you listen to Kenny Ducey?
Marquise!
Why would you listen to him? Because Kenny Ducey said to Captain Marquise Goodwin and Sanders, 2 must-haves if you're going to finish in the money today. Those 2 and Sony Michel, all 3 vying for that crusty cough MVP honor.
So what I was going to say, but had to give the dedication to the sim, talk about the sim, talk about the sim, talk about the sim. What does Philadelphia do here on day 2 and 3? There's still plenty of holes, but could they add more to their receiving core? Could they go get a corner today? Defensive end is another option. What do you think is the plan for Philadelphia? They draft at 37 in round 2 today and then pick 70 in round 3.
Yeah, I mean, this team, again, lots of holes to fill. And this year's a punt year. So you don't necessarily need to focus on anything other than best player available. One guy I would really love to see them pick up, if he's there at 37, Asante Samuel Jr. He's a guy I really wanted the Packers to pick up. Instead, they went with a decent corner who runs a 4.25. They probably picked him around too early. And you know what? The Packers do typically have a solid handle on their defensive backs. So we'll wait and see. Now, there's a lot of great players that'll be available at 37. I think that first pick is just going to be whoever the BPA is on their board, even if it isn't a position of need necessarily. There's just so many holes for Philly to fill, and they don't have to worry about winning in 2021. So just go for this. Rex Burkhead. When's the last time we saw a Rex Burkhead sighting in Simland?
I don't know, Marco.
5 fantasy points per game, and that is his only the 3rd time he has scored any points in his last 15 sims. Okay, Rex. Other than that, what else? I mean, what else do these Eagles need? I mean, you said it. Corner is definitely up there as a need, and they can absolutely fill that role. They could get a projectable edge rusher, maybe a guy like Ronnie Perkins out of Oklahoma, who's a little bit questionable. All those linemen would make sense too, because Jason Peters is no longer really the kind of guy you want to rely on. I don't even know if he's coming back for 2022. So that offensive line killed by injuries last season, but might as well start developing young players behind them. And this is a team with very little cap space anyway, so developing young, inexpensive players, regardless of position, would be a win for them.
Yeah, and to have the years, of course, when you get a guy, well, in the first round you get those 5 years, and then 2 franchise tag eligible seasons, but still, even in the 2nd and 3rd round today, not a bad call. Philly has 3 6th-round picks and 2 7th-round picks as well, but they drafted 37 overall and 70th overall today. Let's see, Smoke here in the chat. I wouldn't be surprised if the Patriots draft another quarterback today, or maybe I'd be surprised maybe a little bit by today, because I think they want to try and shore up some things defensively with some expiring contracts coming up in the secondary. Also wouldn't be surprised if they take a linebacker. They need to get younger at that position, but maybe day 3, the Patriots take a shot at a quarterback. I'm drawing a blank on the dude who played at Wake Forest. He transferred to Wake Forest, but he played at Georgia, opted out last season. What's a quarterback they've had their eye on? Jamie Newman? Jamie Newman.
That's it.
Jamie Newman. Mm-hmm. So that's like a guy that could fall.
Yeah. I mean, even if Belichick wants to get a more traditional pocket passer who got things done in a Mac Jones kind of way, for an old school program that had a lot of success. Ian Book will probably be there well into the 6th, 7th round. Could be a decent developmental addition. I don't think Ian Book's necessarily going to be a starter in the NFL, but you could do a lot worse with a throwaway 6th round pick than a guy who, kind of helped really restore the luster of that Notre Dame program. Ian Book was the kind of guy who, on a good day, could really, really hurt your team. As Cam Newton slides down inside the 10. Are the Patriots going to get a snap off here before we go into the quarter break?
No.
No, they are not. Incorrect. But hey, since we were talking our hot draft takes, I already dropped the Najee Harris stuff into the chat before. You can find that at postroute.substack.com. You can also see all the moves we liked, we didn't like, and whether or not the 49ers botched their pick at number 3. Read all about it, postroute.substack.com. It's completely free to sign up. All you need is an email address. We'll send you 3 newsletters every week breaking down not only the NFL, but pop culture a little bit. And my personal favorite, fine drinkables from across this great nation of ours. And also,
it's been a while since I've promoted the old TikTok, but
bring it up, yeah.
I got a video up there today. I'm kind of proud of it, so check it out. TikTok on the envelope.
Beautiful. Well, through 3 quarters, Ozzie, not a terrible play, 5 for 42. Marquise Goodwin, 5 for 49, the touchdown. Those are your leading wideouts. You needed Goodwin. You needed Miles Sanders and his 2 long runs, and you also needed Sony Michel, who doesn't have a ton of PPR points or yards on the ground, but he does have those 2 rushing touchdowns for New England. Might even add a 3rd here. Patriots facing 1st and goal from the 8 when we come back to action here. I mean, after a nothing sim at 2 p.m., this 4 p.m. sim, not only delivering, but potentially guiding us towards a furious finish here in Foxborough.
Edgar on Twitch. I hate the Patriots, but the Patriots and Chicago Bears, absolute good picks.
Yeah, I mean, it's great value for where they are. We know how heavily the league is leaning into quarterback play, especially young quarterbacks. So to get those guys in the double digits, it's a win right there. Is Dalton Keene? No way. All right. Tight end 2 touchdown on the quick shot upfield, and Dalton Keene has as many touchdowns here today in Simland that as he did in his entire rookie season. With 1.
Just 1.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ozzie was the one with the 1 receiving touchdown. Dalton Keene had 0.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I messed it up.
It was 1. It was definitely 1 for the group for the group of receivers. I just couldn't remember which one it was, but yes, it was Ozzie. That was the last week of the season. Smoke says Glash has a TikTok. SMH. Check it out. Change your life. And check out postroute.substack.com for the latest in the NFL. We certainly, again, can't say this enough, and I want to bring this up too. Thank you all for watching, tuning in into the Madden Sims. We're going to finish up the 4th month of 2021, and these are still going strong. 300 of you hanging out, watching here, and may I add, last night, you guys were great during the draft. The 8 o'clock sim, we had Falcons and Chargers. We weren't really talking about the game as much because of the draft, but once the sim ended, Lamarca and I went live for about 45 minutes. We went from 9:15 till about 5 minutes of 10, and we're going off. We're looking at the sports book. We're looking at live odds. We're reacting to picks, and that's when all the trades starting happening, Christian. So we had the Chicago trade, we had the Philadelphia trade moving up. So that was fun. It was fun following along, and you guys were super interactive in the chat, just kind of giving your feedback, interacting with each other. Never mind us. So if you were there last night, hanging out, Twitch, YouTube, thank you so much. That was a lot of fun. And those are kinds of things we're going to keep doing. So please. Stay tuned, and that's why we always tell you, hit subscribe, as well as the like button. Hit subscribe on YouTube and Twitch, because then you will know when we are live here on the Dream Stream. That's my moment for you. Okay.
We see you out there tickling the like button, taking your dislikes away. I know at least a couple of you have, so thank you.
Yeah, we're going to be here. We're going to be here for the next sim as well. Simon says, was fun times. First draft by ever. Let me read that again. Simon Slays. There it is. Was fun times. First draft I ever cared to be part of. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Peace of mind. Last night was a blast. Yeah, last night too. LaMarca and Freeze Pops were debating like how guys were dressed last night. And LaMarca was getting a bunch of crap because of what he sometimes looks like when he comes on these streams. He was just like, that's a fair point. I roll up in my backwards Mets hat. People were giving him a hard time. LaMarca was handling it well. It was funny. Look! Wow, I didn't even know he was in the chat. LaMarca says, I had a great time with you too, Glash. Yeah, I had a blast. And that's when you know. When the time moves by quickly, you look at the clock and go, oh, we have to wrap this up because there's a sim in 5 minutes. And by the way, LaMarca, no wonder why he's here. He's going to be on next with Steve Buchanan for the slate.
Yeah, we're cutting into their slate time pretty heavily with this exciting action as Gilmore not only gives up the completion to Djax, but also going to give him 15 bonus yards with the face mask. So Eagles about to at least tie this one up here. I also think LaMarca might be here scouting out his trivia competition. One day, LaMarca. I apologize in advance to what I'm going to do to you and to your trivia ego. It's going to be horrible. It'll have to happen. As Wentz very nearly throws a pick there. Instead, 2nd and goal coming up from the 9.
Straight cash. Why are the Pats so bad today? They got 24 points.
Yeah, they're winning. The defense. Why is the Pats' defense so bad today? That is pretty reasonable. Jackson gets the call again, but only gets down to the 3, so it could be time for Miles Sanders maybe to punch one in.
Jeffrey, appreciate that. Keep surging that like button, guys. 25 away, 5.5 to go here in the 4th quarter. It's a 3-point game, 3rd and goal. The slate is next. If you're into baseball, MLB, LaMarca and Steve Buchanan will be joining you before the 6 o'clock sim. 3rd and goal, Wentz, quick release, touchdown. Is that him again? It is! Goodwin!
Wow. It pains me so much to know how exactly right Kenny Ducey was. He told us all at the end of last sim, Glash, Captain Marquise Goodwin, or else you aren't going to finish in the money. And, I mean, a dead-on prediction from him. Perfect play right now.
I've heard that spiel, man. Ducey, I like the suggestion. I rarely say that about Kenneth. I am now in 7th place, and Goodwin is my captain with 42.6 points. I am proud of Marquise Goodwin, and I am proud of Kenneth Ducey.
He has 36.2 more points than Alshon Jeffrey right now, who has 0. My captain. I tried to spite Ducey, and now I am paying for it, just like in the real world.
It's okay. It's Friday. Probably the next time you see him will be like early next week, and he'll forget. And you'll forget too, hopefully. Maybe not. You'll be scarred. Marquise Goodwin is a Chicago Bear. I had to look up his current team right now. He signed a 1-year deal 2 weeks ago with the Bears.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I like Goodwin. He had all that potential. He had that breakthrough 900-yard season. You're like, oh, my God, this guy with the Olympic-level speed, he's going to do something. He's going to realize himself as an NFL wideout. He's going to be a Pro Bowler. He just never got there. And maybe the window of opportunity is gone. He's not exactly a young man. I got to actually see how old he is now. Marquise Goodwin. He's been in the league since 2013. So, yeah, he's already 30 years old. He's still going to be fast as hell because he came in just blazing speed. But you got to wonder just how much that speed is going to translate. He ran a 4.27 way back in the day at Texas. 4.27.40. Outstanding.
Cena is in 10th place with Goodwin as his captain. We have a 2-way tie in our free roll. 2008 Filament and Mackin's 20. The solo leader in the free contest, Jay Santana, 808. Now this lineup, the public showdown contest, has Carson Wentz in the captain spot. And Sanders, Goodwin, Ertz, Sony Michel, and Dalton Keene. All of the touchdown scorers.
Dalton, man, that's a Powerball jackpot kind of lineup right there. You got everything right. You hit everything. Wow. All right, big 3rd and 10 for Newton, who gets it done. And Ozzy, who not quite nearing the bonus, but with a few more plays he could get there. 6 for 69 now, so not a bad day for him by any means. Nearly 13 points in the flex, almost 20 in the captain's spot if you paid up a little extra for him. Patriots on the right side of the field now. Need a touchdown. Clock is winding. And, Cam, buddy. Probably should have been a pick 6 there.
DW Nasty is in 7th place. All right. Love to see the chat invested in the free roll as it winds down.
Turtles won. Alshon had 7 catches in production the previous game. He was fitted for a 2 for 35 sim this time around. At this point, 2 for 35 would be a tremendous, tremendous jump from where he currently is. Cam sets up 3rd and very long. Brandon Graham drops him for a loss of 9. Once again, the Patriots drive in danger of stalling out. They're not going to get the next snap off until there's under 4 minutes to go in the game. So if they have to punt it away here, they may never see the ball again, especially the way Miles Sanders has been running.
Germ says on Twitch, this is the 33rd Eagles sim in a row I've captained Marquise Goodwin. Wow. Love the consistency. Come on, Cam. Edelman shaves off a tackle. All right. Makes it more of a manageable 4th down.
Yeah, it's 4 down territory here. You got to go for it. You're at the 44. So even if you don't get it, you don't give a terrible field position. If you punt here, even with Ryan Allen, you're not going to. It's not Ryan Allen. I would say. For whatever reason, like the best player on that New England roster, and I can't even remember his name. Poor Jake Bailey.
Bailey, there it is. Yeah.
First team All-Pro. I'm all well, Ryan Allen out to kick. No, it's Jake Bailey. Jake Bailey doesn't get it done. The Patriots net 24 yards of field position, and the Eagles are a few first downs away from being able to escape Foxborough with an upset win on the road.
Carbon rods. Let's go, Cam. Your job is on the line. Mac Jones is watching the sim. Yeah, if there's one thing we learned from doing these sims last year, and by last year I mean right before when we started the new game and we had the rookie quarterbacks and we were like, oh, how's Tua gonna look? How's Herbert gonna look? How's Burrow gonna look? I feel like those 3 guys were actually they're decent. Like I would pick those 3 guys over some guys that have been in the league and been in the game longer. Probably not Dwayne Haskins. He's been pretty bad.
Yeah, Haskins, man. And talk about that Ohio State curse. I thought Haskins had all the tools to make it work. So maybe Fields is going to follow a similar path. But I'm interested to see what the Steelers can do to his career. You know, he's obviously got to get his head right. But I think if you're judging anyone based on their time in Washington, there are very few franchises that give you a more reasonable mulligan than the crap show that is the Washington football team. So he's going to get the chance to do some work in Pittsburgh with the Steelers, and if he's got his head right, if he's matured, he can find a spot there. I mean, maybe work himself into a developmental role as a backup in 2021, and then maybe work his way into a starting position in 2022. Obviously, that's a long ways away. A lot has to go right for him, but I like the move Pittsburgh made there, and I think he can bring a little bit of value there if he can regain that 2019 form.
DW Nasty, Action Jackson. His 5th-year option was picked up today. Adam Schefter reported. D-Rod says, let's go, Richard Seymour.
Well, Patriots doing a good job here on the first 2 downs of this fresh set. One more stop here. They will get the ball back with a chance to drive for the game winner. 3rd and 11. So you got to imagine the Eagles, maybe they'll pass for it. Maybe they'll just hand it off and force New England to burn their final timeout. They are certainly setting up like it's going to be a run. And it is. Ooh,
wow.
Ooh. Not great. Well, that is going to do it for New England's timeouts, but they're going to have about 1:50 left to score a game-winning touchdown here. Jason McCourty got it done there.
Well, as we saw at the end of the first half, it took a while, like 5 real-time minutes to finish the first half. Carbon says, let's go Vince Wilfork. This is what happens when you mention Ryan Allen.
Dude, all Vince wanted to do was tackle people and then go put on a pair of overalls. Nothing else, just a pair of overalls and go
barbecue. Yeah. That was it. What was that? Remember he did the commercial? Was that last year or the year before? With the overalls on?
Yeah, I think it was a couple years ago. I think. Yeah. Yeah, because Kingsford was very big about like going out, reaching out to like sports writers and being like, hey, you can interview Vince Wilfork if you mention Kingsford barbecue. And most places were like, oh, we can't do that. That's a breach of our journalistic ethics. And others were like, yeah, we don't care. We can talk about barbecue. It's fine.
All right, clock's moving. 80 seconds left. Patriots need a touchdown. Newton on 2nd and 7 dumps it off.
What are these passes? That's going to burn another 25 seconds off the clock. Patriots are done for unless something screwy happens here, Glash.
James White with the catch. Germ right now. Germ is in the Twitch chat, currently in first place by less than a point. Newton on 3rd and 2.
Let's pick up from
right side.
Going for it at least, but getting nothing out of it. So big 4th down. Game on the line here. Patriots just need 2 yards, but if they don't get out of bounds, their first down is going to come with like 20 seconds left on the clock. So not only do you need to pick up the first, but you also need to get out of bounds here.
Be sure to stay right here when this sim is over if you like baseball. The slate coming up next. MLB pre-lock with Steve Buchanan and Matt LaMarca. They are standing by. Death Pause says, save your job, Cam. You mentioned how there are a couple of...
Sorry.
There are a couple of nominees for Krusty Kaufman Player of the Game. Do you have a thought? I don't have belief they're going to get this.
You know what? Just because I doubted Kenny Ducey, let's give it to his captain, Marquise Goodwin. He had the 2... What? What? No way! No way! What? All right, scratch that. We're giving it to Cam Newton. Coming alive on 4th and 12. Eagles now have 29 seconds to mount a response. That game was over, Flash.
Wow.
We were talking about Krusty Koff and Babysitter Billy. First off, we're going to Babysitter Billy Alshon Jeffrey his 0 points in the captain spot, unless he can N'Keal Harry himself somehow at the end there.
Holy cow. Based on the speed, I'm like, that's Damiere Byrd. And N'Keal Harry, not only does he have the ups, he catches in traffic.
That was a 15-point play from N'Keal Harry. It's got to swing so many lineups out there.
Wow.
Oh, including Germ, who was winning $61, now is down $250. Sorry, bud.
Death Pause. Superman flies to victory. The Claw says, ha, 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 wow. Tom Ace finding a way. Oh, man. Philadelphia's got 3 timeouts.
Yeah, 29 seconds. That's 4 plays, and they're going to have to gain about 35 yards to get in the Jake Elliott field goal range. We saw Elliott try a 57-yarder at the end of the first half. It did not go well for him. You gotta think 55 and in if you're gonna have any opportunity. Wentz wasting time, throws it to no one. 20 seconds.
All right, good sim here. Kasky K33 now in first in our contest. And Derbs 41. First place in the public free showdown contest. Shout out who you guys need in the chat. DW Nasty needs Deshaun. Abby Rizzle as well. That is incomplete. Gilmore in coverage.
The good news is it didn't take up much clock. 16 seconds, 3 timeouts left for the Eagles. They still need to pick up that first. It's 3rd and 10 now, but assuming they do, they'll have 3, maybe 4 plays here. The good news is the clock isn't going to run out of them after like a catch inbounds. The bad news is it's looking real grim as, oh no, he threw it away. Why? Carson, buddy.
Hey, you've got 3 timeouts. Earl is leading the free early classic. Stack this game up. Cam, Sanders, Goodwin, Harry. So Harry's in the winning lineup in the free classic. Ertz. Here we go.
Oh, and a completion. The game continues, and the MLB slate will be coming at you live at sometime around 7 p.m. tonight.
I hope Steve Buchanan can keep it together. He's looking like he's losing patience. Less time for him to talk. What a shame.
I would keep your mouth shut.
Oh, I'm scared. Here's Wentz. Do it. Oh, all right, that's it.
And that'll do it. The clock will run out on this one. The Patriots, an amazing comeback here. Krusty Koff player of the game goes to Cam Newton for that amazing last-ditch throw to N'Keal Harry. And your babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner is going to have to be Alshon Jeffrey, 0 points in 32 minutes of play.
All right, that's it. We're back for the next one. Keep your eyes on the Game Center. Great job, Jared, from the Game Ops team. Also, producers Jordan and Tara Lynn and Andrew. Their night is over. It is Friday, so please relax. Don't move a muscle. Coming up in just a few minutes on the Dream Stream. You heard from him there. I would keep your mouth shut. That was Steve Buchanan. He's coming up with MLB The Slate. He has Matt LaMarca joining him. The nice side of the duo. Before we get to them, though, here's a clip from the Sweat earlier today. Julian Edlow, Reed Fowler telling us what surprised them the most from the first round of the NFL draft.
I think the Saints probably surprised me the most because this is not so much of a narrative, more of a team. Like they had some early reports yesterday morning that saying that they were going to make a huge move, right? Watch out for the Saints. They might make a huge move. And then they go out and they get a defensive end when they need help at wide receiver. They need help, in the interior defensive line. They need a lot of help at defensive back, I think, as well. And then they go take an edge rusher, right? Like that to me is something that really was surprising. I'm not a huge fan of it. The guy's got a lot of size, but I just wasn't a fan. So that surprised me with the Saints because usually the Saints are pretty good with their draft picks, but this yesterday wasn't great.
All right. What do you think here, Jules? What surprised you the most?
Honestly, everybody had, if Mac Jones didn't go to the Niners, the Patriots will trade up to get him, or maybe he'll slide to 15. I'm shocked that the Patriots actually pulled the trigger, spent first-round draft capital on the quarterback position. I know that Tom Brady just left, and it is a position of need, and Cam Newton wasn't great last year. But Bill Belichick is a stubborn guy, and he will find other ways to fill that position. You coach up players, you do it on defense, you find other ways to win. And Tom Brady, obviously, we all know, pick 199 in the 6th round. You can find your quarterback elsewhere. So the fact that I know the Patriots need a quarterback, but the fact that they didn't go with a guy, later tonight in the 3rd round or even on Saturday, or find a way to bring in a guy, even if it's not Jimmy Garoppolo, that suits Belichick is very surprising to me. They invested a first-round pick. It's the first time Bill Belichick has ever done that.
With and the 2 hunkiest guys at DraftKings. No, it's not those 2 dopes that you just had on screen. It's Steve Buchanan and my main man, Matt LaMarca, talking to you about the 14-game slate that is happening in MLB tonight. Lots to get to. Not a ton of time because that sim went a little long, but that's okay. Everybody was happy about that. Now everybody's happy that we're here to talk MLB. Let's just go through some of the news and notes for this slate before we really get into it. Couple of weather concerns, not concerns, but things to note for tonight with the weather. Detroit at the Yankees. Matt, rumor has it like up to 30-mile-per-hour winds blowing out tonight.
Big wins.
That's gonna big wins, big wins over in New York. So something to keep a watch on for that. Cubs and Reds, not as big of wins, but 14-mile-per-hour winds blowing out towards center field. So that's to watch there tonight. No rain in the forecast whatsoever for any games that are outside tonight. So no need to worry about that. Couple of notable lineup news that I want to get to. Is actually a lot that I want to just quickly hit upon, and then we'll start talking about the slate. For the Phillies, Bryce Harper and Didi Gregorius out for the Phillies tonight. Matt Joyce, 2,400, batting second. That's not what you want to see. Nick Matten batting seventh, 3,100 in for Didi Gregorius at the shortstop position. Mookie Betts out for the Dodgers tonight. Chris Taylor will bat leadoff at 4,400 for the Doyers. Randy Arozarena out for the Tampa Bay Rays. Manuel Margot will bat second. He's at 2,600 tonight. Not really a big change in the Rays lineup overall. Basically, they're using Margot in the outfield instead of DH, so no real change other than Arozarena being out. Yordan Alvarez is back for the Astros tonight. He will be batting cleanup. Aaron Judge also back for the Yankees tonight. He's batting third. Those are your notable lineup news for the slate. Matt, let's start with the pitching. There's a ton of studs, not just on this show, but pitching on the mound tonight. You got Shane Bieber. You got Garrett Cole. You got Yu Darvish, 9,500 and above for all three of them. Who are you kind of targeting in that range? And if it's Garrett Cole, which I'm thinking it might be, how concerned are you about those winds blowing out towards center field at over 30 miles per hour tonight?
So you know me, Steve. I am pay up for pitcher, safety at pitcher.
Yep.
I value that in my lineups. We talked about Jacob deGrom the last time I was on, and the guy was just absolutely insane. He scored like 55 DraftKings points.
Yeah.
I do not feel nearly as confident tonight that Garrett Cole is the guy to pay up for.
Okay.
You look at the Vegas data and it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Okay. He's like a minus 400 favorite.
Yeah.
The Tigers are implied for 2.6 runs. So I certainly don't blame you if you want to pay up for him in cash games, but I think when you factor in that wind, not only is it blowing, it's just blowing right out to that short porch in right field. We already know Yankee Stadium is kind of a bandbox to begin with. Garrett Cole, for as good as he is, he has been known to give up the home run from time to time.
Absolutely.
He had 1.73 home runs per 9 innings last year. That number is way down to start the season. Looks like a regression candidate, in my opinion. I mean, he's still a great pitcher, but his one bugaboo is the home run ball. Love that word, by the way. Bugaboo.
Bugaboo. Okay, go ahead.
So when you factor in the likely ownership in tournaments, I actually really like the idea of pivoting to Bieber, who's more expensive, or my personal preference would be Yu Darvish.
Right. Yeah, I like Yu Darvish too tonight as well. He's actually my preferred option of the three. I think those are definitely the ones that you should be looking at because for a lot of the factors that you said. I mean, the other thing is here too, is that the Tigers offense is just bad, like really bad. Like, it's really tough to not look at this matchup and be like, okay, I'm kind of salivating over this matchup because of how bad the Tigers offense has been. But those wins are like a big concern. Like that's something that I definitely take into factor. And then you have Yu Darvish, who is $1,000 cheaper than Garrett Cole, going up against the Giants team or going to give that strikeout upside. The Giants strike out a lot. I think it's like 27.5 K percentage against righties. And Darvish has been more than serviceable. Had a rough start to his Padres career against the Diamondbacks, but then it's just been one run every single time since. And he's striking out at least 7 batters in 3 of those 4 starts. So to get the discount on him, no wind you have to talk about, a much better pitcher's park to begin with. Darvish is where I'm looking.
Yeah, completely agree. I mean, arguably more strikeout upside. And again, it's not just that the wind is blowing out at 20 miles an hour. It's where it's blowing out, right? Like as a right-handed pitcher, Cole is going to see a lot of left-handed bats.
Yeah.
The Tigers have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys who are going to hit from the left side against them.
Yep.
And that is a pull wind, right? Like it's going to be very easy for a couple of these guys, even though none of the Tigers lefties, you look at him and you're like, oh, this guy's a real homer threat.
Right.
But it's not going to be that hard for one of these guys to just pop one over that wall tonight. Honestly, I kind of am debating throwing a little something on the Tigers just because I think that this lineup, this wind benefits them more than it does the Yankees. You know, Tariq Skubal is a lefty. So unless you've got the right-handed batters from the Yankees trying to just throw it over the short porch the other way, which they can certainly do. Like, I think that this is the kind of wind that benefits a left-handed batter a lot more.
100%. Yeah, 100%. I mean, I like stacking the Yankees tonight, though, because, you know, like we mentioned, Skubal, he's been walking a ton of guys. He's already given up 5 home runs in 5 appearances. 3 of those were starts. So it's like the home runs have been a huge issue for him. And I think it's 8 walks so far that he's allowed. So if you're going to be putting guys on base, this is not the lineup you want to do it against. And quite frankly, if this was a week ago, then maybe you could get away with it because the Yankees offense was putrid. Not anymore. They're all starting to get back. You got Judge back in the lineup tonight. Not where I want to mess with. So with that said, so we talked about how we're kind of iffy on Cole. We do like Darvish. Where does that leave Bieber for you? Because it's a tough matchup, probably the toughest matchup of the 3. But if a lot of attention is going to be on Cole and then the direct pivot off of Cole is Darvish, where does that leave Bieber for you?
I still think I like Bieber over Cole in tournaments.
Yeah.
Just again, you factor in the lower ownership, maybe a touch lower strikeout upside. Yes, it's a worse matchup, but Bieber he's become the best strikeout pitcher in baseball. The guy just fans everybody.
Right.
So the White Sox, a team with a lot of power, but they can be a little bit strikeout prone at times. So I have no problems going with Bieber at lower ownership tonight. I think that's actually a pretty sharp play for tournaments.
I think another sharp play tonight actually is John Means at Oakland. Oakland has not been a strong team against lefties. And quite frankly, like we kind of think of Oakland as like, okay, so they, won all those games in a row. What did it end up being? Like 12 in a row, I think it was for Oakland. They won 12 games in a row. The offense is hot. Even though they won 12 games in a row, they weren't smashing teams. Like they weren't smashing the ball. They were just kind of squeaking by each and every time. And maybe this is the bias of me, but every time I back the Oakland Athletics to go over the team total, I think I'm like 0 for 7. So obviously their offense can't be that great. And just looking right here, the last time Means faced them, 6 1/3 inning, 1 run allowed, 2 hits, struck out 6, 25 and 25.3 DraftKings fantasy points. And somehow he's $100 less than he was in that start. So for me, it's like there's going to be a lot of attention on the first 4 guys that you list. And then there's Means, and it's either you're up here for pitching or you're going down below. So for me, Means is going to be super underowned, but he's in a great pitcher's park. He's got the right handiness. And quite frankly, Oakland's just not hitting the ball right now.
I can't back John Means, Bukes.
That's I understand. I totally understand.
I can't do it. He's a guy that like just rubs me the wrong way in DFS. He's like always the type of pitcher who has a significantly worse FIP than ERA.
Right.
He outpitches his metrics. He's not a huge strikeout guy. He's an underdog tonight, if I'm not mistaken. 4.3 opponent implied team total. That's okay, but there are plenty of guys with lower marks on the slate and significantly more strikeout upside. Like I would much rather go with Freddie Peralta for $100 less, even though he's facing the Dodgers. My man is a 15 strikeout per 9 inning type dude.
All right. So now if you say no, it's okay. I'm not going to be angry.
Okay.
Did you happen to see me on MLB Network this morning?
You know what? I DVR'd it, but I haven't gotten around to watching it.
I don't believe that for a second, but I'll just play along. Okay. So here's the thing. There's a pitcher that I'm on tonight. I want you to guess who it is. Yep.
Well, actually, I can't. I don't know if I can guess it because this would be completely off brand for you. But
it is very off brand for me.
Okay. Is it Andrew Heaney against the Mariners?
No, but you're close.
Okay.
It's the guy right below Andrew Heaney in price point tonight. Robbie Ray.
Robert.
Against the Braves. Okay. Let me tell you a little story about Robbie Ray.
Love it. Okay.
He is on the list, and I stole this 100% from Chris Jericho. When you make the list, I never play you or back you again. Robbie Ray has been on that list for about 3 years now. I'm going against every bone in my body. I'm going against everything that just infuriates me to take Robbie Ray. But I'm backing him tonight, baby, against the Braves. And it makes no sense because you look at this and you go, why would you want to go up against the Braves? So here's what it is. We talked about last week how bad this Tigers team is against lefties. The Braves are right there.
Yep.
They're right there against lefties. Now, to be fair, this is a very small sample. The Braves will not be this bad once we're in June or July against lefties. It's just not happening. It's not sustainable that this good of an offense is that bad against lefties. But for what we've seen so far, they've been bad. Their WRC plus is 37, LaMarca. 37.
I'm looking at it right now. It's pretty
unbelievable. Dude, it's bad. It's unbelievably bad. Now, here's the problem. Robbie Ray could probably go 6 innings. And this is what it's going to look like. I know, but this is what a normal Robbie Ray day looks like. 5 innings, 4 hits allowed, 19 walks, 27 strikeouts, and 6 home runs allowed. Now, those are a little exaggerated if you don't catch on to the joke, but that's literally what Robbie Ray does. But at 6,600,
I don't know I'm not sure what the most impressive number out of that is. It's probably 27 strikeouts in 5 innings, but 19 walks is pretty good too.
But you know what it is? You can get 27 strikeouts. It's just the catcher just keeps dropping them. That's all.
All right,
and they run to first base. So it's already tough to back him because we just have this, perception with Robbie Ray. His FIP isn't great, but he also walks a ton of batters. But for the strikeout upside that you're getting in this matchup, because the Braves have shown that they're going to strike out against lefties at 6,600 on this full slate, nobody is going to play Robbie Ray today. This is not a cash game play. This is a tournament only play.
100%. I am not with you in terms of the list because I have played Robbie Ray so many times. You look at the K per 9 and you're like, man, if this guy could ever just harness this.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen it, right? We saw it that one magical year where he was like an all-star and he just lost it as quick as he found it. I have slightly more fear of the Braves lineup than you. If you look at their projected starters, they had a 340 WOBA collectively against left-handers over the past 12 months. So I'm expecting them to heat up with the bats in this matchup. Not necessarily in this matchup, but moving forward against lefties. They're implied for 5 runs tonight. It's a good mark. I feel you 100% though on the strikeout upside. The Braves strike out against left-handed pitchers.
Right.
So Ray certainly in play from a tournament perspective. I think he's got nice upside, but again, he's going to have to keep the walks in check and he's going to have to keep the ball in the ballpark to hit his ceiling. And we know that that's a struggle for him. I do lean Heaney if I'm going to this price range. And Heaney will be more popular, 100%, but he has the edge in most of these statistical categories. So Vegas-wise, big-time edge. He's a favorite, minus 149 or so. Seattle is implied for 3.6 runs. So we're talking a run and a half less than Robbie Ray. Not quite as good of a matchup if we're looking strictly at how they've done this year, but Seattle is not nearly as good against left-handers over the course of the past 12 months. And even if you do want to focus just on this season, Seattle has the 5th highest strikeout rate, and they are towards the bottom in WRC plus against left-handers as well. So I know these are your boys, Steve. I know you can't stack it. I know you can't roster a pitcher against them, but I do think that Heaney makes more sense from where I'm coming from.
So I just want to address the chat real quick because Mr. Hawk brought up a point. Should I let Steve talk me off my Brave stack tonight? No, I would not go that far. If you're making multiple tournament lineups, then yes, I think it is worth putting Ray in a sprinkle of some of those lineups because there is some upside there. But if history tells us anything, Robbie Ray is a pile of you know what. And even if he made it through a couple of good starts, it's still going to stink eventually. Okay. Now, for me, I went on national television today and talked about my love for Robbie Ray today. So if anybody has more to lose, it's me and my reputation. Not that I have one to begin with, but I like you guys in the chat. And I would tell you, you don't have to go and just, disregard the Braves. Okay. Now, if you were that idiot brother Phil that I muted, yes, I would say, yeah, just you get off the Braves. But I like everybody else in the chat. So I'm telling you, don't get off the Braves tonight. I just think it's worth noting that Ray does have some upside. It's a very risky matchup, but that's what you do in tournaments. You take some risks.
Classic pitcher that you can either roster or stack against.
Right.
It can go very, very well. It can go very, very poorly.
100%. 100%. And when you're building those tournament lineups, that should be the mentality. That should be some of your ideas and thought process when building some of these lineups. If it goes one way, you're in a great position. But if you have your bases covered, if you're making multiple lineups, then that makes sense. So I would not get off the Braves completely, but if you're building some tournament lineups, I think it's worth putting Robbie Ray in a couple. That's all I'm saying. I do agree with you about Heaney, though. The Mariners have definitely not been a team that have been strong against lefties. They're still going to win the AL West. There's no problem about that. They have to lose some games. They can't win everything. So maybe this is a game that they lose. But yes, again, in that realm, 6,800, you're going to have to need to get some salary savings somewhere. This is a huge slate. There's Bieber, there's Cole, there's Darvish, a lot of guys you want to pay up for. So if you want to try to pair them and differentiate yourself a little bit, because a lot of people are going to be taking these high priced guys, that's going to be a way to do it. Any other pitchers that are kind of catching your eye?
I mentioned Peralta. I'm always okay with him. Yeah. You're facing a Dodgers team that is not at full strength.
Right.
They do not have Mookie in the lineup, as you mentioned. They do not have Cody Bellinger.
But to be fair, real quick, just to cut you off real quick, to be fair, if anything, Mookie's actually been in the lineup is helping opposing pitchers because he's just not hitting at all. You know what I mean? But
I'll fade that long-term sample size.
No, of course. All right,
so, the Dodgers are never a team that I want to target, but
right.
They're implied for 4 runs today. That's pretty mediocre by the Dodger standards.
Sure.
So I like Freddie Peralta. And I might be able to talk myself into Marcus Stroman as well.
Yeah, I know. There's just, but you know what though? Because okay, so you want to talk about upside? Like, what upside does Stroman have?
He's not going to. He's got to do like a 7-inning game with a win. That's his ceiling. He's not going to get you double-digit strikeouts. Yep. That game that he pitched in Coors Field, I think, is essentially his ceiling.
Yeah, totally. Because that was 8, and this was at Coors Field, 8 innings, 3 hits allowed, 1 run, but only 5 strikeouts. It was 27.6 DraftKings fantasy points, which was great. But that's like an outlier for him. Like you said, like that's the ceiling. His floor is very, very shaky. You cannot rely upon him even for double-digit fantasy points. I think is fair. So he's a risky guy, and at 8,400, that's like, to me, that's pushing it.
Yeah, it would be more for me the no Harper thing for Philly. I think matters a lot. And then the wind conditions, it's kind of a sideways wind. It's not really in or out, but it's the wind's going to be a factor. So I think that could potentially keep the scoring down just a bit. And full disclosure, I am a Mets fan. I expect this team to start hitting eventually.
Right.
Maybe they will. Maybe they never will. Maybe they were stealing signs or something, and all of a sudden they're not allowed to. I don't know, but I expect this team to maybe get on the right side of things tonight and get Stroman a W.
Now, see, it's nice. Like you're a New York fan and you're tolerable. Like you got Kenny Ducey coming on the show. He's a New York fan, and nobody wants to hear from him. He's a
Yankees fan, Steve.
You know what? He's a fan of anything dumb. That's kind of what I think.
Big difference.
Huge difference. Guy's so obnoxious. All right. Before we wrap up with the pitching, is there anybody else you kind of want to point at? I do want to get your opinion on Madison Bumgarner real quick. Okay. Now he just came off that no hitter.
Guy
I'm
made
doing
me
air
look like an
quotes.
idiot.
Okay, let me tell you something. There is not a soul on this planet that would have said to play Madison Bumgarner against the Braves. Granted, here I am saying play Robbie Ray against the Braves, but that's a different story. But nobody was recommending Madison Bumgarner, and rightfully so. Okay, but again, lefty against the Braves. Madison Bumgarner just did it. He hasn't been good for 5 years now.
Yeah.
Okay. But so now you have Madison Bumgarner coming off the no hitter against a very, very bad Rockies team in
Hard
Arizona.
pass.
It is still a pass. Okay.
Hard pass. I do get it. It's a great matchup. I love targeting pitchers against the Rockies when they're outside of Coors Field, especially like this Rockies team. But
what are they at against lefties? I want to pull that up. Go ahead. Keep talking. I'm gonna pull it up. Go
they
ahead.
do have like their best hitters, in my opinion, are good against lefties. Like Trevor Story, lefty killer. CJ Cron, lefty killer. Ryan McMahon, oddly good splits against lefties as a left-handed batter. Charlie Blackmon, nah. So I just think Madison Bumgarner is a pumpkin, and like there's no way he's putting together back-to-back good games. I mean, the Braves in that series, that was a doubleheader day, I'm pretty sure.
It was.
And
it was a 7-inning game. Yep.
It was 14 innings, and they had one total hit.
Right. Yeah.
That was just a day where the Braves weren't hitting. You could have trotted out on the mound, I think, and gotten outs that day.
Oh, thank you. That's very nice of you.
So I am not expecting a repeat in success. I'm not necessarily looking to stack up the Rockies tonight, but I do think that like targeting Madison Bumgarner in the long run is going to be a minus EV strategy for you.
Oh, 100%. 100%. But, like I said, talking about Robbie Ray on national television. Rockies against lefties, 91 WRC plus, 163 isolated power, 327 WOBA, but also take that with a grain of salt because some of those games did come at Coors Field. So,
I think roughly league average.
Yeah. So I would definitely say the WRC plus at 91 is probably the best indicator. And as of right now, that is in the lower half of the league. That is tied for 20th with the Padres. I'm sorry, with the Dodgers. So right in that realm with the Dodgers. Okay, let's move on to some of the hitting options tonight because there's a lot of hitters that you can take. Where are you at for stacking tonight? There's definitely a lot of options that you can stack. This is why I love these huge slates because there's so many options that you can go with. What is your top stack for tonight?
So this is tough because it's an expensive team.
Okay.
But I do think that they're going to fly under the radar a bit. I love the Cincinnati Reds tonight.
Oh, really?
Love the Reds. Speaking about pumpkins, Jake Arrieta, classic pumpkin.
Okay.
This is my new thing. Can we make a pumpkin graphic for future shows? Anyway.
It would be good because what do you do with pumpkins? You carve them up.
That's exactly what Arrieta did to the Mets the last time he faced them. He carved them up. But, he's got a 2.57 ERA, 4.62 xFIP. His home fly ball rate is down under 6%.
Yeah.
Last year it was 17.5. 2 years ago it was 19.4. Like, I don't think I'm going out on a limb by saying that he hasn't gotten better at 35 years old. I think we're talking small sample sizes. Now he has to head into the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, which is a pure bandbox, against the team that is very good against right-handed pitching.
Yep.
With a 15-mile-an-hour wind blowing out to right field. So he's going to be facing a ton of left-handed bats and good righty hitters like Castellanos and Eugenio Suarez. And he's going to have to get outs in that environment. Not happening.
Yeah, I wasn't really on them. And now that I'm seeing how expensive they are, I can't imagine many other people will be. That's an expensive stack.
It's an expensive stack. If you wanted to use one-off pieces, I would be okay with that too. And like for me, it's Winker. You definitely want Winker. You definitely want Moustakas at 4,400.
Of course.
Votto, I could take it or leave. He's pretty priced up at 5,300.
Yep.
Senzel would save you some money at 3,800. He's in a pretty good lineup spot. So, I mean, there are ways that you can get creative with it, but you're certainly going to need to save at one of your pitcher spots. Like this would be a good Andrew Haney team, I think.
Okay, so I just did the 5-team stack. I omitted Votto at 53 because that's a lot for Joey Votto.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so with those guys, that leaves you with an average of 5,000 for the rest of your lineup, including your 2 pitchers. But that's not impossible because there's a couple of values that we did like. We talked about Heaney, we talked about Robbie Ray, talking about Robbie Ray way too much on a show, but whatever. It's just for today. It won't happen all the time, I promise. Not impossible. Because you do what I always do. You always punt at catcher. There's usually never a reason to pay up for a catcher. Although if you wanted to use Tucker Barnhart, that would definitely make your stack unique because Tucker Barnhart does hit from the left side. So there is that. It's not impossible. And it would definitely be unique on this slate because as we mentioned, those 3 top guys are very, very expensive with Bieber, Cole, and Darvish. If you're stacking the Reds, you are not taking one of those guys. Because I don't even think it would be possible. It's just for fun. Let's throw Darvish in. 38. Yeah, 38 with a pitcher. That ain't happening. That ain't.
maybe my guy Freddie Mercury Peralta.
Okay, let's take out Darvish. We'll put in Peralta. 87. Just over 4,000. Talking a little bit. I don't want to make a full lineup here, so I'm not gonna. You can take it from here. I mean, I've given you the keys and open up the front door. You can at least turn the ignition and drive from here. But there's something right there. Okay, so there's something you can consider. But yeah, I wasn't really on them at all. See, like my first inkling was taking the Yankees because of the wins, because I think their lineup's coming around. And the Yankee stack is not all that expensive. Not as expensive as you think. Because you look at the top 3 guys, okay, over 5,000, you'd think that. But then after that, the rest of the lineup, nobody's more expensive than 4,200. And that's for an overpriced Gleyber Torres, quite frankly. The rest of the lineup is very, very obtainable. Am I talking New York radio again with Gleyber Torres?
In New York radio, they're ready to send him down to the minors. I've heard people say that they should just trade him straight up for Trevor Story.
Yeah.
Lots of stuff going on. It's you're not going to get any argument from me on the Yankees. They have the 2nd highest implied team total on the slate.
Yeah.
You know, they have some guys who are pretty good against left-handed pitching. I mean, it's a very right-handed heavy lineup the Yankees have in general.
Right.
Some of those guys are reverse splits hitters, but you know, I think Clint Frazier, like if you want to get interesting, 3,200. I think he's a guy who is going to come around big time. Like I still think by the end of the year, this guy's going to have 25 plus homers. I would have said 30 at the start of the year, but given that he's off to kind of such a slow start, I'm going to have to readjust that number a bit. But
and one more thing I wanted to add about the Yankee stack tonight too. Statistically, as of tonight, the Tigers have the worst bullpen in all of Major League. Their FIP is the highest in the league. So if you're not going to get anything deep from Skubal, then you get all those cast of characters, you know, the carousel of relievers that they're going to throw out there. Like there should be runs that should be scored in this game by the Yankees. So that's kind of the other caveat that I have for the Yankees. Give me one bet that you like for tonight. Let's just quickly switch over to the sportsbook because kind of running a little bit on time here. Is there any bet that you're kind of eyeing for the on the sportsbook tonight that you like?
So I think I'm looking at some of those windy overs.
Yeah.
You know, specifically Cubs and Reds.
Sure.
That's at 9, I believe.
Yep.
Love the over on 9.
Of course.
And if you want some trends, I can find that for you if you give me a second. So
why don't you that
vamp for me?
You do that. I do like it, but okay. So here's a play that I like, and I'm really doubling down here. This could be atrocious. You may not see me again next week if all this goes wrong.
Oh, baby.
If I'm on Robbie Ray, I have to take under 10.5 with Atlanta Blue Jays, correct? That's a big total if you like the pitcher. That's a big total if you like the pitcher. And that's gone up since this morning. That was at 10 this morning. Now it's 10.5. If you like Robbie Ray, then they're not going to be 11 runs scored in this game. So I kind of sort of like under 10.5. And if this is my last appearance on this show, it's been a great run. I've enjoyed all of your company. And thank you for having me. But bring up the trends if you're ready for the trends.
Yeah. So it hasn't gotten off to a great start this year, but historically, wind blowing out of at least 8 miles an hour. The over, and we're talking a huge sample size here. The over is 1,026 and 882.
Wow.
So it's roughly a 54% cover rate, which is good for over a 5% return on investment. So when you're talking a sample size that large, you'll take a 5% return on investment.
Wow. Yeah, that's absolutely. Yep. That's not bad at all. Wow. That's very impressive. I laughed too because 8 mile per hour winds. Like that's like a, it just feels like nothing.
It's an arbitrary number.
Yep. All right. So that I think is going to do it. I think I'm getting the, wrap it up from the producers there. Obviously the sim went a little bit
gavel
over.
up, B.
Wrap it up, baby. If Robbie Ray blows up tonight, I'm sorry. You don't have to at me because my exposure will be there. So I'll know that he didn't do well. But if you want to yell at me, like that's what Twitter is for. But believe me, you don't need to remind me if he doesn't do well. If he does do well, then, I'll shoot you my Venmo later tonight. But there's still plenty to come to action tonight here on the Dream Stream. We still got 3 wonderful Madden games that you can watch tonight. Colts at 49ers is coming up at 6 o'clock. Brendan Glasheen, who I still have blocked on Twitter, and Christian D'Ambrio will be on the call for that one. 8 p.m. We got Bears at Steelers. Adam Kaufman, who has one of the worst Twitter accounts in all the land, and Tom. And then 10 o'clock, Saints at Broncos. Brendan Glasheen again still will be blocked by the 10 o'clock sim, and Tom once again. So that is your schedule for Madden tonight. For my guy at Matt LaMarca, I'm Steve Buchanan. I'm back in Robbie Ray. Nobody knows why. We'll see you next week.
evening, Simland. Christian and Glash back for the start of the late slate. Colts and Niners coming up in just a few moments. We'll carry over any conversation we had last sim. We had a good finish, so we talked about the sim. I'm not sure you've got that timer nearby, right? Until we get to 6 o'clock. I'll tell you this: I'm not playing a quarterback. Not playing a quarterback. Not doing it.
Yeah, no, we got 6 seconds to go. So just take us through it. Dive on in.
Okay. Like a sucker, I put Raheem Mostert in the captain spot because that's just the comfortable thing to do.
The pro way of doing
it. Nyheim Hines is also in my lineup. I went with George Kittle, also Debo, Dante Pettis, and the Blankenship.
Wow. Well, we have fairly similar lineups right now. I also have Captain Raheem Mostert. I saw it was you and I calling this game, and I feel like I could not Captain Raheem with you involved. But I also have Kittle, Debo, and then I split it evenly with some Colts as well. Zach Pascal, Paris Campbell, Marlon Mack. So 3 of the more unsung heroes of that Colts lineup. Basically, if we're getting touchdown passes like to Trey Burton and T.Y. Hilton, I am pretty well screwed, but if Matt comes in, vultures away a touch. It's not even a vulture when it's Marlon Mack. It's come to expect it. If Zach Pascal gets on board, Paris Campbell has a 100-yard day, I will be sitting pretty in this one.
All right. We will see how it unfolds. Start at the late classic, as we mentioned. So hopefully you guys got your lineups in, and you'll make any adjustments that you need to make. Matthew Uriah, why does DK take so long to pay out from the early slate always? How much did you win?
Yeah. Feels like it's much easier to make sure we get everything right than have to go back in and refund people where we're wrong. So double and triple check those numbers and make sure no one's getting screwed. That seems like a pretty good way to do things.
Yeah, Matt. If that even is your name.
Oof. Look at this number for Raheem Mostert. 82.5% owned in the $250 free showdown, followed by Kittle, Burton, Nyheim Hines, and Phillip Rivers. Phillip Rivers at 40%. Wow. Dude, Phillip Rivers is a momentum killer in this game just because he'll do that thing where he'll go waddling backwards into a sack and lose like 13 to 15 yards at a time. As the Colts going with the alternate jerseys tonight. They look okay. I like them.
Jimmy Garoppolo only 31% owned. He is lesser owned than Phillip Rivers. It is Niners ball to begin the sim.
Reading too much of Z stuff over on Twitch. Z's everywhere.
LOL, all those millions, says Kay. Cristobal, if you really need that money, you shouldn't be playing. Wow, everyone's coming in hot. Love it! It's a Friday night. Thank you all for being here. Let's have some fun.
Look at all this hate for our amazing singing from the last sim. Ooh.
Must be says, what's up? Making fun of my ears. Love it. I am a longtime Bears fan. Almost 24 hours now. Must be wanted Justin Fields to Atlanta. He also feels Fields is the man. Like he felt Jacksonville should have taken him first. So now, I guess because the Bears traded up to get Fields at 11, he has now changed his allegiance to the Chicago Bears.
Listen, it was a bold move from a team that desperately needed to make one. Fields languished a little bit, and the Bears, did they overpay to move up 9 spots? Yeah, sure. I mean, it was per the draft chart. They gave up like an excess 3rd-round pick in value by doing that deal, giving away the 20th in next year's 1st-round pick, along with a couple of early-ish day 3 selections. As Jimmy G with a nice strike on 3rd and 5, Kendrick Bourne getting that one. But, I mean, it's something you got to do, especially when you're the Bears, especially when you've been wandering through this desert of mediocre quarterbacking for so long. You take Fields because he has the upside for the same reason why you traded away so much to get Jay Cutler. Even if it doesn't work out, you got to try something. You know, the Mitch Trubisky trade, you had to try something. Do I think Fields will work out? I really hope he does, but something about the Bears suggests that, after 40 years, this isn't going to be the time they get things right. It's going to be another long walk down a road of pain for them, but I hope it's not.
Mike Bizzle won some money in the early classic. Holla. Rossi's Fat Cat, Captain Meowstert, always Meowstert in San Francisco games. I haven't seen these two teams in a while here in Simland. Garoppolo to Mostert.
Yeah, I've been getting way more Jags and Texans games than Niners games, too. Everyone's detrimental place. 3 catches now for Mostert for a whopping 4 yards. He's not getting a ton of looks downfield, but he's getting a ton of looks.
Mike Bauer, it was a brainless move. Not dumb, just how do you pass on Justin Fields, especially if you're the Bears? Absolute no-brainer.
Well, it's not even the Bears. How do you do that if you're the Broncos or the Panthers? You have 2 stopgap quarterback solutions there. The Panthers, I guess, is a little more justifiable if they believe in Sam Darnold that much. But, I mean, Teddy Bridgewater is there for a year in Denver, and you don't have a plan B. Maybe you do go out and draft that plan B today. Maybe you feel real good about Davis Mills or Kyle Trask, but instead of going corner, if I were the Broncos, I would have absolutely found my quarterback. I would have drafted Justin Fields, or I would have held someone's feet to the fire and make someone trade up with you. A cornerback in the top 10 is worth it if they are a Pro Bowl level guy, and hopefully that's what the Broncos got, but I am not 1,000% sure that's what it was. I'm a little bit disappointed with Denver. That's a ready-made, built-to-win team, and I think Fields could have been very good there.
Here comes Mostert, spin move, and works his way to the 28. Congo Cab, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. The draft starts up tonight. I guess technically it resumes. But yes, 7 o'clock. 1 hour difference from last night. And I don't think there will be Kings of Leon at 7 o'clock. But who knows? What do I know? Maybe they'll have you perform some NSYNC songs. Down goes Garoppolo. Justin Houston on the sack. Now it's 3rd and forever. We have Daniel, our technical director tonight, producer Drew, Jim. Hey, Jim, from the Game Ops team. Rally Rel, what's good? Thanks for being here. Mike Bauer, like 6 teams should have taken Fields before the Bears could get him.
Yeah.
Oh, Kittle's wide open. Let's try and name 6. So Mike must be of the belief that Atlanta should have taken a quarterback. Who else? Atlanta, Denver, Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, you can make
Detroit.
Detroit is certainly in the market. The Eagles, they moved up to 10 to get Devonta Smith, but the Eagles don't really know what they got in Jalen Hurts, and maybe they do a QB competition there.
Yeah, I threw this at LaMarca last night. We were watching the live movement on the DK Sportsbook. I was starting to wonder, what if Minnesota thinks about Mac Jones? Now, because Fields was gone at this point at 11, but I'm like, ooh, what if with 1 year left on Kirk Cousins' contract, you bring in Mac Jones as the successor after 1 season? It was just a talking point. I thought it was interesting, but obviously that's not the route they went.
I see you, Piercy, in the Twitch chat about, you're right. Ohio State hasn't really produced a good quarterback, but at the same time, I mean, Texas Tech hadn't produced a good quarterback, and here comes Patrick Mahomes. If a guy's got it, he's got it. I don't think that the curse of the one state program, it really is a thing anymore. And also, this is a very different Ohio State than what it used to be. This used to be very ground-heavy Ohio State attack, a very Big Ten offense. What we've seen lately is that they've transitioned. They've moved into the 21st century as Philip Rivers takes one of those sacks I was talking about before. Whiskey Tart comes up for safety to put a molly-whopping on old Philly. You went from guys who were caretaker type quarterbacks two guys who are more dynamic, who could throw you back into a game, who are pass-first guys in a pass-first offense. So I think the only guy who really applies in that apples-to-apples scenario is really Dwayne Haskins, or maybe Troy Smith. And Troy Smith, we knew, was never really going to be the guy in the NFL. That's why he slid all the way down to the 5th round despite winning the Heisman Trophy. So it's a different era. And again, if you are fading a guy just because he went to a college that hasn't produced great quarterbacks, you're going to get burned. I mean, the curse of the Wyoming quarterback was alive and well until Josh Allen turned into something.
D-Rod is not happy Garoppolo missed Kittle on that pass. And yes, it led to a missed field goal. Victor says Broncos are going to be fine with Locke and Bridgewater competition. Yes, Locke was mediocre in 2020, his first full year, but has potential to improve in year 3. Well,
you and I have a very different definition of mediocre. Drew Lock was a disaster in 2020. He went from a guy who went out and won 4 games in 5 tries and earned his spot there. He regressed in every major way. Completion rate down 7 points. Touchdown rate down a full point. Interception rate nearly doubled. He tied for the league lead in interceptions. His net yards per attempt was one of the worst in the league. His QB rating was a steady 75.4. Again, one of the worst in the league. And he didn't face that much pressure. In fact, over his NFL career, he's been sacked on less than 4% of his dropbacks. He's got time to throw. He's got an array of young weapons, and he still kind of sucks. I don't think Drew Lock is going to be the guy. I think he's going to be a backup in Denver this year. I think Teddy Bridgewater can certainly get them there. He's been pretty useless. The pizza is here. You can hear that in the background. But I have no faith in Drew Lock. I like Teddy Bridgewater a whole lot more. He has the capability to do a lot better. Here comes a very sad dog. And there goes Nyheim Hines. Hit the end zone from Phillip Rivers.
Pizza's here. Now he knows. He wants a slice, man.
He understands. I think we probably got like a mac and cheese pizza and maybe a tatza with a little bit of tater tots on there. Don't listen, tater hater.
Wow. All right. How about Hines? Only 45% owned overall, 8% in the captain spot.
Yeah, Hines is one of those guys who went from like a sneaky good play to being a little bit too chalky. 8,800 in the flex. And there's a guy who had 12.5 in his last sim, 15 before that. But before that, the 4 sims that preceded it, like 20 points total. He was averaging about 5 per game. So kind of understandable why people would want to shy away. His salary remained high, and he's just he's a little bit trick-or-treatish. Oh, man, pizza smells good. The lady friend ordered it at the worst possible time. Now I gotta power through the rest of this broadcast knowing that there is a warm pie behind me. Yeah, and also some pizza.
Can BMO have some of the pizza?
Of course not.
Okay.
Of course not. You can have some crusts.
Yeah. You know what? Eat up crust. Eat crust. The fact that you guys killed Skip Perkins, BMO gets to eat crust. Eat Kaufman. Eat the heck out of Kaufman. Twitch, you know what to do. Victor says, thanks for the call out. Must be says, true CDA. Honestly, Fields isn't an OSU quarterback. He enrolled early at Georgia.
Yeah.
Almost 2 years in the weight and film program.
I mean, yeah, but if you're doing that, it's like saying Joe Burrow actually is an Ohio State quarterback because he started there before going to LSU. So I don't know how much stock I put into that. Yes, he started at Georgia, but obviously he didn't become a true quarterback in the Georgia system. He was fine down there, but he was obviously something much, much more at Ohio State. He's an Ohio State quarterback for all intents and purposes.
Ray says, smash the pie. Brian C., eat crust, you bum. Eat my rubber. Come on, Jimmy. Jimmy! Oh! Out of bounds.
Yeah,
his last 2 passes incomplete.
Like, if we get a little bit of like cheese sauce or a little marinara on the side, I will absolutely dip the crust. And if I'm hungry enough, of course I'll eat the crust. But yeah, I don't know. No, you know what? I haven't not eaten the crust for a long time. But like, I don't love it enough that I'm going to deprive my dog of it. Plus, I know like the bread is not going to wind up, splattered all over my lawn tomorrow.
In a tight window, Kittle. Nice catch. Final play of the first quarter.
Ooh, it wasn't enough for a first down. So not only did the Niners go into the quarter break trailing by 7, they're going to be punting to start the second quarter. Indianapolis, 1 drive, 1 touchdown. Big one from Nyheim Hines, from Phillip Rivers. And that's the story of the game so far. Raheem Mostert, a ton of carries, ton of touches, 0 points for his Niners so far.
Nathan says, what? I won early 10 cents in the Classic. $15 richer. Okay. However that math checks out, I believe it. I see it. I see you. 7 yards per carry for Mostert. That's still pretty good. I mean,
yeah, solid. Not quite that Nyheim Hines 15 yards per carry mark, but he's only touched the ball once, so small sample size. Mostert through the air, 4 catches, which is good. 14 receiving yards, which is bad. So hopefully the Niners can get something going downfield. Maybe just let him loose on a wheel route instead of dumping it off to him. This is a smothering Colts defense, and that is exactly what they've done to the Niners offense early in Santa Clara.
So, they're punting. That's weak.
It's too good a punt. 70-yarder there from, it used to be a dude, actually. I don't even know.
Here we go with the punters again.
Yeah, we're doing this again.
Brian Allen. So this is something that didn't process until the pick was made last night when the Niners chose Trey Lance. I thought about Jimmy Garoppolo, and I'm like, wait a second. Not only did Lance emerge on a lot of sports books as the favorite to go at number 3, he did go number 3.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait a second. If we go off of what the Niners have been saying, at least they've been saying a lot. There's been a lot that's been said and reported and what people are hearing. I'm more convinced now they're going to hold on to Garoppolo, and he's going to be the starter, and Trey Lance will be the successor.
Yeah, I don't think you draft Trey Lance if you want to get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo. I think Lance is that project guy. He's making the jump up from the FCS. And we do have, at least the good news is we do have a similar data point in Carson Wentz.
Right.
At the same time, Wentz wasn't the be-all, end-all his first year in Philadelphia as he started from week 1, but that team also had Chase Daniel on the roster. So you had a reliable veteran backup to serve as a mentor, as a guy you could trust in practice, as a guy. And obviously Jimmy Garoppolo on a different level than Chase Daniel, both in terms of paycheck and overall skill level, but you got to have some kind of veteran presence in the lineup there. And I think that is going to be Garoppolo. They've already carried his cap hit this long. Why not go a little bit longer? They can still release him, and they saved $23 million for this year, but They're not like there are a ton of guys out there they're going to go spend that extra cap space on. The market's pretty much picked over at this point. And then you'd have to go out and get yourself a veteran quarterback anyway. Who's on the market right now? It's not very encouraging. The quarterbacks left over, unsigned at this point. Robert Griffin.
A.J. McCarron went today, as we learned last time. A.J. McCarron to the Falcons.
Yeah, A.J. McCarron's got Blake Bortles. You can bring Nick Mullins back, which is not a terrible idea. They should probably do that anyway. Like Kurt Benkert, Sean Mannion. You're not finding your veteran leader in that group unless you want to keep Mullins around. And maybe that's what they do. I mean, maybe they decide that Nick Mullins is cheap enough that the savings gleaned from him is enough to make up for that gap in talent between him and Garoppolo. But I agree with you. I think Jimmy G is staying in San Francisco unless someone gets desperate and throws a whole bunch of money their way.
Yeah, so here are 2 scenarios, and one producer Drew has. Here's one that I just thought of. Like you said, to bounce off your point about paying him $23 million, maybe the Saints are comfortable enough to wait and say Garoppolo gets released. Because one of the teams that we thought...
Phil, doing the Phil thing.
Bosa with the sack. One of the teams I thought Garoppolo could wind up playing for, even though they signed Andy Dalton, was the Bears. But the Bears just took Fields, so you've got Fields and Dalton and Nick Foles in that room. So maybe a quarterback shakes free from Chicago at some point. In all likelihood, it would probably be Foles, based on the money that's owed. So cross them off the list. The Saints, they do have Jameis. They do have Taysom Hill.
We know they wanted to move up with their eye on a quarterback at this year's draft as well.
Right. So I was thinking, all right, maybe they're the one team that maybe if Garoppolo shakes free due to a release, they could get him. But I'm with Trey Lance in the building, and I just feel like they want to keep Jimmy Garoppolo. Because Jimmy Garoppolo, and this is something we did talk about the last couple of weeks, that's a guy a lot of players in that locker room in San Francisco like having around. Kittle's been outspoken about him. Juszczyk, the fullback, has been outspoken about him. He's got a good relationship with those receivers. And as producer Drew says, what happens if Garoppolo, of course, stays? He's healthy. What if they go to the postseason next year? They could still do what they did with Alex Smith and Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, no, that's what we were saying at the last sim, actually, was that, I think that is the model that Lynch and Shanahan are trying to follow, the Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City model, and they saw what kind of return the Chiefs got for Alex Smith. Granted, that was from a kind of desperate Washington football team, but they got a pretty decent return for a veteran Alex Smith. If Garoppolo can go out there, prove that he's not the turnover machine he kind of has been, and he can limit those terrible passes. He has one bad pass per quarter, pretty much. But if he can limit that, get the Niners to the postseason, and then step away, not only would that be great for San Francisco in 2021, but it would also clear the path for them to get a day 2 pick in return for Jimmy G from a quarterback-needy team. Garoppolo's younger than Alex Smith, and he can be that similar kind of calming influence, maybe not a high-impact, throw the ball all over the place kind of quarterback, but he can be the kind of guy you can build around. And we've seen that in the past. And yeah, he was the reason why the Niners didn't win the Super Bowl when they made it there. In fact, four different times, Glash, where he could have hit a wide open George Kittle and effectively ended that game. He hit him on none of those passes, but still, you can do all right with Jimmy Garoppolo, and I think a lot of teams are willing to settle for it.
The chat is frustrated with Phillip Rivers, and that's why when we read the ownerships, you read the ownerships off the top. He's 40% owned, which is 5th highest in this showdown contest. That was something that caught our eye. You know, the chat's like, what quarterback holds onto the ball like that more than he does? Derek Carr is someone who comes to mind. Wayne Haskins. But then again, you guys are a team always here. Typically, we're ones that just show up and do the sims we're supposed to do. So if you believe it's Rivers, Roethlisberger does it.
I'm with Brian C. He does it. Yeah, Rivers is the most likely to take that dead end shuffle backward step attack. There's another reception to Raheem Mostert that goes for like fewer than 5 yards. Awesome. We are getting snapped back to reality real hard after that amazing 6 p.m. or 4 p.m. sim dash.
Jordan Lindenbaum says, prime example of why you should always fade the 6 p.m. from Classic. Jordan, what if this was like at 10 o'clock? It's the same crew across the board. I'll just give you guys some insight behind the scenes. It's the same production crew and the same ops team member, pretty much Monday through Friday at least, from the early Classic, noon, 2 and 4, and then 6, 8, and 10. Same crew. I mean, if you have belief in who is the technical director that day, even though it still doesn't have an effect. But as Ali Smith points out, this game could be at 10. It could be going the same way. It must be a joke. It must be an inside joke with the chat, which is fine. Just curious.
You know, jokes aren't fun unless everyone gets some Jordan Lindenbaum. Love inside jokes. Hope to be a part of one day.
Reed tease, did you know? Fantastic. Way to be. First time playing Fortnite. Yes, the lone touchdown belongs to Nyheim Hines.
And we are barreling towards another punt here, this time from the Colts. It'll be Rigoberto Sanchez, who overcame cancer this year to return to the field. Good for him. Very happy to see him healthy and back in the lineup for the Colts. And pretty good punt there. Not a bad return either. Normally we get to see they let the ball bounce and do whatever. No, not terrible. Niners take over with not awful field position. Minute 1 left here in the second quarter. Niners have got nothing going other than short dump-off passes to Raheem Mostert. See if they can't fix things here. Kittle with a ton of cushion in the slot. And
Ooh. Overthrew him. 7 for 10, 34 yards, Jimmy Garoppolo. Started off hot. D-Rod says, why? You never know, brother. You never know, because what happens if they do bring out a beast in Jimmy G? Then I think it was a smart move, but it is Jimmy G. Continue being the same, and we'll just lean on Lance, which makes it a safe move. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Jimmy Garoppolo knows firsthand. He was drafted when Tom Brady was still the quarterback, and Brady took a little, with a small L, a little dip in production in 2000. That was what year? 2013. They drafted Jimmy Garoppolo.
I think so, yeah.
It's crazy. To think Garoppolo's been in the league for 8 years is nuts. I still look at him as just a kid on a rookie contract, but he's not. He's older now. He's in his 30s now, I think, or he's close to
29 right now.
29.
He's 30 next season, yeah.
So Jimmy Garoppolo knows firsthand what that experience was like. Now he'll have a little bit of a role reversal, but I think it's a good point. It's a good idea.
And the issue is he needs to cut down that interception rate, and he needs to prove he can stay healthy. I mean, it's going to be tough right now for him, coming off the worst season he's had since leaving New England. Probably the worst season he's had as a pro, to be movable at any point right now, you know. And that's the Niners know that, and they're going to try to maximize his value, even though doing so means taking up a ton of cap spaces. Oh my God, what is going on with this game? This is another 2-minute drill coming up here, and if the past 3 drives are any indication, they'll end with a Sanchez punt with like 15 seconds left in the game. Colts spend their second timeout there after the first time strike.
Tony Pagano, what's up? Mike Bizzle played just T.Y. Hilton in Classic. I'll let you know how it works out. Well, thank you. We are so looking forward to that riveting material. Ross Tucker podcast is after this sim, Brian C. There's a good energy in the sim. Phillip Rivers holding on to the rock. Is this going to happen again?
Thank God.
Quite the opposite. Trey Burton.
Oh, wow. That looked like the Titanic heading straight for the iceberg. And instead, at the last moment, the lookouts do their job, and 1,200 souls are not lost.
Wow.
All right, well, we're at least looking at a Blankenship field goal attempt from here, barring a turnover or a couple of terrible Phillip Rivers sacks. And that is going to help some more. Ball inside the 10. It's Pascal down to the 5. There goes that last timeout. Colts are going to try to punch it into the end zone from here, see if they can't make it a 14-0 lead. They have 16 seconds, and it's a first down. So, again, any other quarterback, you'd be like, fine, take those shots. But you know Phillip Rivers in this sim land, you know he can get caught in his dead-end shuffle, sacked, and that'll be the end of the half. Let's see if that's what happens if maybe Joey Bosa can't come alive and just ruin his day.
Come on, Phillip.
There it is. Didn't even do his dead-end backwards shuffle, but still took a sack when he absolutely couldn't. The Niners, the Colts, Brian Hoyer their way out of some points at the end of the half. We are going into the break. Colts 7, Niners 0. Colts by far looking like the better team here. Niners are a one-man operation. It's all nothing passes to Raheem Mostert, benefiting no one.
Lonzo Real says Pascal was his man that he needed there, and of course it's just disappointment.
It's not great. This has been just punts and bad decisions, and Phillip Rivers are getting sacked. So not a bad day to own either defense. There have been some sacks. There has been some very tight D, but Jimmy Garoppolo, 11 passes, 34 yards. awful, terrible, no good. Phillip Rivers 132 and a touchdown. Raheem Mostert 7 for 34 on the ground. Hines 39 rushing yards on 3 carries. That's 13 per touch. That's pretty good. And then Mostert 5 catches for.
You take the PPR points for sure. Scotty Too Hottie, San Francisco DST. Yes. I see what Lindenbaum's talking about now. The Niners gave all that capital up for Lance. No, right. I see what Jordan's saying. Like, no, of course, it's what's the word I'm looking for? It's is that a word? Benefactor? Is that a word?
Sure.
A benefactor of the trade is, you can motivate Garoppolo, but that's not the important reason. No, it's the stability of the franchise that matters. Yes, thank you, Daniel. Sometimes I start by blurting out crap. I'm like,
the word you wanted to use there. I would just say benefit would be the way to go.
Benefit. There it is. Yeah, see?
Benefactor would mean like you donated something that makes you the benefactor of that thing. So.
Right. So Jimmy Garoppolo could be a benefactor, according to D-Rod, but that's not what's important here. The future of the franchise when you trade all that capital up to number 3. Robbie Noble, don't leave, Robbie.
No.
Don't go.
We'll miss you.
Brother Phil, if Shanahan could have 3 different backs all rush for 1,000 yards in the same season, he would feel bad for any quarterback who ends up with him.
I mean, I don't think that's the problem necessarily, though. I mean, Garoppolo threw for almost 4,000 yards in 2019. He was only 22 yards shy. He threw 27 touchdown passes. You can be productive in that system. They have a lot of weapons to throw to. Let's see what the run pass differential was in 2019 when Jimmy Garoppolo was healthy. So they ran the ball 498 times. They passed 478, and Garoppolo got sacked 36 times. So it was a 51-49 split run over pass, which of course is more old school NFL than this year's NFL, where it's more likely you'll see a 55-45. There's still opportunities to thrive there. The issue with Garoppolo is that he hasn't thrown downfield like he used to. He is throwing a lot of short passes, and a lot of those short passes are getting intercepted. Those should be the safe passes, and that's the big problem. His average intended target went from about 9 yards in 2018 down to about 6 yards last fall. And, in those 6 games, he threw 5 interceptions, which is wild. You can't be that bad on your short throws. Your efficiency should go up, not down, if you're dialing things back. And also, I mean, it worked in that Niners offense because you had guys who could give you good run after catch numbers, Kittle, Kendrick Bourne, Deebo Samuel, but you do have to wonder if you have more stable earthbound targets, if that's going to continue. As 3rd down incoming here, not going to get converted, so we get yet another drive that ends in 0 points. We get yet another Rigoberto Sanchez punt. How very exciting.
Rossi's Fat Cat, I love how Denver stole Surtain from the Cowboys. Denver fans didn't look excited. Parsons is going to be a good player for Dallas. I like that pick for them.
It's not bad. I love the reaction. If I picked one reaction that I loved the most, it was Giants fans.
Yes.
Seeing Kadarius Toney get drafted and just immediate surrender cobras. Hands on the head. You could see the anguish through the masks. It was like, I know a lot of people are down on Kadarius Toney, and there is a chance that his big numbers in college were the result of playing next to Kyle Pitts and getting single covered a lot as a toss sweep was nowhere for most of this game. Bad.
Well, it's right. It's the Giants also being the Giants fans got to be thinking, oh my God, if Devonta Smith ends up hitting for Philadelphia, and takes them to new heights, what were they thinking?
But Tony's a guy, you can put him in the slot. You can put him next to Kenny Galladay. You can put him on the opposite sideline from Kenny Galladay. He's explosive, and he's a guy who can help you out on special teams, which when you're Joe Judge, a former special teams coach, that's exactly what you need. You need that kind of versatility. So I agree that it's kind of weird to be saying that about a guy who went 20th overall when that's more the profile of a day 3 pick. But Tony very capable. I think he's got the chance to be a nightmare. He's a little bit bigger for a slot receiver, and he won a lot of one-on-one battles at the Senior Bowl against some of the best corners out of this year's draft. Ooh, speaking of yards after catch, there's that man Kendrick Bourne again. Gets Jimmy G up to 66 passing yards in this one. 2 for 44 now. So Kendrick Bourne has 2/3 of the Niners' passing output so far.
It's just a damn cough, man. Yes, thank you. The word I was looking for is beneficiary. Appreciate that. Also, it's just a damn cough, man. Chimes in. I know I said this last sim, and I'm thinking, like, I'll probably be more intrigued to watch Jacksonville Jaguars football, not because I'm a friend of Emerson Latzia, but, Trevor Lawrence and that whole shebang. But it's just a damn cough, man. Asks the question, can anyone tell me why the Jags drafted ETN when their best player last year was James Robinson?
Yeah, man, we were searching for the answer to that one before. Even if you want ETN, or even if you want a running back, why take him at 24? Why not trade back and glean some extra second-round value when there can be a whole bunch of second-round guys who can fill an Etienne-type role on an offense next year, particularly Javonte Williams, who I think is a very abusive runner in the best possible way. He's 3rd and long coming up here for the Niners. I think it was all done in service of Trevor Lawrence. And, I mean, you got a former college head coach in Urban Meyer. He understands the connections and how to keep guys happy. He's trying to build that locker room that believes in him and gets behind him and rallies around him like his college locker rooms did. So bringing in a pair of teammates, keeping his franchise quarterback happy might be the first step in that direction.
We're midway through the 3rd quarter. Want to shout out our great production team behind the scenes. Producer Drew Daniels on the 1s and 2s tonight. Jim from the Game Ops team. Kaufman and Freeze Pops are up next. Jay Duncan says selling tickets to a Clemson fan base has twice the appeal now.
No. Ooh, Ralphie 508 wants our Pats to draft a Curtis Samuel type tonight. Well, I have good news for you. If by some weird stretch Elijah Moore falls to the Patriots, that is a guy I would want them to snap up immediately at 46, maybe even trade up to get him. Dude is just, he lit the SEC on fire last year. 8 games, 1,200 yards, 8 touchdowns. Like, dude was just a monster at Ole Miss, and he's a perfect slot wideout. Gets a little bit of everything. He's got that explosiveness that you can't really teach, and you can get away from cornerbacks. You stick him in the slot, and you got yourself a winner in New England. Plus, I mean, he's fast as hell. You can let him go back and return kicks. You can give him those wide receiver screens and let him just run with it. He is the ideal pick to make your quarterbacks look better. As Dante Pettis gets on the board, his first catch in the game goes for 20. 1st and goal coming up for these Niners.
Clemson Brew says that's all great, but ETN is a beast.
Yes. He is, but I mean, we're at a point right now where the value of running backs is declining. You're seeing a lot of teams move away from spending 1st-round picks at the position. And who's to say ETN wouldn't have been there at 33? I mean, it's a position where as we get a touchdown, we got the Niners on the board, and it's Pettis. Back-to-back catches for him. This one ties the game up at 7-all, pending the extra point.
28% owned. That's it. Just a hair under 2% in the captain spot. Dante Pettis. Let's look at the old contest here. Bergs 4, first place in the public showdown, the free contest, and Rick James is in the, oh, nope, sorry, he was leading our free roll, but now Cristobal, who's been in the chat, is in first. Good on you. Thomas in the chat says needs Kittle, which he had a catch a few moments ago. So just say that. I'm going to write this down. Which receiver should I be watching the Patriots maybe get tonight?
I mean, I don't think he's going to last to 46, but Elijah Moore would make a ton of sense.
Oh, okay.
Rondale Moore, the other Moore in the draft, another undersized guy with just shifty, crazy speed, could make some sense. He'll probably be there at 46, but I would wait and see if he drops a little bit further. He is another tiny guy. He's only like 5'7", who was great at Purdue, but I do worry a little bit about how his game will translate. Terrace Marshall Jr. at LSU, that is a guy who would also make a lot of sense, might be available in the mid-40s. Bigger receiver, he's about 6'3", good red zone guy. Hands are a little bit questionable. He does drop the ball a lot, but he's got a good go up and get it to him, and he's played on a wide array of LSU teams, so not just with Burrow in 2019, but also last year's passing disaster of an offense. So Terrace Marshall, if Elijah Moore isn't around, would be my number 2 pick at wideout for these Patriots.
Clemson in the chat acknowledges what we were just talking about. Good point, guys. Backs are not for the long term, so most of the time, not worth draft capital. Interception.
Oh,
no. Warner.
This game turning on a dime right now as the Niners all of a sudden have some momentum. And Phillip Rivers has a passing touchdown, but he's been bad otherwise. He's taken too many bad sacks. He was the reason why the Colts didn't score any points before halftime, and now the interception. If I didn't know any better, Glash, I would say he is cruising towards that babysitter Billy, not my kid award today.
Brother Phil, I see your comment, man. I know. Look, Shanahan has a very specific ideology to his offense. That's why I feel like Mac Jones was connected to him, because basically Mac Jones could have been a robot, but the franchise comes first, the organization, ownership. They're like, look, there is more of a ceiling here with this team. And producer Drew brings up a great point. It was just a couple years ago. Matt Ryan was in the Super Bowl and won an MVP with Kyle Shanahan as the offensive coordinator of the Falcons.
And throwing for like 4,500 yards. So, yeah.
And who was the running back of that team?
On that team, that was Coleman and
Freeman, right?
Devontae Freeman, yeah.
Yeah, those weren't really great. Maybe Freeman had a good season that year? Freeman was the one, I think.
Yeah. You know what? Let's look it up. Let's look up the numbers there, what the run-pass differential was. This was obviously pass first team, because you have Julio Jones, you're going to pass first. That makes sense. So the 2016 Falcons, their leading rushers, Devontae Freeman, 1,000 yards, Tevin Coleman, 520, and that was pretty much it. They ran the ball 421 times. They threw it 537. So it was more of a 56-44 split run pass. And it was obviously, the league's number one scoring offense, league's number one offense by yardage, number 1 in passing, or number 3 in passing yards, number 2 in passing touchdowns. So Shanahan obviously is like water. He will adjust to whatever he's got around him. I think he just saw a guy like Mac Jones who can run that play action, who can stay on target, who can run a playbook all the way down to its last page without having to deviate. I think that's what he liked about Mac Jones, but ultimately I think he saw Trey Lance as having more talent and being moldable. So the Niners made the right choice there. And, the Patriots didn't make a bad choice by picking up Mac Jones. I mean, if they traded up to get Mac Jones, if they jumped ahead of the Bears and then left Justin Fields to go to Chicago anyway, that would have been a bad choice. But at 15, Mac Jones, he can fit a role. He can fill a need in New England. He could even be the next guy. I just don't see it right now.
If you don't mind, guys, smash that like button for us. We are nearing 200 likes, only 14 away.
Hit it.
Make it blue. Jimmy slides up in the pocket, delivers a strike. Kittle tumbles to the 4.
Ooh, this is going to be Mostert time for him to reward all that faith. 85% owned, but so far a little bit of a bust. Only 42 rush yards through 3 quarters. He does have 5 catches, but for only 15 yards. He is the single back here. He's not going to get the call now. He's in on pass pro, and bang, bang. Is it Pettis again? No, Debo is on the board. I think first time we've called his name today. The shifty wideout former South Carolina star finds the end zone, gives the Niners their first lead of the night.
All right.
This got me up all the way to 117th in our 134 person. We are still alive, but it's almost Sunday free roll.
Must Be wants your opinion on George Pickens out of Georgia. Any thoughts on him? Good size, 6'3", 220.
Yeah.
Or 200, excuse me.
Yeah, he's just a guy that's gonna get kind of lost in the weeds because this is a very good receiving core right now. He's. Let me look through my pre-draft rankings, see where I put him. I might even tag him as a day 3, maybe even an undrafted kind of guy. Yeah, sorry. So you're dealing with the ACL injury, and he's got to come back strong. Okay, I got my guys confused here. No, Pickens is definitely capable. He's a big target. He's got that blue chip background. He can obviously get a lot done there. I think he'll be pretty useful for the Bulldogs.
He'll be a useful engine, Thomas the Tank. Come on, Rivers. Second round of the draft starts at 7 Eastern, if you guys were wondering. So 14 minutes from now. So you get to watch the rest of the sim, and then bam! Perfect timing. Rick Welsh says, without Robinson, they may struggle to make over 10 in the first 3 weeks like last year. I'm not sure what he's talking about. Yeah, and Jordan makes this point too. It's just a damn cough, man. They could have an Alvin Kamara, Mark Ingram kind of plan in Jacksonville with ETN and James Robinson.
Yeah, I mean, very possible. I mean, ETN is enough of a pass catcher that you could put them both in the same lineup at the same time, even, and move ETN out, or bring back the old pro set where you got guys on either side behind your quarterback. There are options there, and Urban Meyer's obviously got something planned. You don't give him the contract that the Jags gave him and don't give him any control over the team. I think what the Jags do over the next 2 days could be very telling as to what kind of coach Urban Meyer is going to be in the NFL. It was not encouraging seeing him wade into free agency for the first time, and he's going to have to do a lot better in the draft in order to make up for that.
How's that pizza smell?
Dude, I'm very excited to pull through here. 6 minutes left in this one before I go downstairs and just mash a Tatza and a mac and cheese pizza.
Got 6 minutes left. Colts with the ball. Hines has a touchdown in this one. He does have 44 rushing yards. Just tinkering my NBA lineups before we hit lock. Because, got to take down Koff.
Yeah.
And the Sim Fam in the last minute NBA contest. And the dislikes for Ducey Twitch Fam contest. There's Hines making the catch and nearing the first down marker to the San Fran 37. We're only 11 likes away from 200 on the night. Jay Duncan, wow, this is a dark memory. Do the horseshoes on the back of the helmet for the Colts give you PTSD from last year when you attempted the horseshoe shave? Yeah, that happened.
Ooh, Burton getting it done again. So Rivers dinking and dunking his way downfield, 23 yards away from tying this game up. 5 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter. Have not seen anything out of Paris Campbell. He has one catch for 15 yards on this drive. Marlon Mack not doing too much either. It's been a rough day if you stacked either offense right now. Let's see if the Colts can't change things here. That helps, and it's Burton again, setting up first and goal from the 5. Burton up to 83 yards on 5 catches now. If the Colts get another possession here and a chance to win this game in regulation, you got to think he's got good odds to hit that bonus.
Jordan Warren is a nice man. Sup, Sim fam. Don't forget about the draft day 2 pool. It's available to all of you on the sports book in the pool section. And, of course, Rivers takes the sack on first and goal.
Of course.
The Jackie Robinson pool locks later on tonight if you have not done it yet. What a nice guy.
I'm going in. I'm got to go hit it up now. 10K free draft pool.
Check it out. Okay. What do you got here, Phillip Rivers? Second and goal. Try to tie the game. That's a completion. I think it's Pascal with the catch at the 4. Yep, he's got 3 for 42. Okay. All right. Clock's moving. Let's go. Rivers out of the gun. End zone. Yes, Pascal. Touchdown.
All right, we are building towards something here after 3 nondescript quarters. We are tied up pending the extra point with 3:01 left to go.
30.6% owned overall.
I got him in my lineup, and he's at least making me feel a little bit better about that Paris Campbell play, which has not worked out for me at all thus far. I am currently 106th out of the 134 of you who showed up for our free roll. So, again, it's good news. No one is looking to me for sage roster building advice in these sims because I have been garbage lately. And just in general, if we're being honest.
At least you're honest. All right, 14-14. Noah and Emerson's forehead needed Paris Campbell.
Yeah, so did we all. And Campbell just kind of sitting there. 2.5 on the day so far. It's been unpleasant. Now we get to see what Jimmy G can do. Under 3 minutes to go. Tie ball game at home in front of what I'm sure is not a capacity crowd in Santa Clara. Can he strike gold against this fearsome Colts defense? Instead, he's going to dink and dunk, much like Rivers did on that previous drive. Now he's that was too 81.
Is that Dwelly?
I think it is.
Or it might be Jordan Reed. It's Reed.
Oh, it is Jordan Reed. You're right.
Tight end 2. Jordan Reed, who retired recently.
Yeah, good for him having a moderate comeback season last year, but again, the injuries has taken their toll on him. A guy who's just never really super healthy, had so much potential early in his career, hit the Pro Bowl in 2016, and never played a full 16-game season. If you took his yards per game in 2015, if he plays a full season that year, he'd have something like 99 catches and 1,100 yards. He was that good.
Yeah.
The problem was just couldn't stay on the field long enough. Could have been a generational talent at the position if he could just give you 16 games per year for a decade. Never even came close.
All right, 2 minutes to go for Jimmy G. Some of these misses are like, damn, they're bad misses. Bad misses.
Yeah, they're good reads. He's got open guys, and he's just blanking them entirely. That would have been Kittle for about 15. Instead, a key third down coming up here. Niners, if they can't get it, they're going to give Rivers the chance to win this one in regulation.
Wait, I'm trying to read this, and Smash Lanta says, putting the over-under at 11 for the amount of times Kaufman says something and Tommy replies with a laugh, and yeah. Yeah, those two are next. They have the next sim. They will have, I think it's Chicago and Pittsburgh. I love how, and this wasn't planned. I mean, the schedule's made so far in advance. Like, we knew what Friday's schedule was going to be a while ago, but that's a fun one to talk about too, because of what the Bears did by moving up. I mean, imagine if the Bears just stayed where they were and took some, I don't know what they would have done, right? They just stayed where they were at 19.
Maybe some cornerback or something.
Yeah, and then even Pittsburgh, like taking the running back, which is fun.
Okay, that's gonna put the Niners in Robbie Gold range. The Colts know it. That's why they are burning their first time out here. Want to make sure they get a chance to get back into it. If the Niners don't gain another yard here and they just run it 3 times, they will line up Gold for a 41-yarder with like 20 seconds to go, which honestly sounds pretty good. Here comes some Mostert, a steady dose of him, and the Colts not crowding the line of scrimmage. They make pay for this one. Nope, instead, DeForest Buckner makes me feel stupid. He's like, I don't like my former team, and I want to make them pay for trading me away and not paying me.
And Madden After Dark, like the Saints. I heard Julian Edlow on the Sweat earlier today knocking the move by the Saints, going, would they draft a defensive end?
A guy who's kind of projected to be a late second rounder.
Peyton Turner. Yeah. Yeah, his first name is the same as the head coach's name. Peyton Turner at defensive end out of Houston. But, like, hey, you know what? Knock on the pick, but, geez, that's a team just that continues to add to that defense. And a lot of folks thought Denver maybe in the mix for a quarterback. They did go trade for Bridgewater earlier in the week, and they add Patrick Surtain. Yeah. That team is like, now look, they've invested into the offense a bit at receiver with Judy, and they've also, of course, they took Drew Lock in the later rounds. It's a first down, big pickup.
Yeah, that's going to pretty much do it there.
So I think those two teams, there's a lot of talking points as well. Really, you could basically come up with talking points for every team.
That's the great thing about the draft. I have a buddy who's like, I can't believe you guys actually watch this. Call me when they're actually on the field. He's like, dude, that's like 4 months away. Like, why wouldn't you watch the draft? Like, why wouldn't you see who your team is getting? Why aren't you excited about Mac Jones? Well, besides for the obvious reasons. 9-second difference between the game clock and the play clock here. We'll see one run, likely a timeout, and then we'll see Gold come up. And Colt's only chance was to let Mostert. Okay. Niners take a timeout there. They have 3 of them, so I guess they can get away with it. And if you have Raheem Mostert, you're pretty happy about this. The 87% of you out there that have him rostered must be, although he lost 2 yards on that carry. So handoff, Gold kick.
Meager 66. Why would you watch the draft when you can watch the Sims? Duh.
That's a good point. Oh my goodness. Mostert going in the wrong direction. 2 carries, -3 yards since that breakthrough for the first down. Oh man, let's start talking about our Krusty Golf and our Babysitter Billy players of the game in this one, because there aren't a ton of good candidates. This is, the good news is Mostert, had a good game. He's decent, but he way underperformed given his price and the ownership on him, so he's not going to win that award to me. And Rivers was a disaster for a while there. I think the one guy you had to have in your lineup, Hines was up there, Zach Pascal was up there, but I'm going to go ahead and give it to Dante Pettis. The receiving touchdown, 5 catches, so Pettis with more than 16 points in the flex is going to be my Krusty Cough player of the game. And as for that Babysitter Billy award, there are a few candidates in this one because we had some guys absolutely fail to show up.
Yeah,
but
sure did.
You know what? T.Y. Hilton, got to be you, baby. You barely outperformed Paris Campbell. You were more owned. You were about 2.
Wait, hold on a second.
Oh, come on. They didn't.
How in the world did this happen? Like, They didn't get the kickoff in time.
Are you kidding me? What?
I'm looking over here at like the leading lineups, like, and I look over and I see Daniel on Slack. We're going right to overtime. What?
I was busy pouring through the stats because I'm like, oh, we're done here. Goal's gonna knock. Is this on us for just assuming it wouldn't?
Oh.
This has happened before too. This is just house this kick return, Colts. Do us this favor. I have pizza waiting. The draft is starting.
Oh my God. Chase! Come on! They had a timeout. Thank you. Yes, they had a timeout left. I'm not crazy. The chat is also they're like, they had a timeout.
All right, like 3 Phillip Rivers sacks and a walk-off safety. That's the only way you're redeeming this one. Sim gods. Instead, we get a dink dunk pass to Trey Burton. Cool, fun, exciting.
Oh boy.
Yeah, producer Drew pointing out that's not the first time that's happened. No, that's like the 3rd time that's happened. Oh.
Unreal. Crazy.
I'm just sad Steve Buchanan isn't waiting on the sideline here, furious at you.
Yeah, Sarah's over here actually going through some laundry. She just looked at me and said, overtime? I'm like, yep. I am not happy.
J-Shark popping back up in the Twitch chat. J-Shark, you had would have been proud that earlier we had an absolutely terrible rematch of a team that had just played each other in the previous sim between the Jags and Texans, and it was every bit as bad as we expected. Just a nightmare. So you had a point that time.
I mean, man, it's just.
And now the Colts going to go on an 8-minute touchdown drive here, just and then throw an interception in the end zone or something. This is going to 6 seasons. We angered the sim gods.
Well, the other thing too. Oh, of course, broken up. We did this last sim. We were going through the award winners. It's not quite the same. It didn't go to overtime. But we're here like, oh, well, I mean, I don't believe in Cam Newton converting a 4th and 12 from their own, 5-yard line, wherever the hell it was. And right as we were going through it, Cam Newton to N'Keal Harry for a touchdown. It's pretty epic. The end of the story.
Oh, very nearly a pick 6 from Richard Sherman. That would have been too easy.
Too easy. Once again, 8 o'clock is the next sim with Kaufman and Freeze Pops. They'll have you covered. Come on, Phillip. There you go. Nice ball to Burton.
Yeah. Oh, do something, Colts. I look forward to this drive getting into field goal range, and then Rivers marching it backward, and then we get the punt through the back of the end zone, and then 3 and out from the Niners, and then another budding drive from the Colts, snuffed out by Phillip Rivers being an old man, and then.
Wow, what a dark scenario you just painted.
Yeah, and then we ask the greatest supercomputer in the world if there's a way to reverse entropy, and it says not enough data inputted.
It's just a damn cough, man. When Glash said I am not happy, I had an image of George Costanza pop up in my head. I am honored with that comment.
Glash is getting upset.
Brian C. When Glash and Christian get paid by the game and not the hour. LOL. Love it.
We're getting hazard pay for this one at this point. I think anytime the game willingly takes us to overtime rather than winning in regulation, we get to book that OT pay. Time and a half for this.
David Litzow. More sim. More.
Free football. And hey, we're at least in field goal range here. So the onus will be on the 49ers. We're 25 yards away from a game winner. Maybe we'll get some Paris Campbell. No, it's T.Y. Hilton instead. So T.Y. maybe doing enough to get himself out of that babysitter Billy range and hand that award over to Paris Campbell. We'll have to see how this drive finishes, but T.Y. still only 3 catches for 34 yards. Yards.
Pascal. Nice. Progress.
Closer, getting closer. 10 yards from wrapping this up. Jaguars are on the clock in the real NFL. Are they going to take Owusu Kamara and beef up their linebackers? Or are they going to go Morig and get themselves a safety? If they go offense, I will be a little bit confused, but they could use some blocking. So maybe that would be a good as well. Here's the handoff to
it's Mac.
Mac into the end zone.
Turn up the Mac.
Oh,
Turn up
Niners
the
lose a game they absolutely deserved to lose. Justice is served. This game ends, and we are able to properly
eat pizza.
Pizza, draft, beverages. I stand by my statement. Dante Pettis, player of the game, and T.Y. Hilton, babysitter Billy. But hey, Marlon Mack, you may have lifted me all the way up into the top 100 of our free roll. Maybe not. Turns out, no, you did not. So a bad sim, not a good sim, but a sim nonetheless. It certainly was football. Glass, you and I both done for the night. We're going to return this one
No,
over.
I'm back later at 10.
Oh, you're back at 10. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So you're back with Tommy Freeze Pops at 10 for Saints Broncos. Next will be Tommy Freeze Pops and Cough for the 8 p.m. Bears Steelers. In the meantime, we're going to have a little Ross Tucker podcast action for you. I'm looking forward to going and watching some draft. Glass, you have any plan? How are you going to spend your 3 hours off?
I don't know. I don't have a plan yet. I mean, it would just be nice if Koff could work tonight at 10, but I guess he can't. So
Busy man.
I guess I'll come back.
Anyway. Let's get the hell out of here. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Drop a like in, drop a follow in if you can, but if not, totally understand. I wouldn't want to follow that game up by giving it any kind of positive reinforcement. Hey, at least the 4 p.m. was completely rad. I'm Christian DeAndrea. That's Brendan Glasheen. Did I miss anything, Glash?
No, say goodbye. I want to go.
Bye.
Okay, bye. See ya.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Finish Strong Friday presented by DraftKings, America's #1 rated sportsbook app. Thank you. I can't remember, by the way, which one of the listeners it was that gave me the shout out for some of the draft bets I had on the Even Money podcast, like J.C. Horn to be the first cornerback drafted, or first defensive player drafted, like Eric Stokes going in the first round. So hopefully a lot of you guys participated in that and enjoyed that. You can check me out on social media at Ross Tucker NFL or us at Ross Tucker Pod. We've got Greg Cosell today. It's going to be phenomenal to get Greg's thoughts on the most interesting first round picks. First reaction from Greg here on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. But first, we've got a couple winners to give out.
I want winners. I want people that want to win.
People like Hannah Doyle. Speaking of social media, Hannah Doyle retweeted the business of sports with Andrew Brandt this week with Chiefs tight end Sean Culkin talking about Bitcoin. You never know which one I'm looking at. Hannah Doyle retweeted a clip from the business of sports. Excellent, Hannah. Send me an email, ross@rosstucker.com. Let me know if you want a signed picture, card, or press pass, whatever. The sponsor confirmation email winner, Neil Morley. He took advantage of the Keeps offer. You guys know, look at my hair. For those of you who are watching on YouTube, youtube.com/RossTuckerNFL, you know I'm a big Keeps guy. The key, though, is A, to go to the website, and B, to use one of our codes. That's what matters, like Feast or even money. Use the code when you go to Keeps. It's awesome, like Neil did. Thank you, Neil. That's amazing. And then the YouTube shout out goes to Lem Houston. Just looking for people to subscribe there and make a comment. And when I see it, you will be the winner. But we're all really winners when we get a chance to listen to Greg Cosell. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
All right, Greg. It's 7:14 a.m. Neither
I'm tired. I'm tired, Ross.
Yeah, neither one of us got even 6 hours of sleep, but it doesn't matter.
Maybe not to you.
The show must go on, man. The show must go on. So there's a lot I want to get into with you, obviously, Greg. I think I'm just going to ask you the ones I think are most interesting. Let's start with the 49ers decision to go with Trey Lance. For so long, it seemed like it was Mac Jones, and it seemed like Justin Fields, then back to Mac Jones, and then seemingly out of nowhere until maybe the last day or so, they go with Trey Lance from North Dakota State.
Well, in response to your point, for so long, it wasn't anybody. It was people making up whatever they thought they might do. So for so long, it wasn't really anybody except what the 49ers knew. The mock guesses, they're just guesses. So if you're asking me about Trey Lance and how he fits, the one thing that I've talked about numerous times is Trey Lance played under center at North Dakota State. I believe over 40% of his snaps in 2019, which is the last year he really played, came with him under center. Secondly, they play with a fullback quite a bit at North Dakota State. And thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, is he's refined and advanced in the execution of what we call conventional play action, meaning play action from under center where you turn your back to the defense, which is a critical part of the Kyle Shanahan offense. And I guess lastly, if you've heard Kyle Shanahan speak since the end of the season when he's given press conferences, he's been asked and talked a lot about the pressure that the RPO concept puts on defenses. And I think that factored in as well to Trey Lance, because Trey Lance gives you that in addition to giving you the off-script, outside of structure game. So, and the designed quarterback run game, not just the RPOs, but the designed run game. So my sense was that Kyle is probably expanding his thought process. But when all's said and done, I believe that just the experience under center is a big factor. The age of Lance is a big factor, extremely young with a lot of growth. And from everything you hear, again, this is now what you hear, he's an incredibly intelligent kid with tremendous maturity.
Yeah, I'm glad you said those last few things, Greg, because at first it sounded like you were primarily just talking about his offense at North Dakota State, which is great and that helps, but that's not the player as much as what he was under at North Dakota State. I think it's the last things as well. Really, it's the combination of both, right? He's got all that stuff that you mentioned in the first, but he's also got all the stuff you mentioned at the end as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, and again, apparently only John Lynch and Kyle knew who they were picking, so they kept it secret from the organization. But no, to me, it's these picks. Everybody comments on picks, and ultimately it's based on your evaluation of the players. That's what it comes down to. So if a team picks a player that you don't have evaluated well or as highly as the team does, you say it's not a good pick. It's only not a good pick or a good pick based on your evaluation of the player, not on anything more.
So the Miami Dolphins take Jalen Waddle, which obviously you've talked about Jalen quite a bit. I think one I want to get your opinion on is the Panthers taking J.C. Horn over Patrick Surtain. Does that surprise you? Can you compare and contrast those two players who ended up, the way, going back to back?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Panthers needed a corner. Obviously, by taking Horn, they're going to play more man coverage this year. They played heavy zone a year ago. I think they recognize that in the NFL, you need to increase your man coverage percentage. It's just their evaluation of the player. I personally liked Surtain a little better, but they're different players. Surtain is just smooth and fluid. He's like silk. Horn is more dog. They both can play press man. Horn plays it with a sort of a clearly defined competitiveness that jumps off the film. Surtain is competitive. He just looks different. So they're different in terms of their press man style. As I said, I liked Surtain a little more. It wasn't as if Surtain was a 10 and Horn was a 6. So it really comes down to the eye of the beholder, which style of player you like more. They obviously liked Horn a little more, and they chose him. But they both checked the boxes if you want to play press man coverage.
Let's get to the Eagles trading up for Devontae Smith. Ended up being, the first trade up in the first round. I think there was, obviously, notwithstanding what had happened before the draft, but actually on the clock, pretty clearly it looks like the Eagles thought the Giants would take Devontae Smith at 11, which is why they just left it in front of them from 12 to 10. What do you think about Devontae Smith in Nick Sirianni's offense and how he fits with a guy like Jalen Reagor, who they took in the first round last year?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the Eagles are clearly looking for speed, for intermediate and vertical ability. That's what Reagor is. That's what Smith is. Obviously, with Smith, every team, I'm sure, had the discussion in their draft meetings about his weight. It's easy to dismiss it. It's not dismissed in meetings because he's an exception. So you understand what he is and how best to use him, but he's got tremendous traits as a receiver, really high-level receiving traits. So if you get him in motion, if you can get him free access off the ball or he can stride, and everybody will understand this. This is not – I'm not giving you anything, Ross, that people don't understand about Devonta Smith. But that's the way that he must be deployed within the context of an offense, and I think he's got really high-level traits.
The next guy that I want to ask you about is obviously the Bears then, with the very next pick, moving up to get Justin Fields.
Yep.
What do you think of Justin Fields in Matt Nagy's offense?
I think it's a really, really good fit because theoretically, and again, obviously because of what the Bears have done and the lack of quality quarterback play, Matt Nagy's been sort of downgraded after that first year when everybody thought that he was a genius. I guess he left his genius at home the last couple of years. But theoretically, that's the same offense as that Andy Reid runs. It's the same playbook. So we saw how well defined that offense has worked for Patrick Mahomes. And Justin Fields is a high-level traits quarterback. So if you can really define the reads, the throws through the use of personnel, formation, route concepts based on your understanding of anticipated coverages, then I think it's really a good spot for Justin Fields. Justin Fields has a lot of talent. I think we kind of lost that. I didn't, but I think the way he was spoken about over the last couple of weeks, Ross, as you well know, it's as if people forgot that this guy's a pretty talented player. I think it's a really good spot, and we'll see how. To me, I'm not telling them what they should do. To me, I think you should line them up day one and let the kid play.
It'll be interesting. They're obviously saying that Andy Dalton's still the starter, but that's what the people.
Well, everybody says that on draft day. You know that. Yeah.
All right. So Micah Parsons at 12 to the Cowboys. The only thought I have there, Greg, is theoretically, they have their two linebackers that are going to play the primary snaps, right, in Jalen Smith and Leighton Vander Esch. And the Cowboys are talking about Micah Parsons as a pressure player, which I thought was interesting. Makes perfect sense if you ever saw him blitz or rush off.
Oh, for sure.
In high school, maybe the best edge rusher I ever saw, certainly in person. So it'll be interesting to see how they use him. Plus, Greg, between Vander Esch's health and I don't think Jalen Smith has played particularly well recently. They really could use a difference maker at the second level. What do you think about them taking Parsons?
Well, couple points. Number one, Van Der Esch has had a neck injury. I mean, I think there's questions about his future and his ability to play. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but just from what I sense, when you get to 12 and Parsons is there, Parsons is a stud. You know this, Ross. And Parsons is a 3-down player eventually. Maybe he's not day one for them, depending on Van Der Esch, but he can rush the quarterback. He, as you know, because he's a Pennsylvania kid, he was recruited by a lot of big-time schools as an edge rusher coming out of high school, not as a linebacker. You know that. So he moved to linebacker. He's almost one of those easy evaluations because he's just an athletic stud. I don't know how they plan to use him, but there's no question in sub, he can rush the quarterback. And he can rush the quarterback from multiple locations within your defensive front, which is what you're trying to do. He can rush off the edge. He can rush from the second level. So he puts you in a good position where the offense doesn't exactly know where he'll be and where he's going to come from. So, we can sit here and say what the Cowboys, what their needs were, blah, blah, blah. Everybody says that stuff. But when you get to 12 and he's sitting there, I mean, that kid's a stud.
Greg, too simplistic to say what the Patriots do with Mac Jones will look a lot like what they did with Tom Brady over the years?
Again, that's hard to answer. I mean, obviously they drafted him. They re-signed Cam for 1 year. With Belichick, you have no idea. So I couldn't begin to speak to that. But you don't draft a quarterback at 15 unless you believe he will be your quarterback in the future. The future could start this year, or they could say, you know what, we have Cam and we're going to play Cam. Given what they did in free agency, it would seem to me they have to play a lot of 2 tight ends. They paid a lot of money for 2 tight ends. So they're going to be a base 12 personnel offense with 1 back and 2 tight ends. That's certainly not the offense Mac Jones played in at Alabama, although there were times they did line up with 2 tight ends. But we'll see. I mean, he's going to be their quarterback of the future. When that future starts, we'll see.
A couple of somewhat surprise first-round picks, Greg, that I want to get your opinion
Well, if you're going to
on.
mention the Washington football team, that was not a surprise to me at all because Jamin Davis was one of my favorite players to watch on tape. And that's all I speak to is the tape, Ross. So if you're going to mention the football team, I love that pick. I think he's a 3-down linebacker. It wouldn't surprise me if Ron Rivera saw Thomas Davis and Jamin Davis.
Got it. That's not the one I was going to ask you about, actually. Not one of the 2 I was going to ask you about because he did rise up, or not rise up, but we've talked about it. It became clear that people around the league really liked him, in recent weeks. The 2 I wanted to ask you about, at 17, the Las Vegas Raiders took Alex Leatherwood.
Yes.
In Alabama. A lot of people thought maybe he'd go in round 2. Certainly, most people thought he would go after guys like Darrisaw and perhaps even Tevin Jenkins. This is the 3rd year in a row where Mike Mayock and John Gruden have kind of taken a guy higher than anybody thought they would. Cleveland Farrell, Damon Arnett. Not sure either one of those guys has gotten off to a great start in their careers. Your thought on Leatherwood at 17?
Yeah, and again, that gets into because all you heard when they took him was that, well, they could have gotten him, 20 picks later. We never know that. I think that my evaluation of him was that he has a desirable combination of size, mass. He's got functional athleticism to play on the outside. I think he can play tackle in this league. You wouldn't call him a high-level athlete nor an elite-level mover, but I think that he can play tackle. He's really well built. He was very comfortable in his pass set. There were times that in his vertical set that he showed some stiffness. That's a concern. That's what people look at. They feel that, okay, he can't really pass protect against the true speed rushers that he's going to face, and that he showed some stiffness both in his core and his lower half. That's kind of the concern that people have with him, and that's a legitimate concern. I think, and again, I'm not an offensive line guru, Ross, so take it for what it's worth, but my sense watching his tape was that he needs work better coordinating his feet and his hands in pass protection. You tell me. I think that's coachable.
The hands is definitely coachable. The feet is not really in terms of improving your.
Well, no, I don't mean make him a better athlete, but just the better coordination with your hands and feet.
Oh yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
What about the other one that surprised me a little bit? I guess there had been some rumors about it, but Peyton Turner to the Saints. There were some teams that have Peyton Turner as second, third, fourth round. I heard, and the Saints took him in the first round.
Yeah, I really liked Peyton Turner's tape. He was a guy I knew zero about. So when I put on his tape, maybe a month or so ago, it was all brand new to me. I knew nothing about this kid. And I came away feeling he was one of the most interesting D-line prospects in the draft. I mean, his physical dimensions are just outstanding. Size, length. He's got that feel of an old school DN, Ross. I mean, he's not sinewy. He's not slim. I mean, he is big, and he looks big on tape. I don't know what he played at. I know he came in at 270 at his pro day. It wouldn't surprise me if he played at 280 plus. But he's got strong, heavy hands. He played off contact really well. He generates power and explosion into contact, and he's got some bend and flexibility to him. He's not a big, stiff guy. They lost Troy Hendrickson. I'm sure they viewed Turner as the replacement for Hendrickson, and he could probably, and you never know when you say this because no one enters the league as a finished product, but they probably see him being able to play meaningful snaps in his rookie year at defensive end as Hendrickson's replacement.
Couple that I wanted to get your opinion on. The Giants taking Kadarius Toney.
Yeah.
Is he a gadget guy?
No.
That Jason Garrett will have to use, or is he more than that?
I think that the gadget thing is a thing of the past. I think the way offense is now, with all the formation variation, all the motion, all the movement, though it's not gadgets anymore. This is part of NFL offense. And Tony's a slot too. You can line him up in the slot, and he's got just dynamic stop and start, burst, acceleration. He improved as the year went on because this kid played receiver full time for the first time in 2020. So he's an ascending player at the receiver position. He started to show his vertical acceleration and deep speed much more as the Florida season progressed. So, I think he'll be a good player. You can line him up all over. Is he kind of a conventional slot? Yes. But the NFL has moved away from just, hey, he's in the slot.
And then the last one, Greg, that I wanted to get your thoughts on. I was surprised the Jacksonville Jaguars took Travis Etienne. Given what James Robinson did last year as an undrafted free agent rookie on that team, to carry the load he did, they signed Carlos Hyde, who's whatever, but that surprised me. I really would have thought that Urban Meyer would have gone O-line or D-line, maybe even a receiver or a corner, running back after what Robinson just did. Does it make sense to you, Greg?
Well, again, you get caught up in that whole running back issue too, which, obviously, people say running backs have no value. I think my sense is that he was the best player on their board. That would be my sense. And he's an explosive athlete. And he took him. I don't really know what to say beyond that. He's a really good prospect. He's a good runner who improved dramatically in 2020 from 2019. You can split him out wide. You can do a lot with Travis Etienne. The bottom line is, in today's NFL, what are you trying to do offensively, Ross? You're trying to create explosive plays. Etienne is not simply a back in that sense. He's not simply someone who lines up behind the quarterback. You can do a lot with him. He can create explosive, dynamic plays for you. That's the goal in today's NFL. He was sitting there. I think it makes perfect sense to say that he was the highest rated player on their board as they got to 25. And I'm sure they said, you know what? We're not going to pick a guy who's not when Travis Etienne is sitting there. So, we can debate that forever. And that gets into that whole value stuff, which has become, really big on Twitter for all these people that have never been in a draft room and have all the answers about what value means.
Check him out on social media, always at Greg Cosell, so you can see what Greg is up to, where you can find his stuff. You know you can find him every week here on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Thank you so much, Greg.
Ross, really appreciate it. Thanks.
You know who the number one player on my board is? Moms. Moms everywhere, because moms rock. And right now, 1-800-Flowers is offering 24 multicolored roses plus a free vase for $34.99. It is absolutely a steal. We've talked about it pretty much every Valentine's Day and Mother's Day for years here on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. And you know how I feel about it. I feel very strongly that the mothers in your life deserve flowers for every Mother's Day. Like, you can take them out to dinner, you can do something else, get them a card. I don't care what else you do. They deserve flowers that you send to their house or that you send to their place of work. That's a reminder for at least a couple weeks. Wow, somebody really loves me. Somebody really cares about me. And these flowers are beautiful. It's early May. They brighten the room. Absolutely love it. To order 24 multicolored roses plus a free vase for $34.99, go to 1-800-Flowers.com, click the radio icon, and enter code football. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, code football.
Tuck's Takes.
Morning, Ross. Well, you talked about the most interesting things of this draft with Greg. Anything else jump out to you that you didn't discuss?
Not really, I guess, Bri, other than, maybe some of the guys, the run on DNs at the end, Turner, Rousseau, Owe, Tryon. There was a real run on DNs at the end. The Giants getting next year's first from the Bears is very interesting. I like what the Ravens do seemingly every year. I mean, Rashad Bateman at receiver, and then Jason Owe as an edge rusher, the guy they can move around. Really seemingly always love what they do. The Titans, nobody loves red flag players, Bri, like the Titans. I mean, 2 years ago, the medical red flags with Jeffrey Simmons, which, by the way, has appeared to pay off for them. And then last year, the red flags with Isaiah Wilson off the field. This year, they go with Caleb Farley. Again, they feel like, hey, we're going to get guys that would go higher if it weren't for these red flags that they have. So that kind of jumps out at me. And then there's some really good players still available. Yeah, I mean, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, I did not think he would still be available in the second round. So there are some guys. It'll be fun tonight. You can check me out again on Eagles.com tonight and the Eagles social media talking about what happens tonight.
Tuck's Takes.
Biggest news last night really didn't have anything to do with the draft. Aaron Rodgers apparently wants out of Green Bay.
Evidently, this has been boiling for some time, and it sounds like the team president, Mark Murphy, the GM, Brian Gutekunst, the head coach, Matt LaFleur, have all flown out to California to meet with him one-on-one, and he's still not happy about it. They're working on some type of new contract, but Aaron Rodgers, very unhappy. Look, he really wants to win another Super Bowl. He knows he doesn't have many years left. I think he's very disappointed with what they did in the draft a year ago with Jordan Love and with even probably A.J. Dillon. And I think he saw what the Bucs did last year and this year, being all in with Tom Brady. And I think Aaron Rodgers wants to go to a franchise where he feels like they're all in to win the Super Bowl. And that's never been the Packers' way. I do think it's interesting that he intentionally leaked the news during the draft, right before the draft, which obviously became the huge news. That there's a method to the madness there. So, and it's funny because he's definitely got some passive aggressive traits to him. He's a lot more. I tweeted this yesterday at Ross Tucker NFL. He's a lot more like Brett Favre in that way than I realized. But ultimately, you can understand why he's frustrated.
Tuck's Takes.
One of the teams rumored to be trying to trade for Aaron Rodgers is the Denver Broncos, who traded for Teddy Bridgewater earlier in the week. In fact, that went down as we were recording the Fantasy Feast yesterday.
Right. Well, actually Wednesday afternoon. Yeah. But, the thing that's interesting to me about that is obviously the Panthers are paying $7 million of Teddy's $11.5 million. Teddy comes in and competes with Drew Lock, but the Broncos could have drafted Justin Fields, Mac Jones last night. They held off. And I got to wonder how much of that's because they think they have a real shot at Aaron Rodgers. There were rumors that the Broncos and Packers are close to a trade. Some of those have been kind of stomped out. But the Broncos clearly are on Aaron Rodgers' wish list, it sounds like, and really want to try to get Aaron Rodgers. That's my guess. My guess is they think there's enough of a chance that they could get an Aaron Rodgers or Deshaun Watson that they weren't going to use the 9th overall pick on a quarterback, which is interesting.
Tux Takes.
One more Broncos take, and this one is about former quarterback Tim Tebow working out as a tight end for the Jags.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I tweeted this yesterday. The last time Tim Tebow played an NFL game, it was 2012. I fluctuate between thinking that this is really admirable or a little sad. So the admirable part is his persistence and commitment to chasing his dream of continuing on as a professional athlete is extremely impressive. You think about you went to the Patriots for a training camp, went to the Eagles for a training camp. I mean, he gave it every shot he could as a quarterback. Then he gave baseball every shot he could. And now that quarterback didn't work out and baseball didn't work out, now he's looking to be the tight end Taysom Hill type, perhaps. And I think that's admirable. There's no quitting him. Look, he's gotten cut a bunch, and there's no quitting him. He is going to continue to try to chase his dreams. The flip side is, I guess at some point, you almost think, man, like there's other things in life, like you can move on, like it's not going to happen for you. And so I think different people can have different mindsets. I'm never going to be the guy that is critical of someone for chasing their dream. Never, ever, ever, because that would be hypocritical of me. But I also hope that he is happy in life and find some contentment in a post-athletic world is probably the best way I would describe that. I would also tell you guys, please take advantage of any of the offers we have at Keeps. Go to rosstucker.com. Or if you're looking for a Mother's Day gift, myfrontpagestory.com. You guys know how I feel about that. It's a business I've got some ownership in. I mean, coolest, most unique Mother's Day gift ever. myfrontpagestory.com. Other than that, shout outs are in order. Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. Obviously, there will be a lot of draft-related stuff for us to break down on Monday's Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Can't wait to see who else gets traded, how everything else unfolds. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
What's up, Simland? We are here with you again. Boy, it's as we were talking about off air, it's been a hot minute since Tom Carroll and I worked together. Adam Kaufman back with you. I was here earlier today for the nooner. It feels like days ago. And we are obviously going opposite day 2 of the NFL draft. So we've already had some trades, already some interesting picks. Obviously on the heels of round 1 yesterday. There is much to cover, and I am thrilled to be here with you, my friend. What's going on?
Where you been, bro?
Right? Where you been?
Where you been, dude? I've been here.
I'm here every day. I'm doing 2 sims a day.
I'm here every day.
I was looking at producer Drew's schedule because, you know, we've gone from our guys Slates to Madison to now Drew is the mastermind, the puzzle maker or whatever. He put me on 3 sims in a day coming up here, but one of them is with Emerson again, the 2 of us. So that's going to get bonkers. But yeah, for some reason, we may as well ask Drew about it because he's producing. For some reason, he doesn't like the way we sound together.
He doesn't like our vibe.
Not happening often
It's
enough.
fine.
That's
Look,
what
he's
I
the new
have to say.
sheriff in town. He's trying to put his stamp on things, you know? He wants us to spread our wings. I get it.
Drew now saying, I think I took you off that one with Emerson. Well, son of a gun.
Check it again, Koff.
I put it in my book and everything. Well, I guess I'm going to have to change that. Well, it's good to have everybody with us. Obviously, the lineups have locked. There's a gnat or a fly or a something stupid buzzing around my head in my basement. And I find it to be...
Please only swat at it when we're on camera, because that's always hilarious.
I mean, it's more annoying than Kenny. And you know... Wow. Yeah, that's some next level annoyance. That's what I'm talking about. Iro says Koff gets to do his own schedule. Yeah, I am a mastermind of another kind.
He's special.
So... what do you got here for this prime time action? The oh my, do the Bears have a lot of quarterbacks free roll?
I have let's call him the 4th best quarterback in Bears history in my captain spot, Mitchell Trubisky.
Okay, sure.
I stacked both defenses because both of these teams have been so hit or miss for me. And in fact, I had this exact matchup the other night because I'm remembering Daniel had them both in these ridiculous uniforms, and we're doing it again here, so that's hilarious. So I got the Steelers D, I got the Bears D, I got the tight end stack, and then I got Big Ben because I had so much money left over. So QB stack, tight end stack, defense stack.
Okay, that's a very different lineup than what I have, so I'm excited. At least we know that, you know, I don't know who's going to finish better, but I know we're going to finish in probably opposite ends of the contest, that's for sure.
So let's be honest, I'm going to finish in last.
I have Madden Mitch as my captain. The 20% owned, and obviously he's exceedingly popular. You just talked about it as well. He's about 75% owned overall. But after that, I've got Juju Smith-Schuster, Deontay Johnson, Anthony Miller, James Washington, James Conner. So no kickers, no defense, just a wild time to be alive here in Simland, and we welcome all of you here with us. Brian says, Koff, Tommy Freeze, where the bleep do I sign? Right where you are, my friend. Sign right there in the chat. Love, Brian C.
Sit down, Brian.
Kyle, Super Glash fan, says, Tom, I got a 98 on my psych exam. 86% overall. Way to be, Kyle.
Let's go, Kyle.
I know I'm not Glash, Kyle, but I can be proud of you too, man.
Hell yeah.
I minored in psychology.
Oh, really?
So here's what it was. I majored in communications, specifically broadcast journalism. I know you wouldn't know it. And I minored in psychology and philosophy. So really, to me, 3 different forms of BS.
I like that. I like that.
But they really get you thinking. You want to get into that important stuff, history, management, economics, you know, stuff that's really like cut and dried. You know, not a whole lot of wiggle room in the old facts department. You go over to those schools, not me. I need gray area to survive.
Yeah, you need nuance.
I need the gray area. Yep.
I understand, man. I totally understand that. I actually was almost a hearing and deafness minor.
How does that come to be?
So I had to take 2 semesters of a language. So I took American Sign Language 1 and 2. And then I took an elective called Images of the Disabled, which was a class about how people with disabilities were portrayed in media. It was a very interesting, very Emerson course for sure. So all I had to do was take one more class. What, say again?
I said gym wasn't available then? Physical education?
No physical education class, please. At Emerson, very artsy fartsy. So
when you said Emerson, I thought of Emerson like our.
No.
That's why my head went to that.
I understand.
We're back on the same page.
Right. So I had one more class to take to get this quote unquote hearing and deafness minor, which would have nothing to do with anything I'd pursue in my career. And I was like, all right, I'll just take the whatever hearing and deafness 101 is. Like, that should be easy. After the first class, I'm like, yep, nope, I'm out. This is the really hard class. Get me out of here. I don't need this minor. So then I ended up taking something else. Because you know what? I didn't need a minor. Who needs a minor? Overachievers need minors.
2nd and 7. 2+ minutes gone by, opening quarter. Again, Pitt and Chicago, and we thank you all for being with us. Drew says that's how I got a geography minor.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, okay, I only need one more class to get this. Sure. But no, it was too difficult.
So let's dive into this whole NFL draft situation.
Let's do it,
folks, because Roethlisberger 5 for 5 for 50. God, you remember 5 for Fighting, that band way back when? For some reason, that made me think of that when I saw the 5 for 5 for 50.
Only got 100 years.
Didn't they do Superman? Wasn't that 5 for Fighting?
Yeah, that was another one too. But I liked the 100 Years song because ESPN had that thing where they would run that song with like jersey numbers as they would say the different numbers.
Sure, I like that.
When I was a kid, that really got me all jazzed up.
We appreciate everyone hanging out here almost halfway through the first. Smash that like button. I see we're at 200. I think we should keep on climbing, folks. Let's get to 250, 300. If anyone has come in late, particularly you and our production crew who sees the 54 dislikes that people
What happened there? Was that all doozy?
Rudely provided earlier. No, it is not because Kenny was on for the first couple of Sims. That just happened to go in conjunction with this. What happened was, Daniel knows this as well as anybody, we had a bit of a technical snafu that prevented us from starting the nooner on time. As a matter of fact, it was noon 30 by the time we actually got the sim off the ground. I know it might be a record for us, but instead of celebrating records with likes, people gave us dislikes. People were not happy with coming in a little bit late. As far as
I kind of respect that, not gonna lie.
You know what? I thought we were actually helping the people out. We start a little bit late. Sure, that happens. I thought the silver lining was, hey, look, less time between Sims because we still started the Madden matinee on time, still started the 2 on time, had like a 20-minute break in between. But no, people reacted with the dislike button as we have a touchdown here. And, Bumblebee Tuna, first rushing touchdown, Bumblebee Tuna. Tom Ace, you smell terrific. James Conner, a touchdown for Pittsburgh.
Wow. Ugly uniforms getting in the end zone here. Wow. So people responding with dislikes.
Yeah, people were not.
In a big way.
Thrilled, yeah, in a very passionate way. Almost as passionate as it appears the viewership numbers are right now, opposite day 2 of the draft.
Yep. Saw that coming, obviously. NFL fans.
Not a huge shock.
Probably going to watch the draft. That's cool.
For shame.
What was the most surprising pick to you last night?
The most surprising pick to me. I wasn't surprised that the Patriots wound up with Mac Jones. I was surprised that they did it without trading up, that he fell all the way to 15. That was surprising. The Bears trading up, as we'll get into, obviously, for Justin Fields, and the fact that he was still available outside the top 10, I found surprising. I mean, we spent so much time talking about, like, man, could all 5 of these quarterbacks go inside the top 8, 9 picks? And then you see 2 of them, fall outside the top 10. It was kind of nuts. But obviously the Trey Lance domino at number 3 to the Niners was a big part of that, leading to, of course, Jimmy Garoppolo staying put. We all believe he's not going to get traded now. After 24 hours ago, it was, when is Garoppolo getting moved? This is going to happen tonight. The whole Aaron Rodgers element that we can talk about. Some other surprises: the Broncos not going with a quarterback, which makes you wonder if there's more fuel to this Rodgers fire of a possibility of a trade to Denver, because it's not like they've got their quarterback situation figured out. Cincinnati early on not going with some more protection for Joe Burrow, and instead opting for a receiver, if I remember right.
Yep, Jamar Chase.
Yeah,
correct.
his former teammate there in college. So, that I found surprising. So, I mean, there isn't a number one.
That's number one for
me per se. But those things. It's just a sort of a collection of things I found a bit surprising.
Yeah, Bengals not going with help with Penei Sewell with him on the board was shocking to me. I literally was like, whoa, because you got to protect Burrow, man. And I know Chase is going to be a beast, but I said this to LaMarca last night. Chase ain't going to be a beast if Burrow ain't healthy. And Burrow got hit a lot last year before he got hurt. And there's a reason why he got hurt, because the dude took so many hits. You got to give your man protection if he's going to be your franchise guy, especially a guy that tends to move,
If I may, I'm sorry to cut you off, but you can't script these things better. Ian Rappaport just tweeted, and I'm verbatim, the Bengals get some protection for QB Joe Burrow, taking Clemson offensive tackle Jackson Carman at number 47. He's coming off disc surgery, so some risk, but they feel comfortable. So there you go. They are not in round one, not at the top, but they are giving him some protection early.
Good. Should have done it in round one. I think you can get value elsewhere at receiver and running.
We got a flag on the play here. See what happens.
This idea of reunions is becoming in
vogue.
vogue.
How many of these guys are like, you're back with your college teammate? I mean, even you had the Burrow situation. There was
Jalen Hurts.
You had
Smith, ETN going to Jacksonville.
Even and I don't think this is a thing, but I'll point it out because Tua and Waddle, Drew, absolutely, that's a huge one. I mean, even Mac Jones, one of the first things he said last night is Damian Harris is like my best friend. They were together. Alabama, of course, the Pats drafted another Alabama guy today. So there's a lot of that going on.
Belichick Saban connection strong.
That's a
dozen. The first 2 days.
That's a dozen draft picks by Bill Belichick of guys who played for Nick Saban.
He's looking at 7 and 9 going, okay, it's back to the basics. We're getting professionals in the building again.
Alana says, buy stream trash. Mac Jones, Adam Pac-Man Jones, Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Oh, okay. I like this one.
Yeah, this is good. This is wide-reaching. I know exactly what I'm doing.
I am going to buy Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Yep.
I am going to stream Adam Pac-Man Jones for the time being, and I'm going to trash Mac Jones. Because Pac-Man Jones has proven that he's a great player in the NFL. Mac Jones, I got nothing for you yet.
So Drew is going right with you. He's doing the same thing. I'm actually just, and this is hard overhead. Obviously, I'm buying Cat. You got to buy Catherine. But then I'm going to stream Mac and just hope it all works out. But then I'm going to sell Pac-Man because honestly, I think he's kind of a jerk.
Yeah, that's possible.
I'm going to trash the man.
The man really likes gentlemen's clubs, and he really likes to get in trouble at them. And,
I mean, the first
it presents
part,
a problem.
No judgment. Second part, that's a problem.
It's a problem.
Yeah. Can't
Go
do
there,
it.
fine. Do your thing. Spend your money the way you want. Get in trouble there, usually not great.
No, not ideal. Red Sox have taken a 3-0 lead. That's exciting.
Hey-o.
Since the Celtics are down by about 36 points in the first quarter. 7-0 Pittsburgh through one quarter here. Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman, producer Drew, Daniel, who's just been at it all day long, at least in spurts. We've got our man Tate, Cobra K on game ops. And the only touchdown in this one coming from James Conner, who is 3 for 10 to this point. Leading rusher is Tariq Cohen, who is 2 for 17, so not David Montgomery. And 3 for 32 for Anthony Miller. 2 for 17 for Eric Ebron. Those are your top pass catchers. I've got to be doing pretty well in this contest.
I'm in 12th because I stacked the Ds.
Okay, so we're close right now. I am 16th because I have points that are going to maintain.
There you go. Yeah, I'm likely going to drop
the Ds.
I'm likely going to drop. That was the nice way of saying that.
Cassie says, cough, just to make you feel better, I did retract my dislike on the second sim. Cassie, thank you very much. 57 other jerks, however. I'm just kidding. I'm not kidding. Really, you should turn those frowns upside down, people. It'll make you feel better, sleep better at night.
Cough, here's a buy stream trash for you.
Yeah.
3 years from now.
Wow.
So pretend we're doing this exact same thing 3 years from now.
It's not hard to
Neither
imagine.
one of us has moved. Buy stream trash, Mac Jones.
Do we at least make more money?
No.
You know what? If I'm doing no worse than I'm doing right now, I can live with that in a few years.
There you go.
Like to be doing
Mac
better.
Jones, Justin Fields, Trey Lance. 3 years from now, buy stream trash.
Jones, Fields, Lance. Okay, well, you got to consider the landing spots more than just the prospects now.
Absolutely.
So Mac in New England, Fields in Chicago, and Lance with the Niners. I mean, man, like there's no way to not sound biased, but I feel better about Mac Jones purely. I wouldn't have said this if you had asked me this last night going into the draft. I would have ranked this differently. I would have put Fields at 1. I might have even gone Lance and then Mac, as we have another touchdown here. This one belonging to Chicago, but honestly, I mean, if we're considering the destinations, like you're gonna have to. I like Justin Fields, but Chicago and I mean Tate, you're gonna have to prove
they're
it
awful.
to Bear. Like Bears, you're gonna have to prove it to me. So, I'm going with the structure in place and going with Mac in the bye. I'm going to go Fields in the oh, God. I think I'm
it's tough, man.
I mean,
it's a tough exercise.
He's got Allen Robinson, which obviously is going to help. But, man, I still think I'm going Trey Lance in the stream, and then I'm going to trash Fields. I can't ignore the destinations. But Drew, who is clearly not a Mac Jones believer, says buying Lance, streaming Fields, trashing Mac. Daniel says he's buying Tom Brady, streaming, and trashing Fields, Jones, and Lance. What about you? And
so
Drew, I need to know, like, while he's answering, you got to explain to me. I know you're not going to turn your mic on, but you need to, through text, explain to me a little bit more your hatred or disbelief in Mac Jones.
So I am also not a Mac Jones believer yet. He's the guy I wanted the least of the 5. I think he's the least mobile. Watching a lot of Bama last year, it was a lot of domination, right? But that team was loaded. And there were times that the dude got sacked, and there were weird sacks early in games. And that's not when you want to see the weird sacks, right? Like early in the game, you should be
never really
ready
a good
to
time
go.
for that, if we're being honest.
Right. So, I don't know. I feel weird about Mac Jones. Last night I was on here crying that we didn't get Justin Fields. When the Bears traded up, I was audibly upset in my living room because I knew it was about to happen. So with all of that said, I'm going to buy Lance purely based off of 2 things: situation and ceiling. Okay. I think that the dude, and you and I have talked about it, like he profiles as a Cam Newton type. Totally. Yep. It's a project, but I like the fact that he has Garoppolo to work behind for a full season, 10 games, whatever it is. Garoppolo's a professional. You can say what you want about the guy getting hurt a lot as we have a fumble here. But the guy is a pro, and he came up in 2 really professional atmospheres. So I like that situation for Trey Lance, and they have a lot of talent. I mean, the Niners are just a really good team. Shanahan's great, Lynch is great. Buying him, I'm going to stream Mac Jones, because here's the thing. I wanted Fields, but I'm going the same way as you here. I just don't trust the situation in Chicago, and I don't know anything about either player in the NFL yet. So if I have to pick between one or the other, I'm going with the infrastructure in New England over the infrastructure in Chicago. And I'm trashing Fields.
Tate is very disappointed with both of us. Noted Bears fan, Cobra K. Very upset with the 2 of us.
I personally would have, no matter who was in the Pats spot there, if we're just going by those 3 teams, I would have picked them over the other one, just because I just don't trust the situation in Chicago. I don't.
Sure.
Look at Trubisky. He can't throw.
It's not great. It's not great. And I do want to spend more time on the Bears, but I also want to read some of the stuff that Drew has sent along. As I've moved into the top 10, by the way, in this 7-7 contest. Tate says also, and I want to hear from the Bears fan, you have to. It's win-win. If the Bears suck, Nagy and Pace are gone. If they don't, our team is good. Which, totally fair. Drew says, Lance has the most upside. Will probably do well with Shanahan. Fields has the tools. You stream him because he'll have the talent to win a game. Jones will be fine. Might win a Super Bowl. Probably be like a Derek Carr. Who, by the way, I mean, you would take a Derek Carr in New England.
I would totally take Derek Carr for Patriots.
You absolutely would. So here's how I felt about it going in last night. Like, I didn't think about someone like, Lawrence. He wasn't going to be available. I didn't think about someone like Wilson because even if somehow the Jets didn't draft him, he wasn't,
he wasn't getting past 3.
Yeah,
Zach Wilson would have gotten drafted by San Francisco.
He absolutely would have gone to the Niners. So he wasn't someone I spent a lot of time thinking about either from purely a Patriots perspective. Just looking at Ian Rappaport here as the Niners taking a guard, so protection for Jimmy G and then eventually Trey Lance, as he writes. We got 4th and long on the way. Obviously a punt coming up, 4th and 26 from the 44. So then it came down to Fields, Lance, and Jones. Now, Fields was the guy that I wanted of those 3. And it didn't matter. Obviously, Lance was gone so early. But as we all talked about, I mean, we've been talking about it for weeks. Like, Niners set the draft, basically, because there was the speculation if Mac Jones does go to 3, as, a lot of people rumored for a while, then Jimmy Garoppolo's gone. They're going to deal him. It's a different situation. If they go with Lance, then they keep him around for another year, and Lance learns behind him. He's a little bit more raw, a little bit more of a project. So that is what ends up happening. Then you see those other 2 guys plummet. Fields is the one I wanted. Now, clearly, Bill Belichick didn't feel that way because it would have been very easy to trade up and get him.
I disagree. And here's why.
Okay.
The Giants had to give up, the Bears had to give up so much to get to 11. And I think it's because the Patriots were driving up that price.
So, to the latter part of your point, I have no idea. And you might be right. I mean, there have been no reports out there that they were trying to trade up, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Right.
So, certainly doesn't mean it didn't happen. So you could be correct. I just feel that if they decided this is the guy for us for the next 10, 15 years, you do it and you find a way to do it. And they have the assets and the collateral to do it, the capital to do it. So I just, and that's not me saying that they preferred Mac Jones over Justin Fields. I'm just saying they didn't want Fields badly enough. Now, if Jones, in fact, was the guy for them all along, no clue. I mean, I did think it was interesting that Bill Belichick, listening to him last night, said, we were at 15 and Mac was there and we took him. And I'm paraphrasing, but he basically
that sounds
said,
like Bill Belichick verbatim. So I don't even think
no, but he basically. I just mean there's a difference between saying, there's a difference between taking a guy because you view him as the best player available and obviously fits a need versus this is the guy we wanted and we've been scouting this guy and talking to this guy and we absolutely, there was never any of that. He didn't go down that road with Mac Jones. So maybe in fact Mac Jones was just the best player on the board. He was obviously the last of the 5. Liked him better than say a Kellen Mond, a Kyle Trask, a Davis Mills. You make the move, you take him. I don't know. My view of him versus Fields versus Lance. Lance is absolutely the high upside guy, no doubt. And I don't blame the Niners. In fact, I commend the Niners for making that move. He's raw, he's more of a project, but he is absolutely the higher upside guy. Fields versus Mac Jones. Definitely more athletic, more mobile, the higher upside guy. What Mac Jones is, and there's a reason he has, not in terms of, what he projects to be, nobody is Tom Brady, but there's a reason Joe Namath and people like that have been making all these Mac Jones, Tom Brady comparisons in terms of development style and footwork and, living in the pocket, not being mobile, not being fast, not being, doesn't turn the ball over much, not a super risk taker, doesn't throw a great deep ball. Like, there are a lot of just physical comparisons, not to mention the pudgy, combine
I love
style
that picture.
photos that those guys seem like. Dad bod is in evidently in 2021 for Mac Jones. There's not a six-pack in sight. There's not a two-pack
keg, baby,
going on. I mean, yeah, he makes me look fit. But one of us is in the NFL and the other one is talking about simulated football on a Friday night in his basement. So
Let's
obviously
go.
we're living two totally different lives. But with regard to Mac Jones, like, I agree with what Drew said. He's not a high ceiling guy. He's not a high upside guy. He's a guy that hopefully won't hurt you, basically. And he's ready-made. Like, Trey Lance is not ready to step into the NFL tomorrow and start. Mac Jones is. Justin Fields is. These are guys that, they've played at, with top personnel against top competition. They've shined at great stages. Jones obviously won a national championship, played for a similar style coach in Nick Saban. Like, he should come in and, once he gets his opportunity, be successful, but successful to a point. Now, you could look at successful to a point being Derek Carr, being Kirk Cousins, being,
please don't.
No, but like, this is the kind of guy that we're talking about. Probably it's not, he's not going to be Mahomes, he's not going to be Wilson, he's not going to be a guy like that. Obviously, he's like in his, but neither was Brady. And again, he's not Tom Brady. He's not going to be Tom Brady. Nobody is. And
that's why I hate the Brady comparison, though, because everyone keeps saying like,
like, that's what you're hoping he just projects into, in the sense of not 7 Super Bowls, but just like, he's better than what you think he will be, even though he lacks certain physical traits.
Right. And I get that. And I understand why people are saying stuff like that because of everything you just said. But I think and I said this last night, I think it's important for everyone to just remind themselves in Patriot land that there's only one Tom Brady. And just because the Patriots had a 6th round pick back in the day who wasn't athletic at the time, who, had all of these things that were considered weaknesses, came out and outperformed anything imaginable, that's not going to happen again. It's not. And like, I'd love to be wrong, but when you have a guy that can't move in the pocket, who doesn't have the arm strength of the 4 guys that were picked ahead of him, and is maybe a product of the system that he was playing in, like 80% of the time, you're going to get a dude that's sort of a middle-of-the-road dude, a la Kirk Cousins, Derek Carr, the names you were saying. So I want to be wrong. I want Mac Jones to be awesome. I love the Patriots, but I'm trying for the first time in my life to be like unbiased about this and say, you know what, like, it's not rainbows and butterflies right now. What I will say is not having to trade up to get him was huge. Not losing assets to get him at 15 was huge. And I still think it is the right pick, by the way. They needed a quarterback. Biggest need by far. They took care of tight end in the offseason. They got receivers in the mix in the offseason. They had to get a quarterback. He was the best one on the board. And you just see what you can do.
Well, as Drew points out, and he's right, it's probably best for all 3 of these guys that obviously they're going to places where they're not going to start right away.
Yes,
definitely. So there isn't that instant pressure to succeed, obviously, the moment they get there. Unlike
100%.
Those first 2, like, Trevor Lawrence, I don't think it's a big deal for Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence has had the spotlight on him for a long time. This is pretty new here for Zach Wilson. Like, Zach Wilson, and it's, New York media, man.
Right.
Like, this dude is, and I'm not saying he's going to fail. I know a lot of people think he's going to be a bust. And honestly, like, if I were ranking the 5 going in, Wilson probably was the last one that I would have chosen, just simply based on experience, opponents, pedigree. Like, he's another high upside guy. Maybe he'll be good. I hope he is for the standpoint of I'm not rooting. I mean, I root against the Jets personally. I'm not rooting.
Yeah, but you want the
Zach
league
Wilson
to be good. Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm not rooting against the kid. You know, he's like he hasn't wronged me in any sort of way.
Right.
You know, I hope that he, you know, just succeeds elsewhere. But you know, but it's really interesting to me when you make these picks, because we've talked about it so much as we're through the half, a 7-7 game and no giant stats jumping out at you, just James Conner touchdown on the ground, and also you know, in the air we saw who was it at this point in time? I'm trying to remember. We've been so fixated on all that has been going on here. Yeah,
Allen
Robinson. Thank you, Allen Robinson, Drew. You know, with just his only catch, 13 yards, 5 for 45 for Ebron. Miller is 4 for 31. The thing with these QBs and any QBs, so it's not this specific group. You know, BK did the exercise when we were on one night recently, going through every quarterback taken in the first round of the last decade. And there were like
most of them were bad.
Yeah, I mean, there were like 5 to 7 that you would even put in the good or better conversation of all the quarterbacks drafted, again, round 1 the last 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
So math will tell you that of these 5 that went last night, and it may not be Trevor Lawrence, by the way, you know, for one reason or another, probably only one is going to be, you know, in that great to better range at best, obviously. You know, another 1 or 2 will be serviceable, meaning they'll start for a little while and then hang around the league as backups. And then another couple will be, I mean, at least 1 and probably 2 will be out of the league basically after their rookie contract, which is just, it's, you know, this is what we do though. We hype up the quarterbacks because it is the most important position in football. It's arguably the most important position in sports.
100%. And it's also the easiest for like the casual fan to get behind too, right? Like we all know the quarterbacks. We all know if the ball gets from point A to point B. It's much harder to sit on your couch and analyze if a guy, you know, took the right jab step, you know, when the ball snaps, or, you know, how a 0.3 seconds faster on a 40 can be the difference of like, you know, 3 different rounds of a draft. So yeah, I totally get it. And I was talking about that a few weeks ago, where I thought it was crazy that this was going to be the draft that had 5 quarterbacks that get picked in the top 10 because of what BK did, that exercise. Like we know, math tells us that all 5 of these guys aren't going to be, quote, top 10 caliber dudes when we look back at this draft. It's just not how it works. Very rarely. I mean, off the top of my head, it feels like that 04 draft with Eli, Big Ben, and Phillip Rivers, that's sort of like the outlier. And then obviously you have the draft that had Marino and Elway. Outside of those, like, you really don't see a lot of first rounds with crazy good quarterbacks. I think the Lamar draft, was that the one that also had Josh Allen and Baker? So like that's a good one.
Yeah,
in the early going
Lamar
here.
went at the very end of the round.
Right. So like it's, we're not talking about something that happens often.
Hit that like button, folks, as half number 2 is on the way, and underway, I should say, as we've got TC and I. Tom Ace, he smells terrific. He showered for the occasion. We hadn't been together in a while. Producer Drew, Daniel, oh, Danny boy, our technical director, and of course, Cobra K, Tate from Game Ops. Great to have everybody here together. Absolutely love it. It's always a thrill, always a pleasure. Any questions, anything you want to get into concerning the draft, let's do it. Let's talk about Chicago, though, because we've been talking about all these quarterbacks.
Bears.
In the first round, as Daniel writes, is it fair to compare this draft to history, given how the NFL has changed now to be more like college in terms of the offensive game? I think it is, Daniel. I really do, because at the end of the day, like, the rules are the same for everybody, and water finds its level talent-wise. You know, the question isn't what these guys will be statistically for a period of time. You know, they may be better than, like, obviously the Ryan Leafs of the world and some of the others who have busted over the years, but, you know, that just means that many others around the league are good and better and, you know, more statistically benefited from today's rules. So you're just,
the only thing I would
say, see them out of the league for different reasons.
I would say the only thing that's like an unfair comparison to compare QB drafts would be the way that we pay these quarterbacks now. Definitely changes the way that teams draft quarterbacks. Like they're more willing to take a guy like Mac Jones at 15 than they would have, 7-8 years ago.
Yeah,
because
I guess
there's less risk now. So you might see more bad first-round quarterbacks moving forward. To be honest,
Madden Mitch here and Dwayne Haskins, who have been in the league during these new rules, are already on to their next teams. That's kind of where I'm going with that. And that doesn't mean they're done. Doesn't mean they'll never be successful. Doesn't mean they're going to be, gone in a couple of years. I mean, I'm a bigger believer. I mean, I guess I'm.
Yeah, you're a big Dwayne Haskins guy. You've been defending this guy all offseason.
I'm not a big Dwayne Haskins guy.
You love Dwayne Haskins.
So much, yeah. All right, jury's out. I am a huge investor in his rookie card.
Dude's getting a Steelers jersey. Yeah, exactly. You've got an
NFT.
NFT.
I own all of his Top Shot moments, all of them. It's a Dwayne Haskins museum over in my cloud. That's what we've got going on.
OHIO.
I can't not put a fair chunk of the blame on Washington and what he was playing within.
Yeah, awful team.
Trubisky, obviously I'm less convinced that he's going to bounce back, in part because, and I know it's I think only a 1-year deal, but obviously short of Josh Allen getting hurt, he's not going to sniff playing time. At least like Ben Roethlisberger is at the end of the road, whether that's this year, next year. Like Haskins really could get an opportunity in Pitt. It's kind of the way we look at, and they're not as far along, but Winston and Wentz and Goff and guys like that who have moved on, and now we're seeing if they can rejuvenate their careers.
Other great examples of recent quarterbacks that are on different teams and different contracts.
And that's going to be the case for some of these guys. So as we look at Chicago, Rappaport tweeted earlier today, for anyone asking or thinking about Nick Foles going elsewhere versus them carrying 3 quarterbacks, good luck, basically, because that contract is just an albatross to move. So, they could cut him and eat the money, obviously, but short of that, you're not going to find a trade partner for Nick Foles. So you've got Foles, obviously. You have got, Andy Dalton, who was brought in thinking he was the QB1.
I saw the tweet.
As the tweet went. And now, obviously, you have Justin Fields. Now, I don't know if it's a camp competition going in.
It has to be. I think it has to be.
Does it, though? Or do you just presume, even if it is a camp competition?
When you anoint the guy, it usually ends poorly.
Maybe. And Tate, I want your perspective as a Bears fan as well. So, hit us up in the Zoom here or in the chat. But I don't know. I'm inclined to believe at least they are. I'm not saying it's not done deal Dalton's job. That's not what I'm saying, as we have a field goal here to put Chicago ahead. But I gotta believe that at least Dalton's got the upper hand. They are leaning Dalton, but Fields has a chance to steal it from him.
I think when training camp opens, Dalton will be the guy, but I wouldn't be shocked if Fields is the starter by week 1 if he wins the job. But I think that they're going to force him to win the job. Ohio State quarterbacks, it's not like they've all fared all that well in the NFL, right? They play a specific style there at Ohio State that works in the Big Ten. But it's not like these dudes have translated right away. Have any of them, off the top of my head, I can't remember a single Ohio State quarterback who's come in and been a successful NFL quarterback in recent years or ever.
That, by the way, is my if I have any Mac Jones complaint, it's that Alabama quarterbacks more often than not do not hit in the NFL. AJ McCarron just signed with who did he sign with today? The Falcons, I think.
Oh, I did not see that.
So there's another one.
He's one of the best Alabama quarterbacks in the NFL ever. That tells you everything you need to know.
Exactly.
It's Namath. It's I'm blanking on his name. Played for the Raiders. The Snake.
Jake the Snake Roberts.
Stabler. Yeah, Kenny Stabler. Yep. Sorry. It was, and then outside of that, it's grim.
Speaking of grim, the Bears, and Tate says I think Fields will either show enough to be QB1 week 1, or Nagy and Pace will sit him for the majority of the season to try to save their jobs.
That's a great call, Tate. Because if you rest Fields, well, no. Here's the thing: if the Bears like dumpster fire tank and they wait till like week 15 to start Fields, like they could get fired because of that. You know, there's always the "why'd you wait so long" thing that could happen.
Sure.
Like I think if Fields is going to sit it all, it'll be like 6 weeks. That tends to be like the safe bet, you know. Like when did Tua get the job this year? Week 6, week 7, something like that. Baker, same thing back in the day.
I don't even think it was that long. I think it was like 5.
So they like to give themselves some cushion.
Justin giving up the like to us. Thank you so much, Justin. Appreciate you,
Hell yeah.
Batman. Says Ducey is so divisive in these Sims. I love it. Yeah, Ducey's there's a lot of attention in the chat on Ducey. Ducey was on one this morning, man, or early afternoon. Ducey, must have taken that half hour before we started to just crush Red Bulls or energy drinks or whatever. What Ducey was electric on the topic of Aaron Rodgers, among other things.
Jeff Windsor asking a good question. Which college produces the best quarterbacks?
I'm sure Google.
You know what?
can
I want to
tell
do a
us
little
that.
bit of research on this.
Or Wikipedia.
Early analysis, I'd say Stanford pretty good. Andrew
Drew
Luck
says
and
Northern
John Elway.
Illinois. That's Romo and Garoppolo, right?
Yeah, and Sean Payton as a head coach.
Kicking Club says Big Ben looking like the bobbleheads on Koff's shelf. Yeah, he's getting walloped here in this one.
All right, so this is a story from 2011.
That's a long time ago.
That's a long time ago. Yeah, it's telling me that Purdue is the best ever. But hey, it's a really, really good group. Drew Brees, Scott Campbell, Len Dawson, Jim Everett, Jeff George, Bob Greasy, Mark Herman, Kyle Orton, Gary Danielson, and Mike Phipps. I don't know who Mike Phipps is. But that's a good group.
Sure.
We need an updated version of this story somewhere on the internet. Oh, here we go. This one's from 2020. Oh yeah,
Celtics are down by
Oklahoma,
30
obviously.
and a half. Good God.
That
Sorry,
was dumb. Oklahoma, of course, over the last few years has been incredibly good for quarterbacks. Obviously, Kyler Murray, Baker Mayfield. We have Jalen Hurts, who ended his college career there. Landry Jones, a good player in the NFL for a while. Sam Bradford. So, yeah, Oklahoma is kind of the gold standard right now for looking at pro dudes.
Mr. Hawk coming in hot. Field ceiling is Terrell Pryor.
Yikes. So he's
Come
just going to be a
on,
receiver in
fantasy
5 years?
Yeah, seriously.
No, I think he's better than Terrell Pryor.
I know he's better than Terrell Pryor.
Terrell Pryor couldn't throw the way Fields can.
Man, I haven't thought about Terrell Pryor in years, though. He was a lot of fun once they switched him to
He had a good run there.
rushing, receiving. He was a fun gadget player to watch. I know it wasn't what he aspired to be in the NFL, but it was, as a fan, it was a good time. Fun.
He was
fantasy player.
awesome in college. He was fun.
Yeah. Is the 30 for 30 on Terrell Pryor out yet? Because I feel like it's coming.
Yeah, with the whole tattoo scandal.
No, like any guy who has a career quite like that is an interesting story worth telling.
Totally.
Maybe it's like a 10-minute short. Doesn't have to be an hour or two, but
He was like the most touted high school guy coming out. Like I remember when he was picking schools, it was like top of Sports Center type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone was making a big deal about how he really wanted to go to Oregon because they had cool gear. And then he ends up going to Ohio State, and then he gets suspended, and Tressel loses his job, and then he goes to the NFL. He was a supplemental draft guy. Like, he didn't even get drafted in the real draft, and he has this weird career and receiver. Yeah, really interesting story for sure.
More interesting, I have to assume, than this sim, because Roethlisberger has actually been the better quarterback at about 125 passing yards. And of course, no touchdowns to this point. He was, he's just not been good. He's 123. Trubisky 74. He's got a touchdown pass, 12 out of 13. Although Roethlisberger, to his credit, I guess, is 12 for 12. We've only had one incompletion. You have Ebron in the air, 6 for 56. The lone Chicago touchdown belonged to Allen Robinson, courtesy of Trubisky. James Conner on the ground for Pittsburgh. And yeah, no great numbers here in this one at all.
Jeff Windsor saying no Oklahoma quarterback has done anything yet. Short sample size, though. Like, give these guys some time. Baker Mayfield has helped reinvigorate the Cleveland Browns franchise. So, like, you got to give him some credit there. Kyler Murray is on his way to being one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And Jalen Hurts looked good last season when he was given the opportunity to play. And if we're going back in time, Sam Bradford was good when he wasn't injured. So, like, there is a track record of these OU guys having success in the NFL. But yeah, give them some time to get some hardware. I mean, there's some dudes in the league right now named Brady and Mahomes that are winning a lot. So,
well, I mean, Mahomes isn't going anywhere.
Brady's going to age out, so that'll open up a spot for these guys.
That's what you think.
Yeah, true. You know what? I should take a lap for even saying that. I'm surprised it was not stricken down by lightning for even having the thought.
Dude, age just doesn't apply to some guys. Ian Rappaport, I'm not kidding. Ian Rappaport had a report earlier this morning saying that Bill Belichick is going to coach forever. That was the report. That Bill Belichick is going to coach forever.
So long as he can do it, yeah. I mean, I'm sure Kraft.
And I have been saying, I hope no one from the Patriots organization is listening because it's morbid, but I've been saying it for years. Bill Belichick's going to die on the sidelines one day. Like that dude, he doesn't want to retire. He doesn't want to do anything else. That dude is going to be around until he can no longer be around. He's not just going to walk away and like set sail on X rings. For the rest of his days. He's not going anywhere. So Rappaport's report, I'm in on it. Forever.
I agree. Football lifer, man. He was birthed, into this football loving family at the Naval Academy. The guy has been coaching football since he was like 10 years old. He's been in the league longer than anyone. Like, the guy is obsessed with football. It's his life. It's his blood. It's his oxygen.
And now he's doing it with the kids. The kids are on the staff. As Daniel says, for Bill, there's no such thing as on to retirement. Where are you in the contest? Boo Man Fu is in front, but that could change here as Pitt, maybe even James Conner, looking for another touchdown.
This is a good question.
Roethlisberger keeps it over the middle. Got it. Touchdown. Juju Smith-Schuster.
I'm in 10th, but that will obviously change things.
Bumblebee Tuna. I don't have Big Ben. I do have Juju, and that is some good Juju right there.
I do have Big Ben.
Jumps in front.
I do not have Juju.
See what that does to the standings here momentarily. Our guy, Cobra K, Tate Knox, was in first just prior to that touchdown, but that's going to plummet him a little bit. Which feels like an oxymoron. Can you plummet a little bit? I'm not really sure you can. I don't think that works. Even still. Beltway Boy 74 sitting in front by about 2 points as things sit at this moment. Yeah, Tay all the way down 13, man. I am in 33rd. How about you with the defense plays?
Well, I was in 10th.
Yeah, 26. You were still in front of me. We're all here hanging out, having a good time.
Love it. Friday night.
You weren't that excited when the Bears scored.
Yeah, because he didn't have that dude in his lineup. Duh. Bruiser B asking if you've read the new Patriots book called The Dynasty.
I've not.
I don't really have a lot of Patriots books. I kind of I don't want to start buying Patriot books because it makes me feel like it's the end. And I want to just hold on and think that this thing's going to keep going. I know we had a down year, but Belichick's still there. They just got a whole bunch of fresh bodies in the mix. Spent some cash. Like, it's not over yet.
Nope, not yet, folks. Be patient. Fumble!
There you go.
Bring it on back, Pitt.
Good for
Bring
me.
it on back.
You know, I'm just thinking out loud here. AFC East, if the Patriots take a real step forward and if Zach Wilson is good, if the Dolphins keep moving in the right direction and the Bills, you know, are the team who we thought they were, it might be one of the better divisions in football now moving forward. It has the chance to be.
How would you rank the 4 young quarterbacks in the AFC East?
I would go with Josh Allen, number 1.
As most would, I think.
And then after that, it's sort of a crapshoot.
Yeah.
I think that I have to go Tua at this point. I'm someone that liked Tua last year. I thought his accuracy was really good. I think people, because Deshaun Watson became available, people got excited and decided to just neg the crap out of Tua because it was an easy way for that people to be like, Deshaun can get traded to Miami, you know? I think Tua is better than people give him credit for after the last season, which helps the Alabama quarterback argument, obviously. And then I'm going to go Zach Wilson over Mac Jones. I think that if you're just looking at ceiling, Zach Wilson profiles out to be a guy that can do more in the NFL than Mac Jones. And again, we're not talking about situation here. I'm just ranking quarterbacks. If we're ranking situation, Zach Wilson's last because the Jets are awful.
Yeah. But I think, like we talked about with the draft picks, you need to include situation.
No, well, I wasn't in that conversation.
Clearly.
You love Mac Jones. It's fine. You love him and you love Dwayne Haskins.
It's peas in a pod. I mean, clearly Josh Allen is far and away number 1. I mean, that should go without saying. Again, I come back to fit. I come back to fit, and I would put Mac second. I would put Wilson third. I would happily flip those once I get a look at Wilson in the NFL. You know, obviously we're going to have that sample before we are Mac Jones. And if, you know, Wilson the first couple weeks is, you know, it doesn't matter if they win or lose, but just if he looks like there's some real promise there, if we could see it at this stage, then that will change my mind based on the competition that he faced in college in a very small sample size as well. But if, you know, if he can do it at the next level, that can make me a believer because I know that's important to him. That's important to him, his mom, and the rest of his family is convincing Adam Kaufman that he can play in the NFL.
His mom is busy being a social media
I'm just not a Tua guy. Tua's 4th for me right now. Oh, more Bumblebee Tuna. Bumblebee Tuna. Bumblebee Tuna. Bumblebee Tuna. Eric Ebron with a touchdown.
There you go. In my lineup.
Not mine, which is ironic because usually he is, but not today.
Why'd you switch it up?
I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you. I just don't. Wish I did.
Let's see. Why do you have Tua 4th? That's really stupid. You have him behind Mac Jones?
I do. I'm not a Tua believer. I have him.
What did he do last season that made you not a Tua believer?
He didn't seem. Well, so part of it, didn't he have COVID? Wasn't there a COVID situation with
True.
him?
Can't believe in anyone that's ever had COVID. No, I don't know if he had COVID.
No, but what I'm saying is like that obviously hurts him. You know, it hurts what we saw from him as a rookie. So maybe it wasn't a fair representation of what he'll be in the NFL compared to what we see this coming year. So I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt there in that respect, if in fact he even did. And I don't remember. But
he did not have COVID.
He didn't? There was something. Was
the top headline, Dolphins Tua Tagovailoa. I always struggle with that. Has illness not related to COVID.
Let's say it together. Tagovailoa.
But there's no like N there, so it always like, are we really pronouncing it correctly?
Yeah.
Or is this just the way we've all decided it sounds?
No, I've heard him say it.
Tongue, like a tongue in your mouth.
Yeah.
Tagovailoa.
Drew, Daniel, would anyone like to just go to the Google, look at some highlights, and he confirmed it. Yeah, he's confirmed. This is when you've got a good producer, man. They just start to do it before you even ask.
I've heard it said that way a million times. I'm still out on it. I need to have a conversation with his mom and dad before I'm going to pronounce his name. I'm just going to call him Tua.
And if I may, by the way, Lindenbaum, who I know I'm attacking your Jets. But Lindenbaum saying, it's funny, Koff, I don't think I remember you touting Mac Jones in the weeks leading up to the draft. And, of course, our guy Monster says, LOL, Jordan, I think you're right. Do you feel like I'm touting Mac Jones here today?
Well, you just put him above Tua.
But why did I do it? I said
you didn't really explain it. All you said was because Tua had COVID, which he didn't.
No, I said that I'm a bigger believer in Mac Jones' fit. In the system and the coaching and those around him. Like if we were switching it up and putting Mac Jones in Chicago and Justin Fields in New England, I would switch Fields and Jones. It's everything that I talked about earlier. To be perfectly clear, Jordan and anybody else, Mac Jones, not a high ceiling guy. He's not going to be a superstar in this league unless it's, through elite game management, that at the next level. It's not going to be because he's flashy and he's dynamic and he's running for touchdowns all over the place and that's not who Mac Jones is. So don't anyone I even tweeted out last night, and I don't remember exactly what I wrote, but the crux of it was this, Tommy. I said I'm not convinced of Mac Jones the player. I don't love the Patriots pick for Mac Jones the player. What I do love is that they took a quarterback and that they are acknowledging this is an area of need, that they believe that he is the guy. And if they believe he's the guy, I want to see how it works out. I am trusting in the greater process, the greater idea that, hey, you know what? We need a quarterback and this is a guy that we think can do it. So it doesn't matter what I think versus what Bill Belichick thinks. If Bill believes and come down on me for the whole in Bill we trust or whatever, but if Bill believes in Mac Jones, if in fact he does, and seemingly he does, he took him at number 15. If Bill believes in Mac Jones, doesn't matter whether I do or not. I'm going to convince myself of it as a Patriots fan, and I want to see if it works.
So I think that
if it does.
I understand your point about you're trusting the infrastructure that Mac Jones is going into.
Correct. Touchdown, by the way.
We got a touchdown here. More than what Tua has in Miami. But what I'll say is this: I think you're discounting too much what's going on in Miami right now. This is a different Miami situation than we've seen in recent years. Brian Flores has all of that stuff moving in the right direction. They have a good roster around him. They have lots of draft capital over the next few years. Miami is a good spot to be in right now if you're a young player with potential, which Tua is. Remember, Tua was a consensus top 5, top 7 guy in last year's draft. He's a guy who's way more mobile than Mac Jones and way more accurate. I mean, Tua, as a rookie, was not turning the ball over at a rate even close to what rookies that profile like him have in the past. That's a huge feather in his cap heading into season 2, where he's going to have a full season as the starter in the offseason. 2-point conversion good here for Chicago.
Nice work. So, the Miller touchdown, and now obviously it's a 3-point game here with less than 2 minutes to go in regulation. I guess...
you definitely have your
excited about their new QB on draft weekend, Koff. I'm just messing with you a little. And that's Jordan. I'm not mad at you, obviously. That's fine. The thing with Tua for me, and it's honestly less of a Tua thing, it's more of a Brian Flores thing. And I love Flores, from his time in New England. I think he's a very good coach. I think he's done, a great job in Miami. And anyone who remembers, I said this, I don't know how many times throughout last season on these sims. This is not something I'm saying for the first time at 9 o'clock Eastern on a Friday evening here at the very end of April. I said this many times last year throughout the whole Fitzpatrick Tua dynamic. I feel like Brian Flores wildly mismanaged that situation.
In what respect?
With the quarterbacks. I think he sat.
No, I know, but in what respect?
I think he sat Fitzpatrick before he should have. I think it had an effect on the room. I think it pissed off Ryan, as we all know. He acknowledged it. I think going back and forth. How many times did he bench Tua during the year, in game when it wasn't working out? Even if he went back to him the next week, it was kind of like what Belichick was doing with Cam and Stidham to some degree. I think, but for a rookie, I'm not worried about like Cam Newton's confidence, but if I'm Tua, a rookie, first time in the league, especially in a pandemic year where you don't have the training camps, you don't have the OTAs, the mini camps, the proper offseason, you're just thrust into this situation. You're starting before you're necessarily ready to, even on the heels of a bye week at the time. And, while your team is winning and now there's extra pressure on you to win, I just, for me, I just thought he was routinely shooting his rookie quarterback's confidence in the foot. He was just decimating Tua's confidence, and I think we saw an impact on the field last year.
Totally understand what you're saying there. But my, not rebuttal, but my read on it is that was the plan. Like, there was a working plan. No, to get him to be the starter after the bye week. Like, regardless of what the Dolphins' record was going to be, Tua was going to be the starter.
I don't think anyone told Fitzpatrick the plan.
No, I think, you know what? I think he was playing coy there because he has been in the league for 20 years or whatever. There's no way he didn't know that was the plan in place. Like,
he spoke
Fitzpatrick. Yeah, of course he did. But that's what.
After
but he's a competitor, Koff. Like, these guys all want to be on the field. Like, and they were winning ball games. So I feel like, a guy that's been in the league for that long and believes in himself, he's going to be ticked off. Right?
Yeah, but I guess there's a difference between saying, like, you're ticked off, but you're a vet. He's the rookie. He's the first round pick. Like, I don't like it, but I understand it. Versus, I was shocked. I'm hurt. I feel betrayed. Like,
but I know. Look. You and I have dealt with professional athletes a lot in our careers. These guys are all babies with egos.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of
egos. They listen. Absolutely. They hear what they want to hear. There's zero chance that Fitzpatrick was shocked that the guy who was picked 5th or 6th overall got the start after the bye week. That's how the NFL operates. And it was Tua, who honestly was a guy in the discussion for the number 1 pick until Joe Burrow had the season he had.
I guess my larger point though is, even if that's, like, let's just say that's fine. Let's say that's the way, like, that's the way it goes. Then at that point in time, stick with your guy, stick with Tua. Don't, yo-yo him around the rest of the year, which is what Flores did.
And I'll give you credit for that. That is not okay. The way he handled it in season after he was the starter, not the right way to go. That's where you saw his defensive coach mentality take over, right? Because that's you missed the tackle, get off the field for a play. Smack you in the helmet. What are you doing? Wrap up. You can't do that with a quarterback. So I totally understand that. But he's now being given the franchise, right? Like, full off season as the starter. There's no Ryan Fitzpatrick behind him right now. It's to his team now. So I'm not willing to say that Mac Jones, who was the 5th best quarterback in a draft with quarterbacks like Trevor Lawrence and Trey Lance with these really high ceilings, and Zach Wilson, who's being compared to Patrick Mahomes, is going to be better than Tua. I just am not. I can't.
I'll tell you what,
there
though,
yet.
I'm eager as hell to find out. That's the fun part of draft weekend. It really is. So I thought, honestly, like, one of us was going to finish top 10 and the other one was going to be like 120 based on our lineup construction. But barring any stat adjustments, I'm going to be 15. You're going to be 21. We're right there together. So what are you looking for as Bone Dog 84, the projected winner by about 2.5 points, with Tate cracking the top 5 in game ops at number 4. Who do you like for your Krusty Koff player of the game?
Trubisky.
Interesting.
Yeah, had 33 points in the captain's spot.
I'm surprised you're not going Ebron. Or even, you know what? Actually, I take that back. I'm surprised you're not going Anthony Miller. Anthony Miller with about 17 points, 13% owned.
No, I'm going with Trubisky here. He gets the wooden nickel. Congratulations to the 4th greatest quarterback in Bears history, Mitchell Trubisky.
And
Jalen Samuels.
Jalen Samuels is going the other way, your Babysitter Billy Award winner?
Yeah, just did nothing in this.
Yeah, 3.5
Non-factor.
points for Jalen Samuels, about 15% owned. Jimmy Graham certainly in contention there as well at 24% owned. He went 3 for 12. Ugly day for him. Ugly day for a lot of these guys in what was ultimately a 21-18 sim. We want to remind you folks that this is exciting. We have coming up tomorrow, 6:50, May 1st, 6:50 Eastern time. There's a free $100,000 Kentucky's Big Horse Race, a free $100,000 pool, Kentucky's Big Horse Race for the Kentucky Derby. So again, $100,000 prize pool, nothing to enter. $5,000 goes to first place. Categories include: which horse do you think will finish in first place, the winning horse time, and what will the saddlecloth number of the winning horse be? Okay, there are three big things to watch for here, and make sure you want to enter that. It's a free to enter pool, free to play. Why the heck wouldn't you? Basically, we're going to have a surplus of Kentucky Derby content coming up on the way here on the Dream Stream before Madden After Dark rolls around. This next sim, I should mention, is a little less than an hour away. Let's see, here on a Friday, you are sticking around. Brendan Glasheen will be coming back. Saints Broncos. We didn't even touch on the Aaron Rodgers thing, so I'm sure you guys will get to some of that during Madden After Dark and whether or not he is heading to Denver.
I said this last night, Koff. If Rodgers is gone, that is the thing I remember about yesterday. Not Trevor Lawrence going number 1 or anything that happened with the draft. That will be my lasting memory of that day in NFL history. The day we all found out Rodgers, he ain't coming back.
Not Tim Tebow finally working out at tight end.
Urban Meyer throwing his dude a bone. I actually hope that happens. It would be hilarious.
Oh, man.
I love it.
So, anyway. All right. Well, our thanks to producer Drew Daniel, who is just, I'm convinced he's been here all day long. Pinch hitter earlier and on his normal shift tonight. We thank you, sir. Cobra K, Tate Knops, being patient with all this Bears slander for the last hour. And of course, Tom Carroll, I'm Adam Kaufman, TC sticking around, Madden After Dark. I will be back with you for one sim tomorrow, and it will be Madden After Dark, 10 o'clock with Lamarca. So that'll be a good time. Wear your finest Lamarcas, folks. Be comfortable, as we always encourage that you are here in Simland. Enjoy the rest of rounds 2 and 3 of the draft tonight as well. But for more on that big free-to-play prize pool for the Kentucky Derby, a host of interviews on the way here on the Dream Stream. Stay tuned.
All right, the Kentucky Derby is back where it belongs, the first Saturday in May, and back with us to drop some knowledge is horse racing analyst for NBC Sports, Lafitte Pinkai. What's good, man? How are you?
All good, Emerson. What's going on? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's great to have you here. Let's start with essential quality here. Trained by Brad Cox, the favorite entering Saturday, drew the number 14 post. So why is he deserving to be a favorite in your mind?
He's an undefeated reigning champion, the 2-year-old champion from last season. He's never going to wow you with his brilliance. You're not going to watch him race and left searching for superlatives like you would an American Pharaoh justify. What he does do is just figure out a way each and every time. His versatility. He's won close to the lead. He's won from off the pace. He's won at Churchill Downs. He's been in traffic and trouble and overcome that. The only question we had about essential quality going into his last start was, what would happen when a horse race turns into a dogfight? When a horse's heart is tested? That happened in the Bluegrass with Highly Motivated, and he showed that he wasn't afraid to counterpunch. He dug in. He called on that class. He called on that heart. What defined him as a champion? That's what separates him thus far to this point, and why essential quality is a deserving favorite.
All right, well, how about trainer Todd Pletcher here? He's going to have 4 horses in the Derby, but perhaps his best known agenda, drew the number one post, like on the rail. So how much of a concern is that for this horse?
It's Todd Pletcher has started 55 horses in the Derby, the most ever. I think he's had at least four times. He had 5 horses in another Derby. No question, Known Agenda is the best of his quartet. He's a grade 1 Florida Derby winner. He's improving at just the right time. They put blinkers on his last couple of starts to get him just more focused, and it's really worked. The rail is a concern. No horse has won from the rail since 1986, and it took the greatest jockey who ever lived to pull it off, and Bill Shoemaker. No horse has won from the 1, 2, or 3 since 1998 in Real Quiet. The difference is the space that the starting gate occupies is less. They used to have 14 horses in one gate and 15 towards the outside in an auxiliary gate, and that took up more space. So the jockey on the 1 was literally, if he were to look straight, if the horse ran straight, they would have gone right into the fence. Really claustrophobic and uncomfortable. Now you just have one gate, takes up less space. So the 1 post really isn't that bad for Known Agenda, and he has arguably the best jockey in North America in the saddle in Irad Ortiz.
Well, which horses concern you after the results of the draw from Tuesday?
Emerson, it's a fair race. Aside from Known Agenda being hampered by the rail, I think it's a fair race. The only horse I was concerned about is Rock Your World, because he's only run once on dirt. So we don't know how he would respond to other horses being in front of him and kicking dirt back in his face. He's drawn way to the outside. The combination of his post and his tactical speed, where he'll be close early, he's not going to have to worry about any of that kickback. He was the only one I had concerns about in terms of a contender going in. He drew just fine.
All right. Well, out of all the horses getting like tons of buzz here, one of them is Hot Rod Charlie because of some of his recent performances. Trained by Doug O'Neill. We talked to him the other day. Great dude. Do you think he has what it takes? This horse has what it takes to pull out a victory here?
I do. And for some of the same reasons as Essential Quality, it's Hot Rod Charlie's versatility. We saw him go wire to wire in the Louisiana Derby. He was second to Essential Quality in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. But this is a horse you can root for and just get behind if you know nothing about horse racing.
Yeah.
He's a horse that, like, he is co-owned by 5 college buddies.
It's amazing, dude.
Football teammates and frat brothers.
Yes.
It's so cool. We're going to have a chance to see them on the walkover with, like, these Kentucky blue bloods that have been trying to win the Derby and winning the Derby for, like, decades. And here's these 5, like, frat boys, co-owners of the Derby horse. They call him Chuck. It's just an amazing story. We can't wait to tell it.
Just see them shotgunning beers like on the track, but
egg stand right before post out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird flex, but okay, you know. But also, I love like the mission behind that horse too. I know they're raising money for like a fantastic cause, and we talked to Mr. O'Neill about that the other day. From one great trainer to another one. How about legendary trainer Bob Baffert here, man? Only one horse racing this year. That's Medina Spirit. Baffert chasing history, currently tied for the most Kentucky Derby wins with 6. Can Medina Spirit, Lafitte, help him make history?
I don't know. He's not Silver Charm. I don't think he's American Pharaoh. I know he's not American Pharaoh. He's not Justify. Baffert's superstar is sidelined. His name is Life is Good. On paper, he was easily the fastest, most talented 3-year-old of this generation. Sideline will miss the Triple Crown. Going to be just fine. He'll be back at some point. I guess sometimes when you're just reading the tea leaves and trying to read trainers, and Baffert's a pretty easy read. You can kind of tell when he feels like he has King Kong locked up in a cage ready to unleash. I'm not getting that sense from Bob with Medina Spirit. I think Hall of Fame jockey John Velasquez rides him aggressively. He might be in front passing the stands for the first time. Maybe, because he's one of these horses that are better at keeping other horses from passing him than he is actually passing horses. So maybe he makes his presence felt more early than late. Just not getting that overwhelming, beaming confidence from Bob Baffert like you do sometimes leading up to a Kentucky Derby.
Maybe he's just playing mind games with us.
That's possible too. I mean, listen, nobody liked Authentic last year. I didn't think he could run a mile. I didn't think he'd get the distance and, sleep on Baffert, and look what happens.
You got any favorite long shot picks? You have any for us?
I think, to use in the exotics underneath, Midnight Bourbon has just trained too well, looked too good for trainer Steve Asmussen. Asmussen, I think he believes Superstock is going to run the race of his career. I don't know if that's good enough to win, but that's the sense I get from Asmussen regarding the Arkansas Derby winner. Obesos from Well Off the Pace. Closers always have to worry about navigating traffic and that kind of thing. He's going to be about 25, 30 to 1. And if you watch his race in the Louisiana Derby, the way he closed up the fence with a rookie Kentucky Derby jockey, Marcelino Pedrosa, I wouldn't leave him off your tickets either. Those are the three I'm gravitating towards in terms of potential upsets.
Hook us up with your pick to win. I need to hear it.
I'm vacillating between Rock Your World, the Santa Anita Derby winner, and Highly Motivated. It probably would be Essential Quality, but this guy, Mattress Mac, Jim McInvale, owner of Gallery Furniture out of Houston, is going to bet like $4 million on this horse like over 2 days. That's why he's a 2-to-1 morning line favorite. Otherwise, he'd be like 3-to-1, 7-to-2. The morning line odds maker, his job is to make the morning line based on where the money's going to go, not who he thinks is going to win. So I like Essential Quality, but because of Mattress Mac, the price can be too damn short. So I have to make a decision at some point. I'll tell you, it will be either Rock Your World or Highly Motivated.
Mattress Mac, good friend of DraftKings. He's put down some ridiculous Super Bowl bets in the past too. And I'm just sitting here.
He puts his money where his mouth is and then some.
Yeah, for sure. Before you get out of here, let's finish up by diving into our free-to-play pool for the race. You can find this one on the DraftKings Sportsbook in the pool section. It's a $100,000 prize pool with $5K going to first place. And like I said, it's free to play. Even if sports betting is not allowed in your state. So rapid fire style here, Lafitte, quick and dirty. You ready?
Yep, fire.
All right. Will the winning time be over or under 2 minutes and 2.5 seconds?
Faster.
All right. Will the saddle cloth number of the winning horse be odd or even?
Oh, I can't. Whatever Rock Your World or Highly Motivated is. Let's go even.
Okay. Which horse will have the better finishing position? Known Agenda or Hot Rod Charlie?
Known Agenda.
How about better finish between Highly Motivated or Medina Spirit?
Highly Motivated.
And finally, give us your best guess on who finishes 1, 2, and 3.
Rock Your World, Highly Motivated, Super Stock.
Lafitte Pinkai, awesome catching up with you, dude. Thanks for making time for DraftKings.
Anytime. Best of luck with your wagers, man.
All right, joining us now to preview the Kentucky Derby is a 2-time winner at Churchill Downs and the trainer for Hot Rod Charlie, Doug O'Neill. Thanks for making time for DraftKings. First off, man, how are we feeling with the Derby back in its usual spot on the calendar?
Oh, man, thanks for having me, man. I love linking horse racing to DraftKings. I can't wait till one day we can actually go on DraftKings and bet on the pony. So hopefully it's one day soon. But the Derby's looking nice, and we're back to the traditional first Saturday in May, and got a field of 20. And like you said, we're blessed enough to have one of the 20, number 9, Hot Rod Charlie, and he's settled in great here from California, and we're very optimistic he's got a big chance.
Yeah, you mentioned, racing from post position 9. You tweeted a picture of your group celebrating with the caption, "A few of us were pleased with the post 9 announcement." So tell us, like horse racing layman's here, why that's so exciting.
Well, in a field of 20, so they're in numerical order, of course. And so the 1 and 2 hole being right down on the inside, sometimes if they don't break real sharp, they can get in traffic trouble right away, because generally most of the field starts going towards the rail after leaving the gate. So those inside posts aren't ideal, but being number 9 is really nice. Being right in the middle of the pack there just gives you a little bit more versatility after the break. And the way with 22, they load the gates, number 1 and number 11, number 2, number 12. So being number 9 too, you're loading towards the end. So ideally you're not sitting in the gate too long.
That's awesome. And Hot Rod Charlie, I know, has experience going up against like some of the favorites in this year's Derby. So he ran second to Essential Quality, right, in last year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile race, and then third to Bob Baffert's Medina Spirit in the Bob Lewis Stakes in Santa Ana. So what will it take for your horse, Hot Rod Charlie, here to turn the tables on Saturday?
I think that's a good question. I think in a race like this, you do have a lot of evenly matched horses. So it's going to take a lot of luck, just a good, clean trip. I think we're heading the right way as far as we've shipped in from California, and that's gone really smoothly. So sometimes when you ship out of state, all kinds of goofy things can happen, and sometimes they they don't adjust really well. But he's adjusted great. He's already shipped of his 7 career races, 4 of them have been on different racetracks too. So he's shown that it doesn't matter what kind of surface he's running over. He brings his A game. And but yeah, to turn the tables on Essential Quality and Manita Spirit, I think we just need just a good, safe trip. And I think we got a more mature version, a bigger version. I think we have the ability to turn the tables.
Yeah, it sounds like you're pretty confident that he can handle the Churchill Downs main track A-okay then.
I am. Yeah, he's been galloping on it the last few days, and he's kind of a tall, lanky horse, very light-footed, and he gets over most any surface really well. And the Churchill is no exception. He's getting over really well.
How would you compare Hot Rod Charlie to, say, like 2012 winner, like I'll Have Another, and Nyquist in 2016? Those are 2 past Derby winners that you've trained.
I think the one main comparison is all 3 of those horses have just tremendous amounts of class. All 3 of them are great around the barn, conserve their energy, and very energetic and competitive on the track. So he's you can compare him to those 2 like that. And he's versatile like those 2 as well. So to win a race like the Kentucky Derby, you just got to be a special horse. He acts like he is one, and we'll see on Saturday.
All right, so he's got some swagger in that step, huh?
Oh yeah, he's a confident dude, man. But he's humble too. He's not a cocky dude by any means. But that was one of his things early on in his career. He was kind of having a little trouble separating himself from the pack, and just recently he's gotten much more comfortable with separating himself, and that's a huge key.
Hey, how does name Hot Rod Charlie come about? Because I know, especially like the casual fans, people are always interested in like the story behind how some of these great horses get their names.
Yeah, a great racehorse named Indian Charlie is Hot Rod Charlie's grandfather. So that's where the Charlie came from. And then Hot Rod Charlie is a half brother to a sprinter champion. So the owners thought he was going to be a sprinter. That's where they came up with the Hot Rod. They were thinking he was going to be a one-turn, short distance, amazing horse. And here we are trying to go mile and a quarter in the Derby. So that's kind of how we got that.
Yeah, and let's dive into a little bit of who is behind this horse right now. I know one of the co-owners is actually your nephew, Patrick O'Neill. He and some fellow ex-football players here and fraternity brothers at Brown, they make up a group that has some stake in the horse. So how excited is he in this group to have a chance to win the Derby?
It's incredible, man. I'm so proud of my nephew, Patrick, for so many reasons. But yeah, getting 4 of his football buddies, like you say, from Brown University to jump in horse racing. This is only their 3rd horse they've been part of, and if Charlie didn't work out, they were going to probably take a little break because financially they can't really afford it. But Charlie's been an absolute godsend for all of us. And Patrick and his boys they're great guys. They bring so much energy to the sport and it's funny. They're partners, Greg Helm and Bill Strauss. They're more established businessmen, and they're 60 plus. And just to see, Patrick and his buddies, they want to be like Greg and Bill when they grow up. And Greg and Bill, they live for, they would love to go back and be 28 again. So it's a great group, a lot of fun, and Hot Rod Charlie's feeling the positive energy.
Yeah, and speaking of that positive energy, Doug, I know you're also using Hot Rod Charlie to draw attention to a great cause. Patrick and his dudes are behind this as well. Can you tell us a little bit about the scholarship logo on the horse's blanket and how this all came about?
A good friend of ours, Stephen Panis, tragically lost his son, Jake, last August. And so, we're just trying to celebrate the life of Jake and want to keep Jake around with us forever. And by doing that, Stephen and his wife and the football program there at South Carolina came up with a walk-on scholarship for walk-on players that could use the assistance. So it's been really well received. And again, Jake, I knew Jake through Stephen, and just a positive kid. He was friendly to people he knew and strangers as well. He just, we need more Jakes in this world, and hopefully this is Hot Rod Charlie can be a something that can kind of help spread the word for this, and we can keep Jake with us forever.
Yeah, because I know he was a junior at the time of the accident, had dreamed of attending South Carolina, which was his father's alma mater.
Yeah.
This race, winning this race, would have to mean so much for you and so many people, given the involvement of your family and this great cause.
Oh, you're 100% right. And after we drew number 9, yesterday was the big draw to see which post fishing your horses got. And we drew number 9, and Steven called me right away, his dad, and said, you know what? I know Jake he's part of this, man, because we lost him on August 9th. It's been 9 months since he's been gone. So, we're just, we can feel Jake's presence, and it's all positive. It's lots of love and strength, and go Gamecocks, baby. Go Charlie, go Gamecocks.
There's a lot of people who will be rooting for you and rooting for Hot Rod Charlie this weekend. Doug O'Neill, thanks so much for hanging out with us, and good luck this weekend.
You too, brother. Thanks for having me, man.
All right, joining us now to preview this weekend's Kentucky Derby is horse racing host and reporter for NYRA, Acacia Courtney. It's good to have you here. How are you doing today? I'm sure you're stoked for this weekend.
I am. I'm doing great. Thanks. It's nice to have the Kentucky Derby back on the calendar where it belongs and kind of have a little bit of a sense of normalcy this year.
That's right. Like, does this build up? Like, how different does it feel this year compared to like last year's running of the Kentucky Derby when it obviously had to be shifted around a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, it's so crazy. We kicked off the Triple Crown last year with the Belmont Stakes at a different distance, at a different time of year. We were in the summer in Saratoga, covering racing at Saratoga while the Kentucky Derby was happening in the first Saturday in September, and then it wrapped up with the Preakness. So it was just kind of taking it day by day more last year, just grateful we were having a Triple Crown at all, though I do think that there is kind of a big asterisk next to that Triple Crown year, whereas this year, we've got a solid group of 3-year-olds. We've got 20 horses lined up in the starting gate. You feel that buzz with Derby week, with some of the media being able to be back on track that we didn't have in the prior year. So you feel that excitement, which is kind of cool to have that back.
Yeah, 100%. And I know Essential Quality is the likely favorite in the Kentucky Derby. He's undefeated in 5 lifetime starts. What makes this horse good enough to win?
Well, the fact that he was the 2-year-old champion and then came back at 3 and then won his 2 races so far as a 3-year-old in the Southwest and the Bluegrass. Now, the thing is that I think he was a very, very good 2-year-old. You want to see them continue that on as a 3-year-old, but at this point leading into the Kentucky Derby, you want to see them progress. And I don't know if we've really seen Essential Quality take that big step forward. I think he's always been very good, and he has done absolutely nothing wrong as of yet. He's pretty push button. I think he's a very worthy favorite, but I actually think this is a relatively wide open 3-year-old crop. Would I be surprised if Essential Quality wins? Not at all. He's done nothing wrong as of yet, and he does have the ability to kind of have a tactical running style, but as I like to be difficult, I'm going to try to beat him.
Awesome. And in the last 10 years too, the winner of the Kentucky Derby has always shown speed and been placed forward in the race. Which horses this year do you think fit that race winning pattern?
Well, I think more than anything, you want a horse maybe that's not necessarily going to be setting the pace, but has the ability to kind of be up on top of it. I think to me, the main speeds are going to be Rock Your World and Soup and Sandwich, both of whom are drawn a little bit more towards the outside. I actually spoke to Soup and Sandwich's trainer, Mark Cassie, yesterday, and he told me, this was of course before the draw, he said, it really doesn't need to be on the lead. He can kind of stalk right off of Rock Your World. However, now Soup and Sandwich is out in post 19 of 20. So he can kind of let the race unfold to his inside, but I'd imagine his jockey Tyler Gaffleone is going to have his hand forced a little bit as far as setting the pace. The question with those 2 horses is, are they going to be able to sustain that speed and hopefully be able to continue on for 1.25 miles, because a lot are going further. In kind of that right behind, I think it's going to be Essential Quality, highly motivated, Hot Rod Charlie. Those are horses that can be kind of up in that first flight.
Yeah, you mentioned trainer. I know a lot of people immediately go to like Bob Baffert here, currently tied for the most Kentucky Derby wins with 6. I mean, this year he has only one horse, Medina Spirit. So how do you rate his chances?
I still think he's a big player. He's another one. He's not slow. He was beaten pretty soundly by Rock Your World last time out in the Santa Anita Derby. He was also beaten pretty soundly by Life is Good, who was Bob Baffert's, I think, best horse as far as a Derby option. Will not be participating in the Kentucky Derby this year due to an injury. So we're kind of seeing, I guess, the next level, the kind of B team, which for Bob Baffert is still a pretty deep bench. It's still a pretty strong hand here. So he's another one that I do think has a shot. He's got John Velasquez aboard. Of course, Johnny and Bob Baffert teamed up to win the Derby last year with Authentic. And for him, he's going to try to turn the tables on Rock Your World. He knows his game now, as Rock Your World in the Santa Anita Derby was his first time on the dirt after starting his first 2 races on turf.
Well, how about trainer Doug O'Neill? He's won the Derby twice with I'll Have Another. That was 2012 and the Nyquist 2016. This year he has Hot Rod Charlie. So how does he stack up to this year's field?
I like Hot Rod Charlie. I've always liked him. I remember seeing him in the paddock before the Breeders' Cup, where he was second at a second to Essential Quality at over 90-1 that day, and I was like, wow, this is a gorgeous horse. He's so stunning beforehand. So I mean, look at him. He was beaten 3/4 of a length that day behind the horse that became the 2-year-old champion. He kind of had his coming out party, winning the Louisiana Derby last time out. He has kind of that forward running style. The problem is that I was thinking he'd kind of be a long shot coming into the Derby, as I've liked him since he was a 2-year-old, but I think he's become a little bit of the buzz horse. So I may not get as big a price as I ultimately would like, but I think Doug O'Neill has a major shot with this horse to win his 3rd Derby.
Yeah, I mean, while we're just ripping through trainers here, how about Todd Pletcher? Likely to have 4 starters in this year's race. So Known Agenda, Bourbonic, Sainthood, and then Dynamic 1. So Pletcher holds the all-time record of starting the most horses in the Kentucky Derby. That's 55. Won the race twice. Super Saver in 2010. Always Dreaming in 2017. Which of his horses do you like this year?
Of the 4, I've always preferred Known Agenda the most. He's taking the same route that Always Dreaming did, winning the Florida Derby, trying to continue on and win the Kentucky Derby. The same connections as well, or some of the same connections at least. Vinny Viola owned and bred, in fact, Known Agenda. He was a partner on Always Dreaming as well. Vinny Viola also a partner on Dynamic 1, so he has a pretty good chance too as far as owners go. Dynamic 1 drew the rail of 20 horses, but with last year into this year, we've had that new starting gate where there'll actually be some space off of the rail for the starting gate. So drawing post 1 is not as much of a disadvantage as it has been in years past. And we did see Known Agenda racing inside horses in the Florida Derby last time. He's shown a lot more improved maturity with the blinkers added. He's going to have some hurdles to overcome. I'm not saying that he's got an easy time of it drawing the rail. I just don't think that as much should be made of it as it will be with that inside post draw.
Okay, I think a lot of people too think of the Kentucky Derby and like weather definitely comes to mind. I think there's no like middle ground. Sometimes you're used to seeing like the horses and the jockeys just covered in like mud. But as of now, like the forecast looks to be clear with no rain. But if it does rain, how does that affect like the running of the race?
Well, you always want to see horses in big fields when it's raining, I think, that have a little bit more speed. So kind of going to what we were talking about already with the tactics that may be in place in this race. There's kind of the old racing adage, clean faces win races. The horses that are up more on the front end and are part of setting the pace, you'll see there's no mud on the front of their bodies. They don't have to deal with that kickback. With a big field, 20 horses, that's likely the largest race that any of these horses will ever run in, unless they decide to go run in a race in Australia or something like that. You know, we in the US don't run 20 horse races unless it's a race like the Derby or in the Triple Crown. So there's going to be a lot of kickback coming back as far as the mud is concerned. If it is rained, I think that horses with a forward placed running style have a big advantage when it comes to that.
Okay, so fans love to make money here when they bet the Derby, obviously. Give us a long shot you like this year.
I'm gonna say super stock. I think that he's a horse that is one that's really kind of impressed on the track. I think he'll be a pretty big price. He was a big price at winning the Arkansas Derby. I think that he will have to improve to beat some of the other horses that we've discussed heading into it as far as a potential win candidate. But I think that he's got the physical makeup and the running style to kind of be a true closer. He was a little bit more forwardly placed last time, and he had a dream setup with two horses setting the pace in the Arkansas Derby. But Steve Asmussen had said that he had kind of rushed to get to the Rebel and was really kind of fine-tuned for the Arkansas Derby. I think now making the third start of his 3-year-old season, we're going to see an improved horse, and he'll need to improve. But he's one at a big price, I think, could grab a share.
Okay, so before you take off, we want Acacia Courtney's pick to win the Kentucky Derby. Let's go, girlfriend. Hook it up.
I'm going to go Hot Rod Charlie. He's a horse I've liked since he was a 2-year-old. I think he has the right running style. Flavien Prat got elevated to win the Derby with Country House a couple of years ago, and certainly his barn, Doug O'Neill, knows how to win the Kentucky Derby.
Hey, we're live. Hi, hello, welcome. This is the DraftKings Dream Stream. We're going to keep it very low key. Pow! Sox Nation. Pow! Clash, clash. Clash, clash, clash. Hold on, one second.
Freeze pop holder. I have all these props here.
This back scratcher comes in handy.
Got some markers. I got some big red gum.
Time really does slow down when you have these lights going and you're in darkness. I feel like you're in slow motion. Hey, two teams here that are loaded defensively after their selections last night. The Saints kind of
good
reached
pieces
on
offense too. Good pieces on offense too.
As of tonight? Oh yeah, running back went to Denver. Yeah,
in general, yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah,
you make good
pretty
points.
Good. Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
All right. Well, with all that said, the draft, as much like after tonight, you'll get a couple of guys, and I say couple, right? Maybe more than a couple. A third of guys that go tonight could start for their respective teams. Last night, you figure a lot of guys are going to start the minute they enter the league.
That's how it's supposed to go.
I get into Simland tonight, and I'm like, wow, like Drew Lock, you're like kind of irrelevant now. Like
you're gone.
I can finally flush you out of my brain. Like I still have to call Sims with you here
for a while.
We
got a summer with Drew Lock. It's the summer of Drew Lock.
The summer of
summer loving happens so fast.
The summer of Lock tomorrow. Bet your Bridgewater's coming after your job
tomorrow.
Now. This is going to be one of the best.
Love these unis.
Yeah.
Wow, good stuff here, Daniel. Or Tate, whoever. It was Daniel. My bad. Sorry, I know your roles.
I haven't even said hi to you. Hi. How are you?
I'm good. I've been sort of nursing some sort of weird face cold or sinus infection of some type last 4 days. I don't know if you guys have heard it in my voice here. So I think I'm coming out the other side, though.
Yeah,
Feeling
dude,
good.
your voice sucks. You stink.
A few nights ago, it was awful. I'm glad LaMarca was able to tap in and do play-by-play. That was last night, really. Yeah. Wow, that feels like a long time ago. But it's funny, Glash, at the beginning of that broadcast, I don't know if you saw this, or were listening. You probably weren't.
No.
LaMarca was like, oh, yeah, I'll do play-by-play. That's fine. And then we get the count, and it's live, and we're just sitting there. And LaMarca's just waiting. And we're completely live, and I'm not saying anything. And I'm just sort of like dancing, like waiting for LaMarca to say it. Drew, how long was it? Like a solid 30, 45 seconds of silence.
Wait, that's a long time.
Because I kind of thought, Glash, it was going so long, I kind of thought LaMarca was doing a bit of some type. So I was like, oh, okay, I'm going to let us do his bit. And then at one point, Drew's like, Tom, just start talking. So then I was like, hey, LaMarca, are you gonna speak? It was pretty funny.
So I'm glad you made it to the next day, which is today.
Yes.
Kyle Shanahan would be so happy. You're another day closer to Sunday. You are alive and well. Even though you don't feel well, you are alive. And in some shape or form, you are well.
Yes.
Good.
I'm alive. That's all you can ask. What do you got for your lineup here?
Okay, before we do that.
Okay.
Kyle. I'm thrilled you're here.
I love Kyle.
I mean this with all the respect in my heart. Like, why are you so concerned about tomorrow? Madden After Dark has been live for 4 minutes.
He's excited, man.
I know, but hasn't Kyle Shanahan taught us a valuable lesson? We might not be alive on Sunday.
It's true. Live in the moment, babe. Hey, guys, Morgan is home. Everyone say hi to Morgan.
Hello, Morgan.
They all say hi.
Hello.
Yep, she was hanging out with the family dog over at her sister's. They watched Monty Python and the Holy Grail. She'd never
Morgan?
seen it.
Morgan, this is Jamie, new broadcaster here on the Dream Stream. Hello.
He's speaking in a British accent for you.
Oh. Why, thank you, Governor. Just a minor flesh wound.
Oh, coming back and hot.
There we go. She got some tortilla chips for me because tomorrow Rossi, he said he was going to do this, so I followed through on my end. He said he's going to eat half a jar of like this incredibly spicy either queso or salsa during the first sim of the day. So I got the same brand of salsa, but like a different flavor that I am going to eat casually while he does the impressively hot salsa. So she got some tortilla chips for me to eat with the salsa.
That's nice.
Yeah. She's good like that.
I'm what they call a keeper.
She's a keeper, she says.
Well, we know that at this point.
If
there's
she can hang in here with me for as long as she's had to, like, yeah, definitely a keeper.
Call me a saint.
She's a saint, which is apropos. We are watching the Saints. Speaking of the Saints, Glash, how many of them do you have in your
Thank
lineup?
you. Wow. What a
You see that?
Great transition.
Talk about the lineup.
Wow.
Talk about the lineup.
It's
You
as
can
if
tell
she
Morgan
doesn't
sits
do
in the other room and listens to a lot of these.
What the hell am I doing here? You two want to call the sim together?
Yeah, we should. Honestly, we should do a couple sim at one point.
Okay, that would be fun, but let me know so I can do it.
Okay.
So I'm not going to fresh out of the shower.
You know what? Actually, Morgan, stop. Sarah said the same thing.
Sarah said the same thing, Morgan.
I can clearly hear you talking into the microphone. We are on camera for these freaking things for literally 4 minutes of the night.
Yeah, but look, here's the difference, though. Girls have like a massive amount of hair on their head. We don't.
What?
So it's like a huge focal point, right?
Put a hat on.
She does have some nice hats, I will say.
Good.
That.
Put a hat on.
Yeah. She rocks the hats on her Zooms for calls at work. So yeah, maybe the hat game. No, you know what though? If we plan it, you know, she can take a shower and get her hair done and all this stuff and do the makeup and the yada yada yada. Get the outfit on.
Yada
get that
yada
jewelry
yada
on.
yada yada yada. Just put a hat on and talk.
Go get your nails done.
Anyway, ball at the 10-yard line. I still haven't given you my lineup in the first
Yeah,
quarter.
give me your lineup for.
It's 3 minutes in. Jared Cook in the captain spot, Alvin Kamara, Michael Thomas, Traquan Smith, Cortland Sutton, and Melvin Gordon. No quarterbacks to be found.
Same. We have some crossover. I have Kamara in the captain spot, Noah Fant, the Hamler. I have Jerry Jeudy, Traquan Smith, and Michael Thomas. So I actually feel like I got a lot more talent in my lineup than I thought I was going to by putting Kamara in the captain spot. But I was aided by the fact that Fant is only $6,600, and at the Hamler, I mean, he's sort of a punt play, but he's good for a big touchdown every now and then.
Oh, for sure. He had a great sim the last time I did the Broncos. There's Melvin Gordon stuffed. Okay, so we clearly have settled in. We're halfway
here.
through the first quarter. A lot is going on. Producer Drew says it's not a bad idea. I'll actually pitch it if they are interested.
Couples sim would be really fun. Like all day we have like so-and-so with their significant other calling a sim.
We had a touchdown. Cortland Sutton. Boom. Let's
That's
go.
your boy.
Yeah, well, he's one of my 6 boys. Because I have 6 of them. 1 in the captain, Jared Cook. Okay, Tommy Freeze Pops.
Yeah.
I've been enjoying the draft.
Same.
I like how the picks come in fast and furious on night.
Very.
Don't have to worry about this. Oh, so-and-so is on the clock. And then
You know what I like to hear, Glash?
What?
Dun 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 dun.
Ooh, you use a D in that tone.
Oh, you use a B maybe?
You can use.
Bum.
I like the D. Twitch.
Yeah, you do.
Careful. You could also do B. You got B and D. You could do
You could do all sorts of letters. Tum 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 ta da tum tum tum.
You could do the R.
Jum 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 jum.
Ooh, a J, nice.
Rum 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 dum dum.
Roll that R. Yep, there you go.
Fum 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 fum. Yeah, G. Gum 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 gum. Gotta dum gum gum. This is gonna get old so fast. You can't do A though. A's tough.
Do X, says Tate.
X. Yeah, I don't even, honestly, I don't know what an X sounds like. I couldn't even pronounce an X if I tried.
River Rat says nice, freeze pops.
You could probably do most letters of the alphabet. A's tough, O's tough. Well, I guess no. O, you could do om.
Wow.
Yeah. Madden After Dark, baby. I will not be doing C.
It's a first down, Jared Cook. That's my captain. Adam Kaufman's in the chat.
Hey-oh.
Adam, why couldn't you have just called this sim and I could have done the 8 o'clock? Just answer me the question. Don't ask a question back. Just answer the question.
He's watching the C's, man.
Got a tweet about the C's, tweet about the C's, tweet about the C's.
Tweet about the C's.
Talk about the sim. Alvin Kamara spun down at the 37 of Denver. If you missed it, Cortland Sutton touchdown to get us started.
You know what? Hot take. No more Goodell at the draft. I know it's fun to boo him. Maybe he gives the first pick out, but I like the celebrity picks. I like the old school player picks.
Yeah.
Like, let's just keep that coming. That's what I want moving forward.
All right.
Yeah. Make me commish.
Koff literally said didn't want to. Yeah,
fair.
You know, because I'm sure he circled Spurs Celtics on his calendar. 8 weeks ago.
Like 8 years ago, that would have been a fun matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, Garnett
Yeah,
and Duncan.
That's more, yeah, like 08. That's more, that's a while ago, probably.
Yeah. They had so many duels in Minnesota.
Yeah, dude. Who's the best power forward in the Western Conference?
Oh, my God.
Is it Timmy D? Is it KG? Is it Dirk? Everyone forgets about Dirk.
Yeah, let me tell you, I got the big ticket.
I remember when the Celtics almost drafted Dirk.
But they didn't.
Yeah, I was so mad when we didn't get Timmy D. We ended up with Chauncey. And then Patino, that idiot, traded him after like 50 games. What a moron. Yeah. Larry Bird's not walking through that door. You know who else isn't? Chauncey Billups.
Good analyst, though.
Mr. Big Shot. Mr. Big Shot. That's a good nickname. Like, as far as nicknames go, very good nickname.
Damn. The Twitch fam tweeted out the clip of I like the D.
Of course they did, dude.
Twitch has been on fire. Twitch, you know what, YouTube? I'm gonna go there. Twitch is on a little bit of a heater.
Wow.
You guys just
Tatum, by the way, 54 points tonight. Ooh, that's a grown man game from Jason Tatum. He's going, oh, you guys are focused on the NFL draft, second round? I'm going to put up 56.
hit that like button for us if you have not already. What's your lineup looking like? Remind me.
It was,
you did not play
off the top of my head, Alvin Kamara, Michael Thomas, the Hamler, Fant, and I believe Jerry Jeudy. I'm in 103rd as we speak. Not great, Cotton.
Long way to go. Drew Brees takes the snap and hands to Kamara up to the 5-yard line. Guys, I'm doing to you what the Niners did to Jimmy Garoppolo on YouTube. I am motivating you. I am telling you how great the little brother is doing to motivate you all.
Okay, do you think Jimmy Garoppolo could win the Super Bowl this year as the starter for the Niners if he remains healthy the whole year? It just popped into my head as we have a touchdown here for the Saints.
Yep.
Yes, thank you. That helps. What do you think? Niners have the pieces.
Why not?
I think he could.
Yeah, why not?
He got them there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they're better now than they were back then. If they're healthy. I mean, they won 6 games with like most of their roster in the COVID tub or on, the trainer's table, and they played a bunch of games in Arizona, like an awful weird year for San Francisco, and they still held it together. That shows you how good that roster is and how good that infrastructure is with Shanahan and Lynch. I'm a big fan of San Francisco right now. I like them so much more now than I did when Harbaugh was there.
Yeah.
And I loved watching Kaepernick, but this is just a much more stable situation.
So, by the way, Michael Thomas, just a hair under 27% owned in the captain spot, 69.5% owned overall.
Nice.
There's a half there, though, man.
That makes it even better.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, why not? But how confident are we in Jimmy staying healthy for a 17?
That is the question, right? So, yeah, the 17-game thing is something that people are not talking enough about. Kurt Warner said on Great Dane Nation this week, I hate the 17 games. It gives guys less time to ramp up. That extra game, more injuries could happen. We talk about player safety being something that we emphasize, and then we put these guys in a position where they're getting less time to get ready for the season and have to now play a full of another game, which puts them in harm's way. Kurt out on the extra game.
So just to quickly go
I agree with him
for a second. The chat is asking M. Roach, how many fantasy points does Tatum have right now?
Ooh, it's probably big.
78.
Ooh, young fella going off.
Yo, flashing lights. 56 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists. He's made 5 threes. He has a block shot as well.
I hope that this does a lot for his confidence moving forward. He needs it.
You know what I think?
It's been a weird season.
I kind of hope they lose, so it doesn't matter.
Are you on the anti-Celtics train now? Because I hate this team right now, too. They're so frustrating.
No, you still don't get it. Just saying.
Okay, I see. Okay, you're on Team Mike Gorman. You think you hate these guys. You want Tatum gone. You want Jaylen Brown gone.
No. That's not what Gorman said.
Tear it down. They can't be leaders. They're selfish.
Not what I said. Well, that's kind of true. You have not arrived because you scored 60 against the crappy Spurs.
I don't think he said any. I mean, look, he's still in the game. It's not like he's come out and said that. I think I want them to win, and I want this to be a confidence booster. I want Jason to say, Tommy, okay, yeah,
Tommy, I'm gonna, how your mother probably calls you Tom, right?
Yes.
So that's when she's serious.
Yes.
It's April 30th. What more confidence boosting do we need to do?
I'm talking about moving forward here, bro. I'm not talking about this
Kyle
season.
Shanahan thinks we're all dead on Sunday, so I don't care about moving forward.
The ship on this season has sailed. It sailed when Danny Ainge did not construct a roster that can win a championship, okay? I'm done on that. I'm punting. We're not doing anything this year. Let's look ahead. Let's build around the talent we know can be great in this league. Let's build around the guys that all of these teams around the league are trying to get in the draft. Wings that can do multiple things on the floor, that can shoot, that can play defense, yada, 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 length.
Yada, 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 yada.
Everything you want to say. I am all in on building around these two guys, and I hate that Mike Gorman has, like, it's like his new thing. Like, every few months he has to, like, neg these dudes in the Boston media. Like, no, let's build these dudes up. Come on. Come on! All right, Celtics minute over.
You know what? Be sure to tune into Celtics Beat with Adam Kaufman if you want more information.
Subscribe, rate, review.
Yeah, subscribe and go check out his YouTube page. Just search Adam Kaufman, Celtics Beat. There you go.
Wow, I actually didn't know he had a YouTube page for his podcast. That's good. That's good info. I'm going to check that out after the game.
I think he does. I think.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Kaufman, if you're still listening, please.
Yeah, please promote your product so we can hear about how much you believe in taters.
The way he believes in Mac Jones.
What was that whole thing again?
So we were ranking the quarterbacks in the AFC East, and he had Tua last, meaning Mac Jones is ahead of Tua in the AFC East QB power rankings as we sit here today.
Now, did he have Edelman ahead of Tua also?
Man, I really wanted Edelman to be the guy that took a start there a few years ago when it was looking like he was going to have to. I was all in on that.
Can I also add that thank you, Julian Edelman, for retiring. It gave us 2 weeks of content on these
amazing
before draft talk.
It was fantastic. He couldn't have timed it more perfectly. Great stuff by Jules.
Koff needs to start using the copyright symbol. Talk about the sim. Talk about
that's ours.
Talk about the sim.
How dare you, Koff?
Yeah, really. Like, put some quotes around it, would you? See, like how he put Celtics Beat in quotes. Subscribe, rate, review.
Oh, do I have top chat on? Nope, got to get my live chat going.
I love how you just found out about that. It's
live chat, dude.
So good.
Okay, all of these guys on our production staff tonight can vouch for me. Every single time I've brought this up to someone, no one else knew what I was talking about. Rossi, LaMarca, Jeff. For real, bro. I'm sure Koff knew. Oh, Jeff knew? Okay, well, those two didn't, and someone else didn't. I feel vindicated. Get off my back, bro.
All right. Captain Blood, first place in our contest. Who wants to see these defenses next year? They both took defensive players in the first round. Defensive end, yeah, his last name was Peyton. His first name was Peyton. The coach's last name's Peyton, so let's take him in the first round.
Koff actually bringing up a great point. Don't thank Edelman. You wouldn't have had anything to talk about if he hadn't put him in the Hall of Fame.
That's what I was getting at there. Thank you for stating the obvious. Again, why could you not have worked this game? I could have easily done the 4, 6, and the 8, but you could not put an X next to your name for the 8 o'clock.
Did you have to leave dinner early to get home for this sim?
Yeah, I had to get to do over here to come and sit in my disco lights while you're tweeting about the Celtics and in the chat as we call the game. Anyway, touchdown.
It's a great troll job by Koff. That's great trolling.
No, Freeze Pops, you're giving him too much credit. He did not plan that. He walked into it. Now he's like, ooh, yippee. Triggered Glash. Let's go out.
No, I'm going to give him credit.
I'm not even going to give... I mean this with all my heart. I'm not even giving Drew, our producer, a hard time at all. It's like, you can just put an X next to your name for the 10.
He didn't feel like it, bro.
Could have easily knocked out the 4, 6, and the 8. Bing, bang, boom. Done. Night's over.
Bang, bang, bang.
Yep.
No, he didn't feel like it.
Can't work. Celtics are playing the Spurs. Tatum might score 65. Woo!
Hey, okay, but in his defense now, that's actually legit that he didn't work it because he is sort of like a Celtics guy, right? He has Celtics pod, Celtics are a part of his gig, right? So it's good for him to actually be able to watch this young player have this momentous game for himself. So in hindsight, it actually is good that he didn't sign up for this. For him, professionally.
What a big night for his professional career. Thank God for tonight.
Yeah.
Thank God for Bossman 4523 leading the Who Wants to See These Defenses Next Year free roll.
Oh, that's a good point, Daniel. Koff actually did hang out on the Zoom call until like 9:45 too, just like chatting about Belichick and stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I gotta go. I can't be here tonight.
Oh, that's great. Wow. This is just getting so much better. I did not know that this was going to happen. It's just making this so fun.
You know what? I'm having fun.
What'd you have for dinner?
I had a big, beefy burger.
Oh, yeah. Juicy?
Very juicy. It was actually very good.
There you go. What's the name of the place?
Shout out.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah. Anyways. Smash that like button. Turn your notifications.
And honestly, if you guys unliked earlier, undo your down vote.
We dare you.
Apparently, people were mad that there was like a delayed start to the day on the Dream Stream because of some tech issues.
It was a long delay, I guess, like 30
Yeah, so turn those thumbs down up to some thumbs up here.
But guys, if you can't do that, we'll hang out as long as you need to hit that like button.
Yep. I will literally stay on this sim until my first sim tomorrow at noon Eastern.
Ooh! Oh! Manny
Todd.
Sanders!
Todd. Oh, he was down? Wow.
Get out.
That's actually good, though. Give me some Camara here.
Okay.
Camara.
That was very well done.
You see what I was doing there?
Mm-hmm.
I'm in 105th. It's bad.
I was going to leave, but now I feel like I need to be here.
Yeah, I think you should be here. Honestly, Koff, if you're still around, do you want to hop back in?
Don't even.
Yeah, like, let's do this. If the production team's down, would love to have Koff rejoin us here.
I'm going to be so mad if we do that.
I would love for this to happen.
I am legit no, Drew says no, then we have to pay him. No.
Okay, good call.
I am still taking the hour, and no, I will still bill the hour. Daniel,
that's such a good call.
Yippee! Tatum scored 60 points. This team lets everybody down. Just like Latavius Murray, if you played him, let you down.
Oh, man, tonight is my favorite night ever.
Woo! Shorthanded Spurs! Overtime win! What resiliency!
You know what, though?
This team is built for the playoffs! Yeah! 60 for Tatum! We're gonna be champions for
Hunter Long, Boston College, stud tight end. Just got drafted by the Dolphins. Everyone look out. Dude's gonna be a beast. For Boston. Michael Thomas scored a touchdown.
My lineup. Koff tweeted about the Celtics win. Let's
I'll go give it a favorite. He will not be notified because he does not follow me.
He doesn't.
No, I haven't been given the Bukes treatment yet.
From Adam M. Kaufman. You know what's sad? He puts this tweet out, and no one knows that he's here in this YouTube chat. He knows the sarcasm that lies in these words. Here's the quote from Adam Kaufman. Down 700 points. Parenthesis. Actually 32. End parenthesis. The hashtag Celtics beat the hashtag Spurs. Behind Jason Tatum's career high, 60, parenthesis, 60, spelt out, exclamation point, closed, parenthesis, points, 20 of 37 from the field. Like, we should be impressed that he barely shot 50% from the field. But okay. 5 of 7 from 3. 15 of 17 from the line. Wow. What a night. Yeah. You wrote that as if your night was over. It sounds like to me in the chat, your night's just beginning. What's the Celtics record now?
Not good. Well, not terrible, but not what we want it to be. Hey, man, it sounds like you're very anti-C's. I personally hate this year's team. I am trying to look ahead. I'm trying to put everything in context here. Okay, Tatum has this big game. He can look back on this next season and build. Like, you look at all these superstars in the league right now, they all have games like this at some point in their career early on, where it's like, oh, damn. Oh, okay. Tatum just had one of those. So let's give the man some credit where credit is due. Scoring 60 points in an NBA game is an extremely hard thing to do.
You done?
Look, man, I'm just trying. I'm trying, okay?
You're down by almost 30 points.
He put the team on his back, though.
This is not a good Spurs basketball team. They traveled west, to your building on a Friday night, and you got down by 20 plus.
And they came back and won.
Wow. You know what? We're not talking about them anymore. Midwest Heather is in first place in our contest. Let's talk about things that matter.
Talk about the sim.
Talk about the sim. Yeah. Come on, Drew Lock. What are you made of? Teddy Bridgewater's breathing right behind
Let's talk about the quarterbacks that were drafted tonight. Kellen Mond going to the Vikings. We got Kyle Trask going to Tampa Bay, as we all kind of thought was going to happen. And we had Davis Mills getting drafted by the Houston Texans.
Woo!
Quick thoughts on each.
So I saw a comment here in the chat, like, why are, and I'm saying, like, if you're reacting to the pick, this should not be your reaction. Like, why are you hating on this selection? Like, good for the Texans, like, trying to do something. They take a smart dude out of Stanford who seems to have a clue, and like, you gotta throw some darts at this situation and take some swings. So it doesn't surprise me they took a quarterback. Also, I love Mond going to the Vikings.
I do too.
Lamarca and I were live last night before you came on with him at 10 o'clock. And we were following the live odds on the sports book, and we're like, whoa, there's plus money involved here, taking a quarterback. Philip Lindsay in for the touchdown for Denver. I was like, oh, wow, maybe Minnesota thinks about taking Mac Jones at 14. And then all of a sudden the Jets traded up, took an offensive lineman. So if I'm the Texans, I think it's a good pick. You got to take some chances here. You have a disgruntled quarterback, certainly involved in a lot of other stuff, right? So, makes
Phil
sense.
Lindsay with the tud.
Took chances here.
Yeah, I was with Rossi the other day, and I said that the Vikings might take a quarterback at 14, and he was like, no. And I was like, yeah. I mean, why wouldn't they? Vikings are a team that was sort of right there for the playoffs, right? Like, they underperformed there. It's not like they have a ton of really glaring holes on that roster. For me, the inconsistent play of Kirk Cousins is right there at the top. So I love getting Kellen Mond in the mix. And I'm actually surprised they weren't more in play for a quarterback in the first round. And with the Texans, too, I'm a big fan of drafting a quarterback here. They just brought in Tyrod Taylor, so I get not using a first rounder. But, yeah, you get the smart dude from Stanford that everyone seems to really like. Give it a shot. Like you said, throw darts. It's a bad situation down there.
Yeah.
Maybe you just drafted your CEO and you got him at a steal. Who knows? Now, Trask, too. I mean, not to talk a ton about Brady, but you get a dude in there who was a Heisman finalist. He clearly has talent, but he's also a guy that probably isn't going to be NFL ready week 1, and he doesn't have to be. He's got the greatest quarterback of all time to learn from. And I can't imagine the Bucs made that pick without consulting Tom Brady. Seems like he's been a big part of their roster decisions since arriving in Tampa Bay. They definitely were like, hey, are you cool if we get you a guy to teach for when you decide to retire 10 years from now? And he was like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind the Mond pick. I don't mind. I mean, I'm seeing here in the chat, DFS Queenie, Mond should have gone way earlier. Patriots should have gotten Mond.
I think the Patriots need someone that's more NFL ready right now. And Mac Jones, as much as I am not a believer in him being the guy, like if it's between him and Fields and Lance, I wanted those other two guys before Mac Jones. But with that said, I do believe Mac Jones can come in and like be a piece in a system and, you know, win you some ball games sooner than a guy like Kellen Mond, who's just a straight up athlete. Like, way more likely to tuck the ball and run than he is to kill you with your arm. And those guys tend to take longer to translate, if at all, into the NFL.
Producer Drew, they got Tyrod Taylor, no draft picks, a bit of a head scratcher for Mills, unless they are trying to move on from Watson. Yeah, but Watson wants to leave, as Drew points out. So I give them credit for trying to get ahead of the situation. DFS
Watson wants to leave, and they should get rid of him. Like, Watson needs to go away from him. That's all I'll say.
Well, here's Drew Brees from the 44, end zone, broken up. I mean, and we're not going to dive into this at all, but just my overall point is we need to hear something from Deshaun Watson's camp.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is we just need to hear something to figure out where it's at and where the situation stands before we move forward on any kind of proposition, where he sits. Kind of like, and when I say kind of like, I mean a quarterback that wants to leave its current market, and the chat is getting on this right now, including DJ Matty Ice. How about Aaron Rodgers to Denver? That's a situation where we heard a lot when the season ended. Aaron Rodgers would go on Pat McAfee's show and be like, oh, well, I don't have control of my future. Do you remember that? Remember that comment?
Yeah.
A lot of things are out of my control. And
looks like they're in his control right now.
Yeah, kind of in your control, huh, Aaron? Because you and your agent made sure on draft night to leak out that you don't want to be there anymore. I'm so over this guy.
Did we just have a doink, by the way? I think we just got a little doinkski.
We sure did.
Doink. All these teams are probably so mad at Aaron Rodgers for not leaking this like 3 weeks ago.
Oh yeah,
like all these teams that are just picking quarterbacks because it's really hard to make a trade overnight for Aaron Rodgers. A lot of things need to be discussed probably.
Tom, you make a good point. Like maybe he really deep down doesn't want to leave, and the tactic was to put this out there just to get a contract done.
Mm-hmm.
I'm serious. That's an excellent point. Like, why, if you're Aaron Rodgers and you truly want to leave, why would you leak that the day of the draft when teams have their minds made up, or there's just not enough time to make sense of what you're talking about? I think it's
and
a
it
great
looks
point.
like some of the reporting on this has been like, oh, Aaron and his camp flew to Green Bay and they tried to work out something and it didn't work out. So then he left, and then the Packers were sad. So they went back to him and they said, okay, we'll do it. And then he was like, no, you already said no. I hate you. It just sounds like a really toxic situation. It's like a couple that needs to break up. It's the couple we all thought was perfect, but behind the scenes had problems. It's like A-Rod and J-Lo making TikToks together, going to all these concerts. Everyone loves them, but clearly problems. Fun fact, not fun fact, but sort of a thing I saw. Did you see that J-Lo and Ben Affleck spotted hanging out together?
Oh, did he bring in the dunks?
Benefer getting back together, baby.
Wow. Did not know that.
Spotted.
But did he bring her dunks?
You know what? Let me pull up the picture now.
All right.
It didn't look like there was any food in the picture. Let's see.
Stick, yeah.
You know
Jason
what? No, I
Tatum
can't
scored a
find it.
career high 60 points. Yippee. So over the Celtics team.
I am too, but I'm trying to put it in context for what it can mean for this team
Freeze
moving
pops.
forward.
Can I look? You understand, right? That if I just did the 8 o'clock sim, this would not have come up based on who was on the 8 o'clock sim.
Yeah.
You realize that, right? Because who was on the 8 o'clock sim with you?
Cough.
Yeah. Known Celtics Bobo.
He's a honk.
Yeah. That's why it came up. Because everyone knows that that's what he loves and cares about the most. So that's why this is coming up. There's still a trickle-down effect. Whereas if I just did the 8 o'clock, would have just trucked on and been fair and talk about what people want to talk about, which is their maybe their NBA lineups all together to see how their night was going, or the draft, right? Then at 10, he could have came in here and been like, whoa, what a comeback by the Celtics. Jason Tatum, what a performance. I am so happy to root for this team, and I am so excited for the future of my Boston Celtics.
That's right.
Guess what? Can't get that because someone couldn't work the 8 o'clock. Someone just couldn't work the 10 o'clock. Someone just had to go.
I love how much real estate Cough has in your head, man.
This isn't in my head.
It's my favorite thing.
All right.
I love it so much.
No, this is nothing. This is in my heart.
Pow! 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 I love it. I love you.
Thank you. I love you too.
This is awesome.
Brian Moynihan, Glash and Pops, you guys are blessed with great sports in Boston. Take an off season with a grain of salt. As a Chicago sports fan, my palate needs some pepper.
Yeah, it's been a rough go for Chicago. Like, whenever one team is good, a lot of the other teams are bad. You know, they don't all pop at the same time. And it seems like it's like that in most cities, right? We've been blessed for the last 20 years to have relevant, good teams in all four sports. But Chicago right now, it's like the White Sox are good. Bears are mediocre. Cubs are sort of like, they kind of had their window there, right? People don't think they're winning the World Series anytime soon now. Bulls are on the way. Blackhawks window is closed. It's a White Sox town now, Glash. There's your Chicago Sports Minute. Koff would like to know if anyone's seen any good movies lately.
I hate you.
Oh, it's so good. Film Friday. Oh, I wish you guys could see him right now. So we got a sim here. 7:10 left to go here in the third quarter. 21-14 Denver. 7:01 to go here in the third quarter.
Talk about the sim. Talk about the sim. Talk about the sim. I just don't get it. I don't get it.
No, I get it, and I love every second of it.
Like you could have worked this way. I could have just been done at 9. This has nothing to do with being in someone's head. It has to deal with someone's schedule.
It does on a larger level, though. You know, it's like it all sort of.
I know. I get it. And it's it's a good bit.
It's a
Jared
great
Cook,
bit.
you're my captain. Make me happy.
Thank you for your service, Glash.
No problem. Happy to be here. Cutler fan is in first place, and the Who Wants to See These Defenses next year free roll?
Me. I do.
Jay Grupp, first place in the public free showdown. Out of the pistol, it's a handoff to Alvin Kamara. He tumbles to the 14-yard line.
Ooh, Drew's giving you some good sound scheduling advice here. As the new schedule maker here, you just need to pick 2 times a day where you're available instead of just saying I'm free all day. He's saying that you kind of put yourself in this position.
Yeah, he's basically telling me, be cough. Be cough. Check your name on 12 and 8 only. Be cough. That's the irony of this whole thing. Yeah.
What if you just put you wait for him to put his availability in, and then you just put your X's in the same spots?
No, that means we have to work together.
That would be funny.
Okay, you better believe the next time I work with Adam on one of these streams, we're going there with this. Like,
oh, I am tuning into that like no one's business.
You know what, dude? Tell me what you're doing right now. Like, what is it that
He's listening to the sim.
Yeah. Alvin Kamara touchdown.
Oh, it's so good. Here he is. Think you mean be like Emerson, do 1 sim a week. Shots fired.
Yeah, but at least he's consistent.
I miss Emerson. I haven't worked with him in a long time.
I don't miss Emerson one bit.
I love Emerson.
I don't. I don't like any of you.
Glash is on a rampage tonight. You told me 5 minutes ago you loved me.
No, I let everyone.
Don't you remember you told me that you loved me, baby?
You're fine. Everyone else, the chat, there is no other commentator I could care for right now except you.
Yes.
It's you,
yes,
the production crew across the board, and the chat. Everyone else, get out of my face.
Oh, you should go out and finish your meal after this sim. Yeah, all right. We're here for dessert, by the way. I hope we didn't close out our tab.
Yeah, Bonzo, great point. Kaufman always does the 8 and the 10 on Friday. What the hell? Yeah.
You know what, though? I don't find that to be...
The Spurs are in town, so
that's not 100% true. I've done a lot of 8 and 10s with Koff on Fridays. We've had some good Film Fest Fridays, Friend Fridays. What else have we done? Like What Grinds My Gears Fridays. Like there was a sim we did where we just like yelled about innocuous things that we hated for like an hour straight, which was fun. No, Koff has spent some time on Friday with me here. I'm gonna back him up on that.
I'm sure he really appreciates it. Drew Lock.
That said, he does like the noon and 8 spot for sure.
B Don Walk. Somebody get Glash a bikini. I look great in one, so happy to. Loser. Thank you all so much for being here. 50 people on Twitch, just about 300 people on YouTube. Hit that like button if you want to. If you haven't already. Bruce Harding, who scored? It's a great question. Alvin Kamara just scored a moment ago.
Along with 2 Michael Thomas tuds for the Saints.
Those all add up to 21 points. 3 touchdowns and extra points gives you a 21.
I am going to look at my lineup, and I am in 111th. Because honestly, it's because the dudes that are scoring are the ones that we all have. You know, none of my differentiation coming through for me.
For the Denver Broncos, led by Mr. Drew Lock, he'll deliver a first down pickup, not a first-round quarterback. It's Noah Fant, 4 for 53. So Sutton scored the first touchdown for Denver. Melvin Gordon has scored a touchdown. Who am I forgetting? Philip Lindsay. Philip Lindsay ran one in.
Now Houston Texan Philip Lindsay.
There you go, Bruce. Hope you took notes.
Boom.
Buzz Killington, what's up? Happy Friday. Do you try to think all happy thoughts on Fridays?
I'm in a good mood on Fridays, no question. But now, because of this job, I work on the weekends, but which is fine. Like, this doesn't feel like work. It's just like hanging out with the boys.
So true.
So you know, it's like a weird. It's a different vibe. It's a unique vibe. It's like I need to be on my game, but at the same time, I'm just having a good time. You know, we're not digging ditches.
There's a good energy in the sim.
Great energy.
What's the buzzword tonight? That's coming up.
Oh, well, okay. I was going to talk to you about buzzwords. So we know that I've been nursing an illness.
Oh, so you can't do it.
I would prefer if I could sit out of the buzzword. But I want there to be one because it's the first time I'm going to see the buzzword in the live chat as opposed to top chat. And I'm really excited.
Are you? Or are you just saying?
No, I am. Okay. I've been looking forward to this. So, should we do cough as the buzzword?
No. Hell no. Mike Tatum,
Celtics. 60, the number 60, just over and over again.
Something tells me you do have the energy.